prep for the regular season. DA, back to you.
Thank you, Bogues. Now, I think we were going to do stun there, but should we move that to a different hour?
We should, because I'm not prepared for that.
Wow.
Welcome back.
Because that's so.
My bad. I know Trash Tuesday is 9:20, so I'm 1 for 2 today.
So we have Trash Tuesday also on the docket. So let us know who or what it is that you are trashing by tweeting at me, DA on CBS. Steve in Severna Park is trashing Rob. Why is he trashing Rob? Well, Rob of the 321 is trashing his CPR training. I've got to do other stuff than sit for 3 hours playing with a dummy. Also, trash Papa in the 321 for using my free drink for himself at 7 Brew. Trash it all.
Overflowing landfill.
Now, Steve is trashing Rob because I'm getting ready to teach my 14th world problems.
That's a dumpster dive.
That's a lot over CPR training.
6.5 hours, but it's important. I had to do CPR training because I was a lifeguard one summer.
Yeah. I did it too, and it was one terribly long day. And thank God Robin the 321 was not my instructor.
Those are one of the worst days.
No, Rob's not an instructor. Steven Severna Park's the instructor. Rob's going to take it.
Either way, thank God Rob wasn't in my class.
CPR training, one of the worst days of my life.
Why so?
It's never
absurdly, yeah, it never ends.
It's monotonous.
And I think they've changed it now, right? Don't you? One part is out. You just breathe now. You just do the chest compressions. They want to I don't know. Yeah, one of the things you just don't do anymore because no one did them correctly.
You're not supposed to do chest compressions?
One of the parts of it is out because it doesn't help. Yeah,
I used to be on that dummy's chest like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd have to worry about crushing that chest cavity, but you look at that.
I'll just die, Pat. Don't worry.
You might have broken ribs, but you're going to live, damn it.
Just let me go.
Let me see the light. Squishy Liquid says, if Scooby-Doo is a superhero, would that make McGruff, the crime dog, superior in every aspect? Much more intelligible, not hopped up on drugs, actually fighting crime instead of eating and getting spooked all the time. Hashtag trash him.
So frustrating.
Excellent point by Squishy Liquid. McGruff, the crime dog, really is an animal superhero. If we're going to consider Scooby-Doo a superhero.
There's also more than one superhero. They can both be superheroes. It's not one or the other.
Well, I don't know if either one is. They're both doing relatively human jobs. They just happen to be animals. But McGruff, the crime dog, when you do consider it, is a much superior dog in terms of crime fighting.
Right. I'd rather have Batman on my side than, Flash Gordon, but they're both superheroes, right? Or the Flash, whatever his name is.
Well, Flash Gordon, I think, has a lot of superhero powers. I think the Flash is only fast.
Okay. But again, there's a hierarchy. It's not a superhero. There are superheroes. So I've got space for McGruff and Scooby-Doo, and I'd rather have McGruff if I'm in trouble come and help me, sure.
Definitely.
Doesn't mean Scooby-Doo is not a superhero.
How about McGruff and Scooby-Doo as a team?
Still doesn't make them superheroes.
Well, that makes them superheroes as far as I'm concerned.
No. You can't take two non-superheroes, put them together, and say now that they're a superhero team.
Who?
Says me, Pete.
Well, you're not in charge of all this. You're not the superhero expert, maven. I want them to be together, and they're superheroes, and they're going to be together. That's it.
You frown upon superheroes. You frown upon Harry Potter. You frown upon Pokemon Go.
Harry Potter's for losers, and Pokemon, same thing.
What's wrestling for?
It's for winners. Like big winners, like me.
What's 80s TV show references for?
For DA and for me.
Okay.
Big winners, like me. Big winners, like me.
Big winner today, baby.
Can we take a break yet?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a break. When we come back, a bad omen for the Chiefs season. DA, CBS Sports Radio.
Everyone has a community, a neighborhood, school, kids' teams, where you worship, work out, or any other place or group where you choose to belong. Communities can provide support when you need it, and even when you don't know you do. Like when it comes to preventing underage drinking and other substance use. Community members can be your eyes and ears when you're not with your kids and alert you to signs of potential problems. Learn more at talktheyhearyou.samhsa.gov.
ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Though Phi no longer drives, he can still fly down the track. Staying fit helps Phi stay flexible in his ongoing fight with retinitis pigmentosa, a blinding retinal disease. But even when the way forward is hard to see, Phi is always hopeful, because he knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding diseases, providing real hope to those fighting vision loss. And our nationwide community of local chapters provides networking and support for people with vision loss, as well as their loved ones. Because the best way to fight against blinding diseases is to fight together. And for Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more about how you can help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
The Defensive Player of the Week, sponsored by the Navy Federal Credit Union, who proudly serve the Armed Forces, DoD, veterans, their families. Their members are the mission. Learn more, NavyFederal.org. Orlando Arcia, diving stop in the third inning to rob Randy Arozarena. In Sunday's Braves loss to the Rays. Despite the loss, Braves' best record in baseball, 60-29. Tell your smart speaker to play CBS Sports Radio. So, if you've ever watched a Chiefs game and seen a fan at Arrowhead dressed in a gray wolf suit, he's known as Chiefsaholic. And he was one of the Chiefs super fans. They've got some of the great super fans across the country. There's a million of them. I probably got to know a few of them a little bit too personally when I worked out there. But Chiefsaholic, gray wolf suit, okay? Turns out this guy is a criminal mastermind. He was in the middle of a series of bank robberies, unsolved across the Midwest, and nobody could find him. He also purchased and redeemed more than 1 million chips, $1 million in chips from various casinos from Missouri, Kansas, and Illinois during last year. There was a number of robberies that he was connected to, 6 unsolved robberies and attempted robberies of banks or credit unions from April of last year, 2022, through December. Iowa, Minnesota, Tennessee, Nebraska. In total, authorities say that Xavier Babuter, who is 29 years old and Chiefsaholic, stole nearly $800,000. So $800,000 stolen plus illegally redeeming more than $1 million in casino chips, I think. Or maybe he was washing the stolen money through the casino chips, something like that. Anyway, they started to connect the dots in all of these with his cell phone, and they finally got him in Sacramento. He was arrested the other day in California and charged with bank theft and transporting stolen property across state lines. Now, imagine a guy that goes to football games dressed as a wolf being smart enough and savvy enough to rip off 6 attempted or successful bank robberies and being on the lam for more than a year. 18 months he's gotten away with it. Now, we needed McGruff the Crime Dog and or Scooby-Doo
team
to get him, to knock him down.
This is a Scooby-Doo villain. And you know how this would play out in the show? He's dressed in a gray wolf suit. They would wait for a full moon, and then they'd hear him howl, and Scooby-Doo would catch him.
And at some point, they would pull off the mask, and they would see Xavier Babuter, and he would say, and I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you pesky kids.
And your dog.
Dog! My concern here is that the Chiefs have been on this incredible run. They've dominated the AFC. They've gone to 3 Super Bowls. They've hosted the AFC Championship game for 5 straight years. They've won 2 rings. This is a bad omen that the run is over. They were apprehended. They were caught. Is it going to be the Bills? Is it going to be the Jaguars? Is it going to be the Chargers, the Ravens? Is it going to be the Bengals? Somebody has chased down the Chiefs. We've seen it symbolically.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Yeah, it's not just you. A lot of people are wondering why so many big corporations are actively promoting ideas and values that their own customers don't support. And honestly, this is another reason MediShare is so attractive to people who don't want to use their own healthcare dollars to pay for things they don't believe in. MediShare is the refreshing alternative. They're a nonprofit ministry. It's a community of like-minded Christians helping each other live healthy lifestyles. There are more than 400,000 members now, and they save a lot, too. Most families save around $500 a month. And member satisfaction surveys consistently show they like it more than health insurance. So for you, maybe it's time. Find out how you can not only save, but freely choose to be part of something you believe in. Here's the number you can call now, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Been sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815. Summer's in full swing, and you know what that means. Temperatures are hot, grills are hot, and the deals are hotter than fire at Omaha Steaks. That's right, America's original butcher is heating up the summer with blazing hot deals on mouth-watering grilling favorites guaranteed to tantalize your taste buds. Go to omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar, and for a limited time you can score 32 delicious grilling essentials, including 12 free burgers from Omaha Steaks for just $99.99. You'll get 4 of their world-famous fork tender filet mignons, 4 air-chilled boneless chicken breasts, 4 boneless pork chops, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, and so much more for 62% off the regular price. The Hotter Than Fire Pack is your chance to score unreal savings on unrivaled quality from America's original butcher. Go to omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar today. This exclusive offer is only available for a limited time, and you're not going to want to miss it.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now. 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Here's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Five seconds to go. Needs one more. Get it to him. Heck of a round for Randy Arozarena, the Cuban Rocket. Randy Arozarena, have yourself a home run derby. Luis Robert and his muscles are out. Arozarena and his baby are in. He's done. Exit stage right. Ball gone. That's a walk-off for Vlad Guerrero. Final is set. It's Vlad Guerrero Jr. who just knocks out Julio Rodriguez, and he will take on Randy Arozarena. Tremendous performance by Vlad, 25, record for a final round. Vlad Guerrero trying to join his dad as a champion. Popped it up, gotta have one.
I don't think he did it.
He did not do it.
Oh my.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. will hang on and win the 2023 T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Randy Arozarena comes up just short. Congratulations to Vlad. He and his dad, both Home Run Derby champions.
And that should do it.
Vlad and his dad get the job done. First father-son duo to win the Derby in MLB history. What's up, everybody? It is Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. The Waterboy, and I'm back this morning with Overnight Dave behind the glass, taking you up to 6 a.m. and the start of the Murph and Mac Show, where we're going to be talking a lot today about a historic home run derby. A derby where 341 total home runs were hit. A home run derby where Julio Rodriguez set a new single-round record, hitting 41 home runs in that first round. And a home run derby that saw Vladimir Guerrero Jr. set a record in the final round with 25 home runs to outlast Randy Arozarena, who technically had the most total home runs in the entire home run derby. But it all matters about how many you hit in that final round, and it came down to Vladdy getting the job done just like his daddy, again, becoming the first father-son duo in MLB history to be home run derby champions. But it was funny seeing the guy hand them the trophy last night, Ken Griffey Jr., have more total championships than Vladdy Jr. and Vladdy Sr. combined. His record is still safe after Pete Alonso yesterday failed to win his third home run derby championship. And I got to say, overall, it was a fun night at the home run derby up at T-Mobile Park, a.k.a. Old Safeco. Of course, maybe the story of the home run derby was Julio Rodriguez coming out in the first round in the main event matchup against the two-time champion Pete Alonso. But now it's been back-to-back seasons that we've seen J-Rod knock out Pete Alonso, the two-time champ. And he does it by going out and hitting 41 home runs, absolutely putting on a show. And that's why yesterday, not only on this show, but the Murph and Mac Show, I picked Julio Rodriguez as my winner. Now, obviously, that prediction came up short. We're not going back-to-back. We don't have a winning card for you this morning like we did last year when we picked Juan Soto. But, hey, maybe you got some entertainment, and maybe you bet the total over for Julio Rodriguez home runs. Seemed like he eclipsed that number in the first round. And that probably was the coolest moment, seeing the entire Seattle crowd get up, get hyped, and start cheering for their guy. Now, as I mentioned, he fell short in the second round as he lost to Vlad Jr. Seemed like he ran out of gas a little bit, only 20 total home runs in that second round. Didn't hit any 440-foot home runs, but it seemed like he set the tone. And this was after a pretty intriguing first round that saw Randy Arozarena walking around in his cowboy boots, eliminate his best friend, Adonis Garcia, two guys that were both former prospects of the St. Louis Cardinals. I'm sure with the season the Cardinals are having right now, they wish they had both those players on their roster. And Randy Arozarena has really turned into one of the best stories in baseball, going back to when he got the call-up before his rookie year and his postseason performance that he had with the Tampa Bay Rays. Fast forward to last summer in the World Baseball Classic playing for Mexico, despite the fact that he was born in Cuba. I mean, this guy is becoming a global sensation. And yesterday, he had two huge upset victories, whether it was over Adonis Garcia in the first round or second round versus Luis Robert, who looked like he was going to be the favorite to win after he goes out and puts up, 27, 28 home runs in round one against Adley Rutschman, a.k.a. the Baltimore Buster Posey, the rookie who goes out there and not only hits 21 home runs in the first round before the last-minute bonus round, but after hitting 21 bombs from the left side of the plate, then flips over and starts hitting righty. Something that I don't ever remember seeing in the home run derby. A guy launching bombs from both sides of the plate, and in that 1-minute bonus round, he hit like 7 of 8 or 8 of 10 home runs and was looking like he was going to advance to the next run. That was until Luis Robert stepped up. And that's probably my question with the home run derby, especially in that first round, something that we talked about yesterday on this show and the Murph and Mac Show, was this one-on-one format that the MLB now does. The head-to-head brackets, which I'm not a huge fan of. I know it makes more of like high intensity, high drama, it's must win, it's single game elimination, blah, blah, blah. But to me, it's simple. If you're going to have 8 guys in the first round, just give me the 4 guys who hit the most home runs to advance to round 2. So yesterday, we would have saw Adley Rutschman advance to the second round. Because when you look at his first round performance, he technically hit more home runs then Vladimir Guerrero, who hit 26, and also Randy Arozarena. So the two guys that made it to the finals were out-hit by this rookie Adley Rutschman in the first round. Again, who knows if it's better or worse for the home run derby and the ratings to have guys like Randy Arozarena and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. versus a rookie like Adley Rutschman. I was fine with all the guys in the home run hitting field last night, but it's something that I noticed. And it's also something that I noticed with the record-setting 341 home runs was the pace that these guys were hitting with. And, of course, now the home run derby is different than when it was when I was growing up, watching it with the 10 traditional outs. We know about the pitch clock now in regular season baseball. Well, they have the pitch clock in MLB home run derbies. They give you, 3 minutes? Then you get an extra 30 seconds. I don't know what the first bonus was for. I think they just give to everybody. Then they give an additional 30 seconds if you hit 2 home runs over 440 feet. But the problem was, watching, you really didn't know which home runs were going over 440 feet because it was such at a rapid pace. That's why we saw the last couple of years, they tried to implement those rules where they had an umpire behind home plate kind of putting his hand up, slowing everybody down, make sure the ball drops before they hit another one. I didn't see a single umpire yesterday. It was rapid fire. You had Julio Rodriguez's bullpen pitcher out there with the ponytail on, short arm, just whipping it in over and over and over again. And it got to a point where it got a little dangerous out on the field. And literally, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the man that won the home run derby, in that final round to start it off, hit a line drive that hit a kid in the face. And on the follow-up swing, you kind of just see the kid laying out in left field. I'm like, what are we doing? Is someone going to go out and help this kid? Can we pull out a stretcher? Can someone go grab him? Can we get a glove in front of him? And I guess that's the dangerous part, but ESPN kind of just looked over on the broadcast, didn't even mention it, and just kept on going. And I got a few things to say about the total ESPN broadcast, whether it was the camera angles where they were literally just showing the batter hitting the ball and not where it's landed, the split cameras, the launch angle and exit velocity every single time someone hit the ball. Like, hey, ESPN, I know when someone squares a ball up. I know when someone hits it hard. I don't need you to tell me that a guy's hitting with 100-mile-per-hour exit velocity when he's taking batting practice swings. And so maybe that's something that people are complaining about. I mean, it seems like in this day and age of social media, everybody finds something to bitch and complain about. I was kind of bitching and complaining that we didn't have Chris Berman yesterday. I'm a fan of the back call. Like I said, Carl Ravitch and Eduardo Perez were all right on the call. I thought it could have been better, to be honest with you. But that's the difference in this day and age home run derby. Probably Chris Berman would have been broken after saying 341 back-backs. Or he probably got a time that by 3. We're looking at Berman saying it maybe 1,000 times last night if he would have been on the broadcast. Back. But hey, it would have been entertaining to me, and hopefully it was entertaining to you. That's my favorite part about the MLB All-Star break held the entire weekend. Not only the actual All-Star game, which is, of course, today, with Garrett Cole taking on Zach Gallen as the starting pitchers for the American and National League, but the Home Run Derby, in my opinion, is the best skills competition around any sport. Whether you want to go head-to-head with the NBA and the slam dunk competition, the big difference is you'll get actual superstars like Vladdy Jr., like Mookie Betts, who, oh, by the way, probably needs to hit the weight room after only hitting 11 home runs. But you look at the NBA slam dunk contest, and no disrespect, but you had Matt McClung in the contest last year. He was actually your winner, and he was actually the one guy that I knew because he used to play for the Santa Cruz Warriors down in the G League. But when you're taking G League talent and putting them in the slam dunk competition, it's not something that I'm too interested in. But I was definitely interested in the home run derby last night, whether it was Adley Rutschman hitting bombs from both sides of the plate versus Luis Robert, whether it was Vladdy Jr. joining his dad as the only combo of father-son champion winners, whether it was the championship round, the back and forth. Overall, great night for the home run derby, great night for baseball, and the All-Star festivities continue today with hopefully a couple San Francisco Giants getting some playing time. Of course, we know Camilo Duvall and Alex Cobb are both participants for the National League today. And when I'm looking over this National League roster, it's looking like they both have a chance to pitch, with a lot of guys pulling out due to injury. Of course, that's how Alex Cobb got in as a replacement. So on today's show, we'll break down the possibility of both Alex Cobb and Camilo Duvall getting into today's All-Star game, and we'll also break down whether or not half these guys who are playing in the All-Star game should even be All-Stars. Whether it is a guy like Brent Rooker, who we've been talking about from the Oakland A's, whether it's Elias Diaz from the Colorado Rockies, whether it's Josiah Gray from the Washington Nationals, whether it's Michael Lorenzo from the Detroit Tigers with his 4 ERA. I know everybody loves their participation trophy. Everybody wants to be represented at the All-Star game. But to me, I thought you'd be better off having guys like Logan Webb or Blake Snell or, I don't know, there's a whole list of people. Hell, get Ellie De La Cruz into the All-Star game. There's only one All-Star from the Reds. They've been one of the best storylines this year, but I get it. Everybody needs to be represented, but we'll break down that argument also and look at some of the numbers from some of these guys who snuck in because of the mandatory All-Star rule. Again, I don't think if you're 20 games under or last place in your division, you should be rewarded with an All-Star. But hey, different strokes for different folks. Just like me and Overnight Dave were talking about this morning, whether or not you like the old 10-out home run derby format versus this new blitzball format. It does seem more suited in this day and age in the TikTok generation where everybody's got a 15-second attention span, that they like this rapid fire. And after seeing the success last night for the MLB home run derby, I'm sure they're going to stick with it. So we'll talk a bunch of All-Star game today. Check in on the Giants at the midway point. We can get closer and closer to checking in on the San Francisco 49ers as we are officially 1 week away from rookies reporting to training camp down in Santa Clara. Football season is right around the corner, but we're also in the midst of the Warriors offseason. Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational. Feels like we're never leaving. Of course, we know now about Draymond Green re-signing with the Warriors. We know about the Chris Paul and JP3 trade. Well, yesterday, new Warriors GM Mike Dunleavy Jr. spoke about that trade, spoke about Chris Paul's comments about coming off the bench. We'll let you hear that sound from both Dunleavy and Chris Paul on the other side. Check in on the Warriors and where they stand in NBA free agency right now, and then we'll get you ready for Alex Cobb and Camilo Duvall at the All-Star game tonight. It's a Tuesday morning with Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
lifted up, gonna have one.
I don't think he did it.
He did not do it.
Oh, my.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. will hang on and win the 2023 T-Mobile Home Run Derby.
I think they went a little too quick, and it took away from Rosarena's consistency.
Randy Arozarena comes up just short. Congratulations to Vlad. He and his dad, both Home Run Derby champions.
Checking in on Vladdy Jr. and Vladdy Sr., both getting the job done. Shout out to Vladimir Guerrero Sr., who won it at Oracle Park or AT&T or whatever hell they were calling Giants Waterfront Ballpark back in the day. Now his son Vladimir Jr. joins him as the only father and son combo to ever win the Home Run Derby. Fun night last night out in Seattle. Shout out to our guy Marshawn Lynch, always representing Oakland, California. And of course, because of his playing days with the Seattle Seahawks, is also a Seattle native or representative. And he was out there yesterday with the Home Run Derby kind of trophy at first. And then they cut to him wearing this spinning chain. Wheel still spinning. They hand the chain over to Vladdy Jr. after, and he celebrates, calls his dad up on FaceTime. And an awesome moment on the field. And now all that leads up to the All-Star game tonight, where you're going to have a couple San Francisco Giants potentially on the bump. But before we get into tonight's All-Star game, before we take a look at the Giants MLB draft, where they added an additional 4 middle infielders over the past 2 days, took 3 more yesterday. We'll break down what that means for the future of the farm system and the Giants' second half of the season. But right now, since it is All-Star break, since everybody's looking for topics and things to talk about, and since the Warriors are always in our life, I wanted to check in on some new Mike Dunleavy sound talking about the Warriors' newest point guard, Chris Paul, and what's kind of developed over the past week or two since the trade went through to ship out JP3 for CP3, and all the questions about what was going on with the Warriors? How bad were the locker room issues? Which, it seems to this point, it got pretty damn bad. I mean, hell, Draymond Green literally punched Jordan Poole in the face. And that's why you'll see Jordan Poole now out with the Washington Wizards, looking depressed as hell, showing up to his media day, not getting a haircut, not shaving his beard. I don't know. It looked kind of weird to me. But he also refused to answer any single question about Draymond Green. He was wide open in answering questions about playing with Steph, playing with Clay. But anytime they asked a single question about Draymond Green, he started deflecting. Started talking about Kyle Kuzma, his new teammate with the Washington Wizards. But hey, good luck to Jordan Poole. The pool has been officially closed out here in the Bay Area.
It's a pool party!
Pool's closed for the summer, and it's closed for the future, especially with this Dubs dynasty. But now the question is, can this dynasty continue with Chris Paul, who has been one of the biggest villains to this Warriors dynasty over the past decade plus? Hell, you want to talk about all the back and forth battles, whether it's him with the LA Clippers, the Houston Rockets. Fast forward all the way to the Phoenix Suns last year, where unfortunately he got hurt late in the playoffs, which seems to kind of be hampering Chris Paul at this point of his career, as he's a 38-year-old point guard who is still looking for his first championship ring. Well, he might have his best opportunity with the Golden State Warriors. But of course, it's going to lead to those questions about the relationship with guys like Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and how he's going to fit in, whether it is with the starting lineup or the closing lineup. Because no matter way you want to slice it, however you want to look at it, I know a lot of people say, oh, the starting lineup doesn't matter. It's more about the fourth quarter closing lineup. Well, my question's the same to both of those answers. Or I guess my answer is the same to both of those questions. Flip it for reverse for you. Who is Chris Paul taking out of the Warriors starting or closing lineup? When you look at Steph, Clay, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Kevon Looney, you going to take out Looney? You're going to have Draymond Green at what, 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", be your tallest guy on the court? That is an extremely small ball lineup, which is something the Warriors have done before with their quote-unquote 3G lineup, putting Jordan Poole into it. So I guess they have done that before, but when you're looking at the West, when you're looking at that gauntlet, it seems like that's going to be a difficult lineup to roll up against Nikola Jokic in the Denver Nuggets or Anthony Davis in the LA Lakers. Hell, maybe even the Sacramento Kings and Sabonis. Even though Draymond Green did play pretty good defense against Sabonis, and Draymond will pick up the big man, but you still are undersized. So whether it is the starting lineup or the closing lineup, the question is, when is Chris Paul going to get his minutes, and is he going to accept a bench role? Which we've seen before in the NBA, guys be reluctant to do. I remember Carmelo Anthony, when he left the Knicks, told people he wasn't going to come off the bench. So he stayed as a free agent until he finally agreed to come off the bench with the Portland Trail Blazers. Again, that was on the backside of Carmelo's career, but that's kind of what we're talking about with a 38-year-old Chris Paul. So there's plenty of questions to be asked, and Chris Paul was finally asked for the first time after the trade finally goes through officially. Here was Chris Paul, I guess technically at his introductory press conference. Even though he never got up at the podium, he was kind of just like surrounded by beat reporters. But hey, they got to ask questions, and Chris Paul got the answer. Check out this answer that I believe he claps back at Kendra Andrews from ESPN, someone who we've had on the Murphy Mac Show 1,000 times, talking about whether or not Chris Paul would be willing to come off the bench. And I guess Chris Paul responding with the question of who's coaching this team.
Presumably, you'd be coming off the bench playing with a second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with J.K. and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
How about that Chris Paul clapback? You coaching? I also do like Kendra responding, no, I'm not, Chris. But it is a question that's going to be asked. It's not like this is just some story that she made up out of thin air. I mean, hell, Mark Spears came on the Murphy Mac Show. Hell, he's come on Tolbert and Copes. He gave us both the same takes. He says from his sources, it sounds like Chris Paul will come off the bench. And trust me, Mark Spears is a credible basketball reporter. So it's not like people are just making up these stories. But again, we're in the middle of July. Chris Paul hasn't even stepped on a court yet with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. So who knows how Steve Kerr, is going to use this lineup. And I guess that's a question for the entire Warriors front office. Whether it is Mike Dunleavy Jr., who now has to step in that Bob Myers role. Again, I think that's the biggest thing that the Warriors are losing without Bob Myers is that relationship, is the fact that he can go between coach and player and ownership and kind of mesh all those things together. I think it's a big reason why a guy like Andre Iguodala was willing to go to the bench and become a sixth man. Whether it was Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, or Stephen Klay as the influence to do it. But now it's going to be up to Steve Kerr to make those decisions because Mike Dunleavy Jr. held a press conference yesterday, and he was asked that same exact question about CP3 maybe potentially coming off the bench or being in the starting lineup, and he says that's a decision that he's going to leave up to Steve Kerr.
You do feel that maybe minute total-wise, he should have it decreased a little bit just from a usage standpoint?
I mean, you can ask Chris that. I don't think that's what he's going to want to do. I'll defer the playing time and all that somewhat to Steve. I'll refer the load management stuff to Rick. On our end, we feel like we got a really good player that's going to address some of the stuff, that we were looking to do in terms of just experience, taking care of the ball, decision-making, ability to run pick and roll. Chris does a lot of those things that we feel like can enhance our team.
Yeah, and so he does add an extra element of experience. Adds another level of basketball IQ. That's what we know Chris Paul brings to the table over somebody like Jordan Poole. But also when you're talking about a 38-year-old future Hall of Famer in Chris Paul, the question is his health. How often is he going to be off the court? Will he be taking nights off due to load management? You heard Mike Dunleavy Jr. bring up Rick Celebrini, the, of course, legendary trainer for the Golden State Warriors. That's the question mark about Chris Paul, especially in this point of his career. How healthy can he stay? And when you compare that to a 24-year-old Jordan Poole, who I will mention, by the way, played 82 games during the regular season last year, he was Mr. Reliable, even though he was pretty unreliable in the fourth quarter, dribbling the ball off his foot and running out of bounds. That's the difference. Who's going to be stepping up and playing these minutes? We know the Warriors and their load management strategy. Klay Thompson, for the majority of the season this year, didn't play any back-to-back, so who's going to pick up these minutes? Is it going to be a Brandon Podziemski, their first-round draft pick? Is it going to be more GP2? Is it going to be Guy Santos making it up from the G League? Who knows? All questions that the Warriors are going to have to figure out with this roster moving forward and kind of dealing with these decisions to move away from the two-timeline system that they were going with. Whether it was James Wiseman, the former number 2 overall pick, who everybody thought was going to be kind of the future of the Warriors post-Steph Curry, post-Klay Thompson, post-Draymond Green. Well, we saw last year he got shipped out like he was some post-mail. Got sent out to the Detroit Pistons. And now he's gone, and now you look at another guy, Jordan Poole, 24 years old. That's a 21-year-old and a 24-year-old. 2 guys, first-round draft picks, high ceilings, that you now got rid of. And now that team that some people say looked extremely old against the Sacramento Kings and Lakers last year just got older. So I guess there is some explaining needing to be done by Mike Dunleavy Jr., and here he was yesterday at his press conference breaking down why the Warriors decided to trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously looking to improve our team, and felt like adding Chris gives us a chance to get better. It addresses some things for us overall as a team. It also gives us some financial flexibility moving forward. Most of all, Jordan, can't thank him enough for his contributions. Like, we wouldn't have a banner if it weren't for him, and he gave us everything he had for 4 years. So really appreciate what Jordan gave us. Told him, always be a Warrior, always welcome back, and just one of those things. Felt like there's a little bit of a logjam in the backcourt, and then you get to the payroll stuff. So had to make a tough decision, but had the opportunity to get a guy like Chris Paul. Really was the difference for us to make that move.
Jordan Poole, always a Warrior, always welcome back. Just not this offseason. I mean, this is the same Mike Dunleavy Jr. that told us at his introductory press conference that Jordan Poole was going to be around for the next 4 years. 4 days later, he was traded to the Washington Wizards. So again, I get it. Whether it was the locker room issues or something that he keyed on right there with the financial flexibility. These are both huge roles in why this trade was executed. And I think at the end of the day, it comes down to, what does Steph Curry want? That's the only timeline that matters now. There's no 2 timelines. It's the Steph Curry championship. You heard Mike Dunleavy say, we wouldn't have raised that banner without Jordan Poole. I know he contributed a lot in that playoff series, even during the regular season when Steph was hurt. But let's not get it twisted. Steph Curry was the Finals MVP. The Warriors core, the Warriors dynasty, that includes Steph, Klay, Dre, and hell, throw in a Kevon Looney. Throw in Andrew Wiggins in there, who was second up running for Finals MVP. That's why they won. Yeah, Jordan Poole was a nice contribution, but that's why these Warriors are comfortable now moving on without Jordan Poole, because they still think with Steph Curry, with this current timeline, that they can go and win maybe one more before they finally have to move on to the next chapter of this Warriors story. But the Jordan Poole story is going to be one that has its lasting effects. Hell, it had lasting effects throughout the entire season between him and the beef with Draymond Green. But it is interesting to hear Steph Curry's perspective of all this, because it seems like a totally different relationship between Steph and Jordan Poole than there ever was with Draymond Green. Again, if you go and watch Jordan Poole's introductory press conference where he refused to get a haircut and shave that scruffy beard, he praises Steph and Klay a lot, refuses to even answer questions about Draymond Green. Well, here was Steph Curry on Sunday night, out in Vegas at the Warriors Summer League game, being asked questions about Jordan Poole, the relationship, and the trade that sent him to Washington for CP3.
I know it's a lot of mixed feelings, right? Like, that's how the business of basketball goes, and there's a lot of tough decisions. And Everybody probably has a story of a teammate that they love that, had to move on to a different situation. But I'm excited for him to kind of blossom in a setting of his own, stepping up as a leader and figuring out how to elevate his game. That's the journey we've all been on, and I'm excited for him to get a fresh start.
Yeah, and that's a good thing if you are Jordan Poole. You can try to move on. You can change your identity by growing out your hair and not shaving your beard. Of course, people are always going to bring up the Draymond Green punch, but Jordan Poole can also flash that championship ring that he has. I think at the end of the day, he's still grateful for his time here with the Warriors. We got to remember, this is a guy that was sent down to the G League, bounced up back and forth. The Warriors called him back up and kind of blossomed him into this superstar. We talk about how he tries to emulate that Steph Curry skill set. Yes, he's a great shooter. Yes, he had a season where he shot better from the free throw line than Steph Curry. But the problem was he was not Steph Curry, and sometimes it seemed like he tried to be in those big moments, which is a no-no when you have the actual Steph Curry on the court with you. And as Steph said, business is business. This is the business of basketball. This is Joe Lacob putting his money on the line, having the highest salary in all of basketball. But it's also comes with a punishment, comes with the new CBA rules and the taxes, which I think might be the key reason why they're willing to flip a 24-year-old Jordan Poole for a 38-year-old Chris Paul. Because that 4-year, $140 million contract for Jordan Poole kicks in this season. Chris Paul has one guaranteed season left on his contract. Could opt in for a second with the Warriors if they want to. But if this CP3 experiment goes wrong, they can kind of just wipe their hands and move on and go look for another free agent next offseason.
You got options.
And they got out of that Jordan Poole contract. That, to me, is the big red flag in all of this. Here is Mike Dunleavy Jr. talking about that financial flexibility after getting rid of Jordan Poole's contract.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was somewhat necessary, not completely because we still have a whole other year, but, to get ahead of it, you're starting to see some teams do that right now. And for us, basically, to be able to do that and be able to put what we feel like is improve our basketball team, that was the reasoning behind it. But yeah, what does that allow us to do? Hard to say at this point, but just to have that optionality and flexibility to a certain degree where we're not going to be probably too bumped up against that second implement.
And they need that financial flexibility to go out and re-sign a guy like Draymond Green. Hell, we know Klay Thompson's contract extension is coming up right around the corner. They're at a point in free agency where they're barely handing out veteran minimum contracts. Shout out to the signing of Dario Saric, but is that enough for this Warriors roster to continue to compete? I mean, he is the one guy taller than Kevon Looney on the squad. He's 6'10", but that's still a team that's lacking size. And that's something that Mike Dunleavy also addressed yesterday, whether or not the Warriors will go out and look for one or two more bigs, maybe add him to a roster. I've been talking about maybe DeAndre Jordan joining that second unit with his former teammate Chris Paul. Who knows if that's in the cards? But we know the cards have been dealt now, and Jordan Poole has been dealt out to the Washington Wizards. Like Steph says, he'll have a chance to blossom. Mark Spears was joking around with Murphy Mack, or maybe he was serious, talking about how JP3 might have a chance to lead the league in scoring. He's got that talent offensively to go score 30, 35, 40 points. Defensively, that's a liability. That's a big question. And at the end of the day, whether or not he bought into the Warriors system, the culture, the dynasty, those are questions that are, I guess, left behind closed door, and questions that Jordan Poole was unwilling to answer. But now as you're looking forward, the question is, can this Warriors team win with a 38-year-old Chris Paul? And what is Chris Paul going to be willing to accept as his role? That was the whole point of this segment. If I'm Chris Paul, if I'm 38, if I'm chasing a ring right now, you should be willing to accept any role that the Warriors give you. Again, you're on the backside of your career. You've never won a championship. You're playing with guys who have won 4 apiece. Sit back and enjoy the ride. Take a couple games off. Work with that load management. And hopefully you are in the closing lineup next year when you're 39-year-old in the playoffs. Maybe increasing that basketball IQ for this Dubs team. Here is the last piece of sound from Chris Paul from his press conference talking about what he plans to accomplish here in the Bay Area.
That we win. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to play on 3 USA teams, 06, 08, 2012. So, and it's high IQ basketball, guys that play off reads and whatnot. And what you learn is you figure it out. Everybody don't have the answers right now. We'll practice. I'm sure there's going to be some things that I got to learn, some things that they got to learn about me, but that's the case with any team.
Yeah, and we're going to learn a lot over the next couple months before the NBA season starts. Hell, before we get to the midseason tournament that Adam Silver was talking about earlier this weekend out in Las Vegas while he was enjoying the Summer League activities. That's something we can get into later on this week, but that's your Warriors update. I think they're back in action at the Summer League sometime this week. I don't know. I watched the game on Sunday and Friday, but I'm kind of like Victor Wembanyama. I'm checked out after 2 games.
Oh, my God.
How about that? Goes and get into that altercation with Britney Spears, puts up a stinker of a performance Friday night, did bounce back Sunday night, but the Spurs are like, no, we're good. No more Victor Wembanyama for everybody. We're saving him for the regular season. Maybe they're saving him for the midseason tournament. And Adam Silver's new soccer toy that we're all going to be watching, I guess, next year in December. I don't know. I guess that is the question. Are you going to be interested in a midseason tournament? We'll get into that later on this week. The question is, were you interested in the MLB Derby last night? Vladimir Guerrero, Randy Arozarena, Adley Rutschman, Luis Robert, all these guys going out and putting on a show. And, of course, Julio Rodriguez in his own home stadium. We'll hop back into the Home Run Derby on the other side and also get you ready for tonight's All-Star game and raise the question on whether or not Logan Webb was a snub and whether or not teams should get a mandatory All-Star representing their team. We'll do that and more on the other side. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Tuesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader. All right, welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Tuesday morning during the MLB All-Star break. And last night with the Home Run Derby, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. gets the job done, takes out Randy Arozarena in the finals. Great matchups all day long, whether it was the start, Adley Rutschman hitting bombs from both sides of the plate, taking on Luis Robert, the number 1 overall seed from the Chicago White Sox, a guy that may be on the trading block at the end of this month, as the Chicago White Sox might be having a fire sale with Tim Anderson, Dylan Cease, Lucas Giolito, all guys that we can talk about maybe
Train me right now.
Maybe being interested by Farhan Zaidi and the San Francisco Giants. But right now we're talking about the San Francisco Giants not having anybody compete in the home run derby since the days of Barry Bonds, which raises the question, where's the juice? Where's the power? I feel like one of those old Arby commercials. Where's the beef, Dave? I want some beef. I want some home runs. I want a guy that can hit 30 bombs in a season. And I know Brandon Belt came close in 2021 with 29 home runs, but that was kind of an outlander. I want a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I want a Julio Rodriguez. I want an Adley Rutschman. But maybe the Giants have an Adley Rutschman and a Patrick Bailey. And, of course, if you don't know, Adley Rutschman's one of the top prospects in baseball, finished second in the Rookie of the Year voting last year to Julio Rodriguez, and is a guy that people have been comparing to Buster Posey, just like Patrick Bailey is now getting compared to Buster Posey. And thank you, Dave. Where's the beef? Where's my Giants? Where's my Giants in the All-Star game? Well, you'll have two of them
Only
tonight.
God knows.
Yeah, you'll have Alex Cobb and Camilo Duvall. But I was actually entertaining the question on whether or not Patrick Bailey could have been an all-star this early in his career, especially when you got guys like Elias Diaz from the Colorado Rockies being inserted into the all-star game just because of the MLB mandatory rule, where they feel like everybody needs a participation trophy and everybody needs to be represented. I don't feel that way. I know I've had this discussion with Murph and Mac. You can check in on the text line, 808 KNBR if you do. I'm sorry if your team sucks. But if you're a team like the Oakland A's, who are intentionally tanking to get out of Oakland, when you routinely put up the worst record in baseball and the lowest salary cap possible, I don't think you should be rewarded. So I look around at these all-star rosters, and I do look at a guy like Brent Rooker, a guy who has 16 home runs, is batting .246 on the year, has an .826 OPS. Those are decent numbers. But it's hilarious when I go to my fantasy baseball app and I go to the waiver wire and there's Brent Rooker sitting right there as a free agent. You tell me what fantasy football, basketball, baseball league that you play in where there's all-stars just chilling on your waiver wire. And this is our KNBR league with all guys that work in sports media and love baseball. And I'm sure there's some A's fan out there like, oh, you guys just hate the A's. That's why he's not picked up. No, he's only 20% owned in all of Yahoo fantasy baseball. So that, to me, is not an all-star. You look at Elias Diaz, who we were just talking about. I don't even want to compare his stats to Patrick Bailey, who has almost similar numbers for a rookie who hasn't played as many games. How about this? I'll give you a .277 average, 9 home runs, and a .763 OPS for an Elias Diaz. And I'll give you Blake Sable's numbers. Blake Sable, .259, same exact OPS, .763. And Blake Sable has 10 home runs. We're not talking about putting goggles into the All-Star game. No chance at all. And that's why I do think there should be guys like Logan Webb. Hell, I'll even throw in a Blake Snell. I'll throw in a Patrick Bailey. I'll throw in an Ellie De La Cruz. I mean, you want to look at the pitchers who got into this game because of the mandatory rule? Look at a guy like Josiah Gray, who was involved in a trade for Max Scherzer with the LA Dodgers, with a former top prospect for the Dodgers. So now he's in the All-Star game. He comes into this game with a 6-7 record with a 3.41 ERA. Stats that are worse than Logan Webb's. How about we take a look at the American League and a guy like Michael Lorenzen from the Detroit Tigers, who is 3-6 on the year with a 4.03 ERA. Do I need to say any more? Those numbers aren't even close to sniffing what Logan Webb did this season. And that's why I don't think there should be this mandatory all-star rule. I think all-stars should be all-stars. They should be the best players. And that's why I do think a guy like Webb should get in. But hey, I've been beating this horse. I've been talking about this story for over a week now. Can't cry over spilt milk. And I'm sure Logan Webb's not crying too much about it. He told us after the game on Sunday, after throwing a CG 10 strikeout performance, that he's taking a trip up to Tahoe. Him and J.D. Davis probably chilling on South Beach right now. They should probably be sleeping, or maybe they're on the back end of a bender. Listen to KNBR 680. What's up, boys? I'm joking, all right? I'm riffing on a Tuesday morning. But I'm not riffing about Camilo Duvall being the best closer in baseball. Arguably, you can make the argument. Definitely in the National League. Hell, I'll put him up against anybody, and that's why I'm extremely excited to see if he's going to get some playing time tonight, which I think should be pretty obvious. If you're one of the best closers in baseball, if you're a reliever, you should be able to get into the All-Star game. Now, the question is Alex Cobb going to get some work? You would assume so, especially when you look at this National League roster and you look at all the pitchers that they have, look at all the replacements that they needed to bring in. Alex Cobb came in as a replacement. Corbin Burns, former Cy Young winner, came in as a replacement. Kodai Senga, the rookie from the New York Mets, got put in as a replacement. And how funny is that with that New York Mets pitching rotation that you got Kodai Senga, not Justin Verlander, not Max Scherzer, the rookie out here with the ghost fork, dropping in strikes left and right. But you look at that National League roster, whether it's guys like Clayton Kershaw making his 10th or 11th All-Star game now? He's not pitching. He's dealing with an injury. So I think that does open the doors for someone like Alex Cobb. Hopefully he does get on the bump today. Maybe following up a Zach Gallen, who's going to be starting for the National League roster today. Of course, we all know Zach Gallen from the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's having an absolute fantastic year, and he'll be squaring off against Garrett Cole from the New York Yankees, the guy that has to play in the division with Randy Arozarena and Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the guys that were tearing up balls in a home run derby last night. It's the first start ever for Garrett Cole. So shout out to the Cole family, the Crawford family. We all know the ties between the two and how much my guy Murph loves himself some Garrett Cole. So I'm sure he'll be tuned in today. And how could you not with these stacked lineups? Whether you're looking at the American League and Shohei Ohtani batting in the 2-hole this year, not in the leadoff spot, that goes to former Oakland A Marcus Semien, who I saw at All-Star this week talking about his time in Oakland and the A's leaving. I mean, that's one of my favorite things to do every year, not to kind of dance on a dead body of the Oakland A's. But I always looking at the All-Star rosters and looking at all the former A's that are starting for other teams, whether it is a Marcus Semien with the Texas Rangers, whether it's Sean Murphy who's starting this game for the Atlanta Braves, whether it's a Matt Olson. Hell, we can even throw in Sonny Gray, who's still an All-Star with the Minnesota Twins right now. That's 4 All-Stars. Technically, they should have more All-Stars than the San Francisco Giants. And that's even if you include former Giant Kevin Gausman, who, the Giants never offered a contract to. Why would you ever want to offer a contract to Kevin Gausman? I don't know, but I digressed. Overall, I think it's a great lineup on both sides of the American League and National League. Even though I don't think we're going to see Shohei Ohtani pitching because he's dealing with that finger injury, it is going to be cool to see him in the lineup versus Zach Gallen tonight. He's followed up by Randy Arozarena, the runner-up in the home run derby. Corey Seager, former Dodger, now with Bruce Bochy and the Rangers, hitting in the 4-hole playing shortstop. How about the Texas Rangers having 5 starters in this game, having 6 All-Stars overall? You got rookie Josh Jung holding down the hot corner at third base. You've got Adolis Garcia, who you saw also last night in the home run derby. Bruce Bochy is pulling all the right strings out in Texas. The Rangers are playing fantastic. And look at all the All-Stars he has. And look how good the Texas Rangers have been this year without a guy like Jacob deGrom. Truly have been one of the best stories of the first half of baseball. But they're not even the team with the most All-Stars. How about the Atlanta Braves having 8 total All-Stars? Of course, led by the National League's leadoff hitter, Ronald Acuna Jr., who's on pace this year to hit 40 home runs and have 75 stolen bags. This guy is truly developing into one of the best players in baseball, and he's still only like 24 years old. He's absolutely fantastic. I mentioned already Sean Murphy. I mentioned already Matt Olson, the former A's that are representing Atlanta. They've also got Orlando Arcia at shortstop in the starting lineup. But one thing that really grinds my gears when I'm looking at the starting lineup of the National League is looking at that 2-3-4. It's the same exact lineup that the Dodgers are rolling out almost every single day. That's right. In the 2-hole, it's Freddie Freeman. In the 3-hole, it's Mookie Betts. In the 4-hole, it's JD Martinez. And that always goes back to the argument of where are the superstars for the Giants. I know people will argue about the platoon system, bullpen games, and hey, if they get wins, you get wins. It's nice to see superstars in your lineup. Hell, that's why I'm getting a little jealous of the Arizona Diamondbacks and this kid, Corbin Carroll, who's not only the favorite to win the National League Rookie of the Year, might be in the MVP conversation also. He had a little bit of a shoulder injury, but now he's going to be starting tonight, hitting 8th in left field for the National League All-Star Game. Going to be a great game, a game that's been won 9 times in a row by the American League. But does it really matter? They're not even playing for World Series home field advantage. I'll say it does because I do still think it's the one sport where guys actually go out there and compete. You're not going to see Camilo Duvall throwing in 90-mile-per-hour fastballs. I said that like that's like an insult to him throwing 90. No, he's going to be pumping cheese, 101, 102, maybe 103, 104 today. We'll see if El Tranquilo Camilo gets into the game. Alex Cobb as well. A couple San Francisco Giants out in Seattle, but a couple guys named Murph and Mac coming into the studio next. We'll get you ready for the Murph and Mac Morning Show. Continue to talk about the Home Run Derby and tonight's All-Star Game on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, fun show today on the Leadoff Spot, talking a lot about the Home Run Derby, sprinkling a little Chris Paul and Mike Dunleavy as well. But tonight's all about the All-Star Game, El Camilo Real. And, of course, Alex Cobb making their All-Star debuts. Alex Cobb doing it after 12 seasons. Camilo Duvall only being in the league for a couple years. But I'm saying this now, this is not going to be the first or last All-Star game for Camilo Duvall. Looking forward to him getting on the bump today and checking out all the great matchups that we have, starting off with Garrett Cole going up against Zach Gallen for the Arizona Diamondbacks. But Murph, it's a little depressing looking around these starting lineups, seeing a Zach Gallen, a Corbin Carroll, and then in the 2, 3, 4 holes, it's Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and JD Martinez. Can I get a San Francisco Giant in the starting lineup? The
Dodgers.
The blanking Dodgers.
Damn it.
How do they have their 2, 3, 4 hitters as the 2, 3, 4 hitters in the All-Star game?
It's a little much, buddy. A little too much blue in my life there.
It's a little too much.
Here's a stat for you.
It's not that cute anymore.
Did I read that? No, that's not right. I read that both starting catchers are former A's. Is that right?
Sean Murphy, correct.
Jonah Heim? He's not a former A's.
I'm not sure if he is.
No.
If he is, I need to throw him on my list because I've already identified 4 different former A's that are in the All-Star game.
Semien.
Marcus
for sure.
Semien, yes.
Okay.
Can you name them all?
Well, I got a list in front of me. Semien, Murphy.
This is your this is your
What's up,
A's
Murph?
Immaculate Grid
Did Matty
All-Star.
make it? Matt Olson?
Matt Olson is in.
So that's 3. So Matt Olson, Murphy,
the last
and,
one is tough.
Semien.
Last one's tough.
I'm not going to get it. Because the way I'm going with Immaculate Grid, you know what's sad about Immaculate Grid is showing how faded. I can't come up with a Red and an Angel right now. Paulie Mack, quick, top of your head. Who played for the Reds and the Angels? Quickly.
Reds and Angels.
The thing is, you can't think about it too long. Can't think about it too long.
Michael Lorenzen, who's pitching today in the All-Star game for the Detroit Tigers.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. I know he played for the Reds. I'm not sure if he played for the Angels.
I'll take it, man. It wasn't a Griffey or a Did Dan Dreesen play for the Angels?
Oh,
no. Griffey Sr.?
I'm just glad you dropped the Dreesen.
Did Adam Dunn get to the Angels?
I don't know. See, this is what the
Dan Dreesen, bro. Today's a win already. Yeah. We're talking Dan Dreesen.
But just to wrap that up, the fourth A that you missed out on,
who is it?
Sonny Gray from the Minnesota Twins.
He's in the All-Star
Sonny
game.
Gray is an All-Star.
Sonny Gray, man. What a career his kid's carved out. He's been around a long time now.
Yeah, got traded to New York, absolutely fell apart in the Big Apple.
There was a time I was beating the drum for Sonny Gray. I remember we were pining for him to come over to San Francisco.
Back, had a really good year in Cincinnati. Now he's an All-Star with the Minnesota Twins.
Good for him.
4 A's. And sorry, Oakland. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm sorry too.
Home Run Derby, always fun, man. What do you give me for the Home Run Derby and March Madness in that the opening weekend of March Madness actually is better than the later weekends? And that the opening round of the Home Run Derby is better than the finals.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Because they'll get Julio Rodriguez hitting 41 home runs in
Mark is
one
not going for the rapid fire, though. I feel you on that, too. You couldn't see which ball was landing where.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I had to track it in my head. It's like, he hit one.
I'm kind of with you on that.
That's an out, but he's about to hit another one, but that one's going to be gone.
Let me see at least one come down before we...
They used to have
to sort of guess
if
somebody hit a bomb.
Yeah. And I like to think I got pretty good at it by the end of the night. I'm like, that's gone.
That's
gone.
You wouldn't tell until the number changed on the screen.
You had no idea.
So probably could have been shot a little better.
Well, that's the thing. They implemented the rule where they had an umpire put his hand up, and you weren't supposed to pitch until the ball landed.
Bam! They just kept coming, Marcus.
This year, they got rid of that rule.
TikTok generation doesn't want to put their hand up and wait.
Yeah,
we got to keep going.
Yeah, but the
attention span lasts 1 second.
But the problem was, Murph, the TikTok generation was out in the outfield, and a kid got hit in the face by a ball by Vladimir Guerrero.
We just keep going.
I know. Keep going. Man down.
Drag that kid off the field. We got pitches.
Vlad's got a timeout. No need to use it.
This kid was just lying out there.
Real talk, the TikTok generation is not watching a baseball event.
Oh, come on, Murph. The kids are in. That's why they got those City Connect jerseys.
But you're right. Yeah, some kid got... I saw it on, I think, Barstool or John Boy retweeted the kid getting drilled in the face, but there was no follow-up whatsoever.
Dude, I saw it live, and then the follow-up pitch, Vlad hits another one down the line, and you just see the kid's body laying there.
Like a chalk
outline? He was just laying down.
Like Vietnam or something.
Just felt like Boys in the Hood. Like, y'all want to see a dead body? Like,
yeah.
I feel bad riffing at this kid's his
No, I
expense.
know.
Yeah.
But nobody acknowledged it. At least we're giving the kid his due. Somebody help that kid out.
He tried to make a play.
Exactly. You're trying to make plays.
Hey, he kept his eye on it.
Rory asked, "Who are the who got to be in the outfield shag?" And I said, "The children of T-Mobile executives, probably."
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I don't know how
Just
much
like
baseball
when we
experience
put
they have.
Stefan out in the outfield for our batting.
That kind of blew up in our face, though.
Where's our Supercuts home run take a cut derby? Take a cut home run. Come on,
where is
Supercuts.
he? Where is he?
Where is he?
Lincecum pitched in that thing.
Lincecum.
He came
True
out
story.
and threw pitches.
Think
in
about that,
thing.
Marcus.
insane.
Cy Young winning pitcher Tim Lincecum was throwing BP.
Was he dicing dudes up?
He threw me a curve and I hit it.
Oh,
I
no.
hit a ground ball to second base.
You can say you hit a Tim Lincecum curveball.
100%. And he gave me a little point. I did.
It did. It happened. We got proof.
Lee Hammer was out there. Wait, was it? There was a time when Lincecum came out to do his stint because Supercuts paid him to do it, and he was hanging out with Hammer near the cage.
I still have a bunch of pictures of that. I have actual photographs of that whole sequence
I would
there.
say an oil painting of that might be better than the art behind you. Although the art behind you today, Paulie, is kind of dramatic.
Well, I'm going Western motif. I have a lot of. Listen, there's many moods to Paulie Mack, many sides, many personality types I need to explore. Today, I decided to go cowboy. You know what? This dude kind of like the village people. Dude, I might go construction tomorrow.
We're keeping Dave.
Cowboy.
I might go construction worker tomorrow. You're gonna have to tune in and see.
Stay tuned. Check out the live stream to see Paulie Mack and his
be a sexy
cowboy
cop.
background.
We'll see.
He's going through all the village
today's
people.
Cowboy Day.
Exactly. Today's a Cowboy Day, and today is 7-Eleven Day. Happy Slurpee Day for everybody who wants a free Slurpee. OD Overnight Dave, great job as always. We'll continue the Home Run Derby and All-Star Talk on the other side with Murph and Mac, but I should tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac show starts right now.
Paul, you do know in the Murph and Mac trivia world that 1990, Halloween 92, your boy was the cowboy in a five-man village, people.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And we did it big, man. We did it big. By the way, I'm going to go with behind you today. If everybody's watching on the YouTube live stream or the KNBR app, Twitch, I'm going to call that Moody Prairie, Paulie. Moody. Because look at that. There's like clouds are commenting on the
I feel at home.
The sadness of life. And
out on the prairie, man. That's where I belong. And shout out Dances with Wolves.
Well, there's definitely a Dances with Wolves vibe going on.
You know what I mean? We're getting involved with the locals. And
it's like there's a lot going on here. The prairie is moody and angry. But the natives who are riding the horse, they must go on.
I'm at one with the land. No, listen, this thing's got to move now. We got a whole caravan. We got to push forward. Now, when are we going to get some motif behind Murph? We're still going resilient.
We're still going with Paulie's wrinkled orange resilient banner.
You know what I was? I was up in the boys' room. They got you'll see what that's like too. All of a sudden, you got empty bedrooms up there. So.
Ooh, empty bedrooms.
Yeah, you're not far off from that. So anyway, we got all of it. Well, it's true.
Rory's just entering 6th grade.
It'll come. You'll see. Your time will come. Shout out Robert Plant. But anyway, we got all this stuff hanging up in the boys' room, and I'm like, well, we need backdrops. I thought I'd bring it in.
Do you set up a drum set in there?
My next record, it's called Empty Bedrooms. Huh?
Yeah, you just set up a drum set in there and jam?
The drum set is actually set up, but it's not in the bedroom. Yeah.
Very good.
It's downstairs. True story.
All right. Well, happy All-Star Tuesday, everybody. We got two giants up there, Camilo Doval and Alex Cobb, who seems to be just really milking this whole thing. I read John Shea's story on Alex Cobb this morning. He rode the bus with Clayton Kershaw.
Good.
To the event.
Good.
They were talking about being a couple of 35-year-olds doing their thing.
I love it.
And Kershaw can't play because he's got a bum shoulder, but he said to Cobb, I don't want to miss these. He said, you never know when it's going to be your last.
Yeah, and like Mike said, I really enjoyed Mike Krukow yesterday talking about his all-star experience when he said he walked in the clubhouse, looked around, and then he thought to himself, you know what, I belong with this batch of guys at this level right now, and that's pretty cool. So for Cobb, I would imagine it's a similar thing. He's a well-seasoned veteran in the bigs, and he's finally going. It's got to feel great.
He looks around. He sees, who does he see that takes his breath away? Who's a National League starter? Actually, what's wild is like, dude, I was watching MLB Network, and Kevin Pillar asked, who did he ask? He asked, wasn't Ohtani? It was
Kevin Pillar.
Who was the young star he was asking? He was interviewing some American. Oh, you mean Yandy Diaz, I think. And he said, what National League star are you most looking forward to see? And I realized as he asked the question, that's gone. They play every team in the league now.
Yeah.
So
and it's the same style of ball, too. There's really no
DH,
difference.
yeah.
No, there's no nothing. It's all the same.
Well,
I was thinking about that in the car today. It's funny you bring that up. Like how it's going to feel tonight now that there really is no division. Like, The leagues are the same. I mean, it's the same game.
The question to Diaz was useless. It was like, well, what do you mean? I see them all.
I know all these guys.
This is the first year that you play every team.
Yeah.
So the magic of it's hard to describe to the kids out there. Just the magic of the All-Star game when you had never seen the American League.
I won't be able to. You won't be able to get that feeling. You won't be able to explain that.
No, it's gone. But it's gone. The homogeny there. Were you rooting for anybody in the home run derby?
Great question. I was kind of rooting for the hometown favorite. I got kind of swept up in the whole crowd thing. That was pretty awesome, the way everybody got behind him. And
Julio.
Yeah, that was cool. Arosarena's just fun to watch. Just the rapid jacket.
Boots.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And I like Vladdy. I like Vlad Jr. I got no problem with him.
Vladdy Dottie.
Yeah.
He likes to party.
Yeah.
He's something and doesn't bother nobody. What's the line in between those two? I can't remember.
We likes to I don't know. I
like the line, and doesn't bother nobody.
Right. Well, it's true.
Coach Beard uses that when Ted Lasso's mom, Lottie, shows up. Coach Beard greets her with a Lottie Dottie. She likes to party. She's just and don't bother nobody.
Yeah.
God, I wish I knew that middle line. I would complete the rhyme. Well, I remember, if you guys remember on the way out, I was, Waterboy asked for picks, or you asked for picks, Paulie.
Yeah,
you asked
I did.
And I just looked at the and I said, Randy Arozarena is like the best athlete there, and he's going to probably outlast everybody. So I was like, threw that dart, and I got excited. I'm like, maybe I got one. He fell just short.
Yeah.
And ironically, he lost to a guy who definitely doesn't look like an athlete, Vlad Jr.
I was way off, too. I went with Pete Alonso again. I was way off. At least I didn't pick Mookie Betts, though. Jeez Louise.
Oh, boy, poor Mookie.
I mean,
he might as well have been up there bunting.
And it was funny because, when he took the first round, they all said, well, Mookie, obviously, he's not going to win this, and he told us he's not going to win. And then he did. He put in a pretty mediocre little session.
He spoke it into existence.
Yeah. But I guess you give him props for giving it a shot.
He's so tiny. He looked really tiny.
Tiny compared to those other guys.
One of my biggest takeaways was the size of Luis Robert, the size of Adolis Garcia.
They're big dudes, yeah.
And the size of Randy Arozarena. And I said, hey, Farhan, where's my Robert Arozarena?
I thought the same.
Where's
Can I grab one of those for myself?
Can you beef? I said, double the size of the weight room and beef up the spread, buddy.
Where you see?
We need to put on some weight and some muscle.
They got the right guy at the helm. I mean, Big Gabe knows how to move the iron.
When the manager is more beefy than any of your sluggers.
Wow.
I mean, you're going with Conforto and Jock. Those guys, I mean, listen, those guys can hit, but I need the big,
I know exactly what you're saying.
Strong, gigantic dude, the donkey who's going to hit one out, man.
Yeah.
So, my kids are calling, on the All-Star team, the kids are calling big, giant flies swamp donkeys. They're calling them swamp donkeys.
I kind of like that.
I confess, it's paralyzed me. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I like it.
Yeah, well,
because I'm a fan of swamps, and I also salute the donkey community for bringing them together.
Well, we have a kid, Levi, who's swinging a hot bat, and he
somewhere in the swamps of Jersey.
Well, there you go. He's a donkey.
Yeah.
And after the game, we do the what did I see a teammate do? And Gratz raised his hand and said, I saw Levi hit a swamp donkey.
Yeah, man.
I said, really?
I like this. I do. I'd love to get behind it.
I go, what is that? He said, it's a ball you hit really far. I said, okay.
Hey, swamp donkey, is that a term you guys are using? Is that out in the East Bay too? Parents, let us know. How widespread is the term swamp donkey? Because I support it.
408-408-707-209 and 510. This is why we love you. For another 508 says, it's she don't cause trouble and don't bother nobody. Thank you guys for helping me out.
Yeah.
And it's Dottie is the name of the model. Dottie, she likes to party. She don't cause trouble and don't bother nobody. So
well, true.
That's Vladdy Dottie. All right. Well, listen, we're underway. We got the All-Star game tonight.
Yeah, man.
No Giants in the starting lineup.
What's our first pitch, by the way?
I think we got 5. Oh, did you see Paulie, did you see the national anthem?
I did not. No.
I was going to ask for your take.
I didn't see it.
It's a show that, I believe it or not, even though it's 20 years old and probably past its prime, American Idol, I actually caught this kid in his audition.
Who is it? Who?
Big kid from Hawaii. I worry about him a little bit. The weight's a little bit of an issue, but gigantic kid from Hawaii with the voice of an angel. One of those, do you guys know Brother Israel?
Oh, yeah, that's our guy.
This guy's definitely like the modern Brother Is.
Okay.
Because big, giant guy with the voice of an angel, but he actually moved to Seattle, so he was there repping the M's. The little tiny Mariners hat on his big head.
Wow.
I wanted
it's like one of those little ice cream sundae caps.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, just sitting on his dome.
Exactly. Yeah. Because he's a big boy.
Yeah.
And he sang it, by the way, with his hands in his pockets, which was kind of an interesting look.
Bobby did that, too. I like to study people's posture when they're doing that kind of stuff. Hand in pocket, it's...
How do you feel about that?
I'm okay with it because you got to figure something out when you're out there.
You going Morissette, the other one's giving a high five?
Like, what would you do? You got to just stand there with a mic
Yeah, I
Well,
know,
you go on
right?
hand. What are you doing with your hand? You tell me.
You could theatrically wave them around.
Once I saw, well, see, I'm not much of a waver. Would you be waving and pointing?
Just jam them in the pockets and sing.
That's what Bobby did. So
And
I'm like,
that's
you know what?
This kid from American. I was going to ask for your opinion on his vocal. He strung it out for a while.
Sounds
but-
like you would have been a good singer based on your description.
Yeah, we'll give you a look at him. Give you a look at him, and you can check out the look too.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we'll get going here.
All right, buddy. Here we go.
First pitch is to your at 5 p.m. is where it all starts.
I will be there,
and I don't know who's going to.
I'm still a
we
fan.
Actually have practice. I wonder if I shouldn't have scheduled practice.
What
at the
do you
start of
DVR
the
that
All-Star game.
bad boy?
Well, no.
You're going to want to see him come out, though. The intros
Well, that's
are great.
true, too.
You
I
want
do
the
like the
intros
intros.
on the line. Like Kruko talked about that, too. Getting called out and standing on the line. That's a great, I love the whole fanfare.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
1 second when Scotty Goreltz gets introduced. All right, we'll say good morning
Let's
to
go.
Marcus. Get the guest list on the other side. Happy All-Star Day. Happy 7-Eleven Day, everybody. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
ESPN's Robert Flores stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about this year's MLB All-Star Game. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
Tremendous performance by Vlad, 25, record for a final round. Vlad Guerrero trying to join his dad as a champion. Popped it up, gotta have one.
I don't think he did it.
He did not do it.
Oh, my.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. will hang on and win the 2023 T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Randy Arozarena comes up just short. Congratulations to Vlad. He and his dad, both home run derby champions.
Well, I mean, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher delivering
Let me get my applause ready for him.
Anytime I see Vladdy, and it was Vladdy Guerrero or Vladdy Jr., I always think of Vladdy Dottie, he likes to party. And I said he don't cause no trouble and don't bother nobody. And here he is with the rejoin, Marcus Boucher.
Nice job, Marcus. Sounds good.
And for some reason, I thought it was Digital Underground, but it's not. It's Dougie Fresh.
Well, Murph, I believe this is the original with Dougie Fresh and the Fresh Crew.
Okay.
But I think Digital Underground also used the same line.
I hope so. That's like kind of an immaculate grid.
We give you some more.
To be like cover.
We give you some more.
Songs that Digital Underground and Dougie Fresh covered. Type in Lottie Dottie. She likes to party. Oh man, that's funny. By the way, I want to thank Triple E. Just helped me out with one of my boxes on the grid. You're sort of torn between asking for help and not asking for help because you want to do it on your own, but at the same time, you'll take a little nudge. He gave me a little nudge, and I finally got a former Oriole, a former Ray. Hint, he said, also a former Giant who people don't really want to claim. I said, thank you very much. That was the nudge I needed.
That was Triple E's hint?
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought he was going to go with the Giant that's pitching in the All-Star game tonight, Murph.
Alex Cobb.
I
had already used him as a former Ray and Angel.
Oh, that's where you got yourself.
I know, exactly. So Waterboy, the home run derby for you, much enjoyment? Yeah?
Oh, yeah. I enjoyed every second of it.
I want to praise you for as Rockefeller Slim once said.
I want to praise you like I do. Good call, Murph. Shout out Woodstock 99 or whatever.
Did he really play that?
No, I don't know, but it was like that period, yeah.
I was with you and others who chimed in on social media like, you know what? For a guy who took his lumps late in his career when people were like, this guy's washed, he's a boomer, blah, blah, blah. You miss Chris Berman.
Dude.
You miss Chris
totally
Berman.
miss Chris Berman. I need a little back.
Yeah, but there was a time in later stages of his career where the social media crowd was just burying his
bury
ass.
everybody, though. That's what they do. You know, I'm with Marcus. I need Berman out there, man. It's not the same.
It's tradition.
It's just not the same. And by the way, your backs are pretty solid.
Back.
See, there's almost like a chicken quality, too.
Did you hear
like
Waterboy open his show today?
I did. I loved it in the car. I'm like, nice, dude. Give me some new sounds. It sounded good.
Yes. And you missed him. I got to say, listen. I got to come with a hot take.
What do you need?
I don't care if his people call me. Ravitch don't got it, man. You don't got it.
Well, that's it. We didn't want to name names, but Murph just said it. That's it. That's the bottom
honestly,
line.
I don't think Eduardo Perez was any better.
No, you need Boomer out
despite
there.
his recent hit on Papa and Lund. And by the way, we'll welcome him on the show anytime to talk ball. But in the home run derby, you might need that hyperactive.
You do. You need some flair. You need some kind of pizzazz.
Pro wrestling. You need a little pro wrestling.
Right, a little showbiz. Yeah.
You need somebody to cut a promo, Murph.
Yeah. You need someone to cut a promo. What do you mean?
That means like a.
Oh, you mean just like to use.
Yeah, exactly. You need Chris Berman back. Like you need something that's going to capture that 15-second TikTok generation mind.
I got you. Cut a promo.
Very good.
Yeah.
Ravitch, he's one of those guys who just kind of arrived in our at a fairly prominent spot. I mean, decent host of Baseball Tonight back in the day. I'll take that. But yeah, we need a little hype man. Other than that, it's a great occasion. Watched it with the boy, the 6th grader. Declan's out of town, so we were watching it, enjoying it, and but it's hard to see which was a 440 and which was not, right?
I mean, that was the tough part.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, in case you missed it, Luis Robert hit one 484. I'm like, yeah, I did miss it because it was rapid fire.
And you didn't show it to me.
Yeah,
you didn't show me the
exactly.
ball land at all.
Yeah, exactly.
That was my complaint, is that the pitches were coming so fast. You really didn't have time to see. They didn't really show you the ball
You
come
didn't
back
have time
down
to enjoy the home run.
And then I was telling Murph in the first segment, by the end of the Derby, I was just predicting them accurately. Yeah, that's gone.
Yeah.
That's not. That's gone.
It's true.
Like,
you
could just
started to tell what was squared and what wasn't, but it was down. It was up to us. To tell.
Like, I hate that my brain does this now, but we live in such a world where analytics are embedded into baseball. But I could literally tell just by the exit velocity and launch angle. It's like, oh, that's 105 at a 25-degree angle. That's a home run.
Well, you know what? For a kid who, as you, by your own admission, barely scraped through high school, you're now better at math than you've ever been.
That's it, dude. I've got the perfect launch angle down.
Yeah. Thanks to
106, 28 degrees. Gone.
Hey, did you guys know? I mean, and I'm not sure, did they do this last year or the year before? But they're going to wear, they're not wearing their own uniform.
Oh, they're going to go with that team generic thing. Yeah, I like the old uni out there.
I mean, Waterboy, again, I don't want to sound so much like the old man here, but didn't you like seeing everybody's uniforms out there?
It did. And I feel like they used to do it the other way around, where they would wear the gimmicky all-star jerseys for the home run derby, but then wear the real jerseys during the game.
right.
Which is fine.
Now they're doing it backwards.
Yeah, I'm fine. Well,
because yesterday they're in regular jerseys.
Taking a look at these things, they look like something an alien would wear. It's like a robot, just American, national.
What colors are they?
Well, it's Seattle colors, like Mariners colors, like teal and aqua or whatever.
Yeah, I see it. It's generic. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
I don't need this.
It's like
one of the thrills.
I'm with Murph. I do like to see my own uni out
One
there.
of the great thrills was seeing the array of unis, man.
Yep,
Ground ball to a Texas Ranger who throws across the diamond to a Baltimore Oriole.
Where else are you going to see that?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to identify Brent Rooker if he's not wearing an A's jersey?
Oh, dude, that's another thing. You're 100% right about that. And our entire, you know what, Waterboy? If they're going to go to these neutral unis, then I will come over to your side of the glass and say, then drop the rule that everybody goes.
Yeah.
Because the point is seeing the A's uni.
That's another great point.
So we were talking about that kid in Brentwood who's an A's fan who wants to see the green and gold on the national TV stage. He can't see it today.
Not tonight.
He's going to see this freaking robot uni.
Yeah.
Then you know what? Drop the damn requirement if you're going to wear these freaking alien things. Give me the hometown look.
Right.
That's the whole point of the damn thing, man.
You know what? Let me applaud Murph now. I'm going to applaud Marcus and Murph.
Worked up.
Yeah, that's it. Get worked up. It's good for the show, and I agree with you. It does. It just takes all the kind of shine off it. Like if you're your own guy, you can't identify your own guy out there.
Yeah, as Waterboy says, try to identify Brent Rooker tonight. All right.
see.
I mean, we'll have trouble identifying Cobb and Doval. They're going to be mixing and they're going to be in the middle of a blob of teal.
Right.
You know what I mean? So,
I do.
Anyway, shout out to the. And how long is it going to be until a giant appears in the home run derby? When was
the last time a giant was in a home run derby?
Was it Bonds?
It
or
was Bonds, yeah.
Well, he didn't even do it when the game came here. He did not participate.
He made sure to stand outside the cage.
I remember the whole thing. It was crazy.
I was at that, and did you know that in the final score in the Matt Holliday Vlad Guerrero final round was 3-2?
Oh,
3-2,
and that's why they changed the rules.
Yeah, that's exactly
I guess so.
Yeah.
3-2. Damn.
3-2. Did you guys see the whole retrospective of the first one at Camden Yards?
I don't think I did. No.
Yeah. Seeing Barry in the early 90s.
How thin he was and everything.
Quite a
he was
sight.
long and lean, dude.
It's quite a sight.
Long and lean.
But
as a pirate.
Focused on Griffey in his just incredible star role and what a giant he was in the 90s. Hence his iconic status down at Baseballism. Your favorite player's favorite player.
I think that's a big reason why it seemed like half the guys last night in the home run derby were rocking the backward hats. I didn't know if that was a Ken Griffey tribute.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was.
Very good, very good. All right, Waterboys, get the guest list on a Tuesday.
Give me the horns, baby.
7-11.
7-11.
23. It's funny. Yesterday, we had one of those bored summer afternoon moments because we had no practice yesterday, giving the kids a day off. And here's Rory. You can't play video games all day, and you can hit a bucket of balls off the tee. Now what do I do? So why don't you get on this? Why don't you go to 7-Eleven and get a Slurpee?
Now what do I do? That's the best.
Get on your bike
now
and
what
go
do
get
I
a
do?
Slurpee. So he did.
Yeah.
And they texted a friend met him. They got Slurpees. And I come in today, and Triple E has given us the guest list with Slurpees on it.
I might say that's about as American as it gets. A kid riding his bike for a Slurpee on a summer night. That's America right there. That's some of the great things we still have in this country. So freedom of Slurpees.
Except for
what flavor did he have? The red, the blue?
What
did
he
have?
said? I asked him. He goes, I got lots of flavors, Dad.
Oh, you mix them up. They do that.
So
sometimes you get the cola.
Probably do you
Throw
want
a
me to
little
give
cola and
you
cherry.
said That's America on a summer afternoon?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Let me give you the other That's America on a summer afternoon.
What, somebody didn't like it?
And he still calls me Daddy, so save your text, angry guy.
Right.
He goes, Daddy,
Hey, Daddy,
I will tell you this. He goes, there was a really strange-looking guy who ran into the 7-Eleven. It was kind of scary.
But at least he wasn't running out after holding up the
And
place.
he kind of described it. He goes, he had really scruffy clothes, and he ran in really fast and pulled the door really fast. I was like, so much for the summer romance of the afternoon.
What, the guy do? Just rip something off? Like, what's going on up there?
You got to worry about your kid.
His kids run off with the safe.
Of a heist.
There was a man running out with a safe under his arm.
The two parts of America: the biking for the Slurpee, and then this guy, the scruffy dude, who frantically ran in.
And then the armed robbery. You can't have one without the other. Yeah.
All right, what do we got?
Well, it is 7-Eleven day, so Rory can go back today and get a free Slurpee today,
what?
Murph. Oh, yeah, you guys didn't know this?
Free Slurpee, that's the thing.
Every
You cash
July
in,
11th, you get a free Slurpee if you show up.
7-Eleven, you get it? Yeah, you get your free Slurpee.
and that's
Right.
it?
Yeah.
Give me a sleep. It's America. Give me my Slurpee.
Maybe that's what that guy was doing. He was running in to get
Yeah, he
line.
was trying to
couldn't
get a
wait.
Slurpee.
Yeah, he wanted to get a jump.
Paulie Mack talks about the great American summer. We used to do it all the time. We'd go out, play some pickup ball at the
I
park.
drank my Slurpees.
And then walk down to 7-Eleven on 7-Eleven day. We used to go back for like second and thirds.
Why not? Well, now you're really asking for a brain freeze there, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
But
no, you
actually
actually
like
do you have a
13.
preferred flavor? Because I mean, if you're
Oh.
going to ask me, I'll jump ahead and just say it's got to be a mix of Coca-Cola and the raspberry or some sort of cherry.
I like the cherry.
The cherry and
I
the
like
Coca-Cola.
the cherry. You get that red tongue going like Gene Simmons.
Waterboy.
I'm a blueberry guy.
I was gonna, it's interesting. I respect it. The color, I must say, puts me off a little bit.
Right, it's very alien.
I'm
Yeah,
the
it's
other way.
it's not natural.
The color attracts
Yeah.
me. Anytime I
There
see
it is.
something blue,
See, it's not natural.
it
though.
gets me going, Murph.
When I see that, all I see is the 2023 All-Star uniforms. That's all I see.
Very generic.
Nicely
Yes,
What about you,
yes.
Paulie? What do you
I
do?
like the cherry, and I also want to remind all the adults out there now on Free Slurpee Day. Conceivable. I'm not saying try this at home. I'm saying you could go to 7-Eleven, get a cherry Slurpee, and then throw a shot or two of vodka in there. That's an adult Slurpee on a
never
hot
done
summer
that.
night. Yeah.
Oh, Paulie
Never
Mack.
done it. Yeah.
I did that last summer during
Yeah.
the heat wave. I went over, I got a Coke Slurpee and threw some bourbon
That's
in
a
it.
rags maneuver. You get
Yeah,
the you get the
bourbon in the Slurpee.
A bourbon and Coke Slurpee.
Did it go down nicely?
Oh, it was delicious.
The vodka
Yeah,
does too. Yeah.
I can see the vodka hiding a little bit more. I wonder if
Yeah.
the bourbon intrudes on the Slurpee a little too much.
It's going to compromise the integrity of my Slurpee.
You got to throw it back in the freezer for a couple minutes.
I like
solidify
that.
it,
This is where we tell old Peaches told a story that bummed me out so much. I don't even, he had a dark story about the truth about Slurpees.
Let's get it out in the open. I don't remember this.
I didn't want to. Do I do it?
I don't remember it. I swear to God. I don't know.
And this was like the worst story you could ever tell me.
Uh-oh. I don't know where this is.
Because you know how I feel about pennies.
Yes.
He said that he should take dirty pennies
Yeah.
and throw them in Slurpees and then they'd come out clean. He says Slurpees are dirty penny cleaners.
You know, they say that, though. Let me tell you this, though. That is, I do remember that, but they also say if you throw a penny in a glass of Coca-Cola.
Yeah, that's it, maybe, huh?
And you leave it there for a couple of days, like it's all stripped of, it's just, you're throwing that down into your
breaking
stomach.
news, boys.
You know
Soda's not good for you.
I know. Yeah, so you know
808
what?
KNBR.
Let's go back to the Slurpee.
Yeah, come on.
It's America, man.
Indulge a little bit. Yeah, free Slurpee day.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
They're not going to harass you?
I don't think so, except for that guy running out.
I don't cause no trouble and I don't bother nobody.
I'm an American. I pay my taxes.
And here's the thing. Now they give you a cup. It used to be back in the day where you could bring in any cup you wanted, and then people just started getting
That's
crazy and
like
filling
with a
up
bucket. Yeah.
people are filling up like coolers and trash
Yeah,
cans
you
and
can't
stuff.
do
And
that.
all right, calm down a little bit. Calm
Drain the
down.
entire cooler.
Slurpee.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got?
All right, starting at 7:35. It is 7-Eleven day, but it's also a Tuesday. It's a smooth day, so we're going to be joined by Dwayne Kuiper kicking off your Power Hour in about an hour and 5 minutes here.
All right, smoothies are great. Always a great conversation with, not a smoothie, not a Slurpee, a smoothie.
A smoothie over a Slurpee. We'll talk to Kuip 7:35. Get into our big hit today, 8 a.m. and our cooler of content. Then we'll check in with Mark Spears 9:15 on Mike Dunleavy Jr. yesterday talking about the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade.
Yeah, Dunleavy, man. How about Dunleavy, by the way, doing speaking with the towel around his waist and the sweat, having like gone out there and balled.
Hate
right?
to interrupt this important guest list reading, but I got to give 408 a little bit of love. This guy's over here comparing Rory's night in 7-Eleven to Brad at the end of Fast Times with the coffee pot, dude.
this is all
when
very
he's got to
true.
take down the intruder, he's got to take down the robber, and he does it with the hot coffee pot.
That could have been him.
Yeah,
Could've grabbed
408. I like where your head's at,
You know
dude.
what? That's Barnaby. He's our good buddy. He came to the Jim Nance wine tasting, Barnaby.
Nice.
So, yeah. That's one
nice.
of our buddies. Yeah. So, all right, Mark Spears on Dunleavy. So Dunleavy spoke. All right, and so let's do that. All right. Well, in fact, we might even hear some Mike Dunleavy or some home run derby. You never know. On the other side, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports League.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
If there's someone up for the challenge, it's the Razor.
I like the number for the competition. I think 25 keeps Randy Arozarena right in this. Tremendous performance by Vlad. 25, record for a final round. Vlad Guerrero trying to join his dad as a champion. What a show!
Watch the bottom half. He's not tired at all. 106 miles per hour, 24 launch angle with 10 seconds left.
Got out of his swing on that one. Got about one more after this. Got to do it quick, and he won't do it. He'll stop at 41.
Yeah, that's my take. Is
this kid.
What do you give me for the first weekend of March Madness, which is better, low key, better than the Final Four.
Yeah,
and the first round of the Home Run Derby being better than the finals because it's just there's more excitement, there's more matchups, there's more chances for throwing things like Julio Rodriguez hitting 41. It was more exciting than the finals. And by the way, that is Digital Underground.
Still one of the greatest lyrics of all time. Yo, I look funny, but yo, I'm making money. One of my favorites.
We lost one of the Titans from Digital Underground. We lost the.
Yeah, you're right.
Guys.
You're right.
I apologize right now on my
Still sounds good though, Marcus. Nice.
Yeah,
very nice.
I'm having one of those.
You're
mornings.
all good over there, man. I got
Shock G.
Yeah,
we lost him. Yeah, Shock G. My bad. By the way, you know who we did not lose is Sean Estes. He'll join Lund and Benz today.
Good.
Four-letter show. Lund
Benz is
and
getting
Benz
a lot of reps lately.
At 10:50.
A lot of reps on the leader.
Hair, you know what I mean?
Well, he's coming in with the hair. He's got the shorts on. By the way, how do you feel about the shorts of a Benz? As a part-timer, like, what can you say?
You know how I feel.
I know, but I'm saying, like, he's not even ingratiated to, like, full-time status, so he's a visitor, and does the same rules apply? Or my question.
I ask you, what would Don Draper do?
He would not wear the, he'd come in with the slacks.
Yes,
he would.
And by the way, Don Draper would tell you, because he sold the ad, that we're sponsored by Marin Health.
Let's go.
With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. So, yeah, when people remember All-Star Home Run Derbies, they remember the highlight round way more than the finals. For example, last night they were going through some of the highlights through the years, and I always think of Josh Hamilton at Yankee Stadium. When he homered on 13 straight swings, he didn't win.
Josh Hamilton, man.
He didn't win. Just like Final Four, you remember like the kid from Valparaiso catching that ball and shooting that three, or you remember the Kentucky-Duke game in the Elite Eight with Kirsten Leitner and all that. You remember the lead-up more than the finals. So when they start to go through some of the winners, I'm like, oh, yeah, that guy won? Oh, yeah,
right.
But I remember Mark McGwire hitting him onto the Mass
me
Turnpike.
Too. That was a great one.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best ever because it was a sea of humanity out there on Lansdowne Street. Going for all those loose balls. It was just fun to watch that.
Bring back steroids?
Well, here's the thing, too, because obviously when Mark McGwire and Barry Bonds were hitting home runs in the Home Run Derby, they had the 10-out rule, so it was a different format.
Yeah.
So now, even with all these extra home runs, you're going to get more home runs, but I think you're more likely to get gassed out, which we saw from a couple of
a bunch of guys
you
are
have a
getting
choice.
gassed.
You have a choice.
Yeah.
The 10-out rule, where you wait for every ball to land, or last night's speed rule, which would you go with?
Well, I'm going to go 10-out rule because I think it makes each ball that takes flight a little bit more important than just spraying them all over the place. You're not really even sure where they're going.
Mac showing his advanced age. He likes the more measured pace. He likes.
I do. I want to see the balls come down.
Generation.
Yeah.
Well, I'm with Paulie because I grew up with the 10-out rule, so I always thought that was cool and had no problem with it. But I did like the rule change. It seemed like it created more action. But now it's at the point where it's almost too much action.
You don't know where the balls are going.
Is there a solution to how you produce it and film it? Like, is there a way as a camera to show?
Yes, positively.
I don't know. Because if you're watching that ball go over the fence, you've missed the next pitch. You know what I mean? Balls were fun. There were balls.
But that's why
there were multiple balls in the air, weren't there?
Yeah, that's the thing.
There times?
Yeah.
When Julio Rodriguez's BP thrower is out there with his man bun, humming him in every 2 seconds.
By the way, that guy was a cookie machine.
Dotting him.
I would say of all the guys all night, That guy gets the frickin' gold medal. Ponytail Pena was called him.
Yeah.
He had a little balled up ponytail.
Hell yeah.
He had the most repeatable motion of any guy you saw last night. He was feeding Julio Rodriguez cookie after cookie, as opposed to the poor Mets guy. Alonso was done wrong.
Dude was out here dropping in sliders and cutters.
Did you read that?
We'll give you some movement on this
Alonso's
one.
main guy had to pull out with a forearm strain.
No.
That was a backup.
Oh, I
guy.
didn't know that.
Yes, that was a backup. And the guy crumbled under the pressure.
No, that's
Plus,
all
he was
it
like
takes.
a big old. He was like an old guy, a little overweight,
and he was getting nervous. You can tell. Yeah,
he started missing outside. Alonso's like, "You're killing me." By the way,
going
Alonso
out, going away.
Alonso set up pretty far from the plate. Did you notice that?
Yeah, and his BP pitcher was down here throwing sweepers.
By the way, Alonso's the only guy. Yeah, Dave Fleming will call it a sweeper. I should have mentioned that to Flem, by the way. We had one.
Shout out sweepers.
Was Alonso the only guy going oppo? Was he the only guy?
Luis
There was not
Robert
much
hit a
of
couple
that.
also, but even that's because his BP pitcher threw a couple outside.
But there was
so he
not
kinda
a
had to
lot
go
of
with
that.
it
There's
now.
not a lot of opposite
Like Julio
field.
Rodriguez set up everything high and inside. Was just trying to pull every single ball.
He was a machine.
I would think you'd want everything middle in, but Alonso was looking to extend his arms and go to right center. It's interesting.
Well, I don't know
What
if
do
he
you use the
wanted
whole
to. He
field
just
tonight?
kind of had to. Yeah.
What do you use the whole field?
Yeah, I know, but kind of Buster Posey-ish. But
Yeah.
So you guys would say you'd go back to the 10-out rule?
Yeah, because I want to see where the balls are going. Like, I didn't enjoy that part of it where you're not sure because it's coming.
I see the argument.
So
You want to
fast
see
that
the
you don't-
majesty of the...
Yeah, exactly.
And then when it lands in the upper deck,
Well, that's why I like watching the scramble for the ball. Like, let this whole thing play out a little. Because when they keep coming like that and they're not showing you the trajectory of the ball, you just see the batter. You're not entirely sure where each one's going or gone.
I wonder, because I had a 10-year-old, 11-year-old watching, and I was wondering if that fast pace was what
Did
suited
they
him.
get lost at any point? Did they wander off, or were they in for the whole thing?
I ain't gonna lie. He wandered
no,
off
they
at one
wander.
point. I
They
had
do.
to- I had to call him back. I was like, "Hey, watch the home run derby with your dad."
Yeah.
It's like punishment.
You're
you know
missing
what I mean?
Vlad Jr. Come on.
Yeah, well, there was one of the kids wanted to play.
Well, that's it. It's always a game. Yeah, it's always going to be a game.
Anyway, well, I said you got a screen right here. You know
What is the big game now? I don't even know what they're playing. Thank God, I'm done with that.
He's gotten into MLB The Show, which has been
That's
fabulous
good.
for me.
As long as they're
Learned
sports
so much
games, I was
history.
cool with that.
And then there's a little bit. One
Well,
of his
they're stealing
buddies is
cars
a
now.
Minecraft head, so
Yeah,
they do
you
a lot
know.
of that. So anyway, well, I don't know. We'll see. Let's put it this way: whatever decision Manfred makes, it'll be the wrong one.
Yeah, most likely. Well, that's why I didn't understand why they got rid of the rule where the umpire stops the pitcher from pitching before the ball lands.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Because
Right.
the
Did
last
it for
couple
the-
years, you could at least watch the home run land.
Did it all for what?
They did it for the TikTok generation.
I thought you were going to say they did it all for the nookie.
They did it. Well,
Yeah.
they might have done it for that too.
Yeah.
I would say they did it for the TikTok. So anyway, this one will be remembered for Julio's 41 first round. That will be, I think, the number one take.
Julio's
for
first
sure.
round, and
That's
I'm
crazy.
also going to throw out the first round of Adley Rushman after he steps
Yeah,
up, hits 21 bombs left-handed, and then
You know
turns
what?
around, hits like 6 or 7
Six.
more
Shout out
right-handed.
Rutschman. Yeah, with the hair now. He's got that hair flip.
But the baby face of an Adley Rutschman.
Right.
My God.
And who was that? Was that his pop out there? Was that his
Yeah,
dad?
that was his dad.
I
That's
enjoyed
always
the
cool.
little hug there. Yeah.
You mentioned him because we were picking our picks at the end of the day yesterday, and you said, "What about Baby Buster Murph?" And I was like, "Hey, he only has like 11 bombs."
I remember saying he might
So is
upset
J.D.
Luis
Davis.
Robert, and you're like, no chance, 0 chance. Well, he had a chance.
I like
Yeah,
that kid.
he did
I
have a
enjoyed him.
chance.
Yeah,
I enjoyed, and I
But
like
you also
seeing an
remember
Oriole.
taking Randy Arozarena.
Yeah, true.
And he got so close.
I wanted a Rosarena on the
Didn't win,
Giants.
though.
Find me one for him.
And he hit the most total home runs
He did hit
overall,
the most
Murph.
tough. He did. Did you see our gal Sarah Langs out there too yesterday? Sitting there, she was getting all the players are coming by and saying hi to her too. So, so there's good vibes everywhere. Did you see that? Speaking of the, and I almost put this in the cooler of content. Did you guys see? So the shock jock up. I would call this guy the Larry Krueger of Seattle. And shout out Krug, by the way.
For life.
Love Krugs.
For life.
You know where to find him now. But anyway, the point is Dave Softy Mahler is like the Kruger of Seattle in the sense that he's sort of the angry take guy up there, you know, and you guys know that the Orioles have a dominant closer named Felix Bautista, and they're posting now when he makes a save, King Felix saves another. And people in Seattle are upset about it.
I don't blame them. I get that. That'd be like if they started calling some pitcher out there the freak. I'd be like, wait a minute, we got the freak.
So Softy Mahler took it upon himself to confront Felix Bautista.
Okay.
Poor Felix Bautista. He's just walking around. He's like, hey, I should probably get the sound for you guys and send it over.
Yeah, it ain't his fault. He didn't do anything.
He goes, come over here. And the guy's like, hey, hi, how are you? And he's like, he goes, don't you agree that the real king is King Felix? And Bautista's like, yes. And he goes, then tell the Orioles social media to knock it off.
Oh, that's not cool.
And Bautista's like, oh, okay, all right. I'm going to get it
I'm
for
here
you
to have a
guys.
good time. I don't want to get harassed.
Tell the social media team. Paul.
Yeah, I mean, what am I?
Good luck with that.
I know. I'll get it for you guys here. Because, he almost like damn near near harasses.
Yeah,
Bautista,
that is. That's
too.
not cool.
Hey, what'd you guys think of Marshawn Lynch coming out with the trophy too?
Yeah.
It was a fun little. I wonder what they paid him because they're like, hey, fly up to Seattle, just walk the trophy out for 2 seconds.
Forever.
Go back.
Shout out Oakland, California.
Marcus, for you, forever Raider.
You're damn right.
Yeah, you know.
That's my boy, Marshawn.
Yeah.
That is your guy.
He looked good in the Raider unit, I got to say.
All right, guys. So here's the deal. Mike Dunleavy spoke yesterday after hooping, by the way, or working out. He had the towel, he had the sweat.
Let's go.
And he will tell us his first words since the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade. Next, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's a pool party.
All right, everybody, good morning. It's Paulie Mack saying, hey, thanks for listening to Murph and Mack today. My good friend Steve Moskowitz joins us in the morning, talks about tax issues, tax solutions more importantly. And Steve, I say good morning to you on a Tuesday. We got the baseball all-star game tonight, but life goes on in other areas too. So let's talk some taxes, Steve. What's on your mind today?
I want your listeners to be all-stars when it comes to ERC.
Nice.
And what we have here is the government is $26,000 for every employee that you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. And I know some of you are saying, oh, wait a minute, my CPA told me I didn't qualify because my gross revenue didn't go down enough. That is only one of two methods to determine this. A lot of the CPAs that I know are not bothering with the second method because it's not things that CPAs like to do. It's not numbers. It's analysis.
Right.
We're tax attorneys. That's what we do. And there's a lot of clients that, although they don't qualify for the drop in gross revenue, they do qualify on the other method. It's a facts and circumstances method. Call us like a medical doctor for a second opinion. And an awful lot of people are getting an awful lot of money because of this.
And I'd just like to remind everybody that you are in very good hands with Steve Moskowitz. He's been doing business in town for over 30 years. On top of that, he's just a good guy. So talk to Steve about your issues. See if you qualify and call him today. A 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Visit Steve online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to play on 3 USA teams, 06, 08, 2012. So, and it's high IQ basketball guys that play off reads and whatnot. And what you learn is you figure it out. Everybody don't have the answers right now. We'll practice. I'm sure there's going to be some things that I got to learn, some things that they got to learn about me. But that's the case with any team.
There he is. That's your guy, Chris Paul. And by the way, I think I made a characteristic mistake yesterday. I said that I didn't think that was a Raymond Ritter production, but Chris Paul had his jersey yesterday. I think it might have been a Raymond Ritter production down in Vegas.
Just Chris Paul talking to the media?
Yeah, I thought it was unusual that they didn't do a formal one.
It wasn't structured right. I know what you're saying. I would assume the same thing, that Raymond wasn't behind that.
But then he had his jersey and everything, and they called it his first official. Maybe I'm going to ask Raymond. I would have thought they would have done one.
Go right to the source on this.
Yeah, with Lacob out there too. I want to welcome Chris Paul.
That's right.
He's gonna
Chris, come on up.
I've always never. He's the only man I trust with 2 first names.
Nice.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask Raymond if he does it. Well, anyway, it's big. I mean, the Warriors continue to stay in the news because Summer League, which wraps up, I think, either in the next day or two.
Don't sleep on that joke Murph just slipped out there. That was a good one.
All right, whatever. We throw stuff out all the time.
I like that. I'm still giggling over that.
Good.
The only guy I trust with 2 first names. I don't know. I like that.
And so, the Warriors remain in the news, and we hadn't heard that the trade didn't become official until July 6th, and now it's official. And we played you guys some Chris Paul sound from yesterday, the famous "You coaching?"
I know. Every time I hear that, it kind of upsets me.
It's resonated all the way into my home where my the lovely and talented Check with Candace.
Your kids play with their toys.
She goes, I didn't like his dismissive attitude.
No, that's what I'm saying.
He did that because it was a female reporter.
Well, and he just did it because he's a tool. You know, he's always been a tool like that.
You coaching?
Yeah, just come on, man. Relax. It's the off season. We're curious.
Relax. It's the off season.
It's July, man.
You know what? I could use that advice a lot of times in life.
I know.
Relax.
I know.
It's the off season.
Only thing is I can't adhere to my own advice.
Well, if we relax too much, the show won't be any good.
That's the truth.
All right. So Mike Dunleavy, and I gotta say this. I think here's my early impression on Dunleavy.
Mike
man.
D.
I think he's slid into the role. I mean, listen, his moves may or may not work out, but what I mean is I feel like I'm getting an energy from him he's completely comfortable in the role.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Because the way I watched him do his interview, and he was like, "Yeah, here's what we did, and this is why we did it," and da-da-da, and I was like, "Okay."
He does seem comfortable. Yes, he does.
He knows how to use a mic.
Yeah,
he can speak.
Yeah, he's not afraid. Right.
I think he just studied at the feet of Bob Myers for the last few years,
which is a good way to study.
He's basically like a new Bob Myers.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, without that sort of aw shucks charm that Myers has. You know, Myers had that special Bob Myers quality of like.
Yeah, he was great. Bob could work a room, man. He was beautiful. And I would assume Mike Dunleavy has the relationships with the players too. I don't really know for sure, but I would assume that he does. Because I think that's kind of a part of that. That role now. Yeah. I mean, look at the relationship between Bob Myers and Draymond. I get the feeling those guys are going to be friends like for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Mike D brings that, but I guess, we'll see. What do you know about that, his relationships with the players?
Theoretically, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Like the famous incident where all the beat writers saw him hanging out in the weight room with Steph, Dre, and Clay.
Right.
And, of course, did you play the game, right? Did you wear the uniform? Did you play in the NBA? Do you know what it's like to be an NBA player? And something Myers couldn't do, but he overcame that with his unbelievable charm and his national championship, dude, as a Bruin. But anyway, here's Dunleavy yesterday. And he's down in Vegas. He did he's doing this in a T-shirt with like a sweat towel around his neck.
Nice. Like a prize fighter.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Like after a Spider Rico bout on a Tuesday.
There's a little Rocky Balboa going on here. But anyway, Dunleavy on his first meetings with Chris Paul since the trade.
I don't want to say we got into too much specific stuff, but you always want to feel comfortable that the player you're acquiring wants to be there, feels like he can thrive. And Chris is a guy who's played over 30 minutes, in every season he's ever played. So as far as like playing time and role and all that, like he's going to play a lot. He's going to really help us. All that other stuff in terms of play calling and how he's used and all that's on Steve. But we feel really good about the kind of the mutual liking for one another.
A mutual liking for one another. That's always a good thing, huh?
You got to have that, yeah.
It's never
or though maybe you don't have to have that. I should retract that because some teams hate each other's guts and they still go out there and win. Shout out to 77 Yankees. Or was it the 78 Yankees? I guess it was 78 when Billy Morton had the fist.
The Bronx is burning.
Yeah. How about Billy Morton fighting Reggie Jackson in the dugout in Boston?
Great
National
stuff.
TV.
I was watching that game.
Yeah, national TV.
NBC Saturday game of the week.
Those were big deals, dude, getting that kind of billing a Saturday afternoon.
Hated the Yankees as a Red Sox kid, Waterboy.
There was some magic on that whole race when the Yankees came back and everything.
It'll never be like that again. Yeah.
Nice growl.
Well, now you got 6 teams making the playoffs. You know what I mean? So you can't have that thing. You got 6 teams making the playoffs, and you got guys wearing a robot American and national uniforms.
We're a little
out there
disappointed
tonight.
if you're just joining us, not to gripe, but Murph and I stand together on this, that part of the beauty and the charm and what makes it magical and special, especially for kids, when you see your uniform trotting out there, like during player introductions, usually a lot of Yankees, usually a lot of Dodgers, but when your guy goes out there, it's like, damn, man, we're standing right alongside you.
Does anybody support this? Does anybody? Is there any, when you do Immaculate Grid and you get the percentage, be like, robot uniforms, 1%. You know what I mean? It's
plus when they make substitutions and stuff, it's going to take you a second to figure out who's out there. Who is that?
Waterboys had the best line. He said, how the hell am I supposed to pick out Brent Rooker? You know what I mean?
Legitimate question. Yeah.
By the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But anyway, they're back to Dunleavy about the mutual liking toward one another. And back to Dunleavy's comment about, listen, he's going to play. And this whole thing about starting, right? Maybe we should get Fitz back on.
And it's so funny, too, because
he goes, the most overrated thing in sports is an NBA starting 5.
I don't know that he's wrong, though. It's for the status is more so than anything else.
To ask Tolbert. That's why you listen to the afternoon. Is there a sort of an alpha male thing about and I'm coming off the bench versus I'm starting?
I would say yes.
And so
especially for a guy like that.
Yeah. Where it's like, hey man, you're still look at the end of the Kirk could say to him, look at the box score. You just played 33 minutes and you were on the floor at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So why does it matter if you start?
I think you're right. It's alpha stuff. It's ego. It's status. It's all that
Paulie, in your chosen field of rock and roll, I mean, isn't there a thing to who comes on stage or how you're introduced or something like that?
Some people, probably, yes. With some bands, I know for example, back in the Van Halen days with Eddie and Dave, I think they each wanted to be seen as the leader, and there was probably some jostling there. And you're right, it's ego stuff, man. Chris Paul doesn't want to be seen as a guy that's now coming off the bench.
How are the egos on the Murph and Mac show?
Oh, out of control. They've always been out of control.
Oh, Murph is a monster.
If people only knew what goes on.
Now you can see the monster behaving in the hallway.
By the way, can I see the good looks of a Marcus monster? Is he back today?
There.
Okay, bring him back. Bring his ass back.
I'm actually leaning
and blow up his screen. I'm still pining for the bigger Marcus Square.
I think I got to move my camera.
Yeah. Oh, we got adjustments going on now. See, we should have had Murph working the home run derby last night.
Yeah, would have got some better camera angles. Yeah, Multiple cameras. I can see Murph. I just can't see where that home run landed, Paul.
Totally.
It's a good call. By the way, apparently, if you want, we now have a bullpen cam. You can see Triple E out there.
I was going to say, you can watch us play shuffleboard, too.
Otherwise known as the career ender. Is what it's known as, the career ender. You know
Which one? What?
That camera. It's going to catch something that ends somebody's career.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so, hey, man, I'm not in the studio. Now I'm going to go out and do this illicit activity. Oh, wait, it got caught on the bullpen cam.
I'm hoping it's going to be Mikey Holler that gets caught doing something. I want to see Mikey fall.
Are they going to watch us? Are they going to watch you, me, and Tanel shelling peanuts after a show?
Probably.
We like to?
It ain't that exciting, but tune in if you need it. I mean, because we will stand there and eat peanuts. Murph's not lying. We'll do that after the show sometime.
Well, Holler brings a bag and drops them there. They're tempting.
You cannot refuse them. Great source of protein, too.
Yeah, very much so. All right, more Dunleavy on the trade. So why did you tell us you're going to keep Jordan Poole?
Okay.
Then you traded Jordan Poole.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously looking to improve our team and felt like adding Chris gives us a chance to get better, addresses some things for us overall as a team. It also gives us some financial flexibility moving forward. And, most of all, with Jordan, can't thank him enough for his contributions. We wouldn't have a banner if it weren't for him, and he gave us everything he had for 4 years. So really appreciate what Jordan gave us. Told him, always be a warrior, always welcome back, and just one of those things. Felt like there's a little bit of a logjam in the backcourt, and then you get into the payroll stuff. So had to make a tough decision, but had the opportunity to get a guy like Chris Paul. Really was the difference for us to make that move.
There it is, more Dunleavy, just kind of being Dunleavy smooth on the mic. But two things there. One, he said Jordan Poole's always welcome back, which is like, Draymond's like, really? And then the other thing is he said it twice in there, financial flexibility. That's it. I mean, guys, again, the Hollinger rule of don't ever look at an NBA trade as anything other than financial.
Must be the money. Show me the money.
100%, because he dropped in a quick, we had a log jam in the backcourt. Well,
you added a backcourt.
You added
I know.
CP3. Who's going to be in your backcourt?
Log jam.
Yeah, it's all about financial
Listen,
flexibility.
We overpaid the guy. We had to dump the salary. That's it. That's the translation. Wasn't Key and Peele did the Obama translator or whatever?
Matter of fact, I think we still have a couple of highlights from that if anybody wants them. Let's see. What do I got here? Yeah.
The most important thing, it's imperative that we have a diversity in the department.
It's been a while. It's Key and Peele now. We'll go memory lane. Just one more cut.
We need some bodacious jock babes coming in.
Yeah.
We need some hot punk rock babes. Yeah. I don't care where they come from.
I don't care where they come from. And the final crown on top is the Obama years as he's rolling up the J's. Yeah.
Some righteous bud. Right. Some righteous bud we got going on there.
Incredible, wasn't it? Shout out Key and Peele. Thanks for the series. You guys are great.
First time I saw that skit, I lost.
Righteous bud.
I had not.
Dude, he's putting the weed in the paper. Goes, now this bud represents the American people. And he's like doing this whole rap. He's like,
what? You saw the skit?
Yeah.
I had not seen that skit. We were on one of our dream trips that we go on. And one of my buddies said, "You haven't seen that?
Don't sleep on Barrio."
They broke out their laptop and
passing it around. Don't sleep on Barrio.
I fell down in the hotel room. Okay, well, listen. Chris Paul playing time already a topic on July 11th. Once again, they're not playing for 3.5 months. But here's Dunleavy on when's Chris Paul going to play.
You do feel that minute total wise, he should have it decreased a little bit just from a usage standpoint.
I mean, you can ask Chris that. I don't think that's what he's going to want to do. I'll defer the playing time and all that somewhat to Steve. I'll refer the load management stuff to Rick. On our end, we feel like we got a really good player that's going to address some of this stuff, that we were looking to do in terms of just experience, taking care of the ball, decision making, ability to run pick and roll. Chris does a lot of those things that we feel like can enhance our team.
There he is, man. More Dunleavy. Pick and roll, by the way. Bringing back the pick and roll, which they had to do against the Kings. And he said, listen, we're going to leave the load management up to Steve and Rick. Once again, Paulie.
You heard the shout out, right? Yeah. You know what he's talking about. Hey, it's summertime, man. Just trying to kick away the summertime blues. There's a little Celebrini jam for you. I'm talking over the post, Marcus, right here on KNBR 680.
Come and
Sports
Celebrini, Celebrini. Celebrini, Celebrini, Celebrini.
Come on.
Celebrini, Celebrini, Celebrini. Oh, Celebrini. Oh, come and rig me, Celebrini.
That's it.
It remains an all-timer. By the way, somebody asked about why my screen is blue today, and I have no answer for them.
It's kind of like Picasso's blue period, where Murph is just, this is how he wants to be seen until later in the show. I think when the sun comes out, the Murph's backdrop changes. I don't know. I don't know.
Anyway, so enjoy the blue, everybody.
Yep.
It's
our blue period.
You know what Dunleavy said? They're not done adding. Interestingly enough, I didn't know who's still out there on the market. I saw Glenn Robinson III said he's talking about a comeback and talk to the Warriors, but Dunleavy said, "Yeah, we're gonna try to get some size here."
Yeah, I mean, but if there's like 5 open spots and, if we fill 3 or 4 of them, I mean, yeah, I would think we're going to add somebody with some size, but we got to be careful with the way we play, the way the league works. Just bringing in somebody that's tall, you got to be skilled, you got to have feel, you got to know how to play, and I think we've learned that over the last few years, so we'll always prioritize that, but, the taller and longer the player is, the better.
How about that? We're not going to bring in somebody just because he's tall. Say, hey, grab that tall guy, bring him in. You know what I mean? That's for anybody out there who's like over 6'5", 6'6" in their life. Everywhere they've gone in their life. Oh, do you play basketball, man? You play basketball? They're like, come on, man, just wearing me out. How about the 6'7", 6'8" guy who doesn't play basketball? No, I don't. And you're like, what are you doing?
Matter of fact, I hate the game. Yeah, I try not to watch it. Yeah.
So, Dunleavy's like, yeah, we're not going to bring in just because they're tall, but
we actually did have a kid in my high school. Great name, too. Great name, great lookouts. I wish you could have seen this kid. You're above me. Shout out. Ready for the name? Thomas Georgi.
Okay. Georgi. Sounds like an Eastern European center.
You know what? He kind of looked like Beadrins. He had that kind of very long, tall, like long limbs,
and he couldn't hoop.
He would sit out there and smoke cigarettes all day. I remember he was like an art. He was like an art student. He was like anti-sport.
How tall was he?
Oh God, I mean, like he was the tallest kid in our high school. He's probably, I don't know, 6'8", maybe something like that.
6'8".
Yeah,
He didn't
6'7".
hoop?
Nope.
All he did was smoke cigarettes
butts and painted. Yeah. True story.
The 6'8" artist.
Kid was a beast.
And then finally, again, Dunleavy reminding everybody that the trade for Chris Paul gave them financial flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was somewhat necessary, not completely because we still have a whole other year, but, to get ahead of it, you're starting to see some teams do that right now. And for us, basically, to be able to do that and be able to what we feel like is improve our basketball team, that was the reasoning behind it. But yeah, what does that allow us to do? Hard to say at this point, but just to have that optionality and flexibility to a certain degree where we're not going to be probably too bumped up against that second entry.
Well, there he is, man. The very smooth Mike Dunleavy. I would say, whereas remember when Jim Tomsula debuted and he fumbled everywhere and everybody's like, uh-oh. And then Mike Singletary, the more he talked, everybody's like, ooh, this is a little weird. It seems like Dunleavy's...
he's polished. He's going to be fine. Yeah, he can handle it.
He'll be judged on this Chris Paul trade, obviously. They're trying to win a championship. They don't win a championship, you're a failure.
It's the most unusual move we've seen, probably the most unpredictable move you could have... Nobody would have predicted this. Not one person.
No. It was an absolute...
Out of freaking nowhere.
Stunner.
Yeah.
The kind of thing that you thought was an Onion headline.
So I go, Greg Papa's pranking me. I must be on Punked or something right now.
Chris Paul is a warrior.
Take a look at this back. I said, all right.
Warriors just spent $411 million on 13 players. So, I mean, listen, people...
Lakers going to want something for that.
Everybody rags on, owners, Charles Johnson this and Greg Johnson that and, whatever.
Oh, you got the opposite of that with Lacob. He spares no expense.
It's for people who didn't live through the Eddie D era. This is like Eddie D, almost like maxed out
on
Eddie
steroids.
D.
Yeah,
and again, he built his arena. And
Get my checkbook, whatever it takes. No, I know.
Driving by, going to Bruce Jenkins' retirement party, driving by Chase Center on an empty Sunday evening when there's nobody around, you could just gaze up at the.
Man. Yeah,
it was. I was like, it's kind of like if you look at it from the Terry Francois side, it's kind of attractive. I don't know.
I think that's the idea.
Well, I know, but some people, when it was built, were like, what does it look like? And I was like, well, it's kind of true. When you come in from the 3rd Street side, it's blocked by those buildings in front. So that's kind of a downer. I mean, listen, who am I? Some architecture? I'm not an architecture expert here, but when you're on 3rd Street, you're like, well, there's all these buildings. Where the hell's Chase Center? But if you go on the Terry Francois side,
yes,
you're like, oh, look at that.
Yeah. I'll buy that.
And it's nice, and it's kind of revitalized that whole entire little dog patch area. Totally. The only thing we're missing is that park that Raymond Ritter promised us.
Waterboy on Sunday. I paused at the light. I'm on 16th and Terry Francois.
Are they breaking ground?
I gazed over there and I looked and I said, look at that. There's no
on
park.
Seesaws, jungle gyms,
but they had a
water
bunch
slides.
They had a bunch of trailers out there. So there's some
All right,
sort
we're
of
talking
activity.
about it. At least we're meeting. We're talking about plans.
I would think that was the easiest thing of all. They built this $10 billion
I saw the sketches.
arena
I saw kids
with
playing.
Extremely elaborate
There were kids with
lighting
balloons.
and earthquake-proof and underground garages. It must have taken the most brilliant minds in the world.
There were picnic blankets spread out.
This thing. When all you got to do is just throw a little grass out there and a picnic
Throw
blanket.
some seeds out there. Throw a couple park benches and we're on our way. Yeah.
That is one of the more baffling things of the Lacob era, man. I tell you what, probably real talk, it's probably San Francisco red tape. Probably something in City Hall's like, no, you can't do that.
I want to blame that on Shannon Kaler. He's involved somehow. Yeah.
So he's like,
no way, man.
Yeah.
I don't like having balloon remnants on my yard, man.
Kaler's probably out there chaining himself to the park.
Nice.
To protect it, to protect an earthworm.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me just get over here real quick. Yeah.
The California
the worm has rights too, man. Going to be extinct in 3 years. Yeah. Won't be able to sustain itself in these soils.
Yeah, in 3 years, not today.
No.
3 years.
I'll chain myself to the tree. Great call. Whatever it takes, man.
Oh, man. All right, guys. So there's Dunleavy, man. He's, if you're a Warrior fan, you feeling okay about him? The Chris Paul trade, as you said, the kid in Andy's Market didn't like it, though.
At all.
Yeah.
No, he told me, he offered that up before we even started talking. And then he called Kevon Looney, he called them Looney Tunes. This kid's funny. I go, we really need some size. And he goes, we got Looney Tunes. We got Looney Tunes. He was referring to Kevon Looney.
They don't know Looney Tunes?
Yeah, they do. LeBron James killed a Bugs Bunny in Space Jam 2.
Yeah, see?
All right, get you ready for Dwayne Kuiper Smoothie at 7:35.
Yeah, they do.
Ironically, Smoothie on Slurpee Day.
Nice.
7-11.
Nice.
That's coming up at 7:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You coaching?
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point Sports Leader.
Yeah, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. It's the best pizza in town. Every time I talk about it, I want it. Tim in Corte Madera says you better talk about the minestrone, so that's good too. But we should also talk about, in addition to home delivery and weeknight drive-in, dine-in specials and all the good stuff about Amici's, have we talked enough about their catering menu? Because Amici's caters and delivers to businesses. Full-blown catering menu for larger events. Yeah, of course, you can still order your favorite pizzas and other items individually, but the catering menu is awesome. Gives you options to order pastas and salads and famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. A more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of awesome menu items. So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, back on a All-Star Tuesday where we're mostly trying to be optimistic. It is summer. Kids are out of school. We love the All-Star game, but we are grumpy about the neutral uniforms, saying, what's the damn point of inviting a player from every team if they're going to wear some robot alien uniform? Rob Manfred, you stink, buddy, and you deserve your boos. And I finally did see the video of him looking like he was going to cry when he was getting booed during the Astro thing. Kind of at the end, he kind of pursed his lips. He's kind of like, don't boo me. You know what, dude? Give me the uniform. As the water boy, the legendary Marcus Boucher at a Homestead High in Sunnyvale said, how am I going to find Brent Rooker in a neutral uniform?
It's a legitimate question we're all asking this morning, and it takes away from the special kind of vibe of the game when you can't look out and see your favorite team's uni out there. I mean that. Like, it's not going to be the same.
And that's the thing with this mandatory all-star rule. I will challenge people to identify a Brent Rooker tonight, to identify an Elias Diaz, to identify a
Orlando
Michael
Garcia.
Lorenzen. Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
I mean, at least Garcia was in the home run derby last night.
I mean, seriously, maybe who are the most recognizable? Like a Shohei might be the only
Mookie Betts. You can probably tell body type. You'll know Mookie
because he's tiny. Are you going to find Austin Hayes of the center fielder of the Orioles?
No chance.
Right. You're going to find Josh Jung of the Texas Rangers?
Nope, maybe not.
Who, by the way, is the leading candidate for the American League Rookie of the Year.
And by the way, what would Bochy's nickname for him be? Because Bochy nicknames all good.
Old Youngie.
Well,
would he make a riff on the great psychologist Carl Jung?
Could be. I hope so.
Well, that's the duality of our third baseman. I mean, sometimes he can hit but can't field. And
all goes back to his mama.
Can't hit.
Yeah.
Remember the great? Who else cited the great Carl Jung, Paulie? You know who did. Matthew Modine in Full Metal Jacket. He goes, sir, is that a peace sign on your war
that's
helmet?
right. Yeah,
sir, it's a comment on the duality of man, sir. It's a Jungian thing.
Shout out Murph today, man. You're on a roll.
Well, that one's always stuck in my head.
Duality of man, sir.
He said, Carl, it's a Carl Jung.
Yeah.
Every time I see this guy, Josh Jung, that's what I think of. I took Psych 10 in college. I learned about Carl Jung. That's all I can tell you, by the way. I just maxed out my Carl Jung
Shout out
knowledge.
Jung, yeah.
Yeah, every now and then, like, things I learned in college can be distilled to one sentence.
They creep up. They're like, oh, yeah.
And then they're like, oh, really? Can you tell me more? I'm like, no.
Nah.
I cannot tell you
I'll give you
more.
that. That's about as far as I'm willing to go.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Mile wide and an inch deep. Hey, Paulie, since we have some fun here, and since we just heard Mike Dunleavy Jr. speaking very coolly and calmly.
Go ahead.
And since we're all excited about Doval and Cobb tonight. By the way, I want to shout out the hidden two things going on that aren't going to get famous run here. Number one, did you know the Giants trainer Anthony Reyes is the head trainer tonight for the All-Star game? It's a big deal. Like he's John Shea wrote a story about him.
Nice.
Guy climbed his way out of Castro Valley High School.
Nice.
And is now the
cool.
head trainer at the National League All-Star game.
Yeah,
So shout out trainer Anthony Reyes. And then the other All-Star is Erwin Higueros, who's
That's
up
our
there.
boy. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Well, I'd like to we should have Erwin on from Seattle. But
Let's do it.
I wish I had his number.
Who's got Erwin's number?
But he's Doval's translator.
Yeah.
And he's up there.
He's a good dude, Erwin, yeah.
Yeah, great guy. So that's going on tonight, 5 o'clock, first pitch, or not first pitch, the ceremony and the introductions. And the
When's the first game back after the break, by the way?
Not till Friday.
Okay.
It used to be Thursdays, but I think the CBA...
Didn't they used to have a day between the Sunday game and the home run derby? Or they always do it the next day?
No, All-Star Tuesdays.
Okay.
How about, Paulie, we lived long enough to remember pre-home run derby. You just hang around on a Monday, nothing's going on.
No question.
Nothing's going on.
When did they introduce it? The 90s?
93, I want to say.
Yeah.
Was it
that early 90s? Yeah.
Wow.
Was it earlier than that? Was it late 80s?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I wasn't
Murph.
alive.
I don't think they were doing it in the 80s.
Waterboy? Maybe it
I'm
was
saying
in the
90s.
late 80s.
Well, I don't think so.
Well, shout out
Maybe.
to those old home run derby challenges
No,
where
that's
they'd
the
have
original.
like Mickey Mantle versus Willie Mays go one-on-one.
Oh, yeah.
85.
Wow. Are you serious?
Wow.
So they had one at Candlestick Park?
No, that was 84. There was the last All-Star game of that one.
Okay.
So they had one in Oakland in 87.
I swear to God, I don't remember that. Were they televised?
First of all,
I hate to even.
It says here.
How do we not remember that?
Prior to 1991, the Home Run Derby was structured as a 2-inning event.
Yeah.
With each player receiving 5 outs per inning.
Fire. Nice.
It's now one of the most watched events broadcast on ESPN. Yeah, wow. It was not.
Why do we have no?
It was not.
That's it.
Televised in the 80s.
Another great way to promote the game. I got a great idea. Let's not show this on TV.
Oh,
let's get McGuire and Canseco and all the big Strawberry big bats of that era. And you know what we'll do? We'll keep this whole thing under wraps.
Oh, Paul and Mac. Well, in this day and age, if this was the 80s, if they had the streaming services, it would be on Peacock Network or something like that. That's like me this weekend trying to watch Carson Whisenhunt in the Futures game. Let's grow the game, Rob Manfred. Let's put the Futures game, the top prospects in baseball, on the Peacock Network.
Yeah, it's always problematic. Yeah, or the Paramount Network or something. Yeah.
I heard you say this yesterday that you.
I got to get over to Peacock.
That you said.
I'm with you.
I really enjoyed the Futures game once I found it on Peacock.
I know.
Come on. Also, for whatever reason, my Peacock takes like 2 minutes to load.
Oh, yeah, with the clock spinning. Yeah,
okay,
forever.
I thought it was just me.
That's why I hate going over there.
Me.
Same thing trying to get out. Now I got to wait to get out now.
It's like, at least I can go get a cup of coffee or something while I wait for my Peacock.
Hold on, I'm just waiting to get connected. Yeah.
Hey, I want to do just have some fun here on an All-Star Tuesday and go to the text line. But before we do, did you guys get that Dave Softy Mahler sound? So, Paulie, Dave Softy Mahler, very much the Larry Krueger of Seattle. In fact, they used to have each other on each other's shows a lot. When Krug was here.
Does he have the same fashion sense as Krueger, like a Maryland tee?
Kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it? It was Maryland, and what was the other one? He would rotate.
Under Armour.
No.
Oh, the Patriots 28-3 one?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
The Barstool
28-3, bro. He'd come in with that 28-3. He's probably wearing it right now.
Yeah, he is.
Right now. God bless Krueger. I love you.
So anyway, they're very similar, and Softy's kind of the voice of the angry fan in Seattle, which is funny. If you've ever been to Seattle, it's not a very angry city. Although I say that, and it produced Nirvana, and
you got some angry music, yeah.
Jimi Hendrix and all that. So anyway,
shout out Murph's favorite band too, Alice in Chains, not to be confused with Jane's Addiction. Two separate cities, separate everything. Murph kind of cross-pollinates those two. But anyway, Alice in Chains out of Seattle. Yeah.
They shouldn't have named, you can't have two grunge bands.
I don't know what to tell you.
Both with female first names.
They're both great bands, too.
Speaking of female, 650 texted in and said, I've never had a Slurpee. Is it a guy thing?
I would say no. I don't think it's exclusive to guys.
Slurpees are for all, Murph.
Yeah. And by the way, these days.
For everybody.
These days it could be any.
No, it's just, it's Slurpee's open to whatever.
I'm not going into that.
No, we're not. We're definitely not.
Thank you, Walker.
No.
Thank you very much. Anyway, Softy Mahler, so he's the KJR host, and he's angry all the time. That's his shtick, and they love him up in Seattle. God bless him. He's had a long career. And so Felix Bautista, the Orioles, is their closer. He's good, right?
Yeah.
Waterboy, he's very good. And they call him, they've been posting on Orioles social media when he closes one out. King Felix posts another. And I've seen, because I follow Softy, I've seen him get angry.
It's like a nickname violation, though. You can't be chucking King Felix around.
Isn't there a King James? And isn't there Elvis is the king? And Richard Petty was the king? And Arnold Palmer was the king? And,
but I guess it's because it's King Felix.
Specifically Felix.
Like here's an example. Like, I think I've heard you guys and other 49er fans not be too happy that Joe Burrow is using the Joe Cool nickname.
It's definitely, when I hear it, I sort of chuckle and say, haha, that's cute. You know what I mean? That's cute because we all know.
That's a good point, Marcus. That's a good, and I like Burrow, too.
But I'm not going to go stock Joe Burrow at the Pro Bowl Skills Challenge and shout at him because this is what Dave Softy Mahler. So I was watching, Bautista was out in the outfield for photo day.
Right.
But there's some reporters are allowed behind the ropes. So Mahler's filming this with his cell phone. So it's only like you can hear Mahler's voice, and he's just filming Bautista. And Bautista being friendly, he goes, "Hey, Felix, come over here." Bautista's like, "Huh? Oh, excuse me." And then he tells him, he basically comes at him, and Bautista's like, "Oh.
Yeah, what do you want from me?
We'll take a listen. Yeah. Take a listen.
Hey, Felix, what do you think of the Orioles calling you the new King Felix?
I don't know.
Would you rather have him stop that? Does that belong to Felix Hernandez?
Yeah.
It does. Okay, so do us a favor as Mariner fans. Tell the Orioles social media team to knock it off, will you? Thank you.
Boy. Well, you know what it is about that? It could have been. Here's my read on that.
Knock it off is the key phrase.
I think it could have been.
Knock it off.
It could have been a lot funnier, but his delivery was like serious. He wasn't very playful about it. Like he was.
Paulie, he's 100%. He's as serious as a heart attack.
Yeah, that's
Knock it off,
unfortunate because you could have actually had some fun with that if he would have presented it.
You should see
Yeah,
Bautista.
he said, "What are you doing? I'm just. Yeah, I got no control over what people call me. What do you?"
And he's in Seattle. He goes, "That belongs to Hernandez, right?"
Yeah,
And
guy's coming off.
like, well, yeah.
I gotta say, the Seattle Kruger's coming off as a little bit of a D now.
It's like,
a little bit.
I heard some of the national because I saw it yesterday. I said, "Oh, this would be fun to kick around tomorrow."
Any other nicknames?
And I heard some of the national guys on the way in, and one of the guys was taking the like me, like, dude, Mahler, come on, bro.
There's a few nicknames you really can't.
And the other guy was saying, "No, he's representing the fans of Seattle."
Knock it off, will ya?
Like, what would that be? There are some nicknames that are just not hands off.
Well, like,
you know what I mean? Like,
to me, I know when people start calling Brandon Belt the captain, to me, the captain is Derek Jeter.
there you
now,
go.
that's a little
You're not going to
different.
start calling
but-
Aaron Judge the Yankee Clipper.
No,
you know
exactly.
what I'm saying? Right.
No, the great Bambino.
No, man, no.
Yeah, I mean, the Waterboy now, the captain. I mean, do I need to go to the winner within, buddy? I mean, Skyhook number 33.
Oh,
he was the
nice,
captain,
dude.
too.
Cap. They called
he's
him
the
Cap.
original
I would say
Yeah.
the
They called him
captain.
Cap.
It wasn't
Yeah.
Thurman Munson also the captain?
Yes, he was. He was
So-
known as the captain.
So, you know.
Yeah,
that one's-
my generation, yeah.
that one's
but
pretty-
it,
What
it
about,
was almost the same thing. I'll give you another one when the
I'll give
Giants
you
were
one,
winning
too.
titles, the Core Four. I thought that was a Yankee thing also that the Giants started
Core
to use.
4, I think, can be applied, is applicable to anything. And I also am going to say this. You
Core
say
4
Tim
is-
Lincecum's the freak.
I do.
Javon Curse was the freak before Tim Lincecum,
I
wasn't
thought
he?
you were going to say, shout out Chris Angel, the mind freak.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Chris Angel, Murph.
So, I mean, I like the freak was not a super singular nickname.
I'll give you one you can't tread on. How about hands off Larry Legend?
That one's awesome.
Hands off Larry Legend.
Yeah, give me one. Yeah,
Can't have a guy come along. Hey, that's Larry Legend.
So
No,
in
it's
other
not.
words, if the Giants draft some guy named Larry Jones and we start calling him Larry Legend,
No, that's not going to happen. Yeah.
Well, I think you're right. There are certain ones.
Yeah, you can't.
Do you feel like King Felix is? I definitely think
I kind of do. I feel like that's his name. That was King Felix. He was.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, they had
But
a
I wouldn't
whole...
assault Felix
No,
Bautista.
definitely not. It's not
Mahler's
that
job
kid's
is to
fault.
create content and get people talking about him.
Knock it off.
And he's done it.
He's like
Knock
an
it
angry
off, will ya?
parent. Yeah, like an angry,
Bautista's
disciplinarian.
like, I don't know.
I'm just here
Okay,
for the
I guess.
good time, buddy. I don't
It is.
know.
I would say the Orioles' social media has misstepped by
Yeah.
appropriating that one. Yes, King Felix.
Yeah.
In particular, the All-Star game's in Seattle, so
Exactly.
you roll in there calling yourself King Felix.
Yeah.
In a stadium where they literally had a section called the King's Court.
He did.
They had guys
Yeah,
up with those K signs, yeah.
Yeah.
My dear departed mother-in-law, Busha, went to the snuck. She got aced out of it, but snuck into the King's Court to get the King Felix
Nice.
Perfect Game bobblehead for her grandsons,
The King's Court.
which we still have in their bathroom near their toothbrushes.
Nice.
It's the one where because he had the kick celebration. You got kind of an iconic,
yeah, the kick.
kind of an iconic picture where he has his glove in the air and he's kicking.
That sounds like a good
And
bobblehead.
that's what they made the bobblehead. So yeah,
That's a good one.
And that was the last perfect game until we had your boy here
Nice.
just a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
Domingo Herman.
Domingo,
The Domingo
so
Perfecto.
memorable, I already forgot. You were there, buddy.
I was in the
That's
building.
insane.
You were there.
I won't forget.
Insane.
Did
Never.
Domingo
You'll never
have
forget
an
that.
iconic pose at the end, or no?
No,
Not
Do you guys
really.
like a
Not
Rosa
really.
Reina's pose, by the way? Stand, fold, boom. Kind of looks like that must be a pro wrestler thing.
He's
is
a
it?
cool dude.
I mean, that guy is becoming a global sensation.
Yeah. He's just fun to watch.
The fact that he's from Cuba and he played for Mexico.
Yeah, he tore it up in the World Baseball Classic as a member from Mexico.
Well, how can you do that? How's that legal?
Well, it must be a mom or a dad.
He defected from Cuba
Oh.
and went and started playing Major League Baseball,
good info.
professional baseball
Nice.
down in Mexico.
and that allows you to play for Mexico?
I guess so, yeah.
Wow.
But did you see Vladdy Jr. when he beat him, walked up and they squared off in the infield, and then Vladdy did the Rosarena. He did the left arm, right arm pose.
See that?
And leaned back,
Yeah.
and then they hugged.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was a nice little moment there.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out the Guerrero family. When a father and son both win home run derbies, you're a bad A family.
Pretty awesome.
I was wondering, did the Griffey Sr.? No, because he was too old.
Well, Murph reminded all of us, so if you're just joining us, this is a pretty good trivia because I forgot this, that when this old man did it here in San Francisco, he hit 3. Bro, in the final round, he hit 3 bombs.
Because you had 10 outs.
Imagine?
Yeah.
3.
I was there.
Yeah,
it was,
I was
it was
too.
less than scintillating.
Yeah.
Less than scintillating. So, and nobody, as somebody texted in and said they were in the arcade. Remember Bernsey was out in the water?
Oh,
going
my
crazy.
God.
I'm out here in the water. We gotta be go. Ready for some bombs, man.
He's like in
ready,
a kayak or something.
ready for
yeah.
some swamp donkeys, man.
Yeah.
And nothing came out. Nothing.
No.
Nobody hit one in the water.
Can you imagine that one?
And the big guy was supposed to be Prince Fielder, and he hit nothing. He hit nothing.
Right.
2007 State Farm Home Run Derby at AT&T. Vlad beats Alex Rios of the Blue Jays 3-2. I thought it was Matt Holliday.
Do you have any
3-2.
all-star?
By the way, Rios was the name. The big rumor after the 2007 debut of Tim Lincecum is The offer's on the table. Tim Lincecum for Alex Rios. And there was divided the fan base. Should you do it? Should you do it? Lincecum for Rios. They need a power hitting outfielder. No. So there you go.
I like the Cy Youngs and the rings.
Did you like keeping him?
I did very much. One of my favorite Giants of all time. Murph, also, do you have any of the 2007 All-Star Game like memorabilia left? The cups and T-shirts, hats,
something like a.
There was so much stuff
backpack
around the station for years. There was the
yeah.
cups and shirts, flags, and it's kind of all gone at this point.
Yeah, it's ancient history, buddy. And the Giants won't get one for a while because 16 years ago, I would imagine it'd be another 10 or so years. All right, on we go into Smooth Day on Slurpee Day. Dwayne Kuiper, always a fun conversation. Next on the Sports Leader.
Knock it off, will you?
Yeah, you know I love the North Bay. World-class beauty. It's home. How about a world-class secret called Marin Health? It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care. Closer than you think.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Bay Bridge Series. Giants, A's, Tuesday, July 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Mac to catch up with Kipe.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. 680 AM.
All right, we love our Tuesdays with Kipe. Hey, and by the way, speaking of Giants, Rob Dent going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. That should be a fun conversation. Just like we like to talk to Dwayne, it is All-Star Week. We get a chance to reflect on the Giants' first half, 49-41, before they get going Friday in Pittsburgh, taking on the Pirates. But, man, you got the All-Star game tonight. You had the Home Run Derby last night. And you got Kipe right now on the Uma guest line. Good morning, Dwayne. How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's going on?
Man, we're talking Home Run Derby, All-Star game, having some fun. Did you watch last night?
Yeah, it's not fair.
What's not fair?
The Home Run Derby.
Because?
Because unless you're a big, strong guy that can hit one 440, you get penalized 30 seconds.
Yeah, right. Well, we're here to reward they're rewarding the gigantic guys for sure.
Yeah.
Well, Guerrero got the 30 seconds, right? The extra 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Rosarena did not. If he gets those next 30 seconds, he wins.
So you think take away the 440-foot thing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because a home run's a home run. It doesn't matter. But see, then you get the kids who are like, the farther ones are better and worth more.
I don't care.
Yeah.
It's at some point, it's hard to calculate and watch how far they go because they're going so rapidly.
It's true, Kai. I agree.
You have to look at the graphic up on top
to
see if the guy hit it 440 or not, unless you're there. If you're there,
correct,
you have a pretty good idea if it's going to be 440 or not. In all honesty, it eliminated Mookie Betts right off the bat.
It did.
Right?
Yep.
And look, Rosarena can hit a lot of home runs, but he's probably not capable of hitting maybe one or two 440. So anyway, I loved it. I thought it was great, but I just would have liked to have seen Rosarena get that last 30 seconds because he's sitting on 23. He only needs a couple more to win it.
Yeah, and I picked him on the air, so I was really rooting for him. I would have looked like a genius for once. Hey,
I did too.
Dwayne, well, you and I were in the same boat because he's so athletic and he could recover faster, although it's funny, I say that the guy who won is the guy who's a little chunky. Hey, Kai, you brought up that point, and just for fun, but like it used to be you had 10 outs, and the umpire would hold his hand up until the ball fell. And in that version of the home run derby, we could all gawk and gape at the home run, the majesty of it.
Right.
And then when it touched ground, everybody would cheer, and then we'd throw the next pitch. Now,
yeah, but they cheated.
Oh, you think they were hitting before the ball's landing?
Oh, the pitchers were throwing before the ball was landing. It was really too hard to police.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do? Are you going to, if a guy does launch one before the other one lands, are you going to stop the home run derby and penalize him?
Yeah.
That just probably doesn't happen. I think the format's good. It could be shortened just a little bit because these guys are gassed.
Oh, they are unbelievable.
And Guerrero really caught a tough break where he hits round 2. He's swinging like crazy, and then 2 minutes later, he's got to go to the final round.
And yet he overcame.
Well, he did. He absolutely did. But all in all, it was fun. I had watched the first half of it, and then my two grandkids came over, 3.5 and 1.5, and I don't know if the last time you guys sat with 3.5 and 1.5s.
Oh yeah,
you ain't watching TV. That ain't happening.
No, man. No.
So anyway, I paused it and I watched it later, but it was it was really entertaining. And the thing about it now is, it's possible that when they look at the attendance, there'll be more people at that event last night than the game tonight.
Well, I know, right? I think certainly the way the TV ratings are trending, more people are.
It's really popular.
I think more people might watch the home run derby.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I heard you guys coming in, and I didn't know when it started either, to be honest with you. So I was a little surprised it was 1985.
Yeah, it was wild. They didn't televise it.
I don't remember seeing any footage back then.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing much of it either. But anyway, it's a hit now, and it's they'll tweak it where it'll get a little better every year.
So, Kipe, one of our gripes today is that they'll be wearing for the second year in a row these American and national neutral jerseys.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. The whole point of this is to see the kaleidoscope of colors. So I really don't like this.
Maybe the whole point of it, Murph, is to sell these jerseys.
Ah, there you go. But I don't want to buy one.
We're not buying them, Dwayne. Yeah.
No, I know. I do like wearing your own jersey. I do.
Yeah.
I think it puts a staple as to what market you're from and what team you're from. And I agree with you. There's some young guys that, you don't know what team they're on when you look at them. But we don't really get a chance to make these decisions, nor do we get an opinion that matters. That's the problem. But I would like to see them go back. I mean, look, one of the great All-Star games was, I think it was the 1971 All-Star game in Detroit where everybody hit home runs.
Yeah.
So, look, you're watching Frank Robinson round the bases in an Orioles uniform. You're watching Hank Aaron round the bases in a Brave. You're watching all these guys take their trots around in their uniforms. And I think that means a lot. Yep. I really do.
I agree.
Reggie Jackson in his A's uniform.
No doubt.
The sleeveless one.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Well, we're unanimous in that one, but like you said, our vote doesn't matter unless we create such a furor that Rob Manfred says, I have to answer the rage in the San Francisco morning show. And we're going back to the original uniform.
Hey, Dwayne, Murph and I, it's funny, we bring up like our memories from our childhood and watching the All-Star game, and like everybody has their own. Like for me, I don't know what it is, Dwayne, there's something about the 79 All-Star game with Dave Parker making all those great throws from right field. I can still remember that. I still remember talking about it the next day on the playground. For you as a kid, do you have any All-Star memories of like moments that just stuck with you as a young man who loved the game?
I do. When they played two games. That, to me, was the best, when they had two All-Star games.
They did. They used to play two.
I think they played one on a Monday and one on a Wednesday.
Wow.
And then they started the season again on Thursday.
Oh
I mean, when you think about it, it's not a great idea for your star players. Like, that's why when you look at Willie Mays' the number of years he played in the major leagues and his number of All-Star appearances, he's got two more than years played, because for a couple of years they played two All-Star games in a matter of 3 days. And, health-wise, that wasn't going to fly for very long. But when you're a kid and you get a chance to watch your guys twice, yeah, I remember that very, very well.
That's awesome.
We're talking to Dwayne Kuiper. We do it every Tuesday and Thursday, probably every Tuesday going forward. The Giants are on a break until Friday when they take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. And some All-Star questions before we get to the Giants. Kuiper, it just dawns on me, like, tonight's AL manager is Dusty Baker. And, he called in to talk to you on our show in January, which is great. But it just blows me away that here it's 2023 and he's managing the AL All-Star team. He's like still doing it.
I love it. I think
and
it's
what
great.
a great, considering all the young stars out there that they're seeing old man Dusty. He chose Garrett Cole to start. His quote was, "Hey man, if Garrett Cole wants to pitch, I'll let him pitch." So there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, plus he had Garrett Cole.
That's right.
I mean, so he's got a relationship with Garrett Cole, and I know that Garrett Cole pitched on Saturday.
Yeah, I think so.
So I mean, normally you wouldn't have somebody pitch on the following Tuesday, but he knows how he feels, and he knows how his body felt after his start on Saturday. And look, Mike talks about it all the time. If you throw a lot of fastballs and you don't take a lot out of your arm in that particular start, I mean, you're good to go. And look, he's not going to go maybe more than one. So I applaud it, because there aren't many guys in the American League that are better than that guy. So good. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Although Ohtani would have been fun to watch, but I guess he eliminated himself too, right?
Well, he split that fingernail. He's not pitching right
Yeah,
now.
he can't
Blister
pitch.
and cracked fingernail, something like that. And Zach Gallen for the National League. How about that? That's kind of not a huge name, but Rob Thompson, the Phillies manager, Rob Thompson, not a very big name in around baseball, but he's the NL manager. He said that Zach Gallen earned it.
Well, he did. Every time he faces the Giants, he earns it. Look, I told you, they put a graphic up during the home run derby. I don't know if you saw it. It was Arozarena, and it was the Garcia kid. Both came from the Cardinals organization.
How about that? That's incredible.
Well, so did Sandro Alcantara and Zach Gallen.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that.
Marcelo Zuna was involved in that trade. So those are 4 of maybe the top 25 players in the major leagues, and they all came from the Cardinal organization. So
you love to see it, Kipe.
Well, it's like, yeah. So anyway, I forgot what your question was, but
it was about Zach Gallen starting the game.
He deserves it. Yeah. He absolutely deserves it, and he's the modern day Greg Maddux right now. He can throw any one of his pitches wherever he wants, and for the D-backs, it's pretty much guaranteed win day when he's got the ball.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I mean, according to Sean Estes, they're still missing starting pitchers, so they might be jockeying with the Giants come trade deadline time.
Yeah, I mean, they've been short all year in starting pitching, and the Giants really haven't been short until, the injury bug hit them. Yeah, I mean, look, if this is going to be a 3-team race in the West, and the Giants are only 2.5 back, then Arizona's going to have to add, and they don't like to do that. But I think if you're in that clubhouse and you watch your ownership not add, then I think you got a little bit of a problem. So, I look for them to try to add, obviously. Maybe not a huge deal, and so will the Dodgers. And, Farhan's not afraid to do it either. So, with these 3 teams in the West, you can't eliminate the Padres because they're good. The second half of the season is going to be really, really interesting.
Opens on Friday in Pittsburgh for the Giants on a long 4-city road trip through hot cities, too. Pittsburgh, Washington, Cincinnati, 4 games of Cincinnati where Ellie De La Cruz is stealing home, and then a stop off in Detroit for a makeup rain out. Let's pivot to the Giants then, Kipe, and we haven't talked to you since last Tuesday. They finally got a little bit out of that skid. They won 3 of their last 4, and Logan Webb finishes with the complete game shutout. And
awesome.
Since we last talked to you, Alex Cobb got named to the All-Star team. So even though they lost that Friday night game to the Rockies, they had some good momentum going into the break, I thought.
Yep.
Well, they needed those last 2 games, and really the game Sunday, it's not really fair to say if you win Sunday, you've had a really, really terrific first half. If you lose Sunday, it's been okay. I don't think there should be that much emphasis on one game, but it really felt like it was. And for Webb to, look, if you're not going to hit, then, Mike always used to say, well, then pitch a shutout and hit a home run. Well, Webb pitched the shutout, and Davis hit the home run. So there you go.
Yep.
And it was a great way to end. It was a great way to end the first half, and for a lot of reasons. One, everybody is so much in lock with Logan Webb as far as a teammate. He's as good a teammate as you'll ever have, and he's been one of the best that's ever come through that clubhouse. They love the guy. So when he goes and does that and gets a complete game, the first ever for him, that's a little bit more than just a Sunday win to end the first half.
It's really great. He is kind of everybody's favorite Giant, doing his thing too.
Really is.
Hey, a little bit on Alex Cobb making the All-Star game. This is a guy, again, not a lifelong Giant at all, just came here last couple of years, so not homegrown. He's been around, but man, talking about a guy who just sort of commands that respect. And I don't want to say it's like Vogelsong was a very different personality, but sort of similar in the sense that they come in their early to mid-30s and settle in nicely and then, go to an All-Star game. And I read where Cobb and Kershaw took the bus together from Seattle Hotel, and they were talking about being their guys in their mid-30s and savoring it. So a nice story for this guy who, oh, by the way, is going to be a huge factor down the stretch, right?
Yeah, no, this really meant a lot to him. It would mean a lot to anybody that's pitched as long as he had, that's had the injuries that he's had. And then to get named meant a lot to him. And in all honesty, look, I didn't like the fact that the Giants only had one representative.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somewhere along the line, you got to have more than one if you've had a good first half. And so being stuck on one didn't sit well with me. So once they named Cobb, I felt a lot better. And look, Webb could have very well been taken too. But I do think they look at records and they don't look at who's leading the league in innings pitched. So he could have gone, but I think he's probably pretty happy with his 3 days off in Tahoe.
Sounds pretty good, man. It's beautiful up there. Hey, can I put a little bit more on the team as they get ready for the second half? Because we won't talk to you till next Tuesday when they'll have finished their series in Pittsburgh. The middle infield situation. So Brandon Crawford slightly strains a hamstring, not serious, but a reminder that he's 36 and playing every day is a roll of the dice. And then obviously Thairo Estrada breaks his hand, and you turn to Casey Schmidt and Brett Wisely. And we all know about Schmidt and, how it didn't work out as well the last month as it did the first month. Wisely's still kind of a little bit of a mystery. Just wondering your feeling on the middle infield situation. Crawford, Schmidt, Wisely, waiting for Estrada, or do you see that now as the place Farhan goes to get trade help?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if you trade for somebody to play second, and now you got Estrada coming back, fairly soon, now you got extra people laying all over the place. Look, is it a perfect situation with Schmidt and Wisely? It's not. But they put on a show Sunday defensively. And Schmidt is starting to swing the bat a little bit better. Wisely, the school's out as far as whether he can figure out getting on base. He had a bunt single the other day. I mean, get on any way you can. But like I said, it's not a perfect situation. But that's what happens with injuries. Nothing's perfect. Schmidt has to be around because of his ability to play that position when Crawford's not available. His value is off the charts when it comes to the number of different ways that he can win a game for you. And he's been winning games for them lately with his glove. He's hit some balls hard lately. He hasn't gotten a whole lot of luck. But I think we're going to see him come back offensively and start to contribute. Wisely's a wild card. He had a really nice defensive series on this homestand, and I was taught a long time ago, those positions up the middle, don't lose your glove, kid. So if he keeps doing that, he's going to be fine.
All very true here. Do you see, like Schmidt, the whole concept of plate discipline and not chasing? I don't know. That's just something. That's what they're working on, right? I mean, does he just go to the cage and he's just pitch recognition, or it's almost like he can't restrain his impulse in a way? How do you?
Well, it does work for guys. The Rockies had a shortstop, Ezekiel Tovar.
Yeah.
So he had 12 at bats against the Giants this past weekend. He put the ball in play on the first pitch 11 times.
Wow.
Look, I'm guessing, but that's what it seemed like. It seemed like he swung at the first pitch every time.
Okay, I thought that was
and one of those won the game for him Friday night when he hit the 3-run home run off of Tyler Rogers.
Yeah.
So the point is you're going to have guys that are aggressive, but if you can hold it back just a little bit, you're going to be better off, and that's what Casey Smith's going to have to figure it out. And nobody wants to take the aggressiveness away from that kid because that's what got him to the big leagues. Now he's just got to figure out a little bit more to harness it a little bit, but do not lose that aggressiveness. Do not.
It's that crazy phrase, controlled aggression. It's like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Either you're aggressive or controlled, but you got to have controlled aggression, right?
Yeah, it does make sense, man.
Okay, well, good.
I think.
Well, I mean, you'd think aggressive is uncontrolled, but no. Controlled aggression is what we're looking for. Hey, Kipe, last one, draft. Listen, obviously we don't know, but it's worth commenting on. And high school kid, two-way player, Bryce Eldridge, high school shortstop out of Colorado, lefty from Kent State, and then a bunch of guys after, including an interesting stat. They drafted a kid from Princeton who was Monet Davis's catcher in the Little League World Series.
Nice.
Kind of fun,
nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I don't think the Giants are new to the concept of let's draft good athletes, so you're seeing a number of shortstops get drafted. The Eldridge kid is really fascinating. I mean, he's big. Can he do the two-way stuff? Can Reggie Crawford do the two-way stuff? Well, there's only one way to find out, and when they're in the minor leagues, let them try it. Let them do it for a while. And if you start to fall apart one way, then you got the other way to go. So I think it's great. Shohei Ohtani has opened up a huge envelope for other players now that are coming out of high school and college. So let's go. Let's see what he can do. And then go from there. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yep. It's a wild concept, man, that Ohtani's like kicking down the door and that somebody else can do it. Or maybe he's the only guy who can do it. We're going to find out, right? But no, it doesn't seem like maybe other teams, I didn't really study it, but did other teams take any two-way players, or the Giants the only ones out there actively taking?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah. So
far. The only problem is if we try to watch these guys, we have to go to Peacock.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We talked about that.
We did. Stirring it all. I'm just stirring it up. That's
all right, very good.
That's it, Kipe. You got it, man.
2 minutes. I don't have 2 minutes anymore, Kipe. I need something right now.
It's very precious.
Like the home run derby. I need the pitches coming rapid fire.
I know. I just don't like the fact that sometimes Major League Baseball just makes it more difficult for people, especially older people, to try to figure all this stuff out.
Hey, Kipe, Friday night, Giants Pirates, Apple TV Plus.
I know. I'm going to have to figure it out.
I got to download some more apps, yeah.
Hey, you know what? Honest to goodness, your older granddaughter, Andy, I believe, she might be able to figure it out.
3.5-year-old can figure it out.
They're guaranteed.
Everybody has kids or grandkids that can help them figure it out.
Kipe, they come in. It's like they're coming out of the womb. They're wired to run the device.
They are. You're exactly right. I mean, even the 1.5-year-old grabs your phone and starts looking at pictures.
Yeah.
Like, seriously?
I know.
Grandpa, why don't you have this app?
Yeah, really. I need another weather app. I only got 12 of them.
Oh, man. So, man, those road trips, you're not going on this road trip. Those are the ones that used to kind of, a late July 4-city road trip.
Grind you down. It's hot as hell, yeah.
You'd forget your hotel room, which room you're in, that one?
Yeah, you know what, though? When I was traveling every day, I did not mind it one bit. There wasn't anything about it that I didn't like being away from my wife or kids, but like I try to tell the current players when they, complain a little bit about being away from their kids will remember this. They'll remember them being at home for 5 months. That's what they remember. So it didn't bother me, one bit. One thing you do have to have, though, is if you're in this business as a player or a broadcaster and you're going to travel a lot, you better have married the right woman.
Yeah, right?
Because otherwise stuff goes sideways really fast. And then traveling is really hard. So, and I did, and Mike did, and most of the guys that I played with, we were all fortunate enough to have them pick us and carry the load while we were gone. But this trip coming up, it would be fun, except for the Detroit part. I mean, when you finish a long series, you want to go home. You don't want to go to play somewhere for one game, and that's what they're going to have to do.
Going to dig deep that Monday morning in Detroit. Yeah. By the way, I thought you were going to say you need one thing on these road trips, and that's like a good dinner partner or restaurant recommendation.
Those are good too, Kipe. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the restaurant recommendation is great, but then you have to have day games, and
That's true.
Day games aren't
right.
There's not as many of them. I mean, Chicago was great when they didn't have lights because you could have a dinner every night, but. The Saturday is usually the day where maybe you might get a day game and you can go out to dinner. Even weekday day games, you usually get on a plane after the game.
It's true. Hey,
so restaurants are tough, and you know what? Mike and I, as much as we traveled, we used to have lunch, but never one of those down and out great lunches like you would have a dinner. So.
Did you, in the end, find your rhythm in all the press dining rooms around? I mean, was it like you had to start going salads, or you just because they'll serve you that junk? They'll put out the fried chicken and the cookies, right?
Yeah, some of the press rooms are pretty good. They really are. I mean, your other option is you bring your own food or you go out in the stands and have a hot dog.
Do you ever do that?
No.
Well,
No, I mean, we used to just grind it out and whatever the press room featured, there was always something there. You always can get a salad. So, and, in a lot of places, like at our park, you can make a sandwich. They've got all the meat and bread that you want. So you're not going to go hungry when you travel at ballparks, and most of the places are pretty good. Some places are really bad, but most places are really good.
Then you walk in to make your sandwich, and then there's Vin Scully sitting there at the next table. Go plop down next to Vin.
I got a Vin Scully story for you really quick.
Yeah, sure.
We're standing in line for our food at Dodger Stadium, and they're making Vinny's plate, and they're going into a different place for his vegetables.
Yeah.
There's everybody else's vegetables, and then there's Vinny's vegetables.
Nice.
Well, my partner's not buying it.
No.
So there's 20 people in line. We're 18 and 19, and he yells at the top of his lungs, "I want Vinny's vegetables." And he was the only other person in line that got Vinny's vegetables.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, man. Good old Mike. He'll let it rip. He'll let it rip.
He was like, I'm not buying this. I don't want those vegetables. I want those over there.
Give me those good crisp ones. Yeah.
And Scully probably had to tip his cap and say, "Yeah, give him my veggies."
Mike can have a couple green beans.
Vince was already sitting in another room where they were going to serve him, but
right.
It was like Dave Fleming's first year, and I thought that he was going to blow a snot bubble out of his nose when he heard Mike scream, "I want Vinny's vegetables."
We know Mike can let it rip because the other day we had the sound of him singing opera in the post-game rap about that clubby you guys liked in New York.
I didn't hear what was the club.
It was. I thought it was wasn't the Mets, wasn't it, or no? It was Tony the clubby. You said you liked him.
Oh yeah, Tony. Yeah, who was the opera guy, and he ran the toll booth for the subway.
That's incredible.
In New York. So, Tony. He was one of the good ones, Tony.
Oh, man. All right. Fun. Hey, enjoy your grandkids. Enjoy the All-Star game. Enjoy the break. And we will talk to you next Tuesday.
Let's do it.
Dwayne Kuiper, everybody. They call him Smooth.
He's the best.
I want Vinny's vegetable. Because Mike's got some lungs now.
He does.
He will let it rip,
man.
He'll let it rip, yeah?
I have your dough.
Nice.
That's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher working hard. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Great start to a Tuesday All-Star morning, a long, leisurely chat with Kipe. And now,
Kipe's on point with everything today. He crushed it.
And by the way, we're dumb. This is the third straight year they've done neutral unis. I just forgot.
Well, it doesn't mean we like them. It doesn't mean I'm going to start liking them tonight. I'm still looking for my gel. Where's my orange and black?
You understand that behind you there's a Moody Prairie art?
I chose this one. I hand-selected it.
And that is causing you to give great takes.
Well, something's going on. There's a cowboy motif in my head today. The Great West, the Plains, all that stuff.
The big hit is back to the Warriors. Mike Dunleavy Jr. spoke for the first time about the trade of Chris Paul, and Steph Curry spoke for the first time, other than an Instagram hit where he said, "Let's get it, let's get it." So Curry and Dunleavy dominating the big hit next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Kite with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hold it now.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me.
A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Curry inline shakes Paul out of his boots and hits a fallaway jump shot.
You want to see a dribble move? Watch this one. Double behind your back,
knock it down, and the bench is loving it. Coming at Chris Paul, takes it out under the basket, and suddenly goes 2 times behind his back to leave Paul on the ground, and then finishes it off. 1, 2, Paul goes down. Curry knocks down the jump shot.
Curry just went down on that move by Paul, who fouled Tucker. 5 on the shot clock. Paul has to force one. And a deep three-pointer by Chris Paul. He's hit 3 threes in the third quarter. Chris Paul going into the body of Steph Curry. And a little shimmy answer from Chris to Steph.
Wait, we're getting Marv Albert on the big hit. How about that? Triple E digging deep. That's right. The Chris Paul trade continues to reverberate around the Bay Area, around the big hit.
Don't forget, Murph, when you say Marv Albert, and I hate to do this, but you should probably say the retired Marv Albert, the voice of retired broadcaster Marv Albert, which pains me, Marcus. I grew up listening to Marv Albert not only do national stuff, dude. When I was going in high school and college, he was still doing the New York Rangers and the Knicks play-by-play voice. So you get Marv like during the week doing Ranger games, and then you get him on the weekend doing like basketball playoff games and everything. So anyway, you mentioned Marv. I just wanted to pour a little out for him. That's all.
I have to tell my Marv Albert, Steve Young story.
Please
I tell every 8 months.
Please do.
So NBC used to have the NFL, not just Sunday night. They had the AFC while CBS had the NFC. So it was rare that the 49ers would be on NBC during their Montana Young years.
Extremely rare.
It was only when an AFC team visited Candlestick Park.
Like Christmas Eve 1993, I like to call this one out. We mentioned this recently when the Houston Oilers came in. I had to do a lot of jockeying. I was at my girlfriend's house for dinner. It was Christmas Eve, and I was like, we got to turn this Niner game on. We got to make this happen.
House for Christmas Eve? That's a big move.
And I had the balls to try to get them to put the Niner
game on. Is this the dad who looked like Bayheim?
No, this is somebody else now. This is a whole different thing.
Sorry.
But anyway, I finally did it. It was after a lot of efforts. I got that game flipped on, but it wasn't easy.
So
I was in Jersey at the time, Marcus. I was like an outcast.
When you're a 49ers beat writer, on Fridays, the broadcast guys comes in. Used to be Madden and Summerall for a big game. You'd see I'd pull up on Friday at work, and the Madden cruiser would be outside of Santa Clara.
Yeah,
like,
Madden cruiser's coming, totally.
CBS is here, and then they became Fox after a while.
Yeah.
But it was rare to get the NBC crew, and Marv Albert was doing the game, and he was at the facility on the Friday, and I was like, "There's Marv Albert, man. That's pretty cool." And we all go into the locker room, and Steve Young comes out of his little training session and comes out and sees Marv Albert. He goes, "Marv Albert, I'm a kid in Greenwich, Connecticut.
See? He's the same as me.
Listening on the radio.
Yep.
Frazier to DeBuscher.
Yeah.
Yes. Points at him. He goes, I'll be right out. And he had to go do a shower up and something like that.
That's awesome by Steve. He's so right. That's the same way I feel about him because you just felt like you knew Marv. He was everywhere.
But from Marv Albert's NBA calls comes the big hit. Mike Dunleavy and Steph Curry speaking at Summer League on the Chris Paul trade.
Nice.
That's right.
Nice.
We start with Steph.
Give it to me, Murph.
In a bucket hat indoors, by the way.
Bucket hat indoors.
Yeah.
What's worse, a bucket hat indoors or shades indoors?
Well, I do whatever Steph does, so bucket hat indoors is cool.
Oh, 100% shades is a bigger D-bag move, Paulie Mack.
I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah. I think, by the way, KNBR Instagram used, I think you using the D-bomb actually on our social. I think,
Oh, is that right? Well, listen, I mean, freedom of expression, it applies to me as well. I don't know what to say. I wasn't aware of that, but I'll take it.
All right, Steph at Summer League talking about, the Jordan Poole trade. It's now official, so we're getting and he's put out a heartfelt farewell to Jordan, and here he speaks again.
Okay.
About maybe mixed feelings here. Yeah.
I know it's a lot of mixed feelings, right? Like, that's how the business of basketball goes, and there's a lot of tough decisions, and everybody probably has a story of a teammate that they love that, had to move on to a different situation. But I'm excited for him to kind of blossom in a setting of his own, stepping up as a leader and figuring out how to elevate his game. That's the journey we've all been on, and I'm excited for him to get a fresh start.
Total pro Steph Curry, giving Poole all his love. No bad talking, listen, the trade spoke for itself. They dumped him. They dumped his salary. And now Steph's saying, hey, go blossom, go become a leader. Are we going to have a Jordan Poole watch, like a stat watch on our
I almost feel like Steph Curry's going out of his way to be gracious to Jordan Poole.
Are we at the point probably where we say,
it's a backlash now.
You might want to help me out on this. Are we at the point now, in the fight, he was rooting for Jordan Poole?
Very good.
Right, thank you very much. I needed help there. Steph Curry still on the side talking about Draymond coming back. And, it's funny. Like I said, I'm of two minds. It's great to see these guys again. But I do want to remind everybody, when they were playing the Kings, we frequently turned on the mic then and said, one team looks young and fast, one team looks old and slow, and we're bringing them back. But hey, let's ride, right? Here's Steph with Draymond.
What were the conversations you were having as he was entertaining free agency?
I mean, every day was kind of a roller coaster ride in terms of, the updates and trying to, make sure he got the deal that was right for him and trying to keep our core together because we feel like we have another run in us. And I'm excited. I know what he means to our organization, what he means to, us on the floor, and just trying to, again, give ourselves a chance to do one more run at this, knowing that we're really capable and a lot of confidence in the team that we have around us, too.
I mean, think about it. If they make this run to the champion, what a story this would be. Because, if they say they're together for the next 3 years, it's like if they somehow, some way win the championship this year, can you imagine them coming back going, yeah, we got another one in us? You're like, no, you don't. No, you don't. So,
what, do you mean if they win a fifth?
Yeah, so I'm just saying, they're all together for the next 3 years.
The problem with that is, I hate to even start speculating like this, but you know what the problem with the fifth is? Honestly, if Steph gets 5, and I'm just singling him out now because I think when all the dust settles years from now, Steph is going to be remembered as the guy. The same way Larry Bird is remembered as the guy. There are other Hall of Famers, Parrish, DJ, all those guys, but they're not remembered like Larry. So I think that if Steph gets that 5th, you know what he's going to be thinking, dude. He's going to be like, now I'm one from Mike. Yeah. Now I can't stop. I can't stop, won't stop. So I don't know that you get that 5th and you walk away happy. I think that would drive Steph even crazier to be that close that he would have to go for a 6th.
Yeah.
You feel me on that?
Yeah. Hey, by the way,
baby-faced assassin now. Don't count out his killer instinct.
I know. I would never rule anything out, but I'm just saying, by the way, can we get a little Fox chime here? Yeah. Raymond Ritter has checked in.
Oh, good.
Yes, indeed. The Chris Paul presser was a Raymond Ritter production with an asterisk.
Okay, see, I knew it.
Raymond says, I would have preferred a real press conference room.
Oh, boy.
Standard, all that. But the arena did not have one that we could use, so we could only pop him in a small room without a backdrop. But our media wanted him ASAP, so we made the most of it. He says Chris Paul was very cooperative, which was very nice.
Listen, I mean, I appreciate the info. Thank you, Raymond. That helps.
Spin from Raymond on Chris Paul.
And,
you coaching?
Oh, boy. See, I know. There's going to be some damage control now. I know.
Good job, buddy.
I know.
So that is unusual to see a Raymond Ritter production like that. And, you could see it probably kept him up at night. I didn't get to have,
Yeah, that's not how... Yeah.
He looks like he's texting another one. The 3 bubbles are up.
All right. Does that mean he's reading or writing?
The 3 bubbles with no text. What does that mean?
Well, they thought about it and then told you to go blank yourself in their heads. Does that mean they're typing or they're just reading, Marcus, when you get the dots?
That means they are typing.
They are, okay.
But sometimes, they backtrack and like, oh, what were you going to say?
You get nothing.
I saw those bubbles. They disappeared.
Sometimes you get bubbles for like a minute or two, and then they disappear.
That's what's going on right now.
Yeah.
They're still there.
He's thinking about it. He's like, maybe, he's like, I don't know.
Am I going to drop this bomb? And guess what, guys?
Here it comes.
No text.
Oh, we went back. He retreated.
Yep, he retreated.
Yeah, we love you, Raymond. We do. Nothing's going to change.
He pulled out.
Yeah.
Mike Dunleavy now speaks. He looked like he worked out. He played some hoops or worked out. He's got a sweaty T-shirt and a towel around his neck.
Mike D.
Looking like he just came from Resurrection AC against Spider Rico. And he's talking about Chris Paul. These are Dunleavy's first comments now that are official about Chris Paul coming to the Warriors.
I don't want to say we got into too much specific stuff, but you always want to feel comfortable that the player you're acquiring, wants to be there, feels like he can thrive. And Chris is a guy who's played over 30 minutes, in every season he's ever played. So as far as playing time and role and all that, like he's going to play a lot. He's going to really help us. All that other stuff in terms of play calling and how he's used and all that, that's on Steve. But we feel really good about the kind of the mutual liking for one another.
A mutual liking, Paulie. That's always good. It's always good, right?
It's very Seinfeld of you to say that.
Yeah,
a mutual liking, Jerry.
Well, it was. I mean, Dunleavy's smooth, man.
He is. That's what you got to have.
He's creating an aura of control.
He calm.
Looks like,
he's keeping calm. It's control.
Right now, I don't feel like the Warriors.
Murph, if I could, poise might be involved. Some poise.
Nice word, Paulie.
Yeah.
I don't feel like the Warriors are drowning right now.
No, I don't either.
I feel like he dumped a salary. He got a guy that can help him maybe win this year that he can move on from if he has to.
Right.
In mid-February.
Right. Yeah,
and
true.
So
true.
It just feels like, the worry, because everybody's like, what are they going to do without Bob Myers? What are they going to do without Bob Myers? Right now, it's only been a couple of weeks, but right now, Dunleavy is creating sort of a feel of leadership.
Some guys have come and gone like that, too. Another really big name at the time who came in, and again, he was slightly damaged goods at that point, would be Cousins. When Cousins came in, and it was like he was here for a little bit, it didn't work out, he got hurt, he was gone. You don't even really think about that period. That could be like what this Chris Paul thing turns into. He's just here for a little while, he's gone.
So
like, I remember that when he was a dub. Oh, yeah, Chris Paul. You know what I mean? Like, not really having that much of an impact. I was one of those,
I mostly remember Cousins for his famous bada bing, bada boom, bada. Remember he got the news?
I like Cousins,
That was
man.
a veteran minimum deal.
By the way, where is he present day? Is he still out there limping around?
Three things about Cousins I remember. One, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, if you can find it. Two, when he talked about his grandma watching her stories.
Yeah,
operas.
Good call.
And three, the leg was always going to blow. Something was going to happen. The Achilles.
I heard some nasty stuff about that quad injury, man. I don't even want to repeat it on the air, but I heard it was really bad. The tear he had,
No bueno.
Yeah.
You finding that in the system? Yeah, never mind. Here we go.
The DeMarcus stuff?
The bada big. Bada. Mike Dunleavy on, what's the playing time situation going to be for Chris Paul here?
You do feel that minute total-wise, he should have it decreased a little bit just from a usage standpoint?
I mean, you can ask Chris that. I don't think that's what he's going to want to do. I'll defer the playing time and all that somewhat to Steve. I'll refer the load management stuff to Rick. On our end, we feel like we got a really good player that's going to address some of the stuff, that we were looking to do in terms of just experience, taking care of the ball, decision-making, ability to run pick and roll. Chris does a lot of those things that we feel like can enhance our team.
Experience, decision-making, pick and roll, all the things that we're expecting to see. By the way, I'm waiting for the big question to ask. Can this guy win the Warriors an NBA Cup? That's my question. Can he win them an NBA Cup? Yeah, that's what they're calling it, the NBA Cup.
Okay.
It's going to be crowned like December 9 or something, which I think is I think that's usually Army-Navy Day. I think they found a soft spot in the college football schedule.
Is this the same kind of violation as the King Felix violation, Murph? Would the Stanley Cup people be upset? They're saying, wait a minute, what do you mean the MLB Cup? We got our cup.
Another one from Dunleavy, who's giving off the aura of poise on gently letting Jordan Poole go.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously looking to improve our team and felt like adding Chris gives us a chance to get better, addresses some things for us overall as a team. It also gives us some financial flexibility moving forward. Most of all, Jordan, can't thank him enough for his contributions. Like, we wouldn't have a banner if it weren't for him, and he gave us everything he had for 4 years. So really appreciate what Jordan gave us. Told him, always be a Warrior, always welcome back, and just one of those things. Felt like there's a little bit of a logjam in the backcourt, and then you get to the payroll stuff. So had to make a tough decision, but had the opportunity to get a guy like Chris Paul really was the difference for us to make that move.
That's one long, smooth answer that says we wish him well in his future endeavors, right? One of those emails you get, so-and-so's not working here anymore. We wish him well in his future endeavors. Paul, you going to get that soon? Paul McCaffrey is no longer working at KNBR. We wish him well in his future endeavors.
Probably any time.
Right,
Could be by the end of the show today, actually. Stay tuned.
Yeah. And he said it, man. Financial flexibility. And so,
but you're right. There's a vibe. Like I agree with you that he has kind of slid into this. The transition was pretty seamless between him and Myers. Like there's been no clunks.
And you want to talk about bold? I mean, he got the keys to the rig for like a day and traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. It's
after being out in front of the whole media assembled and being like, no, Poole's going to be here for at least 4 years.
So he mastered two things: one, the bold move, and two, the big
talking
lie.
S. Yeah, you got to know how to talk
which
some
makes
S
for a big hit here.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to the text line telling us Boogie Cousins playing in Puerto Rico.
Hey, Puerto Rico.
The Rodney Dangerfield.
You might as well walk us through it. Oh, stand by.
I'm a warrior.
God bless you.
Marcus is like it's like his equivalent of a 56-game hitting streak. It's happening today on the show. He's been on fire. Ever since you came back with the Dougie Fresh and the Slick Rick, you were doing that early on today. I mean, you've been on
Vlad Jr. won the home run derby, and I said, Vladdy Dottie, he likes to party.
Dougie Fresh, man.
He don't cause no trouble, and he don't bother nobody, which either makes you think of A, Dougie Fresh, B, Digital Underground, or C, Ted Lasso's mom, Dottie.
And shout out Slick Rick, Children's Stories, because he was in the mix on that, too. Yeah.
Bada bing. You know what I say about Waterboy's work on the soundboard?
Tell me.
Bada bing, bada boom. That's what I say about it. All right, two more from Dunleavy and the big hit. He says that, well, the double F. Financial flexibility. He repeats it here, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was somewhat necessary, not completely because we still have a whole other year, but, to get ahead of it, you're starting to see some teams do that right now. And for us, basically, to be able to do that and be able to what we feel like has improved our basketball team. That was the reasoning behind it. But yeah, what does that allow us to do? Hard to say at this point, but just to have that optionality and flexibility to a certain degree where we're not going to be probably too bumped up against that second apron.
There it is, man. Financial flexibility, second aprons, all the stuff they're talking about. By the way, 707 says, who the flip is calling it the NBA Cup?
That's what I want to know.
He thinks I'm talking about the Larry O? Hey, 707.
No. It's not the championship.
The NBA
yeah,
Cup.
exactly.
NBA Cup is going to be handed out in early December after the new play-in tournament.
For life.
For life. By the way, $500K for each player who wins it. I'll take
Dude,
that.
that's a nice payday for a pretty meaningless little tournament
and
there.
The fact that it counts against the regular season, I endorse the NBA Cup.
So you tell me that somebody's going to actually walk off the court with an NBA Cup and then put it up on the in the locker room or something?
If the Warriors win the NBA Cup,
you get to keep the cup. I assume.
You wear Golden State Warriors 2023 NBA Cup champs
for the
answer is yes.
I will. See, I will.
No way.
Ironic comedy. Murph is on fire. Yes,
irony.
Yes, Murph is correct.
Are you guys going to be hanging up banners too at Chase Center?
NBA Cup.
NBA Cup champions.
I'm with Murph on the NBA Cup. You know what, dude? I want that cup. We want the cup. We want the cup.
If you're the Clippers, you do that, not the Warriors.
If the Warriors win the NBA Cup, will Joe Lacob have them drive to San Jose and have it skated around the arena?
And will Joe Lacob look to Steph Curry and say, Steph Curry, come get your NBA Cup. Like the Bettman did to Messier. Mark Messier, come get the Stanley Cup.
One last one. And the tradition is don't touch the NBA Cup before the until you win it.
No, white gloves
They're
now.
Bringing it out in white gloves.
White gloves, baby. Yeah. That's it.
Are they going to chisel the names of
going to be on a tour?
Brandon Pajemski on the side of the NBA Cup.
100%. 100%.
Finally, Dunleavy says, you know what? They want to add a big guy. They want to add a tall person. So here he is.
Yeah, I mean, but if there's like 5 open spots and, if we fill 3 or 4 of them, I mean, yeah, I would think we're going to add somebody with some size. But we got to be careful with the way we play, the way the league works. Just bringing in somebody that's tall, you got to be skilled. You got to have feel. You got to know how to play. And I think we've learned that over the last few years. So we'll always prioritize that. But, the taller and longer the player is, the better.
Boy, this NBA Cup is really divisive. People are flipping out about this thing.
Dude.
They really are in the text line. They're like, I don't want to. People are like pissed about the NBA Cup.
Bring me the cup, baby.
I want
bring me
the cup. I do. I want it.
By the way, somebody wrote at 510 said, don't forget Cousins got a T before he ever played. Remember that? He was still in the street clothes and he got a T.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So,
that's awesome.
There's your big hit, guys. Mike Dunleavy staying cool, calm, poised, and looking like a leader. Steph Curry still being generous to Jordan Poole's legacy. And the Warriors gaining that key financial flexibility. And Raymond Ritter confirming that the Chris Paul hallway press conference was indeed Ritter sanctioned against his will. He wants a formal setting, but the media wanted him.
Thank you.
So there you go.
All good, Raymond.
There's your big hit, guys. I enjoyed it. And now I'll enjoy the cooler of content even more next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
ESPN's front office insider Bobby Marks stopped by yesterday with John Lunn and Dave Benz to talk about the Warriors' salary cap and where they stand after the start of free agency. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
We think something gigantic just happened in the last 60 seconds. We think Triple E might have fixed the lights for
Murph's
the
not
first
orange
time.
anymore. Look at that. Murph's like a real human color now.
And I think it's unfortunate now. You actually see what I really look like, and people are not that stoked.
Somebody said today on the text line, it goes, Murph's tangled up in blue.
Yeah.
Shout out Bob Dylan.
Yeah,
and
7:07 notice right away. Murph, it actually looks like you guys are in the same room now.
See what happens?
By the way, how about Paulie's Moody Prairie behind him today?
Again,
that TV is one of those TVs that has art. I opted for the Moody Prairie.
Tune
I
in
like
tomorrow, see where we go. There are different
I
motifs.
think it's a statement about perhaps Western imperialism, and I don't know. There's something
I want to stay out of all politics at this point.
Okay, I probably should move on. Yeah. Or
I'm not going into that.
No,
not
statement
anymore.
On the beauty of the open prairie and how it leads to I don't know the open. I don't.
Right. Someday when I'm done with the radio gig and I just start wandering the earth like Kane and Kung Fu, this will be the kind of landscape I'll be kind of walking across.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. Getting in situations, meeting people.
I would call that a win for you.
Walking
in
a truck stop, see what happens.
I can't get over the fact that I'm not orange or blue. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I can't get.
I like the natural tones of a Murph.
You
he
like
looks
a
good.
natural Murph?
Yes,
you make me feel like a natural Murph.
I think it looks good, Murph. I just can't get over the fact it took Triple E 6 months to figure out the lighting.
Well, no, I told him to turn off the red lights. You guys kept putting those on. I said,
Paulie Mack was saying he thinks the last 2 days there's been like a 0.01% uptick in Triple E's performance.
I have noticed it. I actually said it to Murph.
I think today it might be 0.02.
Yeah.
0.02.
Yeah, he's finding his way in the world.
All right.
Finally.
Now y'all can see what I look like.
Murph is very excited about the new presentation. He's presenting well.
All right. Cooler content. This has got a little traction yesterday. Nick Castellanos, who's at the All-Star game. They ask these dumb questions. You go around, there's nothing to ask. They're like, hey, if you could be a animal, what animal would you be? Or whatever. That's those kind of questions.
What do you mean, Stu? That's a good question.
So they asked, wasn't it Barbara Walters who would ask, what kind of tree would you be? Remember that?
Wow.
Waterboy, the woman named Barbara Walters used to do these really famous hour-long interviews.
Would Robert Smith be a weeping willow? I'm going to throw that one out there.
She would interview very famous actors or politicians, like 20 minutes each. There'd be 3. It'd be like, coming up, Barbara Walters sits down with Steph Curry, Joe Biden, and Leo DiCaprio. That would be like the 2023 version. Well, she used to get monster guests.
Yeah.
And then she would try to plumb into their feelings. Everybody would watch. And she would say, at the end, she would say, if you could be a tree, what kind of tree would you be? And we'd have like Bill Clinton going, I'll be an oak tree. I'd be a horny oak tree.
Yeah. With a lot of acorn droppage.
So,
anyway. Shout out Gilda Radner doing Barbara Wawa on SNL.
That's a terrible question.
Well, what kind of tree would you be?
I like the question.
I don't know. Like,
it's good for the
first thing that
hippies.
pops in my head is like a redwood tree.
Yeah, you're strong and stately, dude. You're 300 years old. You're 100 feet tall.
Guess
Hell
what
yeah.
15-year-old Declan Murphy's nickname is on the baseball team?
Redwood?
Redwood tree.
Shout out Tree Rollins.
He's 6'3"
the great
and a
trees.
half. Yeah,
Shout out the great Rush song called The Trees.
What tree are you guys?
Well, you took the redwood from me. I'll go oak. I'll just be a stately oak tree looking out at the lake or something like that.
Let me get DJ. What tree is going extinct? I don't know. Whatever it is.
Murph's in the petrified forest.
Whatever tree's going extinct.
The petrified wood is like a rock. That's Murphy's out there.
So they asked Nick Castellanos what his favorite superhero is.
Okay.
And this answer got some traction.
That's a good one.
Everyone was asked their favorite superheroes. Yeah. You said Scooby-Doo.
Sure.
I didn't realize Scooby-Doo was a superhero. Can you kind of explain his superhero lore?
I mean, well, first off, he's a dog, right? And he can talk.
Fair enough. Okay.
And he solves mysteries. So I think that a dog that can talk and helps people by solving mysteries, I think is a superhero.
Checks off all the superhero boxes, has special skills, and he helps people.
Correct.
Wow.
I mean, he broke it
He was serious as a heart attack right there.
Broke it down.
About the mystery machine.
First of all, talking dogs. There have been a few through the years. I mean, the dog in Family Guy talks, right?
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a superhero.
You got to take the fact that I'm going to say Shaggy had to have been the first animated stoner ever celebrated in illustration. Driving around with the mystery machine.
Underdog talked and saved people.
I don't know if he talked. Did he talk? I don't remember.
What about Clifford the Big Red Dog? Did he talk?
I don't think so.
Not sure. I mean, and that was on when my kids were young,
He's
too. I'm not
really
sure.
big, bigger than a house, that dog.
Well, is Scooby-Doo a superhero? That's up there as a hot dog, a sandwich.
That's a great, wow.
That's tough.
Wow.
And I'm a Scooby-Doo head, but I don't think just any animated pet talking is a superhero.
Yeah, I think a superhero needs like special powers, right?
Like he got special powers. He talks and he solves mysteries.
That's true. They
like,
can't talk.
It's like Mickey Mouse and Daffy Duck superheroes.
Well, they don't solve mysteries.
Well, the DuckTales do.
They don't solve
the
mysteries.
DuckTales. They're always solving
That's
mysteries.
new to me.
Yeah,
That's new to me.
That was Donald Duck's kids, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse didn't do much.
They don't solve mysteries.
Too much.
That's
And Mickey
the key.
Mouse, yeah. So I mean, he solved mysteries. He helped people.
Yeah, but is that a
I'm riding with
superpower?
Castellanos. Yeah, sure. He can talk and he can solve mysteries.
I can solve mysteries. I'm not a superhero.
Yeah, you're not an animated dog.
True.
Anyway, Castellanos out here just provoking thought. Debo Samuel's next up in the cooler of content. He was on a CBS radio show, and he's doing one of these promoted tours, so he has one of these handlers with him, and the handler's going to jump in, causing much controversy here. Listen.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. That shit is like we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is, and we'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Debo on right now.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions. Are you serious? We got hung up on because all we did was ask him about the quarterback situation and then Philadelphia, and we got hung up on by Debo Samuel? That's a joke. An absolute joke.
Yeah.
That's absurd. So I've done this long enough. That was just get the promotional plug out of the way. Then you don't want to answer any questions, and you hand the phone off to the public relations
That's a
person.
real Philly voice right there. Man. Out of the
radio
way.
host there, yeah. So Debo was not having it. I don't think Debo's a big radio media
No,
guy.
I don't get that impression either at all.
We've had handlers jump on before and say you're all done.
Give me an example. I don't remember.
Waterboy will tell me, like, on the back, they'll come in. You got to go. You got to go.
Oh, in your headphones? Yeah.
Uh-huh. Did a handler jump in when we had Jim Crane on from Pebble Beach?
No, Murph just scared him off. I mean, that was a one-on-one thing.
Yeah.
We had such a great... Well, I was fascinated with Jim Crane. Fascinated.
Yeah.
He was such a gangster, and now I think the relationship's over.
No, I disagree. I think he's coming back. Well, first of all,
you know
the
what?
only problem is probably for the relationship to thrive, we got to go to Pebble
That's
Beach.
the problem. I haven't seen it in years. I don't even know never. Anyway.
Shaquille O'Neal, who's just our favorite, leading the crowd in Barkley sucks.
Yeah.
Barkley sucks down at Chase Center, making us laugh, but sometimes falling asleep on a Tuesday night on the set.
The best. Might be the legacy. That's your strongest legacy right there for me. Is someday I remember Shaq just taking naps while he's at the desk.
His flatulence
Best.
that caused that laugh that time, when they were talking about whatever he ate, that tostada. Or
I wouldn't want any part of that. None.
Now here he is propping up your guy, number 30. Take a listen.
You have to say he's the best point guard ever. Having a discussion with my guy, Jamal Crawford, not traditional point guard. I'm like, bro, but he's listed as a point guard.
You putting him over Magic?
Yes, of course I am. Yeah, you heard it here first.
But he's not a traditional point guard. That's a good point.
The game has evolved. His position says point guard.
Man, first of all, I love Shaq's takes. They're great. Second of all, is Steph the greatest point guard of all time?
More and more people are saying that now. Even I tell you, this is like a big deal to me because like one of my buddies in Boston who's just like a basketball lunatic, Tommy D'Angelo, he came at me with that during the playoffs this year. He goes, it's time for people to start acknowledging Steph as the superior talent to Magic Johnson, which is still...
Have you read The Winner Within lately?
Bro, you know me. Magic was my guy growing up. That was my favorite player.
It's an interesting conversation because, as Shaq says, the definition has changed. And
Big time. Yeah,
so
big
you're
time.
talking almost about two different things.
I mean, that's the thing. The definition has changed, and Steph Curry has changed the sport of basketball.
But the thing is, too, is the farther away from the Magic Johnson era we get, I think the less people are going to appreciate what he did.
So
because it's just going to become ancient history.
Old head guy, a point guard is a specific thing, and
I know
Steph
what you're
does
saying.
not fit that
At
point
all.
guard definition.
Which is one of the
He's
reasons.
sort of just a magical guard who
He's
can
a
do
groundbreaker.
both.
He does
can
it,
do
yeah.
both, right?
Yeah.
So it becomes nomenclature. But I love Shaq's take.
Me too.
I do.
Me too.
Meanwhile, Jerry West. That guy's, what is he, north of 80 years old, still out here dropping takes? Check out Jerry West.
That's who I am, but I was not afraid. And today, again, I was getting at the players that are drafted today, and everyone, competitive people, the word dog comes up a lot. That guy's a dog. That guy, well, I was a wolf, okay? I used to eat dogs.
Yeah. Jerry West, man,
He's 85.
Yeah.
He's 85. And he's like, wait, you want to come into my freaking, I'll eat your.
I used to eat dogs.
He's a lifer, man.
I loved when he was with the Warriors. By the way, that was another of Lacob's coups, was getting Jerry West to come
Incredible.
Here. Now,
He
of
had a
course,
big-
it was probably a paycheck, but so what? He came.
Look at the results, too. I believe they won 2 titles under his watch.
The Clipper aura of putridity is so bad that
Even Jerry West can't penetrate it. They tried it. It's like with the Knicks. Even Pat Riley couldn't get it done. It happens sometimes.
Phil Jackson.
Yeah,
the Knicks and Clippers are
they're so
rancid that
so
not even
broken.
Pat Riley,
so broken.
Phil Jackson, and Jerry West
Can't revive him. We got the paddles out, nothing.
Well, there you go. There's your cooler
Good
content.
cooler. That
We
was good. I
enjoyed
could
it.
listen to that all day.
Very, very good.
By the way, don't forget season 2 of Winning Time on HBO about the Lakers
is that
coming in like a couple of weeks. So more Jerry West craziness. They portrayed him like he was an axe murderer on that show. But we had the kid that played Kareem as one of our guests. He was really good. Kid played ball at Cal.
How about me just taking a line from Pat Riley Sunday at Joe Wag? We came here today to win a championship in front of our family, friends, and fans.
And God.
Now go do it. That's what he told the guys before Game 6. He goes, we were utterly 1,000% convinced. He goes, gentlemen, there's only one thing to do. We came here today to win the championship.
Hell yeah.
We're going to go do it in front of our family, friends, and
Get
fans.
him, Riles.
And they hit the floor.
Yeah.
So, Pat, I'm still going through the book. I'll try to give you more gems. From
Please
Riles,
do.
all
Every
right?
day would be good.
Don't forget he drafted Jaime Jaquez.
He's watching film right now, and he's trying to get Dame Lillard. He's this close to landing Dame.
Yeah, in fact, we can talk about that. There was a little bit of an update yesterday from the
Dame
Portland
goes to
GM.
Miami. That might be the final piece, actually, for
Next,
real.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I mean, well, first off, he's a dog, right? And he can talk.
I used to eat dogs.
Yeah, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. We're talking about safe and secure and stable. That's the word you're looking for. Safe, secure, and stable banking partner. So check out Provident Credit Union. Provident is committed to the safety of their members' deposits. I'm a big fan of their dividend-earning checking account called Super Reward Checking, where you can earn a 1.26% annual percentage yield. Yes, Super Reward Checking has no monthly or annual fees and includes free access to ATMs nationwide. With over $3.5 billion in assets, Provident has earned a name for safety and soundness. So start earning 1.26% annual percentage yield with a Super Reward checking account. Visit providentcu.org. That's providentcu.org. Or stop by any of their 21 Bay Area branches. That rate is effective May 1st, 2023. Federally insured by the NCUA. Rate may change at any time. Other terms and conditions apply.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think what I've learned more than anything is patience is critical. Don't be reactive. Don't jump at things just to seemingly solve a problem. I think the teams that have ended up in the most positive situation post-trade have been the ones that have been really diligent and taken their time and not been impulsive. The teams that kept their urgency under control. So I think that's how my approach has been with this and will be with this, is we're going to be patient. We're going to do what's best for our team, and we're going to see, how this lands. And if it takes months, it takes months.
Well, there it is. We teased it before the break that Joe Cronin, not the Baseball Hall of Famer Joe Cronin, who you could use in an immaculate grid if you need a Red Sox Hall of Famer and you want to dazzle Triple E, Joe Cronin, San Francisco's own.
By the way, you know what Triple E was telling me? Even though he's ticking up, his performance has ticked up a little bit. We were talking during one of the breaks, and he's doing like an immaculate grid, I think, for the NFL. And he tried to enter the name Bart Starr, and he said the computer rejected it. It wouldn't accept the name. But the guy won he won 2 Super Bowls, right? Bart Starr won 2.
So that
they won't even accept his ass.
The NFL immaculate grid is lacking.
A big time. You're better off staying with MLB trips.
Are we sure? Yeah, he was 2-time Super Bowl MVP.
And they won't even accept him. He typed it. I saw him type the name in twice. It wouldn't take it.
Hey, Rob Nen going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. Speaking of Copes, he just checked in. Guess he's walking around North Beach. Guess who just biked right past him? Paulie.
Guac.
Going balls out for the bicycle?
Yeah, balls out.
On a chill Tuesday?
Did you want to go balls out for the bicycle?
Sure
okay, stand by. I mean, you want it, you got it.
We're going balls out for game! It is out of here! Balls out for game! Adios, Pelota! Balls out for game!
That's what I wanted.
Okay.
Gabe's out there biking this morning.
Balls out. He's a biker. He gets around. Would he be looking for, probably not a burger at this hour of the morning, right? Probably looking for one of those coffees he likes.
Oh, yeah. He's going to do
one of those Americanas.
Filming with the left hand, taking the big right paw and peeling off the lid.
Or is he one of those guys, Marcus, that just goes GoPro helmet camera on his helmet while he's biking around?
Maybe he's in search of Barry Bonds, who cycles every morning through Southern Marin.
And he's using all the, I'm going down to Viz right now, headed towards Dolo. I'm looking around. Yeah, totally.
Hit me up, yeah.
Maybe at Buy Right.
By the way, the other interesting little nugget that was in the...
Hit me up, totally. Slide in and hit me up.
Did you guys see this thing that's going around the NFL Twitter that Adley Rutschman was the place kicker for the Oregon State Beavers and he tackled Christian McCaffrey on a kickoff?
Dude, that's incredible.
Yeah,
I love that.
The NFL just found this.
I knew I liked that kid.
Yeah, Adley Rutschman.
That's my boy now. That makes me like him even more.
Baby face of an
How about
Adley
that?
Rutschman.
He's hitting bombs and home run derbies from both sides of the plate, and he's out here tackling Christian
Something very
McCaffrey.
likable about that kid last night.
And he had the headband going. The young headband, too. Yeah. All right, back to the what we teased there. Listen, there was a brief discussion of Dame Lillard wanted to be a Warrior, but that
it was extremely brief.
That changed now. And we're all wondering where he's going to go, but
actually, I hope he does land with Miami. That would be perfect.
Blazers GM Joe Cronin spoke yesterday, and he said, if it takes months, it takes months. So they ain't going to be, it's July. They don't have to do anything for 3 months. So we went from where's Dame going? Where's Dame going? Or this is a stall tactic. I don't know. But it's so sad that, that he's going to leave Portland and try. But
is it sad, though? Maybe it's good, though, for the league. Because, now he's going to have a chance to shine.
Yeah, you're right. And if he has a chance to go to Miami, that would be
perfect. Him and Butler doing it, man.
With Riley?
Yeah, because that's what they really need. They need a guy who can score like that. And when Butler has to carry the team, when they're overmatched to begin with, it just hasn't been the right recipe. But you throw a sharpshooter in there like Dame Lillard, now they could go toe-to-toe with anybody probably.
In the whole player empowerment era, he had just signed an extension with Portland, but then he turns around and asks to trade. So Cronin cut L, Waterboy.
Yeah.
Cronin talked about, I get it. He saw us going another direction.
Yeah. I could see why Dame would look at it and say, well, this isn't a win-now opportunity as much as, or at least as much of a win-now opportunity as some other places. So from that regard, I understand his position and I respect it, and it makes sense to me why he would look to the Wells Fargo.
Yeah, so the up there in Portland doing their thing, they're years away. They're a long way away from winning a championship up in Portland, man. The 77 Blazers, who had the reunion with Walton, right?
Yes.
That's what I should have watched yesterday. I had a little window.
You really need to see that. I can't stress it enough. Have you seen it yet, Marcus? The 30 for 30 on Walton?
I haven't
What's
had the
your
chance
problem?
yet.
Well, Murph is busy coaching. Now, what's your problem?
I'm too busy barbecuing and going to baseball games.
Smoking meats.
You know my schedule, Paul.
I do.
Do the minors play during All-Star Week?
I know San Jose's off right now. I haven't checked in Sacramento. That's a good question, Murph.
I think they're off.
I think they might be off also.
I think everybody's off.
We don't play till Friday. I can't even invite you to one of our games.
How are you going to watch the All-Star game tonight? Now I'm actually kind of concerned.
I scheduled practice during it.
What time is practice?
4 to 6.
What do you do, send out an email? I'm getting Murph to retract his own practice.
Yeah, no, I can't do that.
No, but you do want to see the game.
We'll end practice. Listen, at this point in time, we don't want to burn them out too much. So we'll maybe end practice a
Nice
little
and
early.
light. Yeah, nice
Keep
and light.
them home,
Mhm.
The Bill Walsh theory, Paulie.
Yeah?
You know what I mean?
We're not going to go overboard during the week. We got a game Sunday.
Get him out of pads.
Yeah,
Get him out of pads.
yeah.
All right, just wanted to hit a little bit of that Joe Cronin and the Blazers. So there's nothing cooking with Dame, and it won't happen for months. So stay tuned on that, and it ain't happening with the Warriors. Sorry, guys, it ain't happening. Would he have fit, though, by the way? Would he have fit? Would you have taken Dame on the Warriors?
Yeah.
Of course you take Dame on the
Yeah,
Warriors.
you find a way to make it fit.
You find,
you'd be-
100%.
oh, my
Find a way.
God.
You say, Dame, what do you need?
What do you need?
What do you
Yeah,
need?
yeah, what do you need? And-
I'd say, what time's your plane land? I'm just picking, here's my biggest problem. Where should I pick you up, at the curb, or do you want to go to the baggage claim?
And you know what?
That's my
It's incredible to say this, but it actually would work because Steph he took a step back to let Kevin Durant be Kevin Durant a lot of nights, and he would do that for Dame. Probably, take some of that responsibility off of Steph's
He's going to
shoulders.
do that for Chris Paul. You
Well,
coaching?
yeah.
You coaching? You
Yeah.
coaching, Murph? Is what you're saying there? All right, guys. Here's the deal. We have Mark Spears coming up at 9:15. By the way, did you hear? Is Jen Mueller continuing to stiff us?
Yeah, what's the status now? Do we have to really go into repair mode here with her?
Said something wrong. I thought it'd
Damage
be
control?
easy to get her, but no.
I'll send flowers. I mean, what
We'll have some fun on the other side. 'Cause we could talk about the All-Star Home Run Derby, but there's more cooler stuff to get to too. Paul Rudd has some NFL riffs.
Nice.
We had Softy Mahler almost damn near attacking Felix Bautista. And so let's get
We got
into
a
all
lot to
that
get to. Yeah.
coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hit me with a DM.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning and thank you for listening to Murph and Mack. Want to address everybody out here who's hurting this morning in terms of joint pain, aches and pains in your bones, in your joints. The older you get, the tougher it gets, I'm telling you. And there's new ways now to treat that kind of pain where you don't have to involve doctor visits and prescriptions and opiates because those are all very dangerous avenues to tread on. We're talking about new advanced regenerative medicine. Let's talk about QC Kinetics. It's a whole new way, an all new natural way to use highly concentrated healing properties from your own body that will in turn give you long-lasting pain relief. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in precision regenerative medicine with over 100 clinics right now all across America. Got one coming very soon to San Jose. Currently, locations exist in Pleasanton. You can have a free consultation with a local medical professional when you call QC Kinetics. I'll give you that number in a minute. And just remember, it's a great alternative to pain management. You really owe it to yourself to at least give them a call, have the consultation, and see if you can treat your joint pain in a much, much safer way. Call 877-70-REGEN. That's 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, happy All-Star Tuesday. Tonight's going to be fun. Camilo Doval, Alex Cobb. Maybe get in there. Sadly, you won't be able to recognize them in their Giants unis as they third year in a row they're wearing these neutral unis, which has...
Come on, Manfred, get with the
Murphy
program.
Mac Show very upset.
Manfred had to have been a kid at some point when he saw the All-Star game, whatever team. Where did he grow up? What do you know about this guy, Manfred? What was
Manfred has been determined as very little baseball background.
So I was going to say, when he grew up, who did he root for? And I'm sure he would have felt the same way. It would help if you got a commissioner who actually likes the sport.
Growing up?
Well, to be honest with you boys, I don't know if he grew up liking baseball. I still don't know if he likes baseball to this day.
That's
the
our
hunk
man.
Of metal thing?
The hunk of metal guy.
That's a great call. And how disrespectful can you be? Yeah.
They're doing the neutral jerseys so they can sell them. I mean, listen.
Let me be honest, though.
Rebecca said, how much more money do you need?
Well, it's not only that, but I can't see a big surge of. I mean, unless
who's going to wear that?
That's what I'm saying. Kids don't want that thing. Kids don't want
well, I don't know, Paulie Mac. The same kids that are buying all the City Connect jerseys.
I think that's a little different, though. That's specific to your team. You got team representation there.
Team representation.
This is some generic blue jersey you got. I don't know.
I will say, do you remember when Tim Lincecum no-showed the 08 All-Star game at
part
Yankee
of that
Stadium?
Mystique. Yeah.
I said that
he must have had a great time.
Remember at the time I said the ultimate riff would be to wear the national, because they used to wear these neutrals on Home Run Derby Day.
Mm-hmm.
So he would have had one that said National Lincecum from 08. And remember, some listener got us one?
Yeah.
But they got us one,
and they
apparently shoplifted at Waterbury because they never took that tag off it. So it had that big, clunky plastic tag on it. You couldn't wear it.
There's hot items here. So, I don't want to get caught in some web.
Yeah, so...
but you're right.
I'll accept it on Home Run Derby Day, maybe.
But give me the real unis tonight, yeah. Especially when you're lining up on the when they're doing the players.
This picture of Adley Rutschman with his dad, and it was a very sentimental thing last night.
Well, they're both wearing the Orioles, yeah. It looked awesome.
Great-looking unis.
Looked awesome.
Great-looking unis,
Yeah. You're just ashamed it's not the All-Star uniforms. But I guess there are people who will buy them, because when I was at the perfect game watching Domingo Germán against the A's, there comes a guy walking down the aisleway in a bright orange 2007 Giants All-Star jersey with Derek Jeter on the back of it.
Incredible.
It blew my mind. I was like, an orange Jeter jersey? Where'd that come from? Apparently the All-Star game in 2007.
Some people are gearheads,
They're
by the
out
way.
there.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, so Home Run Derby was fun. We all agreed. Although we did say that the rapid-fire pitching, while it does please the TikTok generation and gives you just nonstop action,
but you don't know where the balls are landing.
There's a downside.
Yeah.
There's a downside. We and Paulie and I were saying you had to get to the point where you had to guess what was a homer.
You trained your eye okay, that one's gone.
Yeah.
That one's short.
So in a way, we were wondering, do you swing the pendulum back to holding the hand up? You can't hit until the ball lands. Kipe says everybody's going to cheat, though. Everybody's going to start pitching before the ball lands.
There's got to be a better way to shoot it, though, or to present it, because if they're going to use that format, there's got to be a better way where you can follow
just take the time limit off and you just do 10 outs.
There it is. The time limit. That's a big part of it.
They determined that the time limit's more exciting. For example, Arozarena at the end, when he had that chance in his final 15 seconds.
He works quick, too, man. He can swing.
That was exciting
to
see him do that. Whereas
it was.
You wouldn't have that in just the 10-out thing where you just hit one, wait.
Trying to get it in as the clock ticks down. But then you could tell, Vlad just almost threw his, he was so gassed by the end of his round. He just wanted out of there.
That's why some guys don't want to do it, because it messes up their swing. And now I can see yourself. You could pull something.
You could definitely pull something. Yeah.
Boys, I think we might have a simple solution. Maybe we should take some notes from Rob Manfred and get a pitch clock in the Home Run Derby. So you can only pitch every 5 to 10 seconds.
Give me a robo-ump, and then everybody's happy.
Clocks. I need a clock for the clock, Paulie Mac.
Yeah. Can I get a clock on that clock?
Honestly, I can't tell you who hit the most Titanic homer last night, because I don't know.
That's right. That's exactly
it's funny.
right.
I'll tell you, it was Luis Robert. But I didn't know until after his round was done, and they were like, "Oh, by the way."
But that's what I'm saying. After
hit
the round,
484. I was like, "Yeah, but nobody saw it."
I could read the box. I could read the story if I just wanted. I mean, I want to see it happen live in the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So who knows what the true solution is? I mean, in general, it's a plus. In general, we liked it.
I mean, it felt like at times
nitpicking here a little bit.
It did feel at times like some of those sessions were going so fast. You actually felt like there might be two balls in play at the same time.
Well,
they were coming so fast.
Yeah.
There was a case last night in the final round where Vladimir Guerrero Jr., to start off his round, hit a line drive, and it hit a kid in the face.
No. The kid went down.
Like, tried to make a play.
They didn't even say anything.
He tried
They
to
didn't
catch
say
the ball.
anything.
He kept his eye on it, but then he got hit in the eye.
They just left him lying there like some battlefield.
So they're going to have to slow it down for the safety of the children.
I mean, trying to keep the kids safe.
Home run derby going to home run derby.
It's
You know what I mean?
insane.
The kid's just lying out there.
Well, Rory asked me, who are these kids out there? I said, probably children of T-Mobile execs. You know?
Children of the corn.
Although they'll probably throw a few, a few nice stories out there, but the rest of them.
But no, you're right. They're children of execs,
Yeah. But so
VIP
anyway, so that
kids.
happened last night, and congrats to Vlad Jr. I had my pick to click was Randy Arozarena. And the irony is I picked him because I said, well, he's a fit athlete, and he'll be able to recover fast and all that. And the irony is he lost to the fat guy. Vlad Jr.
Yeah, Vlad who almost gassed out
Lost
in
to
the
the
first
fat guy.
round.
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
And funny, Vlad Sr. was bony and tall, and Vlad Jr. is squat and short. And so, it's 808 KNBR parents.
You
who
go
look
the other
totally
way.
different
Right,
than their children.
Because
So-
usually kids outgrow their parents, and a lot, certainly in my case, it looks like yours too.
Yeah, 100%.
You got the ones coming in shorter and heavier.
Here we go. Hey, cooler content. Do we you want to play the intro or just go with it?
Nah,
we'll
just go with it. I played the music already.
So Debo Samuel came on a CBS Sports radio show. We're like, oh, we miss Debo, but I guess he was promoting something specific on a national level. Well, the host wants to talk to him about the Philadelphia Eagles. And Debo, really not that interested to the point where his promoter just jumps in.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. That is like we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is, and we'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Debo on right now.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions. Are you serious? We got hung up on because all we did was ask him about the quarterback situation and then Philadelphia, and we got hung up on by Debo Samuel? That's a joke. An absolute joke. That's absurd. So I've done this long enough. That was just get the promotional plug out of the way. Then you don't want to answer any questions, and you hand the phone off to the public relations person.
I'm outraged, Murph. I'm outraged.
That's a host named Zach Gelb, I guess?
That's him.
Yeah, I think he does a night at
He's
CBS.
all outraged now because Debo.
Well, I know. What are you going to do? We've done the promotional tour. We
radio
ripped
hijinks.
on it. Remember we had, was it Copes or Pecan who did at the end, strung together all the promos at the end of Super Bowl week?
I think that was Copes.
I remember the late, great Dan Reeves promoting a printer.
Well, maybe that was.
I think it was Peaches.
Yeah, no, but.
Who's the guy we had? Was it
Printer.
this last Super Bowl or the one before where he came on and immediately started talking about knee braces?
It was, we gave him a Murph and Mackey for most immediate promo.
How you guys doing? I'm good, thanks to my new knee brace.
Was it Herman Moore, the Detroit Lions wide receiver?
I don't remember, but I remember it came super quick.
Yeah. And best was when Marcus Allen came on pitching.
This sets a standard.
Pitching avocados
over the top.
And he goes, hey guys, I'm really here. He goes, hey, listen, I'm interested in talking about Al Davis. I want to talk to you about my recipe for over the top guac.
You hear that? Oh, over the top
Remember
guac.
the signature move for 32 was to take it at the goal line and leap over. That was his thing. 32 over the top guac.
My only question is, wouldn't Gabe Kapler be a great spokesman for the over the top guac products?
He would.
If I could, Marcus, he's scrambling.
Top.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Over the top.
Yeah, guac.
My fascination with guac started listening to Murph and Mac when Marcus Allen came on.
I remember
to
when
pitch
Marcus Allen spoke about the guac. Yeah, the avocado.
And the key was, of course, squirting a little lemon into your avocado.
Yeah, man.
Into your guac. So anyway, I want to get back to this thing on this Eagles thing. This thing's going to lurk for a while and will loom. And as the weeks, I mean, this Niner Eagle thing.
Well, it could serve. It could become like a real,
almost like nuclear in a hurry. Like because
I'm sure the Niners are really they must feel cheated in a sense. They didn't really get to compete.
I'm gonna say, and yeah, we're all Niner fans here, but the Niners also, I thought, did a little unwarranted woofing after that. Like you got your A beat. You might want to just take your beating,
When were they woofing? We're for real.
Oh,
when were
the
they?
Super Bowl radio? Well, would have been a different game of Brock Purdy play.
Okay.
Would have been a
Super Bowl.
McCaffrey, Debo, at least those two. Maybe
It's just a
third,
lot of
too.
really upset dudes who feel like we
But
you
the
know.
strategy is to lay low and then ambush them in Philly.
I look
That's
forward to the
strategy.
game. I do. I look forward to the rematch. It's so far away. It's hard to get like
But
jacked
people
up.
like you talk about it's July and so a CBS Sports Radio guy gets a chance to have Debo, and that's all he wants to talk about.
Right.
This is going to be one of the threads of the season. You know, so somebody on the Eagles is going to do a sit-down interview during July and August at camp. Hey, what did you think of what the Niners said? They're going to fire back. It's now. I mean, I'm telling you, this is now like it went from sort of like, you know, the two best teams in the NFC to almost like DEFCON 2. You know. It's on now, and the NFL knows it's on.
Yeah.
To the point we thought it was going to be the Thursday night opener, but they said, hey, why don't we slide it into a nice little December
And it's always
situation.
great when you get East Coast, West Coast going, the culture of the fans. I mean, the whole bit, it's set up beautifully. And I expect like providing both teams are going to be healthy, let's hope that they are. I think the Niners have a very good chance of not only competing with Philly, but beating Philly, yes, and on their own field. It definitely can be done.
And that's the thing, Paulie Mac. When you look at the NFC, it really does seem like a two-horse race.
Yeah, now it does.
Tom Brady's retired.
Usually
Aaron
someone's going to
Rodgers is
surface, though.
gone.
There's usually a team that comes out of nowhere.
One guarantee in the NFL is that there's that stat that half the playoff rotation swaps out every year.
Somebody will rise,
come out of
like could be the Minnesota. Like
there's a team Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
You know, dude, I got bad news. Freaking Seahawks, guys.
Yeah. What about them? See, I don't want to hear this.
Dude, they were really good last year, and they were really good in a, quote, rebuild year. All those rookies hit. Geno was better, and then they just had a great draft.
I remember, too, in that playoff game, it was a little uncomfortably close for a little while. I know.
Losing
I
at
was like,
halftime.
this ain't funny anymore, you guys.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
I don't know that's old.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
See?
that's all right, Debo. That's okay, man.
But I'm just saying, guys, it's going to be.
See, now I'm starting to sit up
and
straight.
the NFL's loving it.
Yeah.
And we're loving it,
Yeah.
too. It's good for sports talk radio, you know, if you get into your
Philly
Eagles.
has never been like considered like that kind of rival for the Niners. I mean, the playoff history they have, I think they've only played twice. The wild card game in '96, and then of course this year. So it's not like this is a long time foe or anything, but it could be going in that direction where these teams could be seeing each other for a few years. I hope it does. That's what the NFC like kind of needs that.
Do you fear Jalen Hurts?
I have a lot of respect for Jalen Hurts. A lot of respect for him.
Jalen Hurts is pretty tough.
But I don't fear him. I say, let's go. Let's play,
They also
man.
just lost their O coordinator and their D coordinator.
Nice, Murph. There you go. See?
And by the way, Javon Hargrave, now playing for the 49ers.
That's right. Come on over.
No longer with the
Come on
Eagles.
over.
Correct.
And we'll see him in about a week.
Now you're getting me worked up, Marcus. Now I'm getting worked up, man.
By the way, one sneaky part of that soundbite is when the PR lady comes on, she goes, we got to go. Debo's going to camp. Training camp doesn't start for another
Yeah,
week.
I know. I think they're doing like a youth sports thing.
I was wondering what camp.
Yeah.
Camp Debo.
Yeah.
One of those things where you go, you know.
It's like meatballs camp.
Like the Rick Barry basketball camp at Santa Rosa JC in 1979.
Shout out to Rex Walters basketball camp at USF. I stuffed my kids in that thing for a couple of summers, and the best was every day when I'd go pick them up, there'd be 8 million kids all over the gym floor, and the last thing he would say when the parents are coming in, he goes, kids, don't forget, be good boys and girls when you go home tonight and help your parents do the dishes. I was like, I love this guy.
Yeah,
he would always tell the kids to do like one chore when they got home. I'm like, Rex Walters for life.
I've heard of coaches who have the kids have to text a picture of a made bed.
Yeah, see?
That kind of stuff,
Make
too.
them do something.
Hey,
that's what
I was going to
say.
say, when you picked up your kids, Tommy and James got in the car and said, Dad, why did Rex Walters chew my A today?
Dad, Rex Walters drove us out to Ocean Beach and kicked us out of the van and drove away. Is that bad? Yeah. Like that's all part of the camp experience.
The Eagles had a pretty good offseason, though, didn't they? They did. They only lost Miles Sanders. They lost Javon Hargrave.
But their OC, though, you're right. I mean,
they signed James Bradbury returned, Boston Scott returned, Jason Kelsey, Brandon Graham, Rashad Penny. Rashad Penny went to the Eagles to replace Miles Sanders.
And they had a good draft. They took
Fletcher
a bunch
Cox,
of guys out of Georgia.
Darius Slay. They got Mariota as their backup now.
will the Niners face the Dallas Cowboys for the third year in a row in the postseason? That could happen again, too.
And to your point about the Georgia draft, they picked those Bulldogs. All right, hey, Paul Rudd, the actor.
Yeah.
Everybody likes Paul Rudd,
Yeah,
right?
I think so. People are cool with Paul Rudd.
I guess his 1978 Giants are the 1979 Steelers. He remembers every player.
Okay.
So here he is. I don't know, what is he on, like a podcast or something?
That was a good team.
I guess he's getting grilled here on Steelers numbers here.
Okay.
To this day, if I need to remember a number, a phone number, an address or something, I'll associate it with a player from like the 70s, late 70s Steelers.
1979 Steelers. Call him up.
I don't know.
Let's do Rocky Blyer to start.
He was 20.
20. Correct. Lynn Swan.
88.
Benny Cunningham.
89.
Larry Brown.
79.
Nice.
Nailing it. Actually, this is
Theo. Or do this. Theo Bell. T-Bell. 83.
83, correct.
If you want,
come on,
say a number, and I'll see if I can get that player.
Nice.
63.
63. Was that Ernie Holmes?
Tom Dornbrook.
Oh, no. Oh, wait.
Tom Dornbrook.
Yeah. Oh, right. Ernie Holmes was before 79.
Okay. Give another one.
47.
47 was Mel Blount.
Correct. 59.
59 was Jack Ham.
52.
52, Mike Webster.
These are all correct.
Fantastic.
It's pretty impressive.
Paul Rudd, everybody.
58 for the win.
58 for the win would be Jack Lambert from Kent State University.
Hey. Respect to Paul Rudd. He's one of us, man. That's how we roll.
I think now we need a Paul v. Paul showdown. Rudd v. McCaffrey.
I'm ready, dude.
Rudd
as long
v.
as I can do
McCaffrey.
Niners, I'm good.
He's not lying. Waterboy, Triple E. For all my youth, because in the old days now, guys, you'd get somebody's phone number.
You had to remember
you didn't
it.
type it in your phone. You got to remember it.
Yeah.
You got to write it down. So
Do you
if
still
somebody
remember
told me-
your friends' numbers from your child? I swear.
Of course, yeah.
I do
but
too.
I'm saying it would be.
I do too.
If the phone number was 1680, it was easy. It was Joe and Jerry. That's how you remember. Like 388-1680. I'm going Joe to Jerry. 54. 5479. We're going. Buns. Harris Barton.
No question. We still do that. Creative Tony and I still do that all the time. What's your house number? Dana McLemore.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say.
Waterboy, do you have that in your generation? Like, are you stone cold with the Yankees?
Well, are you talking about phone numbers or
No,
numbers?
just Yankee. Like if I threw Yankees,
Do you know your numbers?
Yeah. Not like a Paulie Mac, Paul
like
Rudd
the
level.
that era, the late '90s to early '00s Yankees.
I'm not a huge numbers guy, to be honest with you. But I will
Paul
tell
O'Neill.
you. Yeah, I was going to say 19?
I thought he was 21.
Yeah, maybe.
I
I
think
don't know.
Murph's
Like I
right.
said, I'm bad with numbers.
I don't think he's 19.
But I was actually born before cell phones, so I did have to memorize phone numbers.
So you didn't do it with jersey numbers?
No, not really.
Okay.
Speaking of Jersey, here's one for you, Murph. 299-9495. That's Rags' number. I still remember it from being a kid.
Wait, say it again.
299-9495.
Oh yeah, I remember all my buddies.
That's a 201
Rusty
area
was
code.
388-7484. Mike Clenger was 383-4396.
How about this one? Here's my number in San Francisco in the 70s when I was a little kid. 771-5760. Right there on Euclid Avenue. 771-5760.
Paulie, let me ask you this.
That's from I was like 8 years old. I still
Paulie,
remember.
Don't worry, nobody's listening. Do you use any of them for your passwords for your bank accounts? Shh, don't worry, nobody's listening. I'm riffing, of course.
You notice how I went that silent. Yeah.
Some people do.
Actually, want to know what I do? Here's what I do for a lot of my passwords, and nobody will ever be able to crack this, so I'm not worried about it. I use a lot of Grateful Dead show dates. Big shows for me, like important shows, like that'll be
Okay.
like.
You want to break into Paulie's bank account? Start
You'll
thinking
never
Cornell.
get it. That's too obvious. I would never do that.
Or the '92 show where he lost his shoes.
I'm
at
not saying
RFK.
nothing about
All right,
nothing.
There you go. All right. Hey, Mark Spears, always a great conversation.
Yeah, give me some
NBA,
Spearsy.
we got a lot to get to, man. Dunleavy, CP3.
Dame Lillard, all kind of stuff.
Dame Lillard and Chris and Steph, all that stuff coming up on KNBR. And it was Spears who dropped the bomb about we'll ask him to circle back on this.
Okay.
About starting. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
ESPN's Robert Flores stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Coves to talk about this year's All-Star game and where the Giants stand at the All-Star break. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Presumably, you'd be coming off the bench playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
Dub Nation, time for Spears to talk Splash Brothers. It's Murph Mack and Mark Spears, the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
All righty, Mark Spears is our every 2 weeks on Tuesday hit. We love it. We love it. And a lot going on. Mike Dunleavy talked about Chris Paul. Chris Paul talked about Chris Paul. Steph Curry talked about Chris Paul. Jordan Poole talked about Jordan Poole. A lot going on. Mark Spears, always welcome back on the Murph and Mack Show. Good morning, brother. How are you, man? Oops,
oh, not yet. We're trying to punch him in.
There we go. The connection's being made
Sit
right
tight.
now.
I thought he was on Tomb.
And by the way, of course, I apologize to, sometimes you say things fast, and as they say in radio, not wrong for long.
What's the matter?
I said Buns was 54. Of course he was 57.
We all know that. It's all good.
Hey,
you're
texters,
cool.
I know that. Of course I know that.
Got to understand, you talk every day for 4 hours.
I asked the texters, were you watching Super Bowl 16? Because I was, and that's why I thought he was 54, not 57. I'm kidding, of course.
It's all good.
Of course, 57. He's standing up Pete Alexander.
Greatest open field tackle of all time. I'm saying it.
By the way, Walter, my new best friend,
yeah.
He's wearing a clean Vlad Guerrero Jr. gamer, which you can see on the bullpen cam.
Nice.
Actually,
when can I take advantage of the bullpen cam, though? I don't know when
right
that's...
now, if you want to walk out to the...
But I thought I thought it's on us, though. I don't get when that's available. The bullpen
during commercial break, I think.
Oh, so during commercial break, if you look real quick, I just switched it over. Now I'll switch it back. Now we're
look
back
at you.
live,
Look
boys.
at this kid now, making decisions in there. Making viewing decisions.
Are you God?
Yeah, like who put you in charge of this?
I control everything. I got the soundboard. I got the video. I got everything, boys.
You know what I mean? What's digital going to say about that? Hold on.
Spears has to punt to 9:35.
Oh, that's all right.
Which means I have time to tell you guys then. I said, are you God? So I'm covering golf. Retief Goosen won the 2000, what did he win? The 2001 U.S. Open at Southern Hills. Retief Goosen was a very quiet South African, extremely quiet, Paulie.
I remember that dude. I do.
He'd be like,
yeah,
I won the U.S. Open.
Right.
He'd be like, dude, we need a little something. Well, he had a mental coach who was this little Belgian guy, about 5'3".
I love everything you're saying right now.
His name was Joss Van Stiphout.
Oh, dude.
And dude, all he did was smoke butts.
Bring me a Josh Van Stippler. I need one.
All he did was smoke butts and talk S.
Oh.
Because he was like the alter ego for
We
Goosen.
need one of those guys in the room with us.
Because he said... By the way, he had in his previous life he had he had a one hit on the Belgian pop charts in the 70s.
This is getting better by everything you say.
And then he changed over to be a sports mental coach,
smoking butts and talking S, dude.
Drilling butts and talking S,
and getting a big paycheck.
And he was
too.
like Retief's alter ego. So Retief said to us, he's like, I owe a lot to my mental coach Joss. We're like, well, where is Joss? He's like, he's
smoking.
Right, so we go to interview Joss, and he's like 5'3", and he's drilling butts. And we were like,
I love this.
You know, Retief won the U.S. Open. He's like, of course he did. Retief is capable of anything. And we're like, well,
of course he did.
He's like,
what are you surprised about?
He's like, of course he did.
Yeah.
We can harness the world. You know?
Yeah.
The whole reason I said is this all comes from me saying, "Are you God?" Because
this is great.
Because it was 2001. Tiger Woods was Godzilla. He won everything, right? We said, well, he's playing in the era of Tiger Woods.
Of course he did.
And Josh takes a drill.
He can do anything.
Damon Hack and I, to this day, we will say this to each other. He'd take a drill off his butt. He goes, "The name of God is not Woods." That's what he said. We were like, oh, that's a fire quote, man. We were like, the name of God is not Woods.
Someone had to say it.
And he said it. He called out Tiger at the peak of his fame.
Was that the peak for him? 01? Was that like about when he was the best?
He had just finished winning 4 straight majors. He literally had won 4 straight majors at the 01 Masters, which is unheard of since Bobby Jones And then Retief broke the string by winning the one U.S. Open. And then he got little Josh going, the name of God is not Woods. We're pretty
I like
sure,
this guy.
We're pretty sure it is. You know what I mean? I think you're wrong, Josh. Yeah. and then that was it. So Josh became our dude. So then we saw Retief won another major. And we went to talk to him, and we said, "Hey, man, Damon Hack got him? We got him alone in a British Open locker room at Muirfield."
You mean the player or the coach?
The player.
Okay.
And Retief is super quiet, and we said,
"Hey, how you guys doing?" Yeah.
It was like Tuesday, and we were like, it was a super creaky old Muirfield locker room with the old wooden lockers in Scotland. It's raining outside and all that. We're like, "Hey, you won another major, man." We're like, "Is Joss?" We're like, "Joss is really, you know." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, Retief's really great. He goes, "Joss is blowing up." He goes, "He's thinking of getting an assistant." And Damon and I, oh my God, we've laughed about that line for 20 years, dude. He's thinking of getting an assistant.
You like that? Okay.
So we'll talk about some guy comes out of nowhere and just blows up, and all of a sudden he's looking to expand. You know? Like, how's the Murph and Max show? They're doing pretty good. Thinking of getting an assistant.
Triple E's really blowing up. He's thinking about getting an assistant.
Yeah. Damon and I for 20. If you see Damon, you just say, "Hey." If you see Damon at a golf event, yell at him and say, "Hey, is Josh getting an assistant?"
Yeah.
We lost Joss. We lost him.
Oh no!
He went to the great cigarette butt in the sky.
Oh no!
But he did give us the quote.
Sounds awesome.
The name of God is not Woods.
I like the first thing you said. Actually, I thought that was just as funny when you're like, "Hey, we're surprised Retief Goosen won the tournament." He goes, "Of course he did. He can do whatever he sets his mind to."
Of course.
That's like I like that right there.
Well,
no, of course he did. There's no surprise.
We're here to harness the world.
I don't even know this guy. I'm doing his
You
voice.
might need a mental coach.
I want one. And I want a guy who smokes.
It's not a shrink who just sits there and listens for 50 minutes.
That's perfect. Yeah.
And
you call that a riff?
If you ever go to a shrink,
I get off the air. The guy's like, "What do you call that? A riff?" Yeah.
If you go to a shrink, they're just marking time for 50 minutes, then they kick you out.
Yeah.
A sports psychologist is different. They're like actively hyping you up.
Studying your moves and stuff. Yeah.
Like, you know what, Paul? There's nothing you can't do.
Yeah,
You know what I
totally.
mean? So
of course he did.
You know what I mean, Waterboy? Did you ever go to the mental side of sports, buddy?
Not to an actual therapist, but I had a coach that was big on visualization and sitting there, and we would stretch in silence. No one was allowed to talk to each other. You just sat there, stretched, thought about your thoughts.
That's interesting.
And tried to see the pitch, see what you're going to throw, see what you're going to hit.
You'd be surprised to hear that your boy here across the glass is big into the
visualization.
I got the kids staying. Waterboy, our big thing is staying in the present.
How do you do that, though, for real?
Burnsy taught me. We have a breathing exercise, and we have another exercise we do. We do this before every game.
Through the nose, out the mouth?
Well, yeah,
How
but
we
there's
doing
other
it?
things too. I don't want to reveal all the trade secrets.
Right.
But we do a couple things that get them present, to be where their feet are and to slow everything down.
Shout out cycle breathing.
Hey, it worked. We were, next thing you know, you're at Perry's eating wings and drinking a beer because you won. You know what I mean?
Not all the coaches can say that. I do know that. Some teams already go home.
I got to tell you guys, I am on a roll now. The first quaff of that ice cold beer after a game.
Yeah.
Might be the greatest thing in my life.
Yep.
Ahead of my kids, my wife, my family, everything.
Everything's secondary.
They're like, "Where are your kids?" I'm like, "They're great, but they're second to that."
Yeah,
first
not as
quaff
good
of
as
the
this
beer.
sip I'm getting right now. No.
Hey, so with
ice cold too.
So with Spears punting, why don't we go to the text line, Paulie? Why don't we do that?
Yeah, no problem. Let's get back out there. We haven't heard from our friends. Oops. Stand by.
If someone sent in a text to you. Oh.
707, like the great cigarette butt in the sky. Thank you very much. 650
Of course
says,
he did.
Look out for Derek Carr and the Saints when you guys are talking about the surprise team.
I'd love for that to. I think you're right, Marcus. Say it again.
Pump that back a little bit.
It'll be very interesting.
I agree with the text line.
Do you?
I think.
Well, what other weapons do you like?
That's what I'm saying.
That
What's
Derek
their D?
Carr has?
No, yeah, how's their D?
It's the best defense Derek Carr is ever going to play with in his career.
That's probably
it's
true.
Hands down, better
That's
than
probably
anything
true.
he ever played with the Raiders. He's got Alvin Kamara. He's got wide receivers. Michael Thomas, I believe, is still on the team. They drafted that rookie Chris Olave last year.
You guys had weapons.
He's such a Boy Scout, though. He's not right.
That's the thing. But the problem was with the Raiders, something that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to figure out. You got to score at least 30 points a game to win with the Raiders.
How about he's in the most?
He's not going to have to do the same thing with the Saints.
No problem for Jimmy. No problem for Jimmy.
Two of the most seductive cities in the country too. You got Boy Scout Derek Carr quarterbacking in Las Vegas, and now in the Big Easy. He won't give in to the temptations.
He will not.
Which is probably good.
I'm trying to find team stats. Let's see here. Saints last year statistically.
I mean, and look around the NFC South. Tom Brady's gone with the Buccaneers.
True that.
They got a couple rookie quarterback, Desmond Ridder and the Falcons. They ain't winning anything.
No.
Was it C.J. Stroud?
Per our rules, somebody will surprise you.
Bryce Young? Yeah, maybe
somebody will kind of come up.
Let's see here. Team
My
defense.
Detroit Lions are coming. I'll tell you that right now.
I think
that's
the Lions
my
might
team.
be good this year.
That's my not even a surprise team.
Everybody's going to pick them, though.
But
you
the
need
Lions,
to find the one.
they're not even a surprise.
Lions team.
Yeah.
I mean, they have the freaking Thursday night opener with the Chiefs.
I hate to even say it like this, but with the Green Bay, where are they going to be?
I think they fall off without
That's it.
Rodgers.
Okay, good. I hope you're right. Enough.
I don't see them competing.
2022 NFL team stats defense.
Gangrene? Surprise team? I know that's the AFC, but would they be a surprise team?
Here we go. NFL team
I don't know.
defense.
They were good for half a year. Rodgers, they're another team that has a great defense, just missing a quarterback.
They do.
If you want to go yards per game, Saints were 5th in the NFL. Fifth in the NFL.
Well, the last 3, 4, 5 years, Saints have had one of the better defenses in the NFL.
And if you want to go points per game, they were top 10, 20. They were, let's say Niners are number 1 in both of those, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Top 10 in points and yards if you want to go traditional metrics. So, and Spears just said he has to punt it tomorrow.
He's probably doing stuff with important NBA stuff.
Well,
Dame Lillard, yeah.
So this is all by way of supporting the texter that says, watch out for Derek Carr and the Saints.
Maybe we can get Spears.
Weak division, good defense.
Yeah.
Derek Carr throwing picks.
Derek Carr to the playoffs. Thank you.
Dude, 925 says, you guys said that you lost Joss. He said, did he go to find out God's real name? I got to say, 925, that's an unbelievable text.
You think he
unbelievable
text. You think he got up there and heard,
hey, it's Tiger.
Wow. Can you give him all the applause
Absolutely.
in the world?
There's a lot of sharp riffs flying around right now. I hope you guys can keep up with this.
High level, dude.
It really is.
415 says, my husband, son, and I went to the California Classic in Sacramento last week.
Nice.
And when this came up, my 13-year-old son and I looked at each other instantly and said, "They're no Murph and Mac." It was a promotion for Sacramento radio.
Yeah, no, you want to avoid that.
Just want to let you know the 13-year-olds are out here listening and taking pride in you guys.
Appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
I want to be able to translate.
12 more years until they're in the demo.
Yeah. Hey, I'm glad
I got news for you. We ain't going to be here 12 years from now. All right, I got news
I'm glad
for you.
we won favor with those kids. I'll take that.
It was promoting Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. and the 13-year-old kids said that's no Murph and Mac.
Boy.
Thank you, 415.
You have excellent
That's
taste.
fabulous.
Yes.
530 says, as your resident Saints fan, let's go. Sneaky great, and Carr might take us over the top.
Wow.
Who dat?
If Derek Carr, I'm telling you, dude, if he has some, I don't know, Marcus, I don't even know what to say to you anymore. I just feel like your team is in such a state that...
He's got Jimmy G.
Well, does he, though?
Do we?
Dude, does he?
Is he healthy
That's
enough?
the thing. I'm starting to get the feeling have you heard any updates about him? I've heard nothing about the status of
They're
his
still
foot.
waiting to see if his ankle's going to be
That's
ready.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't know. It doesn't feel good, really.
I believe in Jimmy.
No, it's okay. They got Brian Hoyer there as a backup.
510 says, does Farhan have the cojones to make a big move the Giants need to make a big move?
What are we talking about? Getting a new arm in here? Would that be
something big, like a Tim Anderson from the White Sox? That's a big move. Tim Anderson's a big move. Tim Anderson can play. He's a leader. He's a winner. All
if
that
you're
stuff.
what are they? How many games out at the break are they? 3 or
2.5?
2.5. Okay, you're that close, striking distance. I say yes, make the big move.
And I think
How
he
do
will. I think right now their farm system's in a spot where you can. Although it's ironic, in December we were told, or last December we were told in the Juan Soto trade, that once the Padres or the Nationals looked at our farm system, looked at the Giants' farm system, they said, no, we pass. Which means the Nationals maybe aren't good because they could have gotten Luis Matos, Kyle Harrison, Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, all those guys.
Yeah, and I was watching the draft this past weekend over on ESPN, and Kylie McDaniel, the guy that does all the prospect ratings and stuff like that, had the Giants as the 9th best farm system in all of baseball.
There you go. Hey, 310 says, hey guys, Niners Saints last season was the closest game they had. That was Declan's birthday game.
He's correct.
That was a low score. It was like 9-0 or something like that.
I forgot about that
and
game.
The goal line fumble was the only difference. Yeah,
Yep.
That was true. It was also, there was a little bit, I think weren't the Niners coming off an emotional game? It was a little bit of it was a trap/flat game. It was. 408 says, Waterboy, you interested in the Raiders trading for Trey Lance?
Sign him.
Yeah,
sign me
you've
up.
always wanted that.
Bring over
Yeah,
Trey.
you
Probably
want
get
Trey
him
Lance.
cheap.
Yeah, I'll take a little Trey Day action.
And just bump
Trey Day.
Jimmy from the starting job?
Yeah, Jimmy's out on the street
Then
now.
we'll do the controversy of the back and forth.
Jimmy can start
Trey and
dancing
Jimmy.
it like the Spearmint Rhino, like at the Male Review. Don't they have the men? They got one in Vegas with the men.
The Thunder Down Under.
That's
Paul
it.
and
Get
Mac.
him a Thunder Down Under, man. Throw a fig leaf on him. Let him work for tips.
Dude, you ready? You ready?
Thunder Down Under.
Ready?
Nice call.
Ready? Thunder Down Under?
Go ahead.
Been on the Murph and Tim Liota show.
Only thing I can do is applaud that. I mean, How did I don't even know how to begin.
Famous trip to Vegas in 2005.
Hey, coming up on the other side, the Men of Thunder Down Under, right here on Murph and Leota.
Centeno.
Okay. Now you're talking, man.
The Thunder from Down Under. I sat across from some hunky Australians in a Vegas casino.
Hell yeah!
And they were unbelievably good looking.
Did you
shirtless? And they had the Australian accent. They're like, "It's great to be on with you, mate."
Oh, it felt like
I was like, what do you got? Like a 28-inch waist and a 42-inch chest? And you got 2% body fat?
You start feeling like a sissy. Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, mate, we take it all off, mate."
Do you feel like you were exploring some other feelings you didn't know you had?
Just get one of those pepperoni
I was
sticks
kind of
out.
wondering.
I just want to hold it.
I was kind of wondering how I went from covering the British Open to this.
Thunder Down Under.
To sitting in a Vegas casino.
Well, if Jimmy plays his cards right, that'll be his next
theme. You guys had an Australian male stripper.
This is the darkest day.
And the Thunder from Down Under is big now. They're actually traveling from town to town. My sister just went and saw them a couple weeks ago. It was up in Rockland at the Thunder Valley.
They're on tour.
When you see them, shout, "I loved you on KNBR in 05.
Yeah.
Yell that to them. By the way, 3-1
Down Under
confirms that it was the game after the Mexico City game, which was a Monday night emotional game. So I'm not giving the Saints nothing. All right,
I'm with you, man.
I'm not laying down for
blank
the Saints. And by the way, you want to keep the formers going? Coached by former Murph and Mac weekly guest Dennis Allen. We used to have
oh my God.
a weekly Friday Raiders coach because Amy Trask made it happen. You know, there's certain people that can make things happen, Paulie.
She was one of them. She was like a Raymond Ritter.
Hugh
Yeah,
Jackson and Larry Allen on for a few years every Friday.
We should connect with her.
No connection, no money, no nothing other than Amy told them you're doing this.
And then she'd feed us burritos like from heaven.
From the Red Hen.
Go up to the Red Hen, yeah.
And then this is what you do on Twitter. You say, "Hi, Amy." That's what you do now. Because anytime Amy tweets at you, she gives you her take and she says, "Oh, and hi."
I miss Amy. She was great.
Well, miss her. She's right down there in Venice. You can give her a call. We can have her on tomorrow.
I think we should. We should have her back
Might be
on.
on Triple E's bandwidth, though. You know what I mean? He can't even get us Mark Spears on a Tuesday at 9:15.
Oh, see, now we're blaming him. We're lashing out. It was all going so well.
All right.
And now it's over. It's like the hitting streak came to an end.
Thoughts on the home run derby and the All-Star
Trips.
game
Good.
next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Walk. Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What a show!
Watch the bottom half. He's not tired at all. 106 miles per hour, 24 launch angle with 10 seconds left.
Got out of his swing on that one. Got about one more after this. Got to do it quick, and he won't do it. He'll stop at 41.
Oh, my goodness. That one did not go.
Rutschman. Did he go 7 of 8 in that final round?
Yes, he did.
30 seconds, 7 of 8. From the right side, Rutschman to Mount Rainier. Popped it up, gotta have one.
I don't think he did it.
He did not do it.
Oh, my.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. will hang on and win the 2023 T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Randy Arozarena comes up just short. Congratulations to Vlad. He and his dad, both Home Run Derby champions.
One of the more popular events of the summer, the Home Run Derby. Although, I hate to be negative, Paulie, but I think Carl Ravitch is pretty good, and I'll take him on a Little League World Series, but we missed the enthusiasm of Chris Berman. Even though I say that, he was getting buried by social media the last few years. He did it like, oh, Berman.
Well, don't listen to them. Who cares what these people are saying?
There was a lot of negativity.
These are troglodytes in their basement, dude. Give me Boomer.
You miss him,
right? Well, absolutely. That's why I don't care what these people are saying on Twitter. I need Berman. I thought the whole experience was lacking in that area. Not to throw shade at the guys on the mic, because it ain't their fault. But all those years of Boomer, it does. You kind of miss that presence.
100%, Paul.
Give me a back, Marcus.
Back. And that's the thing. There was 341 home runs yesterday.
If you were hearing that yesterday, and that was a great Berman,
it really was. Marcus,
He's got that. Would we be on here today saying, it's time for Berman to hang it up?
Oh, no, man. I love me some Chris Berman. Nobody circles the wagons.
There you go.
Like the Buffalo Bills.
And Chris Berman.
And he'll drop a Raiders on there.
He's the one who single-handedly made that. You know, I mean, he was taking Al and exaggerating, but now most people in America say, the Raiders. And they say it
not to mention
Chris Berman.
Not to mention the must-see TV, which was Sunday Night Primetime. And you get all his nicknames like Jim Philadelphia Feagles.
Well,
stuff like that. Remember, he would have
yesterday we were talking to Dave Fleming. And I said, a Texas Ranger with 30-plus steals. And he goes, to be McDowell. And I said, do you remember Chris Berman? to be young again, McDowell.
That's what I'm saying. You did all these great nicknames, I like Philadelphia Feagles.
If you're an old 50s doo-wop head, Jim Deshaies, the old lefty pitcher. Jim, 2 silhouettes on Deshaies. That was pretty good.
Very good.
Hey, by the way, speaking of guys we like, Sean Estes joins Lund and Benz today at 10:50.
Okay, very nice.
Lund and Benz at 10:50.
Sean Estes, don't forget, I believe Murph, not only did he represent the Giants in an All-Star game. Am I wrong when I say he was a starting pitcher? I think he was.
I don't think he started.
No?
I don't think he started. No. Yeah. Well, I'll check.
Let's check. I don't know why that's in my head. I remember the year he went. Was he in 97?
Timmy started one. Matt Cain started
Yes, Matt Cain definitely started one.
He went in 1997, but I don't think he's... I
could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong.
I don't know. You're usually right. You're usually right, but I'm going to... Maybe he did a 97 All-Star game.
Help me out.
July 8th.
Give it to me one time, Estes is a starter.
1997. Time of game, 2:36. They kept it tight.
Nice and
Jacobs
tidy.
Field in Cleveland. AL 3, Cleveland 1. Here's your NL starting lineup. Craig Biggio, Tony Gwynn, Barry Bonds, Mike Piazza, Jeff Bagwell, Larry Walker, Ken Caminiti, Ray Lankford, Jeff Blauser. Greg Maddux started.
Okay.
Greg Maddux started. Estes was on the team.
All right, very good.
Did Estes get in the game?
I don't.
And the answer is no, he did not.
Boy, I had him as a starter. And then it turns out he didn't even pitch. Murph, I think he struck out the side,
he
right?
was there. He was at the game.
Yeah.
Maddux went 2 innings, gave up a run.
right.
Pitchers for the NL that day were... no, I'm sorry. Estes did get in the game.
Okay.
And what is this? He got the loss.
Oh,
sorry, Sean.
It's tough sometimes, these All-Star games. Shout out, I don't even want to say it. I won't say it.
Well, I know. Don't.
No,
Do not
I'm not
say
gonna.
it.
No.
He threw a wild pitch, too.
Hey, the nerves got him. We'll talk to him tomorrow about it.
He gave up a 2-run homer to Sandy Alomar in a 1-1 game, and they lost 3-1.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Ooh.
You want more just midsummer riffs from your boy in his sports writer days? I was once mother-fathered by Sandy Alomar in the Cleveland Jacobs in the Jacobs Field clubhouse.
What'd you do to get that reaction?
Well, I was the examiner of the afternoon paper. I always had to look for a different angle.
The more stories come out about Murph.
Go to the visitors clubhouse.
Because No More got you one night in Boston. He got you.
No More got me. Mm-hmm.
I know all the stories now.
You know you're doing a good job when a guy wants to mother-father you.
No More got him.
So I asked Sandy Alomar a question. Was it about Eric Burns or something? Eric Burns' debut? Because Burns came in with a splash. Chuck Finley was upset that Burns took too big of a swing as a rookie. How about that, by the way? you can't swing hard because you're.
I actually kind of remember that. That's crazy. Yeah.
But I went in to
imagine
talk
that,
to Sandy
Marcus. I didn't like
Alomar,
that swing.
And Sandy Alomar said,
Too demonstrative.
He basically said, "Who are you? Get out of my face, get out of my locker room, and basically never enter my sphere ever again."
Maybe go hang yourself.
And I was like, nice talking to you, Sandy. You have a good day, too.
Yeah, cheers, man.
I'm telling you, man, I would take, you just kind of stand there and you're like, no, I'm not going to take
Did
this.
Sandy or anybody else turn around and say,
knock it off, will you?
That's very good.
As
very
heard last
good.
night, yes.
Back to the home run derby. Congrats to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. becomes the only father-son. That's pretty bad, eh? When you're a father and a son winning home run derbies. He defeats my guy, my pick to click, Randy Arozarena, who did deliver on my belief that he was athletic and strong and quick and could outlast the opposition. Ironically, he lost to the fat guy, which doesn't make any sense. But this one will be remembered, I think, for Julio Rodriguez. I think the 41 homers in the first round. And again,
It was
I say
awesome.
this,
And the
what do you
crowd
give me
going
for
crazy.
March Madness and the home run derby, where the first weekend of games, the round of 64 and 32, is actually more memorable than the Final Four. You know, I mean, because it's like constant action. Oh, this upset. Oh, that upset. And then you get to the Sweet 16, the Final Four. It's almost like a letdown. You're like, oh, there's no teams around.
Yeah,
you know?
see what else is
and
on.
I feel that way in the
Yeah.
home run derby, where it's like, there's who's coming up next? Oh, Julio Rodriguez and Alonso. And then you get to the final two, you're like, yeah, whatever. Somebody's got to win this. You know?
Yeah, and I guess since they started doing this home run derby, they've kind of always had this advance on bracket. But since they're changing the rules and changing the format so much, do you ever think it will ever evolve into just a one-round winner-take-all? Julio Rodriguez, you hit
I heard
41
you saying that,
and you win it.
And you were saying,
yeah, that's
that you
interesting.
missed. You said you would have all 8. This is why you got to listen to the leadoff spot. That he would just have all 8 guys hit, and you would take the top 4 homers to go.
Correct. So
to the
Adley
semi.
Rutschman.
At that point, do you then pit him off in a semifinal?
That's not bad.
See, that's the thing.
Or
What's
do
wrong
you
with
just
that?
keep going
Even
and
then,
do
if
the
you
2?
want, you can go 1 seed versus 4 seed, 2 seed versus 3
That's not
seed.
a bad.
It's not bad
a
at all.
terrible idea.
I'd be
the
down.
only counter to that is, and you conceded this morning. See, I do listen to the leadoff spot.
I do too, every
You
day.
did say that he gets it. The 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3. It all creates drama. So you do, even though Adley Rutschman kind of got boned by
But there was no
27.
drama, though, with, like, say, Mookie Betts coming up. You knew what that was going to be.
How about that? How about they checked him out before he took a swing?
They did. They like cursed him. They're like, well, this
we
ain't
don't
going to
even know
work.
why Mookie's here.
Yeah, totally. This is wasting everyone's time. We already know this is not going to work. And he's like, he told us last night he wouldn't win. I'm like, wait a minute.
They're like, yeah, let's move on.
I was actually
Can we
rooting
speed
for
up the
Mookie.
clock?
I was
Can
like,
we
you know
fast
what?
forward through Mookie.
I swear to you, I thought I was like in my head. I'm like, you know what?
Tiny or what?
He looked really small.
He looked like a little
He
flea.
looked
out
really
there,
small.
dude.
I'll still take him, but he
And
did.
actually, it was funny because it made me change my perception of him, because when they're playing the Giants, he looks like an animal. Like, I'm like, damn, Mookie's up. He's going to do something, man. He's going to rope
He's
a ball in
pretty
the
little dude.
corner.
No,
he's going to take 2. He's going to go 3. I was like, he's going to hit a chopper and leg it out. And then last night I was like, yeah, look at this little guy. He can't do anything. You know what I mean?
One of the first times he's actually looked mortal. Yeah.
Not built for the home run derby.
No.
Jacques has done it, hasn't he, in the
He
past?
did it in 2019.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when he got into the swing off with Vladimir Guerrero
he
Jr.
did really well.
And Vlad hit 40, the previous record before Julio hit 41.
Okay. I said Jock to me would be the
Jock's been
giant
there?
built for it, right? The giant built for it.
Probably.
But anyway, it was great. So we said Rosa. Oh, and then we got to shout out Rutschman hitting from both sides. We don't think that's ever happened.
I don't remember it happening.
21 from the left side and 6 from the right side.
So in 30 seconds, Murph. I think it was 6 or 7.
I got to say, first of all, shout out the baby face of an Adley Rutschman. Oh my God.
I enjoyed that kid. I
might see that guy this weekend at the 11U sections.
I'm not
he
going to
looked
lie,
like a
too.
kid.
I enjoyed the old man factor, too. They were hugging
Did you
afterwards
see
and
the
stuff.
Orioles put out a pretty cool picture? It's on their. I know this because Sarah Langs retweeted it.
They did good, too. The old man was throwing a good BP. I thought it was good.
And they have a picture of him as a little kid with his dad.
Yeah.
And then they split screened it with him and his dad last night. And they're like, baseball. And you're like, oh, man.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It was also during the broadcast, they showed a bunch of pictures of Vlad watching his dad in the home run derby and being in the dugout and stuff like that.
Yeah,
here
that's
it is.
great.
It says
I liked his old man, too.
Check this
Everybody
one out,
liked
Paulie.
Vladdy.
It just says, just like old times. It's a young Adley with his dad on a ball field. And then it's last night, him and his dad.
Pictures like that almost make me want to have kids again. Almost. Because you do miss that stuff. You're going to see, like, you missed the Little League days. Like, that's when it's the best.
That's why we stay in the present, Paul. That's why we maximize everything.
Until your kids go to college, then you live in the past. Welcome to Paulie Mac's world.
You said you at least got a couple of empty rooms.
I do. That's why I get to bring some souvenirs in. Yeah, I got some space. Yeah, resiliency. I got it all.
Really, mysterious
I have noticed that something's going on with this
Not only was
Rodgers
the painting gone,
Time to
it
get
was
this out in the
over by
open.
Holler's office.
Time to get this out in the open now, Marcus. Someone's walking off with their Murph and Mac property.
I don't know what to think.
I don't know. It's on a
I'll tell you guys,
Yeah.
man. Anyway, so and then as far as tonight goes, listen. First of all, it just hit me. I mean, I knew this intellectually, but when I just reading it, I was like, oh my god, it hit me emotionally. You know, it was AL manager tonight, Dusty Baker.
Love that.
I mean,
love that,
dude. It's 2023, and Dusty Baker is the AL All-Star manager.
It's awesome. I love that.
By the way, I'll give you 15 minutes before you tell me who the NL manager is, and you won't get it. You won't get it. So it's the NL champ. Now you have to remember who was the NL champ last year. You might have forgotten. Sometimes these things are hard to remember.
Well, it was
the emotional ride of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yes, and it was a replacement coach after Girardi got fired.
Yeah.
You're on it. It's a tough one, though. I'll save you.
I forget his name.
Rob
me
Thompson.
There it is. Robbie Thompson.
Rob Thompson.
Is that the guy from Matchbox 20 or whatever?
Very good. It's 3 a.m. I must be drowning or whatever. But so NL manager Rob Thompson going with Zach Gallen, who's, listen, respect to Zach Gallen, good pitcher. Does he move the needle?
No.
No. Dusty
Not
Baker's
really.
rolling out Garrett Cole. No matter what Waterboy thinks about him in a big game.
No matter how you
moves the
disparage
needle.
him. Yeah, he's a big name, yeah.
And by the way, shout out Dusty Baker being the All-Star coach in 2023 and Bruce Bochy having like 6 All-Stars from the Texas Rangers.
Dude, I mean...
Bochy means business.
Hey, we just kind of knocked Ravitch for
Well, I
not
figure
being
I'll go
Berman,
win
but
another
Ravitch
World
did that
Series.
very cool interview with Dusty and Bochy in the stands a couple of Sundays ago. We had that. Remember that?
Yeah.
So great. Dude, is Boch going...
might as well win another one.
Is Boch going back to the Fall
Give me
Classic?
another World
Is
Series.
he going back to the Fall
So
Classic?
how about the fact that the Texas Rangers are doing it without Jacob deGrom?
That's insane.
we're just all pulling on the same
Gromsy
string.
got hurt now.
Yeah. Well, the boys
We'll
are
get him
playing
one
good.
next year. Yeah,
boys are playing good ball, and I mean,
no,
we're
it's all
catching
that.
it
Yeah,
and pitching it.
right now the boys are playing good ball, fundamental ball.
Listen, it's all about tomorrow or next game. You
want to talk about?
Could be Dusty v. Boch in
That
the ALCS.
would be insane. Oh, that would be insane.
I mean, because Houston would have to be a wild card right now.
I got to root.
I mean, would you be
rooting hard for Bochy in that scenario? But Dusty already got his. Dusty got his, and he's been
Bochy's
around.
already got 3.
I know, but let him get another one. Now. I love
We're
Bochy.
conveniently leaving out Waterboy's Yankees in this argument.
Yeah,
and Randy Arozarena's Rays.
What, you guys don't want another World Series ring for our guy Brian Sabian?
That's a nice call.
Working
right
with
there.
the Yankees.
Did Sabian fire your hitting coach?
I'm just saying.
It feels like it is time for the Yankees to go on a run, but I don't know, man.
They don't have Aaron Judge.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they're terrible without
Question
Judge.
from 11-year-old Rory Murphy. Daddy, why isn't Aaron Judge in the home run contest?
See?
And I said, he's got a busted toe.
Well, blame that Dodger wall. That's
Busted
why.
toe. And he said, well, if he was healthy, would he be doing it? And I said, probably not.
Which is really
He's won it
unfortunate.
before.
Because I think he won it, checked it, and moved on.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. And so, he said, but it is, I would say, versus the dunk contest.
It's better than the dunk contest because the dunk
You
guys
still
are all
got
no names.
tremendous names yesterday. You
That's
got
what you
Julio
need.
Rodriguez in his hometown. Yeah, Adley Rushman's a star.
So when did it change from Michael Jordan flying through the freaking air like in this unforgettable image, iconic image, to the point where nobody wants to do the dunk
LeBron
contest?
doesn't do it. LeBron could have just
If
been...
he did, the whole league would follow suit. That's
Boys,
all it would take.
We got to a point
Kobe
last
did it,
year.
didn't he?
Kobe
Yeah,
definitely did it.
early.
Dr. J did it. Dude, the biggest names used to shine.
And now we're at a point where we're calling up Mac McClung from the G League
And
to
he's winning it,
participate
by
in
the
the
way.
dunk
He's
contest.
winning.
And he's winning it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, anyway, we're looking forward to tonight. It's 5
All right.
o'clock. I guess the coverage starts at 4.
We'll be tuning in.
And
MLB Network will probably have coverage all day.
I'm guessing this is on... I should probably know this.
It's right here. It's
got to be on our listener on our station. isn't it?
M1045 too. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. It's not. It's
1050.
Yeah.
Everybody listen on KNBR 1050
Thank
to the
you.
All-Star
Okay.
game, the Midsummer Classic. And the only thing we'll say that's negative is we hate those neutral American and national
it's unfortunate.
uniforms.
It's unfortunate.
I'm going to steal the Waterboy's great line. He says, how the heck am I supposed to find Brent Rooker?
It's a legitimate question.
It's a great line, buddy. Great line. All right, we'll hand it over to Benz and Lund.
There you go. Benz and Lund.
I would say my slogan for you, it's a 4-letter word.
You have to have
Benz
a,
and
that's
Lund.
it.
You know what I mean? You got to have that.
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
Maybe
The only show where 4-letter words are endorsed. It's Benz and Lund next. And they'll hand it over to them next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Knock it off, will you?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, there it is, Waterboy. The song that we all said has 100% unanimous approval from the audience. And then we said that, and then some guy wrote in and said, I hate this blanket song. Remember that?
Well, that's the world for you. You know.
By the way, yeah, we did receive text. Yes, everybody remembers the 1983 All-Star Game. We don't want to talk about Atlee Hammaker.
We don't need to mention it.
I'm not going into
that. No, it's better we don't.
So there we are.
Yeah.
There we are. So.
I'll tell you, let me give you a giant picture who did start the All-Star Game. Since I whiffed on the Sean Estes one. Murph, let me take you back to 1978. Come on down, Vita Blue. Started the All-Star Game wearing a Giants jersey. That was pretty cool.
Loved it. So we'll see what Doval and Alex Cobb have to offer tonight. It'll be fun to watch. And
I think Doval. I think those guys are both have a good chance of getting in the game based on everything we're hearing. Sounds like they got a pretty good chance to see those guys.
But again, I don't want to be. We're having fun and we're being positive and all that stuff. But it's like the majesty of like, how will Doval do against the American League? I'm like, well, we'll find out because they play every American League team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I saw the interview that said, I think it was Yandy Diaz or somebody, and Kevin Millar was asking and said, ask him who he's excited to see in the National League. And Yandy's answer was,
I already know all these guys.
His answer was Ohtani and Trout.
Oh, well, that's like a lot of people. Yeah,
must have been a little something lost in translation there. But yeah,
by the way, Marcus, are there odds? I mean, there are. Have you looked at the odds of this game? Like Vegas taking action? Where are you with this?
Oh, I have
will
not
you
checked
get
the
involved?
odds. Yeah, I might have to. I know
bet you will.
The American League has won 9 straight years in a row, so I'm guessing they got to be the favorite, especially with Garrett Cole on the bump.
I get. You know what? Are you going to get the red A if the American League wins again? Because like we're sick
a lot
of it.
wins now. Yeah, it's a lot,
and it's like you get a little defensive of your squad.
Yeah, very much.
Although, do you
very much
root for the American League?
Not really. I mean, I just like rooting for good matchups. Like I want to see the one-on-one pitching matchups. I want to see Ohtani versus Camilo Doval. I want to see those kind of matchups.
Yeah, which you can see when the Giants play the Angels, right? Exactly. Here, both teams are minus 110.
Well, I want to see Doval Ohtani too now. I want to see that.
My question is, Paulie Mac, if we get a Camilo Doval save in the All-Star game, do I get an all-in-all?
Positively.
Another save for Doval.
100%. I'll lead off the show with that tomorrow.
Do you want to, just for the good vibes, play it right now?
I'll give it to you right now. I'm happy to give you the guitar licks. Give me one tonight, Doval.
All in all, it's just another save for Doval.
707 says the guy that hates Bill Withers probably hates dogs as well. All right. So
probably hates blue skies, sunshine,
and then of course,
all that stuff.
We always end on a positive note from our buddy Aaron in the 831. He says, I really enjoyed the show as usual. He says, today there was an American West motif behind Paul.
True story.
That made me think you guys were broadcasting from the lobby of a Wells Fargo bank.
Let me give you some love on that one, by the way. That's not
good.
bad at all. Give me a little chuck wagon. I'm on my way. A little covered wagon.
So Murph
of ponies.
Murph went from blue like violet in Willy Wonka, but Triple E made course corrections. Better late than never, and now he looks...
We figured the key. The key is no colored lights behind Murph. That's it.
He said you covered the gender-neutral nature of a Slurpee.
We're trying to do that.
Okay.
Positive message.
And he also says, I don't know about this. He says...
gender neutrality.
And you further cemented Chris Paul's D-head nature. I don't want to say that. Come on, 831.
Well, he's making Raymond's life difficult now.
Raymond said that Chris Paul was very cooperative and nice.
I know.
During the interview.
But he didn't do the press conference like Raymond wanted him to.
And he says, I'm with you guys on the lameness of the All-Star uniforms.
Yeah.
I think we're all in that.
I think so, too.
Although Waterboy says he saw some guy wearing a bright orange Jeter.
Dude, there's people out there
I don't know who wants to see that.
I don't need it.
He says maybe in the future, if they want to make money, have a unique All-Star logo on the regular team uni, and you can buy that jersey.
Fine. That's commemorative patch. Let's be reasonable.
Or at least you can wear the All-Star hat, but wear the jersey.
See, Marcus knows.
That's all very well said. So there you go. I think we answered all the questions. Everybody enjoy the Midsummer Classic on KNBR 1050. You know, I'd say you can see Benz and Lund because you can see them on our bullpen cam right now.
By the way, I just got my first ever compliment about the horizon behind me. Guy goes 530. Great artwork behind Paulie. I like the low horizon. Sweet.
Oh, man.
Sweet.
Man. All right, guys. Triple E 0.01, 0.02%. Good job,
beating you
buddy.
to work. Things are going well.
And Marcus the Waterboy on fire
This
today.
kid, nah, forget it.
Tagging out like a champ. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change
Cheers,
and Auto
y'all.
Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I mean, well, first off, he's a dog, right? And he can talk.
I used to eat dog.
Knock it off, will ya? That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
Oh my goodness, you're in that upper deck and left. You're leaving with a souvenir. Oh my God. Another. The only thing stopping him is the clock right now. What a show, Julio Rodriguez. Oh my gosh, listen to the crowd. Popped it up, gotta have one.
I don't think he did it.
He did not do it.
Oh, my.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. will hang on and win the 2023 T-Mobile Home Run Derby.
I think they went a little too quick, and it took away from Rosarena's consistency.
Randy Arozarena comes up just short. Congratulations to Vlad. He and his dad, both Home Run Derby champions.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. John Lund, Dave Benz. Pop will be back in a couple of weeks as we get closer to 49ers training camp. We have a ton to get to. More Giants for you. The All-Star game is tonight. What could have been. John Shea wrote a great piece about the A's, and I know we don't talk tons about the A's, but this is an interesting one as well. Shohei Ohtani with maybe a little bit of foreshadowing for his future. Could it include the Giants? We're going to do that as well. We have a name for our tournament. We'll give you that as well. Plus at 15 past every hour other than this hour, so 11:15, 12:15, 1:15, we will go to places around the NFL and ask simple questions like, your team will go to the Super Bowl if, what are the biggest issues? Just quick hitters. We're not taking 10 or 15 minutes with somebody, just 5 minutes. Boom, 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 boom. You will learn a lot about those teams as we get ready for training camps.
Yeah,
Good morning.
Our first guest is at 11:15 going to be a guy I've got a lot of history with, a good friend of mine who lives out in Phoenix. So we're going to talk Cardinals. And I texted him and I said, if for you in particular, it's okay for you to say your team will win the Super Bowl if the rest of the league forfeits. So that's on the table.
They might have the first two picks, the Cardinals. Because they have the Texans pick, so we'll see what they do. But you heard coming in there, ESPN's call, Carl Ravitch was in there. Eduardo Perez, we had on the show last week, who I'm a big fan of, they did the home run derby. And again, look, sports is fun. This isn't politics. We're not splitting atoms here. So I'm not bitching and moaning. All I'm simply saying is it's pretty apparent now, especially you and I talked about this yesterday, with the hour 56 game on Sunday, the baseball's tightened this whole thing up and everybody likes it. Why does the home run derby then take 4 hours and the dudes are gassed? Like, these are world-class athletes. And by the end, like, Vlad Guerrero's falling down on the field. Randy Arozarena is like he went through a heavyweight fight. Like, isn't it pretty simple? I mean, I'm not the smartest guy. Isn't it pretty simple? Shorten it up. Do we really need 2 minutes plus another? So they're doing 3 minutes, which is basically a boxing round of swinging this stick over and over and over again. And everybody knew that Julio Rodriguez, the hometown guy, and it was awesome. Everybody's chanting, Julio. After he hits 41, I turned to my wife, who was not thrilled at all to be sitting there with me, but for some reason wanted to spend time with me. And I said, he's going to be gassed. He's done. And he was. Like, it's like, cut it down, shorten it up, do what the NBA does on Saturday night, have other skills competitions, do the home run derby like they do the dunk. That's the grand finale. Shorten that thing up. Everybody goes home in under 2 hours. That thing took forever.
Well, and Vlad, I mean, Vlad did have to do the short turnaround too, right? From the semifinals to the finals. And I actually did watch, I didn't watch the entire thing last night, but I was checking in and out of it as it was going on just because I knew we were going to talk about it today. And I will tell you, honestly, I had a hard time getting locked in. I was like, okay, yeah. I was definitely multitasking as it was on in the background.
Absolutely.
And I'm kind of sitting here wondering, like, one of the things that makes the NFL so great is, right, there's not a lot of games. And so with the NBA, you got 82. Baseball, you got 162. NHL, you got 82. With this timing thing, with the home run derby, getting the extra 30 seconds and all that, I felt like it was a little bit too hard to follow. You're not there. The guys are hitting balls out, and the cameras aren't even able to catch every home run because it's like one ball's going out and the guy's already hit another one. And I suppose that's fine in the early rounds, but how about this? How about you make the finals 5 pitches? Like, then everybody's hanging on those 5 pitches. And maybe if they tie, maybe if one guy, if they both hit 5 out, then maybe you add up the distance, right? Like, who's hit the longest way?
Well, I think you hit onto something and you probably meant to do it because you're smart. So the reason why the NFL works the way it works is because every game matters.
Right.
Well, when you hit 41, every home run doesn't matter. So like you said, rather than saying he gets 2 minutes and then if he hits over 440, he gets another minute. So now it's 3 minutes and they're gassed. It's like you said, it's 10 pitches. And so out of those 10 pitches, if they get off to a slow start, then it's a big deal. Like each pitch is a big deal. Each home run is a big deal. And maybe it's not the best home run hitter. It's the guy who gets going the fastest or whatever the case may be, because it usually takes the guys a minute to get into the rhythm. But then they're at their best. Like Mookie Betts at 5'10", 180 had no chance. And I think he lost like 26-11, and I can't even remember who he lost to. But my point is that I just want them to be at their best, and they can't be at their best for 3 minutes swinging the stick like over and over and over and over again. And these are smart guys who get into a room, and it's like they have to watch this too. And in person, I've been at one of these. In person, it's fun. The crowd's getting into it, and it's loud, and it's good, and people are catching fly balls, and they're jumping. I mean, it is cool. But if each home run mattered, like you're talking about, if there was only 10 pitches down to 5 pitches down to 3 pitches down to a swing off. So if there's a swing off at the end, so okay, the final is like 3 pitches. And then if a guy hits 2 home runs, that's a big deal. Like, it was cool that Adley Rutschman went to the right side in that first round, but it mattered very little. And by the end of it, you have 2 guys who are gassed, and you've literally, now maybe I'm wrong with the 4 hours, it just felt like it. But like you said, I'm multitasking, I'm doing stuff, I'm going back and forth, and I kept coming back to it. I'm like, they're not even at the final yet. And again, I don't want to complain. It's baseball, it's fun. I know what I'm getting into when I watch it. But they've, just like the game itself, they have to cut it down.
Well, and then the format also, I didn't think lend it. At the end, I mean, it came down. There should have been drama, right? Because, I mean, Rodriguez had a chance to win it. I don't know how many hacks he took at it to try and get the home run he needed to match Vlad. But it's like, it seemed anticlimactic to me because it was such a rush. It's like pitch swing, pitch swing, pitch swing. I want what makes baseball great, and I understand, like we talked about yesterday, and you mentioned a minute ago, the fact that they have sped up the game, I think overall is great, but you don't want to lose sight of the fact that what makes baseball amazing is when you've got the drama on a pitch, and when you're like frenzied just trying to see how many pitches and how many swings you can get, it takes away from what makes the sport great. I didn't feel any of that with Rodriguez in there trying to see if he could pass Vlad.
All right, and then yesterday we had Susan Slusser on, and I ran by an idea of a skills competition with her, which for injury reasons she swiftly and thoroughly slapped down in my face, which I understand. But as I'm watching that thing, I'll ask you, okay, so they're swinging from their ass on this thing. I mean, they are swinging, and they're swinging over and over and over again. What is the difference between these guys doing what they're doing? And, I mean, there could be oblique injuries. They're swinging hard for these home runs and over and over and over and over and over again, and they're gassed. And so I'm sure there's executives, watching that thing going, please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt. So what's the difference? Because that's for the big guys. I want to see fast guys run from second to home. I want to see fast guys run from from home to first. I want to see right fielders throw it to third, or outfielders throw it from right field to third base. And I want to see the velocity. I want to see Casey Schmidt or Ellie De La Cruz or any of these guys from third to first, how hard they're throwing it. Like, I understand the injury factor, but I also see that the home run derby, they're not holding back. So what's the difference between the home run derby and the skills competition? And you can make the skills competition like you do NBA Saturday night, where you do the NBA, you do these skills things, and then you do the home run derby to make it, kind of end it. And you're forced to have to kind of par it down a little bit because you don't have the amount of time. I just think by just doing the All-Star, and plus if I was a fan, it was cool and everything, but once Julio Rodriguez got knocked out, and if you don't have a hometown guy, then how into it are they? I mean, once Julio got knocked out, Seattle kind of went, eh. I mean, people hung around because they probably paid top dollar for those tickets. But wouldn't it be better for all involved if they just had more things like a circus going around rather than just like one event?
Well, to answer your question, I mean, the reason why the owners are cool with them doing the home run derby is because everybody's getting money. So if they could monetize what you're talking about, then yeah, we'll see it in a hurry.
If the ratings are better.
Yeah. But I think we can ask Sean Estes about this. And as you were talking, I was thinking in my head, like, okay, what would be kind of fun, right? Like, so being able to hit a target with precision, right? Like,
that would be
so
cool.
How about a dunk tank? And
That'd be sweet.
with a tiny.
Put Stephen A. Smith in it and Skip and those guys.
Whoever, but it's smaller than your standard. But and I don't know. Do you do it right at the plate, right behind home plate? But you just got a small little target, and who can hit it? And maybe you get to maybe you get a giant pitcher with a Dodger in the tank, and vice versa. A Yankee and a Red Sox, like that might be kind of cool.
Well, that's what I mean. Is like I just think that, okay, we got to do this, and I do. I think there's creative types. I think there's, these kind of people, and it's just like, let's roll out the home run derby for 4 hours. Good idea, Bob. Next on the agenda. Like they've tweaked the game and give them a ton of credit. The pitch clock and all the different things they've done, big bases, guys are stealing more bases. Like, it's all worked. So where are those same people when it comes to this? Do they just say, to hell with it? We just do this. We do a home run derby. We do an all-star game. No one likes it, but we got to do it. It makes money, and then we move on.
I think I thought of a hook with the dunk tank idea. You don't make it so you make it a Giants pitcher against a Dodgers fan who has won the right to be able to be there.
Now you're talking.
And the Dodger fan just heckles.
They won a contest.
Yeah, and the Dodger
T-Mobile
fan heckles the heck out of Logan Webb or Alex Cobb or whoever's there, and vice versa. So you get fans involved, so fans can be a part of it.
So a pitcher dunk tank, like Logan Webb's throwing is gassing one,
and he's against a fan from the other team, and they're
talking trash to him.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, seriously, those kind of things people would watch. See, and again, you've got a 14-year-old. I have a 19, 14, and 12. You got to start thinking the young demographic, because that's what they're trying to do. Baseball saying, how do we get the young demographic? Well, you do exciting things. Oh yeah, Logan Webb's the guy that dunked the Dodgers fan who was talking trash. Now that'll get on TikTok. I mean, that'll go somewhere. That'll go viral. I like the home run derby. It's an old school approach, and to me, it's like, we have to do this. Let's just get it out of the way. We've always done it. Where's the creativity that you had in changing the rules?
Well, I mean, full disclosure, I left my TV on last night after it ended, right? And SportsCenter came on, and they did the piece about Griffey hitting the warehouse. That. I was more locked in on watching that than I was watching the actual home run derby.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. So anyway, I felt obligated to watch it. If I didn't have a show, like last week I was on vacation, if I didn't have a show today, I wouldn't watch it. Again, I'm not a complainer. I understand. I said this yesterday. I understand what I was getting into, like an Adam Sandler comedy. It's not going to win an Academy Award. So I went into it with high hopes, and the first couple of rounds were great, but then it gets old. Like, it's like anything, right? Like, you watch something, and if the end of it isn't any good, then you're like, oh, that was frustrating. But a good movie at 90 minutes can be a really bad movie at 2.5 hours.
Totally.
So that's what happened last night. Like, it was compelling, I think, for a little while, and then after all the guys got tired, weren't executives or TV people or something watching that going, all of our guys are pretty much laid out on the field gassed.
Yeah,
Like,
they need to tweak it. You know, I know we got a break. Another possible tweak that just popped in my head is like, what if you had 3 hitters from each team? What if you had like 3 Giants and 3 Dodgers, and you did it that way, and you rotate? Well, I don't know, but
like a relay race or something.
Yeah, they need to. They need to figure it out. Anyway,
I'm not going to complain. I just some thoughts as I was watching that thing. They need to do something. That's all. And the creativity that they showed in changing the rules, but it leads me to believe they just don't care. Like, in other words,
I think they care. I just think they don't know what to do.
Oh, by the way, one other last thing on this. Did you see the kid that got smoked in left field by the line drive?
I did not.
I forgot who hit it. Maybe it was Vlad. It's all over. It's all over the place. I don't know how those kids, I think maybe some are underprivileged kids. They had some story about it with T-Mobile, and I think that's absolutely great. But they probably need to warn them because, I mean, those are missiles that are being shot out into the outfield, and not all of them are going out. And so these kids are running around like crazy trying to get the ball.
Right.
And one kid got absolutely smoked. I mean, ball's coming right at him. And this comes from a kid who, like, when I was 12, I lost a ball in the sun and got smoked right in the eye. It was the most embarrassing moment of my life. Got a black eye by the time I even got back to the dugout. And it wasn't like from 12-year-olds you're getting compassion. I mean, thank God now they'd all have phones and they'd have it for life. But, I mean, they were all just laughing. And I'm like, and I have a black eye already. So this kid got absolutely drilled in the face by a ball that got, they're trying to hit it out. That didn't get lift. And it literally, kid turned and just boom, and knocked him over. And it was like, hey, man. There should be some training whatsoever.
Head on a swivel. I did not see that, but feel bad for the kid.
Yeah, it was brutal. I think he's okay.
Yeah, but he's getting grief on social media for sure from all of his friends.
It's all over the place.
Nobody has video of you taking a black eye.
No, but thank God.
Yeah, this kid's never going to live this down.
I mean, seriously, the rest of his life, it's you were the kid in Seattle, right? At T-Mobile. Yeah, that was me. I got absolutely smoked. Anyway, all right, we got a lot more to get to today. We will explain what we have named this. It's not mascots. I'm with you on this whole thing. We teased this for you yesterday. We'll get into that conversation. Guest list, we'll tell you about that. I can tell you this. Sean Estes is going to join us at 10:50. We'll review the first half of the Giants, look ahead to the second half. All that coming up. Dave Benz in today. John Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Krukow joined Murphy back this morning. He expects the Giants to make a move for a middle infielder. Check out that story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, this is John Lund from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but did you know? This is crazy. Many of them, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. Many times, you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. The award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they are dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in their pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm have repeatedly been recognized as the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area and in the entire state of California. And the Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than, get this, so you may need to sit down, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for the clients. Now, they know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. Here's what they'll do. They'll evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm, they live here, they work here, they win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
All right, we will reveal the entire guest list today. Not only that, but what we are going to call our tournament to the death.
We got a great name.
We do have a great name. Who came up with it, by the way? You did?
No, Walter came up with it.
Nice.
I got to give credit where credit is due.
All right, before we get to that, we have the KNBR live stream on YouTube and Twitch. So I try to make sure during the breaks I can read those. And then, of course, the text line is wide open, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. There are a number of people on the text line that love your dunk tank idea. So will you just kind of reset that for people who have just tuned in? Because we were just talking about ways to improve Home Run Derby night, shorten it up, number one. But I've been a big advocate for skills competition. You know, just kind of like NBA Saturday night. Do a skills competition. And there's all sorts of different things that guys could do. Let's show off the arms, the legs, all these different kind of things. I don't mean a sexual way. I mean running and throwing and all these things. But you came up with maybe the best idea ever, and it would be massive, and you could market it and make money. It's got it all.
Yeah, so you want to be able to display the accuracy of the pitchers, right? Which obviously they're high accuracy, all of them, to be an MLB. But you put a dunk tank right at home plate, and you got a little target, and you make it super small. So they got it, smaller than your regular carnival one. It'd be like tiny.
These guys are experts.
Yeah, you got to hit a pinpoint spot, and you get a fan from each team. Maybe you have so the Giants would have a contest or whatever. Your Giants fan wins a trip to the home run derby and skills competition, and they get to go sit in the dunk tank against whoever's representing the Dodgers pitching staff, and they get to just heckle the heck out of them.
Amazing.
And you get it for each team. That would be great.
And people would watch it. It would go viral. Like nowadays in media, what you have to do is there's all these different things for someone to pass off on it. So would it make money? Yes. Would it create buzz? Yes. Could you get lots of sponsorship? Yes. Would it go viral? Yes, absolutely it would. I mean, on all social media. Would people watch it on TV? Yes. So I'm thinking there's Dodgers, Giants, but then could you imagine Garrett Cole is going to start the All-Star game tonight, has got this, and you got some Red Sox fan with his Boston accent up there, just, hey, how about 3-0? Just oh man, you want to dunk him down. I mean, it would be perfect. It would be absolutely perfect. I mean, there have to be parameters. Like Garrett Cole can't sit out there all day long and throw 10 of them at the kid. I'd maybe give him one shot, maybe two shots, whatever the case may be. But, I mean, you could work out the details later. But you're telling me that, last night that Garrett Cole throwing at some Red Sox fan talking trash about coming back from 3-0 on the Yankees, dunking that guy would not be all over the place today. It'd be amazing.
And I think we'll have to ask Sean Estes when he's out of 1050 how much he would have liked to done that to a Dodger fan.
Exactly.
It's kind of a dream sequence for both the player and the fan, right? Because the fan, can you imagine if Garrett Cole he gets 3 pitches and he misses all of them?
Oh, it'd be amazing.
And then the
guy would just talk all sorts of trash.
Yeah, you'd never live it down.
But I mean, like you said, and you do it with the rival teams or whatever, but you could win your way into the contest, so there'd be a lot of vibe that way. So a sponsor would love it. It's sponsored by whomever. So you're getting money out of the whole thing. There's no question. And then you're getting eyeballs. And the big thing nowadays is you're getting clicks. You're getting all that stuff. I mean, it would be all over the place. It's all anybody could talk about today. The Home Run Derby, I'm not going to say it would be dwarfed, but if they did it in its proper context where it was okay, this is, the dunk portion of it, it's just people have to think outside of the box because we'll watch stuff now. It's just that media has changed. And the old, let's sit for 4 hours and watch the Home Run Derby. The home run is cool, but what else you got? I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
It's all about, listen, to get the younger audience, your kids probably know there's a guy named Danny Duncan. He's a YouTuber. I don't know if you know this guy. I met him when I was at a pickleball event. We were talking. I looked at some of his YouTube stuff. It's the dumbest stuff ever. He installed a house ceiling fan in a car and then was giving people rides and everybody was banging their head. But it had millions of views. It's are you kidding me? But this is what the younger generation is watching.
No, exactly. And look, we're all sitting here as a media going, okay, well, what do they want? And, you can talk to them all you want, but you've got to create these things that create these type of opportunities. And I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, you probably couldn't do, maybe you'd have to pick, you'd rotate it, right? You have 5 teams represented each year.
Yeah, they could do the details on it, but the general premise of it, that's what they've got to start thinking about those kind of things because, look, I like the home run. It's cool. But 4 hours of it while guys are gassed at the end is not the answer.
And think about the buildup, right? Like you announce the fan. The fan comes out, now representing the Los Angeles Dodgers, and everybody and he comes out and he plays it up, and then you have the pitcher come out and he just dunks him. That'd be awesome.
Amazing. All right, good stuff. Text line is wide open. 415-808-5627, 415-808. KNBR, continue to give us your thoughts real quick because Sean Estes is going to join us at 10:50, but we have a name, and here's what we're doing. So will you explain the name and when? And we're going to do this about 11:50.
So
right,
yes, so we came up with the idea that listen, this is one of those weeks where there's not a ton going on. You got the All-Star game, but largely baseball is off. Where everybody's waiting for NFL training camp to start, which we're knocking on the door of that. You have NBA Summer League, but it's how interesting is that? There's only so much really you want to talk about with Summer League. So you're kind of like, all right, what's some fun stuff? And a friend of mine came up with this idea, like if you could in Fantasyland have actual bears fight actual lions, like who wins, right?
It's NFL only.
So NFL only. So we decided to come up with this thing where, and I'm reluctantly using the word mascots because I think most people, when they think of a mascot, they think of Lucille. You're thinking of
We're not talking the person in the suit.
Yeah, you're talking about the moniker of the team,
Sourdough
the team
Sam.
name. Yeah, we're not talking Sourdough Sam. So we came up with this idea, and yesterday we went through the 32 NFL teams, and we cut the dead weight, and we got it down to 16. And later in the show, we're going to seed the teams and put the brackets together, and then we'll go through tomorrow and Thursday, and we will crown our first ever Super Brawl champion.
I love that name. Beautiful. I got to know, did Walter come up with that on his own? No help?
I could show the text string to support it.
Okay.
Yeah. We had some other names. He started with Mascot Mayhem.
Well, we wanted to stay away from mascot because I agreed with you because you'd think to yourself like the actual mascot, the Sourdough Sam or whatever, Seattle's got some Seahawk running around. We're not doing that. We're talking about the actual a bear, a lion, a panther.
Yeah, so we went from Mascot Madness, Mascot Mayhem, and then I said, I don't like mascot. We need to figure something out. And then he came up with NFL Smash Brothers, NFL Free for Brawl, and then he came up with the Super Brawl. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's it.
Well, in the story behind it, and most people know this, but Lamar Hunt, when they were thinking of Super Ball, he said Super Ball, like the bouncy ball, Super Ball, which turned into Super Bowl. So then Super Brawl. Same
Super
concept.
Ball, it works.
So that's it.
Yeah.
So that's what we came up with. All right, so we'll do that at 11:50. We'll do that all week long. You're out of here Friday, but we'll do it through Thursday. And we'll actually, and we've got a way that we're going to do this in terms of finding the winner in I think, a fair and equitable way. So we got this whole thing all figured out. Plus, we're going to do some play-by-play with it because you know how to do all this stuff, and it's going to spit out this stuff that we're going to read.
I'll do the play-by-play. Cool. You're going to be the analyst. Yeah. And, we'll do like a 60 to 90-second bit for each match.
It'll be good.
And we'll, over the next 2 days, have 15 total matches to decide a winner.
Amazing. It's going to be awesome. So we'll start that at 11:50 today and carry it through Thursday. All right, Sean Estes is going to join us at 10:50. Preparing for that, we'll take a quick look back at the Giants in the first half, and then Sean Estes at 10:50. By the way, want to mention this too, 15 after each hour, so starting 11:15, we'll do this through Thursday. So 11:15, 12:15, 1:15, we'll give you just quick hitters into each NFL team. So we'll have somebody on, not the normal 10-minute interview, just 5 minutes, quick, 3 quick questions that matter to that person, and then we're out.
Yeah, what is, and literally the first question is, what is the number one storyline going into your team's training camp? Because, some of them are obvious, but, I have no idea what the number one storyline is going into Colts training camp.
Right, exactly. So we'll get into that at 15 past every hour. We'll get you prepared. 49ers on the 18th have rookies. 25th, the veterans come in. So that's what we have coming up for you. Pab and Lund, Dave Ben's in, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Bay Bridge Series. Giants, A's, Tuesday, July 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Papa and Lund on a Tuesday morning. Dave Benz in for Greg Papa. John Lund back from his vacation, a week off, and a chance to recharge. And
I did.
Yeah, that was good. The drive. By the way, you talked about the drive down yesterday. Obviously, did you drive back solo or did they accompany?
It was amazing.
Okay.
Because by the time, so just for those who don't know, then we had a little Giants, and then Sean S. is going to join us in about 15 minutes. So I drove to and from San Diego, and the rest of my family flew, and then I had the dog, and so that's the excuse I used. I'm like, well, I got to drive. We got to have the dog. We can't leave him in the house, all that kind of stuff. And so driving back was even better because I was driving back on Wednesday. I was listening to you guys. I was driving back on Wednesday, but I didn't have to be back anywhere. So I was out the whole week. And so I would stop at a beach. I'd hang out. I'd have lunch. If I had a couple beers, I'm like, I got to wait a couple hours, And she kept calling me the whole time because, they flew home in the morning. And so she's sitting around going, when you coming back? I'm like, I don't know, but we'll see. I might stay. I was, kind of, typical guy thing. I might stay. It just depends on kind of where I am. So I stopped a couple places, had night, just drove up the coast, had a nice lunch, had a nice dinner. It was starting to get dark, and I thought, okay, I guess I'll drive home. And so I got home at 8:30, 9 o'clock. I left at 9 in the morning from San Diego. But, I could have zipped up to 5 and, been home in a fairly short order. But it was just so funny the whole time because she's calling like, where are you? Where are you? Because she's got all the kids now, and she's like, I need a break. And I'm like, hey, you flew. I'm getting a little alone time here. I need a little recharge. So anyway, it was nice.
That was well played by you.
I know. Well, that's what I was thinking the whole time. Like, how often do you get that, right? Once you have kids, once you have the dog, once you have the white picket fence, it's like you travel together, right? But I was like, yeah.
I was going to take the 5, but the traffic was so bad. I decided I had to go the other way, and it's just been a slow drive. What can I say?
No, it was nice, man. Pismo Beach, little Paso Robles, all that whole thing. Stopped in Santa Cruz, hung out. It's a beautiful day. So I was like, anyway.
By the way, Dino from Pacheco loving our Dino from Pacheco loving our dunk tank idea.
People like it. I was looking at the text line, and again, we're on YouTube, Twitch, text line, however you want to communicate with the show. A lot of good feedback because I was just going to move on from the home run derby stuff, but there was a whole string of people going, "Oh, dunk tank. Who doesn't like a dunk tank? When's the last time you had one of those?" Like my kid when he was in Little League at like 8, as part of the jamboree thing, they had one of those.
It would be great the first time that a pitcher actually was unsuccessful in dunking the fan. Never lived that down.
Because you know how it is when a guy comes off the home run derby and they're whatever. But then can you imagine because I only think you should get 2 shots. If in 3 shots a major league pitcher is going to hit that thing, no matter how small, right? So you would think, right? There's some wild guy, But can you imagine Camilo Doval just with his windup, just nailing that thing and just dunking the Dodger fan? It'd be amazing. Oh my gosh!
I can't wait to hear what Estes thinks about it. He would probably have loved
Well, what's
that.
amazing about him is he's pitched for every team in the National League West, so it's he's a Giant at heart and does not like the Dodgers. So. Yeah, I think he'd be down with it. Yeah. I'd like to just ask him too. How hard would it be?
You know what else you could actually do? Alumni. It wouldn't necessarily even have to be current players.
Right. Oh, that's a good idea because
joking on a peanut.
That's Sean Estes right there, joking on a peanut. You're right because maybe the guys would be like, yeah, we don't want to put him out there, but you could hey, where's Tim Lincecum?
Yeah, I was going to say, you bring Timmy out. Tim's in Seattle, right?
Perfect. Be perfect. The only time I've honestly, we've had Affelt, Jeremy Affelt, all sorts of guys. Nobody ever knows where he is. He did raise the 12th man flag one time in Seattle for the Seahawks. That's the only time I think I've ever seen. Oh, he did show up here once.
By the way, my favorite part last night would have been seeing Marshawn come out with the trophy. That was pretty cool.
That was they should have played that up just a little bit more. They showed him once, and he had the overall trophy. Then like you said, he had the big necklace.
Yeah, They didn't interview him though. No. I didn't see it anyway.
Yeah, they probably didn't have a delay long enough. Yeah. Last time he was on ESPN wasn't the one at Cal.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
He was with Justin Forsett, I think, on ESPN, and they were doing a college game. It was at Cal. And he had a few choice words, and he was like, oops, and then he did it again. And then they're like, okay, let's throw it back to the booth. And that was it. They've never had him on again. All right, Estes coming up in about 10 minutes. First half for the Giants. I'm kind of torn, and I'm not looking at the second half yet because we got more in the week to go, so let's let out the reel slowly here. But as far as the first half is concerned, I got to believe that if I was to grade it, I can't give it a full A, but maybe an A- because they're a team that is a couple of games back from the Dodgers. They are in a wild card spot as we speak at the break. They've had a ton of injuries. As Susan Slessor said yesterday, what did she say, 29 IR trips so far, which is number one in the league.
IL, yeah.
Or IL, I got to be politically correct, injured list. So, I mean, given all that and a bunch of young guys coming up who have, for the most part, been really, really good. I know that Casey Schmidt lately and Matos hasn't been, but, Patrick Bailey has obviously been incredible. They've pieced together a starting staff. I had major questions about the defense, which has been generally good. Major questions about the bullpen, which wasn't good last year, has generally, outside of the 6-13 start, generally been good. So I got to believe that, I'm looking at like an A-. And if I'm a Giants fan, and correct me if I'm wrong, text line is wide open, YouTube and Twitch as well. Give us your comments there. I'd be very happy if I was a Giants fan at this point and generally surprised where they're sitting. What do you think?
I feel like they've been doing it a little bit with smoke and mirrors. Like that's my feeling. You look at them. Are they top 10 in baseball in any one category? I actually was just looking. They're 16th in batting average, 13th in home runs. They're 10th in ERA. I know a lot of people don't love ERA anymore. They're 11th in strikeouts as a pitching staff. And you could go deeper on a lot of other numbers, but it's like, none of the numbers scream like, hey, this is a dominant team, but yet here they are 2.5 games out in the division and, very much looking like they're in a great spot for a wild card spot. And we talked about it yesterday. If you can shore up a couple of things, you get this roster into the postseason. And that's what it's about at this point, right? I mean, I know Farhan was on last week with Tolbert and Copes, and he talked about the importance of winning the division and not having to go through the wild card round. But you get in however you can, and you get a pitching staff that, that can shut some opponents down, and you only need to score maybe a couple of runs. You got a chance. But getting there is a different story, and can they keep it up with the roster that they have, especially dealing with all those injuries? But they get these guys back. Estrada, they said 4 to 6 weeks, I believe, was the initial assessment. We're already a week in. And so, if it's on the better side, if he's quick, we could be 3 weeks out from him being back, and maybe the sky's not falling so much. If it's a little longer, then maybe you got a little bit more to worry about. The thing that is going to tell a lot, I think, is going to be that 10-game road trip to start the second half.
Absolutely.
With that extra game in Detroit. If you can somehow come out of that, if you can go. You can go 6-4. I think anybody would take that in a second. 5-5, I'd be okay with. You can go 7-3. You got house money. But you just don't want to come back from that in a hole. But the schedule gets so much better after that.
It does.
23 straight games in the state of California.
Well, what I find interesting between the division and the wild card, because in my head I'm thinking, okay, the Dodgers are going to win this division. Arizona's a great story. I've talked to some friends down there, and we can even ask your friend about this when you have on mainly to talk Cardinals 11:15. But I think they're a year ahead of schedule. I got a friend down there that covers the Diamondbacks, and he said, look, they're a year ahead of schedule. They don't have a ton of money. I don't think they're going to go big time in at the trade market. They kind of are where they are, and maybe they're a year ahead of where they thought they'd be. The Dodgers, the same kind of a thing, is that, in a different way, because they are looking at Shohei Ohtani. They're not making any bones about that whole thing. They want Shohei Ohtani. Well, to do that, you're going to potentially have to come up with $500 or $600 million contract, maybe $50 to $60 million a year. And even for the Dodgers, that's big coin. So the Dodgers, and their main thing is their bullpen. And really, Dustin May is not going to come back. You still don't know on Walker Buehler. It wouldn't. Now, some of their young guys like Bobby Miller are pitching really well, but they could probably use a starter, but they really need bullpen help, which isn't overly expensive. So how deep are the Dodgers going to go on this thing? My point in saying that is the wild card makes me a little nervous because I think the Padres are going to make a jump. The Phillies are starting to do some things. There's a lot of teams there that are underachieving that could still get into the wild card race. But the division itself, as crazy as it sounds, I don't know how long the Diamondbacks are going to stay in this. Maybe they're legit. And I don't know how deep the Dodgers are going to go in terms of spending money when they know that Shohei Ohtani is the big prize in the offseason.
Unless they can somehow get Shohei Ohtani before the offseason. Which, you know, and you and I were talking during the break. If you're the Angels, can you just let him go for a compensatory pick? Do they do sign and trades in baseball? Does that happen? Is that a thing? I mean, I don't think I've ever really heard of a sign and trade in baseball.
If you're a free agent, you're a free agent.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically it. So they have one opportunity, and it's the deadline to decide. And they had a bunch of injuries. Shohei was one of them, but he's back. But Trout got hurt again. He's out for a while. Rendon, of course, got hurt. He's out for a while. So I think if you're the Angels, you have to realistically look at this. And if you're the general manager for your future, what you have to think of, okay, I'm the guy that traded Shohei Ohtani. I'm the guy who traded one of the best players, or certainly the most unique player in the history of baseball. But the other side of it is, I'm the guy who let him go for nothing. Because if you look at the LA Times, Dylan Hernandez wrote a piece today in the LA Times that without saying it, he's not
out.
coming back.
He's out.
Angels.
Yeah,
he's not coming back.
And I'd rather get a king's ransom and build for the future than be like, oh, we let him walk. By the way, the 925 says 8 games over 500 is not smoke and mirrors. But then the 415 pointing out the Giants have made more errors than anyone else in baseball. And okay, is that a glass half full or a glass half empty analogy? I don't know note, I would say, because does that mean it's likely to get better? Or is that just a trend that's going to continue and that's how it's going to be?
The most surprising part is a lot of those, and if you look at defensive runs saved and all the deeper metrics other than errors, their shortstop position has been the worst in baseball. And it's Brandon Crawford, but it's Brandon Crawford at 36. And I love Brandon Crawford, both professionally and personally. He's a great guy. But it was one of the reasons, and look, I'm glad they didn't sign Carlos Correa because that doesn't look very good. He's not playing well. But and really none of those shortstops, Trey Turner has underperformed. Dansby Swanson's been a steadying presence, but if you're going to pay $177 million, you probably want more than that out of your shortstop. I mean, he's an all-star. He's been good, but he's hurt. None of these guys, my point is, none of these shortstops have really been worth it. Bogarts has been okay with the Padres. So none of these guys have really been that great, but they did openly try to replace him, and he's not having a good year with the bat or the glove.
Well, that's why I asked Susan yesterday about him playing as much as he's playing, and he's going to have to still be out there a ton.
He's overexposed.
Yeah,
unfortunately, and we all like the guy, but at some point, I mean, this is like Bumgarner. It's kind of what's happening here is he's pretty much done, and you know I could see him going to the A's next year or something just because they don't spend any money and they need something. But Brandon Crawford is a Giant, unfortunately, after this year. He's they're gonna, whether it's Casey Schmidt, whether it's one of their other young guys that we're constantly talking about. But it's that position has been tough this year.
Well, hopefully he's listening right now, and he's going to say, you know what? I'm coming back in the second half. I'm going to show you guys.
Yeah. And I do. He's a great guy,
He could be streaming us on a beach. Come on. These guys are not listening. I know. Yeah.
All right. Sean Estes is going to join us coming up next. A review of the first half, a preview of the second half. Plus, we got some ideas for the All-Star game. What does Sean think of that? We'll get into it all next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's another 1-2 pitch. It is swung on and missed. Strike 3. A slider got him. And the 9th inning, the most dominant inning of a dominant day. He struck out the side, and he gets his first career shutout, first career complete game. He takes the ball from Patrick Bailey and tucks it right in the back pocket.
There you go. Logan Webb finishes the first half in style. Let's talk about it all. We'll look back at the first half, look ahead, preview the second half of the season with Sean Estes, who joins us every Tuesday. 1997 All-Star, by the way, in which he finished 19-5 with a 3.18 ERA. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
What's up, fellas? How you doing? Welcome back.
Yeah,
John.
It's great to be back. I didn't road trip to your extent. You're in Michigan, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't road trip to your extent, but I did take the California coast up and back from San Diego without any family whatsoever. So the 3 kids flew, and I just had the dog and me. And you know what? I can relate to you now. Because it was.
Yeah, you got a little taste of it.
Dude, it was only like, I took my time and I stopped along some beaches. So, San Diego's usually like 7 hours. It took me like 14 or something. But I took it very casually, had a great time. My wife kept calling me, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I'm like, I stopped in Pismo, I had a couple drinks, and now I can't drive for a while. And just hitting on the beach. I see why you go, what is yours, like 34 hours? That's a lot different. But still,
30 plus.
Yeah, I missed the first reel of this film. What drive are we talking about, Sean?
Phoenix all the way to Detroit. Well, actually, Northwest Michigan. Yeah.
Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
You
know the area. You were in Minnesota. You know where that is.
And I worked in Green Bay too, so I know about the UP. But I can't do that drive, man. I give you mad props. I did that drive a couple of times going back from San Francisco to Minneapolis, and I'm over it.
Yeah. I don't mind it anymore. I actually enjoy it as long as I'm by myself.
Exactly.
I get my dog with me, which you don't even know she's here. But no, it's fun, man. It's a life on the road. You listen to podcasts, some talk radio, and I'm sure that John sidebarred his wife a lot less than I do on the trip because of the shortness of it. But my wife calls in probably 30 to 40 times along over the 3 days, just to see how I'm doing, make sure that I'm awake more than anything. But I don't mind it anymore. I dreaded it the first time I did it because I thought it was just going to be miserable that much time in the car, and I actually found out very therapeutic. You can kind of just. And in London, did you drive down the coast? Did you go down the one?
That's what I did. I did it on purpose because I just thought to myself, it's going to be beautiful. Anytime I want to stop, I'm going to stop. I didn't have any, I didn't need to be anywhere, no agenda. So I just thought, and it was funny because I got down to San Diego. I had a great time, was telling her how great it was. And, so you got all the kids and everything, and it's just chaos. And I wake up the day we're leaving, and she goes, I'm thinking about canceling the flight and driving up with you. I go, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I go, this is me. It's like you said, it's therapeutic.
No, just tell it. That's where you got to just drop how miserable of a trip it was. Gosh, you'll hate it.
I made a big mistake driving down here. I'm really. How about I'll fly back and you can drive,
dude? I did. See, I did the wrong thing because I came back and I go, that was awesome. I loved it, man. I'm going to go back up the same way. It was beautiful. Stopped at the beach. She's like, I think I want to do that. And it's like, and I did tell her in a nice way, like that. Look, I need the time. I need to. It's reset time, all that kind of stuff. No, you take the plane. It's great. This and that. So, you're right. I should have said how bad it was because I did. I got there and I said that was awesome.
That's a tactic I used to pull about Montreal. Telling everybody, all the wives and stuff, how miserable and how brutal Montreal was, so no one would want to go. But I don't know if you guys have been to Montreal, but it's like probably one of the best cities to visit.
I've been to Montreal in July once, and it was fantastic. I don't think I'd want to be there in February, but July all day.
Yeah. No family trips to Montreal, though. That was a good guys trip. But yeah, well, I mean, and speaking of Montreal, that was back in the day when they had Vlad Sr. on the team, and we got to see Vlad Jr., first father-son combo ever to win the home run derby. That was pretty fun last night.
Well, so we were talking about it at the top of the show, Sean. Like, we both think they need to tweak the home run derby because.
Okay, what do you guys think?
Well, I feel like first of all, the drama wasn't really there at the end, even though there was drama, right? I mean, Rodriguez had a chance to win it, but it was so frenzied with just like, let's see how many pitches we can get over and how many swings. Whereas there's no like, oh my gosh, like this is the build up to the pitch and here it's going to be. So I feel like that kind of got wasted a little bit. And then both guys were gassed going into the final round. It's like maybe you go back to it being 10 pitches for the finals or something. So there's more hanging on every pitch versus just like how many can they hit over the wall in a certain time.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think they do need to tweak at least the finals. I like how they do it going up to the finals because it's a little bit of a test of endurance and just sheer power. Because even the guys that get tired, they still have that power, right? Just the upper body power where they can actually hit the ball out of the yard. Which, to be honest, that's what the home run derby is all about: is who has the most raw power, and you want to see those guys obviously make it to the finals. But yeah, I think when you're right because when it just becomes a little sped up at the end. But I do like getting to how they do it, getting to the finals. But I think you need to make a little bit more drama when they do get to the finals, like you said, because it was pretty much over. You knew right away it was over with Rosarina and Vlad. With a minute to go, and if someone doesn't get the 440 home run or two of them, then you don't get the extra time, which in that case, you're pretty much out of it. So yeah, you're right. There is a lot less drama when they do it that way. So other than that, I think it's a great spectacle. I think people really do enjoy it. But I would like a little bit more at the end for sure.
Yeah, the only thing I was thinking is that the great minds who have come up with these new ideas to shorten up the game, I give them a ton of credit. I just want them to shorten it up a little bit. Like, I don't know if you need the 2 minutes plus the minute because, like, I knew when Julio Rodriguez hit the 41 and it was great and everyone's chanting Julio and, it's in Seattle, but he had to do it to beat Pete Alonso, who's obviously great at this. I knew he would just be gassed by the end, and I just wish maybe they could shorten it up a little bit, tighten it up a little bit, and I think that it would be a great spectacle. And I was kind of, comparing it to like a movie. A movie at 92 minutes is great. A movie at 2.5 is like Dances with Wolves, and you're like, get me out of here. So I was just tighten it up a little bit. That's all.
No, I agree. You knew Julio after the 41 that he'd empty the tank, and it would have been great to see him in the finals because that's everybody really wanted to see, in Seattle. So find a way where you can, reward a good round, but also, not blow a guy out, So I don't know. They've done a lot over the years. It used to be a lot less dramatic back in the day. I think that they've done a nice job with it, but yeah, I think they can still make some tweaks to it to where it's a little bit more high drama in the finals.
Okay, so
Dave has an idea for you.
We have an idea. Okay, so John brought this up yesterday. I was saying, baseball needs a skills competition like the NBA, right? And we talked to Susan Slusser, and Susan was like, well, you worry about guys getting hurt, and is it really going to be something people are going to watch? Are they going to monetize it? So as John was reiterating that earlier in the show again today about ideas, in my head, I came up with this idea. One of the things that you could highlight with Major League Baseball is the accuracy of the pitchers, right? And obviously, if you're pitching the big leagues, you got to have a pretty high degree of accuracy to begin with. But Sean, tell me if this is a terrible idea or if you would have loved this. You put a dunk tank at home plate. You get it's the size of a baseball target, and you put a fan in the dunk tank. So you as a Giants pitcher could have gone to the All-Star game, and a Dodger fan could be in the dunk tank just absolutely lighting you up, belligerently screaming at you, and you get a chance to try and dunk him.
I love it. I think it's great. I love the idea. I think that unless I think you'd have to have guys that actually made the All-Star team be a part of that because the guys value that time. I don't think that they value dunking a Dodger as much as they do the 4 days off in Tahoe.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, that's a good call.
No doubt. But the other thing we floated was
with some guys that are already there.
Right.
Yeah.
Or what if it was alumni? Like it's in Seattle. What if you had Timmy there representing the Giants?
There you go. Yeah, that's a good idea as well. Yeah, you got to find Timmy first, though. That's the problem.
That is a major problem. That's a major problem.
But I absolutely think people would love to see something like that. Yeah, a little sideshow. I mean, they do that softball game. I don't know if they did that this year. The celebrity softball
they did
game.
do it. Yeah, they did it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little underwhelming. I definitely think that they can come up with some other ideas to make it just more fan friendly. I think they got good enough marketing people in the MLB to where they can come up with some fun things. But I like you guys brainstorming. I'm going to go sit on the beach in about 20 minutes, and I'll come up with my own ideas.
That'd be good. I want to hear them. All right,
Yeah.
since we have a little bit of out of time, but really quick, and then I want to get into the Giants with you because you were in the 97 All-Star game, and you see these guys and the camaraderie that happens and all the different guys. But just what is it like? Not only in the clubhouse, and I'm not talking about the game itself, just in the clubhouse, hanging around in a home run derby, all that kind of stuff, meeting all these guys. What is that whole event like for you? What it was like?
Well, it was surreal for me because it was my first full season in the major league. So all these guys that I'm in the clubhouse with, I'm looking around. I got Pedro Martinez and Greg Maddux and John Smoltz as far as just pitchers are concerned, and then on the other team you got Jeter and you got Robbie Alomar and Mark McGuire. I mean, all these big names. And I went there with Barry Bonds and Rod Beck, and then Dusty Baker was the manager that year. He wasn't the manager, but Bobby Cox asked him to be on the staff. So it was already really cool just to go with my own teammates and then, just be a part of it. It's really surreal when you walk in there because, for one, you see all these guys that you've watched play for a long time, and then you just guys that you looked up to. Now you're sitting and you're one of them, but you just don't feel like one of them yet, right? You kind of feel like you're still, you still feel like you're in awe of it all, and then it's really fun just sitting back and listening to the conversations of these guys because really you don't have really a leg to stand on as far as what you can offer to the conversation because first year guys that's you sit back and listen, take it all in. I had family there, friends there. I didn't know if I was ever going to get back. I didn't ever get back, so I really wanted to experience it like it would be my last time, and I did that. You sign a ton of autographs. I took part. I watched the home run derby, just out there watching it. It's just cool. There's no other way to describe it other than just a surreal moment. Now, if you're a guy that had gone 8, 9, 10 times, it probably doesn't carry the same weight as it does your first time. But I was fortunate enough to get in the game, pitch the game, give up the game losing home run of the All-Star game to Sandy Alomar Jr., who actually was a Cleveland Indian at the time, and it was at Jacobs Field, that's the home of the Indians, now the Guardians. But he hit the home run. The place went ballistic. He got the MVP of the game. I just thought it was – obviously I took the loss for it, but it didn't really matter. The game didn't matter at that point. It was more the experience. And I even had a buddy of mine just snapshot a picture of the LA Times the other day where he was reading the Times. Yes, he still reads the newspaper because he's in his 60s. But he said that he saw my name pop out in bold letters in the Times as you just kind of skimming the sports section, and he read it, and it had something to do with the '97 All-Star game and giving up a home run. And I'm like, you know what? Like I'd rather be remembered for that than nothing, right? So it was just like that whole experience, and then dealing with the media afterward, and something I'll obviously never forget. I mean. And now I'm not allowed to forget about it because of the heroics of Sandy Alomar Jr. So fortunately, it wasn't one of the World Series that actually mattered like they did for a while because that would have stung a little bit more. But the experience of just getting in the game and having an impact, one way or another in the game was really the cherry on top.
What was the pitch? Wasn't it an 0-2 count? I'm looking at the box score right now. Am I reading that right? Was it an 0-2 count? And what was the pitch he got you on?
It was 3-2. He fouled off a bunch of pitches, so I figured that, and I threw him everything. I was throwing my curveball, my fastball, my changeup. He kept fouling him off. Got to a 3-2 count. I threw him a changeup, and it was a hanging changeup, which usually get hit a long way. And he put a good swing on it, hit it out to left field, and I knew right off the bat that it was gone. It was a 2-run home run, I believe, 2-run home run. I think we lose the game 3-1, something like that. I can't remember the final of it, but it was late in the game, maybe the 7th inning.
Yeah, it was 3-1.
The pitch. I'll never forget the pitch. Javier Lopez, the Braves, Javi Lopez was catching, I believe. And I'm just going to say that him and Sandy Alomar were probably pretty good friends, and he told him what was coming, but whatever.
Oh, that's wrong, man.
Whatever it takes. I'm kidding, of course. But you never know. I mean,
you never know.
Who cares at that point, right?
Well, at that point, was home field for the World Series on the line yet, or was that pre that happening?
That was pre.
Yeah.
That was pre, yeah. Now, had that been the case, I probably wouldn't have had the experience that I had. I probably would have been pretty bummed out because now I lost it for the whole National League and the home field advantage, which is a pretty big deal, and it was a big deal. So, fortunately, it came before that. And coincidentally, in '97, the Cleveland Indians at the time, they actually made the World Series. They played the Marlins that year in the World Series. So not only did they have the All-Star game, they had a World Series there. And I believe that went 7 games, the Marlins ended up winning it. So pretty special year for that group of guys.
Yeah, Bip was on that team, and Bip was in here last Friday. So, yeah. Bip Roberts.
Craig Counsell scored that game-winning run, didn't he? Wasn't that the Craig Counsell game-winning run or something like that?
That's exactly right. Yep. Levon Hernandez was pitching in that game.
Yep.
Well, not in, I don't know about Game 7, but it was snowing in Cleveland at one point during the World Series, and kind of try to figure out like how the Marlins players were going to deal with that coming from sunny Florida, right? Miami. But man, they rose up when it counted. And the Giants played them in the first round, a wild card round, best of 3. No, it was best of 5. Was it best of? Yeah, it was best of 5. But the first 2 games were in Florida, and we happened to have the better record. So we had, because we won our division. So we felt like that was a little bit of a disadvantage, because we went back there and they beat us twice. So kind of a bummer to lose that. But then, if you're going to lose, you might as well lose to the eventual World Series champs, and that was the Marlins that year. But big year for Cleveland in '97.
That's right. Jeez. All right, before I let you go and before you head off to a beach, just second half for the Giants. I mean, I was talking about the first half a little bit earlier. I mean, I think they're fortunate to be where they are with all the injuries, all the young guys that have come up. I don't know what they're going to do at the deadline, but I mean, if I was a Giants fan, especially after the 6-13 start, I'd feel pretty good about where I was. What do you think of the second half? Where do you think they may end up?
Yeah, I like where they're at right now. I really do. Like you said, April didn't start off well, but they showed a lot of resiliency, and things really turned around in May and June. The thing that's going to stand out is the 10-game winning streak they had, the sweep of the Cardinals and the Dodgers on the road. That was huge. That kind of propelled them into the position they're in now. They stumbled a little bit going into the All-Star break, but winning 2 out of 3 against Colorado was big, I thought, especially after losing that first game. You don't want to limp into the All-Star break. You want to create a little bit momentum, so you have that coming out of it. So I thought the last 2 wins at home was huge for the psyche of the team. But as a whole, looking at the big picture, I believe that they're going to get Estrada and Haniger back at some point in the second half. I like the direction they're going. I like the bullpen. I like the defense. At times, the defense has been a little inconsistent, but I do like it overall. It's just really how much offense are they going to have, right, in the second half? I mean, is it going to be enough? Can the pitching be that good to withstand lack of offense? But we also saw that the offense, could go in, that they're very streaky. They went into that, like I was mentioning, that stretch, the 10-game winning streak, they were averaging almost 6 runs a game. So they showed the ability to score runs, and they showed the ability to be clutch and get big hits with runners in scoring position. It just kind of all at once, and that's kind of the ebb and flow of a season. All at once, it left them. And fortunately, Logan Webb stepped up and put the team on his back in that final game. And you're going to probably see that a lot in the second half with Logan. But the fact that Alex Cobb's healthy, he's pitching the All-Star game, which is great. It's just, I don't know, rotation-wise, they got to get better. But I think this team's going to be there at the end. I really do. I think they've shown enough resolve in the first half that they could withstand injuries. They can withstand lack of offense. They can withstand inconsistent starting pitching. And I just believe that bullpen's going to be there for the duration. You get Luke Jackson back as well. I think it'll be a nice addition when he's healthy. I like the pieces they have. I like the depth they have. I like the guys that they can bring up from AAA if they need to. So I'm thinking this team sneaks into the playoffs this year. Maybe not win the division, but I think they're definitely have a legit shot of being a wild card team.
Great stuff.
Well, yeah, and they two and a half runs, just over 2.5 runs over the final 12 games, Sean. Was that just them being tired? Did things catch up with them? Or, you talked about the runs they scored during the win streak. What is the real number for this team? Can they average 4.5 runs a game?
Well, if they average 4 runs or more a game, they win most of them. I mean, and that's the facts. So that's really the magic number is trying to average 4 a game. So yeah, are they as good as the 6? No, but are they as bad as the 2? If they fall somewhere in between that in the second half on a consistent basis, they're going to be a playoff team. I don't know yet. I tend to believe that the teams, the at-bats they do put together, the philosophy that they have to a man at the plate, I believe that plays over 162. I really do. I think that the ability to wear down the opposing pitcher, put good at-bats together, see a lot of pitches will benefit them in the long run. So, yeah, I do think they're more of a score 4 runs a game on average team, and their pitching's good enough to win those games. So that to me, that's how I'm looking at the second half right there. Is it just enough offense to get in there?
You're the best, man. Thanks as always. We appreciate it. Go enjoy the beach, and we'll talk to you next week.
And we want to hear your ideas.
Yeah,
we want to know what you come up with for your ideas.
I am. I will do. I definitely will think about some things, and we'll talk about them next week. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go way out there with some stuff. I'm gonna go way out there.
All right, man.
We got to brainstorm. Make that the finals of the Derby actually even more enjoyable.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, man. Talk to you next week.
Fellas.
Enjoy.
Okay, sounds good. Bye.
That is a great Sean Estes joining us with some good insight. He will do that. He'll probably take a couple clock days down there and really get out of whack, but that's good.
Hey, he'll come up. Yeah, I'm excited to see what he comes up with. He's a smart and creative guy.
All right, we got a great 11 o'clock hour for you. Tim Ring's going to join us, does radio and TV in Phoenix, and it's going to be our series at 15 past every hour, going to NFL, well, not camps yet, but going to NFL teams and saying, what's the big story? We'll do them quick, we'll do them short. Then Marcus Thompson's going to join us at 11:30, and then 11:50. Do not miss it because it's the Super Brawl. The Super Brawl. We will explain more about it, but we'll need your help on it. Pop and Lund, Dave Benz is here, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Franny. My good friend and yours, Kevin Franzen, joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Said he expects the Giants to catch the D-backs this season. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Day Ben's in. John Lund with you. Poppy back in a couple of weeks. So we're doing the NFL. We're taking it around, and we're just doing quick hitters. All right, we're not going to go like 20 minutes or something and go deep dive in depth. We're going to ask just a few questions. What's your team's big story, right? You'll go to the Super Bowl if, and we're starting with the Arizona Cardinals, mind you, and the MVP, which we're going to track, all right?
Right.
Now, this is a guy that you know. Tim Ring is down in Phoenix, Arizona Sports 98.7, and the ABC affiliate, ABC 15 in Phoenix. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Do
Tim,
the honors here.
Tim and I go way back. We worked together in Green Bay back in the late 90s. We covered the peak of the Favre era, back-to-back Super Bowls, so that was fun. Tim's last ever game, by the way, covering the Packers as a member of the Packers media, was the Catch 2. Young to Owens.
Wow.
And then we worked together in Miami, and we were roommates in Miami. And if those walls could talk, we're just glad that they can't. And then we were actually, we're not roommates in Denver, but we were like Kramer and Seinfeld. We lived in the same condo, and we were down the hall from each other, and we were constantly just walking into each other's condos. Tim, do I have that recap about right?
Yeah, you have that exactly right. And John, just so you know, and now everybody in the Bay Area can know, I got Dave Benz every one of those stinking jobs. He has not once returned the favor.
Wow.
I mean,
it's a good point.
he's gone on to great things with the Timberwolves and Comcast in the Bay Area, and now I can't even get a phone call.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Get a phone call from the guy.
Yeah, he's a taker, never gives. Yeah, that's what he is.
We call him one way. He's a one-way street. Dave, one-way Ben.
Hey, I'm giving you the opportunity to volunteer your time to be on KNBR today.
Yeah, thanks. We pay big. Check is in the mail.
Anyway, all right. So, Tim, I texted you, kind of told you what we're doing. You heard this setup. So we're not going deep on. We don't want to go too deep into Cardinals training camp, but all the camps are about a week away from starting to gear up here. And so we're wondering, what is the big storyline, the number one storyline with Cardinals training camp would be?
How many days until the 2024 NFL draft? Because every day we move through training camp, we're another day closer to the draft, where the Cardinals could have not one but two of the top picks in the draft, because they also own the Texans pick. But in all seriousness, guys, I mean, listen, this might be one of the more least anticipated seasons, I should say, in franchise history. They don't have a strong roster. This is a team, guys, that won 4 games last year. And just to give you a brief overview, they lost 3 of their 4 best defensive players in the offseason, free agency, and the retirement of J.J. Watt. Their quarterback is obviously out for at least a month, maybe more. They lost their best player on offense, wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins, who they cut. So this is a team, and they did nothing really of note in free agency. So this is a team that wasn't very good last year, got worse personnel-wise in the offseason, and then to make matters even more complicated, they have a first-time head coach, a first-time GM, a first-time offensive coordinator, and a first-time defensive coordinator. So how about them apples? Hoping just to win a game or two in 2023.
Before the Caleb Williams sweepstakes. Yeah, you got a pretty good shot at it because of those 2 picks. All right, so I'll ask the question just because we're asking everybody the question, and you can come up with a very creative answer. Arizona will win the Super Bowl if?
If the other 31 teams all flee to the newly founded Saudi football,
they might.
National Football League.
They pay a lot. They might. Yeah, who knows? All right.
It's obviously that's not going to happen. It's funny, real quick, and I know we're rolling through this just to remind 49er fans of the crap this organization went through last year before they finally parted ways or fired Cliff Kingsbury and Steve Keim. Guys, remember, the season began with Kyler Murray having basically a video game clause put in his contract that was made public, embarrassing the organization. They had to take that clause out. Kyler Murray swearing at Cliff Kingsbury on the sideline during a game. 2 assistant coaches fired.
including one before a game in Mexico City against the Niners for, I don't know, groping a woman. Benjamin, a running back, tried to fight a coach on the sidelines. He got cut. DeAndre Hopkins suspended 6 games for PEDs. Then he quit the final 2 games of the season, wouldn't play. Pro Bowl center basically quit on the team the entire season. The GM didn't show up for work pretty much the entire season, finally took a medical leave of absence. Jeff Gladney, their cornerback, died in a car accident before the season. Cornerback Antonio Hamilton burned his feet off in a cooking oil accident in training camp. Hollywood Brown got arrested for going 126 miles an hour on his way to camp. Apparently, he lives at home during training camp. And then in the middle of the season, J.J. Watt had to have his heart shocked back into rhythm when he went into AFib. So that was the season on top of the 4 wins. So anything this season that doesn't include all that drama, even if it's only 2 or 3 wins, probably would be looked upon as an improvement here in Arizona.
That is mind-numbing. I can't.
Isn't that great?
That's a bad year.
I knew you guys would like that. I had to be honest, guys. I had to write it down because it was so flippin' ridiculous, and I didn't want to miss one. So I jotted it down quickly before our segment.
All right. So if the Niners don't sweep the Cardinals this year, that's not going to be a good thing.
They'll fire everybody.
Crazy.
All right. This one will be probably a better question for you then, Tim. We're going to ask everybody. We're going to go to all other 31 markets. So your preseason prediction for NFL MVP this coming season.
For MVP. I'm going to go with Joe Burrow.
Ooh.
I'm going to go with Joe Burrow. I think it could be Josh Allen's time. I just think I have more trust and faith in my prediction to go with a guy like Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, my pick for 2023 MVP.
I like it because
who's the favorite in Vegas now, guys? By the way, I did not look that
it's
up.
Mahomes.
Yeah, it's got to be Mahomes. I haven't looked, but I would imagine it is Mahomes.
Yeah. That's a good one. I like Burrow. That's a good pick. That's a really good
Burrow's
pick.
my guy.
Yeah. All right, Tim. Well, we hope you make it through. You've got the Suns. That's going to be a lot of fun. The Diamondbacks are rolling, so you got something.
That's right. We have Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker. That's a good thing.
And he's got his kids who keep rolling up championships in their various sports leagues. So.
And at some point, Dave Benz may get you a job. Doubtful. Maybe.
Yeah, well, now he's got to get himself a job first, and then he can worry about me.
That's a good point.
Touche.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
All right, boys. Yep, anytime.
That's awesome. That is Tim Ring. Again, Arizona Sports 98.7 in Phoenix and ABC, the ABC affiliate, ABC 15. The Cardinals are not winning the Super Bowl. Their biggest thing is Caleb Williams, and his MVP is Joe Burrow. All right, we'll do that at 15 past every hour. Next hour, Steve Rabel of the Seahawks. We're starting with the NFC West, and then we'll move on from there. But coming up next, Marcus Thompson. We got a ton to talk about with the Warriors and Chris Paul and Summer League ball. All of it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The number one storyline with Cardinals training camp would be?
How many days until the 2024 NFL draft?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Presumably, you'd be coming off the bench playing with a second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with J.K. and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
That's Chris Paul from Summer League. You had Steph and CP3 sitting by each other singing Kumbaya, and you had him talking to people. You the coach? So we got some questions, and we'll talk all Summer League and what the Warriors have done, Dario Saric, and what they've done as far as free agency, and it looks like they're pretty close to done. Let's get into all of it with our good friend Marcus Thompson. Of course, Thompson Scribe. You read all his great stuff in The Athletic, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. And I know better. You don't go down to Las Vegas, right?
Oh, you mean do I miss a free trip to Las Vegas?
I for some reason, I thought you were anti-Summer League and anti-110 degrees in Vegas.
No, I'm just anti-preseason.
I got it.
Summer League is different.
Okay.
Summer League is the debut of the professionals, and it's also like, Aria.
Oh, that's true.
It's
also Aria. In that big sphere and all that kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, the Bellagio pool,
that's nice.
A lot of things to check out in the summer.
By the way, have you been by the sphere? I guess that's hard to miss, right? How cool does that look in person?
Yeah, it's pretty dope. You can't miss it, though. It's a wild thought to be driving down the strip at night and just see like a basketball to your right. It's like, it's the biggest basketball of all time. It's a little trippy, to be honest. Like, I didn't get to go inside. I want to go inside. It's a little trippy, but you can't miss it, which is amazing considering all of the things that lure your eyes in Vegas, that this thing really pops. Like, they'll turn it into a big crying emoji. And you're like, why is there a crying emoji? What is this? So it's kind of trippy, but I heard it's a great concert venue, so I'd love to check that out.
That would be cool. I've got tickets to see you two there in December.
Is that right?
Yeah,
I heard it was amazing. I heard it was like something you never experienced before. So I want to do that. Maybe I should perform there. See if I can do like a T-shirt cover in the Sphere. I think I can pull it off.
You could. There's no question in my mind. It'd be amazing.
Sign me up. Let me know when it is.
All right, so
bring your whistles.
So tell us about. I think the dynamic of CP3 and Steph. He did a shout out to Dub Nation. Was like, hey, I can't wait to get there and everything. And I think pretty much everything's everything. Is everything good amongst fans, amongst players? Is everything good?
What do you mean by good?
Just with like CP3, like because I was thinking to myself, like, he's got to make a floater, a game winner, or do something. I think everybody's like, let's go win a championship. It's all good. How do you see it?
I don't know if it's good yet. I think it's still weird. It's like weird. It feels like, a Black Mirror episode. Even after we talked to CP and then they gave the jersey, he got finished with that. He held the jersey and then he's walking off. He's like, man, I never thought I'd see the day. Like, he's still grappling with the idea that he's with the Warriors. I felt like it was like everybody was going to try to make it work. It felt like everybody was on board. You talk to people, and after the initial shock, it was like, CP, this idea is going to be over. And then we asked them about coming off the bench, and they were like, I don't know how this is going to work. So I don't know if it's good. Like he said, all that stuff will be figured out in training camp, and we still got to see how they handle the inevitable Draymond Green and Chris Paul feud in practice. That's going to happen.
That is some good drama that we are definitely going to be hanging on bated breath with. But Marcus, the thing is, you talk about kind of the way he talked about, are you the coach? The bottom line is they know already what they're going to do. It's not like Steve Kerr hasn't talked to him already about it, right?
I don't think he has in that sense, mostly because I don't think they knew what the full lineup was at the time, right? So it's kind of hard. At the time when that thing happened, remember, Draymond wasn't even signed, right? And you kind of knew that he would be signed. But when that deal was made, Draymond still wasn't under contract. He just didn't know how things will work out. So the draft hadn't even happened yet. So I don't think they talked about it, but I think it's pretty understood that the Warriors starting lineup is fairly entrenched. You talk about it being the best lineup in basketball, and we've already seen this movie before. We've seen how Steve Kerr responded to the movie, and they always try to go small and run that lineup. And eventually, no matter what, Steve Kerr finds his way back to Kevon Looney to the point where he's given up and said, look, we're going with Kevon. That's what it's going to be. So can Chris Paul change that? Maybe, but man, it doesn't make sense schematically. So I wonder what the sale would be from the Chris Paul starting side of it. It might be somebody else other than Looney coming off the bench, and that's even more dramatic of a story. So it's going to be high drama trying to figure this all out.
No doubt. Marcus Thompson is joining us as we talk some summer league, some Warriors. If they got Saric now, they got Corey Joseph. Obviously, we've seen a little bit of Podziemski down there, the first round pick. If this is it for the Warriors, how good are they? We might have lost.
Did we lose him?
We might have lost.
That connection sounded a little.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He might have been in an Uber or something like that in Vegas.
Yeah,
cruising around.
Well, we'll see if we can get him back. But yeah, and by the way, when he was talking about Chris Paul, I was kind of thinking in my head, if you're CP3, hey, you could still be in Washington and have a chance to be starting.
Right. I think we got him back. Marcus, what I was asking was, obviously it looks like they've gotten the signings and they got Saric and we've seen what they've got as far as the first round pick is concerned. If this is what the Warriors are and they're largely done now, how good are they?
I mean, we don't know, right? That's the tricky part because in the past, these moves generally are like, they don't make you say, oh, man, the Warriors are the favorites in the West, right? Like, we don't get that. And the last time they did this, when it was like Otto Porter and Gary Payton and Nemanja Bjelica, you still had this idea that, man, if Steph, Clay, and Dre are healthy, they're going to be there, right? But now they're doing this coming off a second-round loss with everybody healthy, so we don't know what that is. I don't know how good they are until I see how Klay Thompson looks. And they didn't get any size, so I don't know how good they are until we see how Draymond Green looks, because they're clearly banking a lot on Draymond Green being able to play center. So they could be great again. They could also have the same problems that got them bumped from the playoffs. They didn't really address a lot of those, besides that you may address the turnover issue with Chris Paul. So it's a high variance. It could be great if they went in and gave a bunch of people problems and then went to the finals. You had the life out of thieves. It's like, all right, yeah, that makes sense. But if they ended up going against Denver or it was too small, we'd be like, see, you should have got some size. So I feel like it's a high variance. It's less known because we've finally seen them lose while healthy. And we hadn't seen that before. We don't really know what that means.
Well, and the thing that I think last year's team, a lot of people will take away is the fact that they struggled so much on the road, right? And you wonder, was that because of chemistry issues in the locker room, and have those been corrected now with the trade? And is that going to be, in your mind, the bellwether? Does this team win games on the road, and then that's a sign that things are better than they were a year ago?
To me, the Warriors are playing basketball, they're winning on the road, bottom line. And the real tricky part is I know a lot of people about the Yucks, but they were losing those games with stars. It was Steph Curry on the court. It was Klay Thompson on the court. The upgrade from that end, I think that's a big deal. It kind of got lost. Is maybe Andrew Wiggins has a more representative year, right? He played 35 games. He was hurt. He was in and out. He dealt with.
I think he's out again.
Wiggins is more like the Wiggins. If Wiggins is more like the Wiggins from before, then I feel like that's a big boon to them. If he's not, then I feel like it's a problem. But to me, a better Wiggins helps them with that road issue. And I'm with you. If they aren't winning on the road, that's a sign right there that they're not the team we think they are. The Warriors win on the road. That's what they do. That's their calling card. So if they're losing in Charlotte and Orlando next year, you can go ahead and blow that thing up because it ain't working.
Just by and large, the summer league itself, because I started my career at the Rocky Mountain Review in Salt Lake City, and there was like 8 people in that place, and they were giving away free tickets for it to go from that.
Whoa, are you serious?
Dude, it was.
I did not know that about you.
Yeah, that was my first assignment. I was walking around with a live mic talking to like Phil Jack. I mean, there were some executives. There was a few like B League type players essentially around, but I mean, that was.
So hold on.
It.
They had a summer league in Utah in the 50s.
Very nice. Very nice. I walked right into that one. That was fair. Very fair and well done.
He was watching George Mikan, man. Yeah. What was he like back in the day?
It was the Utah Stars. It was Moses Malone.
Tell me about Jumpin' Joe from the Philadelphia 76ers.
But I mean, for it to evolve into Friday night where they sell the place out for Victor Wembanyama and Britney Spears is smacking herself in the face. And I mean, this thing's become this huge thing that, not many people are going to Vegas for 110 in the summer, but the NBA have made it work. And then there's Steph Curry sitting courtside and Chris Paul and LeBron, and they get all the guys to come. It absolutely blows my mind of what it's turned into.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and that stuff is the main stuff. It's the periphery part of it that really lets you know. It definitely has like all-star game in the city vibes, right? Like everywhere is packed, like the lobbies are packed. There's a line everywhere. You're like, man, like summer league, what's in town? And this year it was compounded with, there was a UFC event, the Moreno fight, but like you start feeling that sense of energy in Vegas, right? Like I was thinking about this. I'm like, man, I wasn't there for like a Mike Tyson fight, but I wonder how close this is to that. Because I imagine back in the day, the Mike Tyson fight had Vegas turn, but you could feel those vibes. It feels like more like an all-star game. I never seen that like the first weekend sold out. I remember when Blake Griffin came, because I was like the 2009, that was Steph Curry's rookie year. Blake Griffin would pack the house, but you knew he was coming in doing all these dunks and stuff, so people wanted to see him. And Zion was a big draw, but that was like for their games. All of summer, like Scoot is packing the house, right? Like Brandon Miller's packing the house. Jabari Smith is packing the house. It's just become this thing. It's not as bad as the 2007 All-Star game when in Vegas because, MGM is still standing. I don't know if you heard stories about that, but Vegas during that All-Star game was a different level. It ain't at that level, but you get some of those vibes. It definitely turned up a bit.
Well, the NBA is in a great place, and Adam Silver's had his fingerprints all over a lot of this, and the new thing is the NBA Cup, and I'm wondering, Marcus, what is the buzz? Is there a buzz? I mean, what is the reaction from players, fans, people you've talked to about the NBA Cup? It's going to be out there in early December with the semifinals and the finals. Do people care?
It feels like it, and you know what it feels like? It feels like everybody who was hating on the play-in tournament is now like, all right, hold on. So even the people who don't really like it or think this is silly are like, I said the same thing about the play-in tournament, and that's kind of lit. So there is a sense of maybe the league is on to something here. And again, nobody's mad about another trip to Vegas, right? But it feels kind of like, why are you doing this? Things are working well, but also they've hit on a couple of these things. So you kind of got to trust them a little bit. I remember the Elam ending. Everybody thought that'd be terrible in the All-Star game. And then it was like, hey, that was kind of fun, right? The having the draft captains during the All-Star. Like, we were like, man, what are you doing, man? It's East West. But now we kind of like that. I feel like the track record of the NBA doing these little weird things and it turned out to work is making people say, hold up, maybe this is not something. But to me, I'm like, why? I don't understand why you're doing this. The part that makes it weird is I understand what it's based on, like the whole soccer thing, but the difference is you're playing other teams. I feel like you need to get like some European teams in the cup. You need to get like some G League teams in the cup. Like whoever is like number one in the NCAA at the time, like they should be in it. So basically Kentucky. Put Kentucky in because it's all like future pros anyway, right? So I feel like you need something like that because it doesn't matter unless you get like the G League and like I'm saying the Denver Nuggets. Now that thing is really turned. So maybe that's where they go in the future, or like one of them. Like what if Dwight Howard's like Taiwan team came and played in the NBA Cup and Dwight Howard like dominated and now he gets a job back. Like, to me, you need that element. Otherwise, it's basically like regular season games with lipstick on.
No, I think it's a good point. That's a really good point. And that would be fun to do that kind of a thing. So we'll see how it goes out. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for making the time. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. And enjoy Vegas. We'll talk to you soon.
Nah, I just got back.
Oh, you back? Okay.
I'm on my way home.
Oh, right on, man.
I'm on my way home.
Oh, very cool.
I'm alive. I made it. And now, it's time for the post-Vegas crash. That's what we do.
I know. Jeez. Enjoy. Get some rest.
All right, have a good one.
See ya.
We all know the post Vegas crash,
dude. Like I'm shocked that he even picked up the phone. Like, I know I have an interview, but I'm way too tired. It sounds like he behaved himself pretty well, because the post Vegas crash is like sleeping on the way home
on the
Uber.
plane.
Yeah, the plane, the whole thing.
Yeah,
that's a quiet plane. Quiet plane. Like an early morning Vegas flight out of Vegas is the quietest plane you'll ever hear.
So I don't know if I should tell this story, but my bachelor party was in Vegas.
Yeah,
and I'm leaving Vegas. I get on the plane, and I got I haven't slept. I've got the hat pulled down over the eyes, and I'm just in my chair, and I'm just like, oh my God, thank God I made it in my seat. And all of a sudden, some kid is crying, and the woman like taps me on the shoulder, and I got an aisle seat, and she taps me on the shoulder, and the kid was crying because he wanted to sit next to his mom, and he was stuck in the middle. And the woman taps me on the shoulder. She's like, would you mind trading seats with my son? And normally, under those circumstances, 100%, absolutely, no problem. Leaving my bachelor party from Vegas, and I'm just trying to keep it together. I just looked up at her, and I'm like, there's absolutely no way that's happening.
Not doing a middle seat.
Not doing a middle seat. I can't do it. Normally, no problem. Under that criteria, I don't know. I just pulled my hat
Did she
down
offer
over my
any
eyes.
incentive? She just said, be a nice guy and do it?
I was lucky just to be able to talk. It was the end of the bachelor party, man. It was.
She should have known.
It was, yeah. Anyway.
You had your hat down. Probably gravelly voiced. Like,
yeah. It wasn't pretty.
There's nothing wrong with that. Text line is wide open if you'd like to disagree, but I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
And I'll do even one more. I could be completely sober, feeling the best I've ever felt. If you're trying to put me in a middle seat, no chance.
Listen, if I'm flying Vegas back to the Bay Area and it's that situation and it's a crying kid and it's the middle of the day and I've been there for work and not for a bachelor party, I probably would. But under that criteria, no way.
Middle seats are the worst. I do everything I can to avoid them. And if I have to, like if I do a Southwest or something and you get stuck, you get stuck. But generally speaking, if you go to any other airline I'm an aisle seat person. I don't like the window seat. I like the aisle seat, even though I get whacked on the elbow by the cart or somebody or whatever. I'm fine. I'm an aisle guy. I want an aisle seat, and I do not want a middle seat. And especially if I've got if I'm on any other airline with Southwest and I've actually picked out the aisle seat, I'm definitely not going to middle seat.
Yeah, well, I did give up a exit row aisle recently and took a middle and a non-exit row for a pregnant woman.
All right. I'll do that. Danny just looked at me like he wouldn't. Wow. He just
again, it was a short flight though.
Okay,
I think I was flying
extreme.
LA. I think I was flying LA to San Francisco.
That's extreme.
If it was New York to LA, no, not happening.
Even for the
Sorry.
woman?
I don't know, maybe. But
not for a crying kid.
It was a lot easier to say yes on an LA to San Francisco flight than it would be from New York to LA.
Air 50 minutes or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nothing. Okay, that's fair. Man, you just went to extreme. Yeah, I would do it for the woman close to labor, but I mean the crying kid. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just poor planning on your part.
Can you figure out a way to just listen? I'm not trading seats with you, but can you figure out how to get him to stop crying?
That's what you should have said. Like, listen, my head is ringing enough.
You need a different answer for the stopping crying than me trading seats.
If the kid doesn't stop crying, he's going to be on the wing, and you'll have no problem whatsoever.
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
Thanks, Dave. Very nice. All right, we've got it. It's coming up next.
Super Brawl.
That's right, Super Brawl. Super Brawl. We'll do the seedings next. We'll explain what it is. Dave Benz is in for Pop, only here on the Sports Leader.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
What can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 absolute martinis. You know how I like them, straight up. And then precisely 7.5 minutes after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more after that, every 5 minutes until one of us passes the out.
And then Dave Benz comes back from Vegas and has to get on a plane. Excuse me, sir. You look like a nice man. My child is crying because I can't sit next to him. Would you mind sitting in this middle seat? Go away.
Wait, I'm catching grief from the 408. They're catching grief from the 408. Bigger view, a pregnant woman gave it up on a short flight only. I guess she'd be out of luck on the Titanic. I did say maybe I would do it. I just, hey, listen, plan better. It's not my.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not the travel agent.
I'm sorry if I've booked and like you said. It does matter. The time on the plane does matter. If I'm going L.A. to New York, or if I'm going San Francisco to New York, I'm sorry, and I'm on Delta, and I planned ahead, and I got the aisle seat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have a crying child and that you're sitting on the window and he's sitting, whatever. But I can't do that for 5 hours. I can't do middle for 5 hours.
Yeah,
no, I'm sorry.
Now
pregnant woman is different, and I probably would even do the 5 hours because that's just that's the circumstance.
Right.
Crying kid does not qualify.
At the end of the day, I probably would as well for the pregnant woman. But all I said was it made it easier to say yes because it was a short flight. So that made it easier.
Why are you getting grief for that? You did it.
Right.
Some people wouldn't even do that.
Yeah.
Best you and your child, but I'm not moving.
Right.
That's bad. Okay, let's explain this whole thing. So we are doing a Super Brawl. This is called Super Brawl, and this emanated from a conversation that you had, and you brought this to me on Sunday night. I thought it was hilarious, especially given the week that we're having. Because look, you and I are in agreement here. I'm not trying to. I don't need to create drama about Chris Paul. I know it's going to work out. Whether he starts, whether he comes out, it's fine. He's trying to win a championship. We can talk about that to an extent, but I'm not going to talk about it for 5 straight days. So we thought to ourselves, what would be really fun is take the team, and we don't really love mascot
nicknames,
team nicknames, and if they battled to the death. And so what we did, though, is we took out the 16 weakest names. Now, look, because the 49ers are in the market, we kept the 49ers. They probably would have been on the chopping block, but we kept the 49ers.
Well, and what put it over the top for me yesterday was the text line pointing out that 49ers were gold miners and they had access to dynamite. So if they could bring dynamite to the battle.
Yeah. So that's what we decided. So now today, as we progress through this thing, and you're going to be out Friday, so we'll do this through Thursday, we're seeding these teams. So just so people know, these are the teams that we kept, and these are the 16 they're going to battle to the death. Seahawks, Falcons, Eagles, Titans, Giants, Jets, 49ers, Jags, Panthers, Patriots, Vikings, Bucks, Raiders, Bengals, Bears, Lions. And again, this is the teams by their mascot, by their team name, battling it out. Has nothing to do with whether the Seahawks with Geno Smith could beat the Panthers with Bryce Young. It has nothing to do with it. It could a Seahawk beat a Panther. That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
right?
could a Seahawk beat a bear?
Yeah.
Probably not, but, we're going to see what ChatGPT comes up with for this, by the way.
That's how we're using it, and that's how they're going to determine it. Okay, so we've got 4 regions here, and what we decided is, because we're going to put this in brackets, and we'll put this online too, but we decided to go with 49ers greats. So 16 teams, 4 teams a bracket. Montana is one, Lott is another, Rice is another, and Young is the 4th. So we got 4 brackets. Okay?
And none of these men have endorsed this tournament in any way. We're straight out using their names.
Steve might be listening at the off chance, but he's not endorsing it. All right, so we need a 1 seed. Let's start in the Montana on top. Who's the overall number 1 seed, the baddest of the bad?
I mean, I have as my 4 1 seeds. I'll tell you who my 4 1 seeds are, and then you can pick the number 1 overall. Okay. My 4 1 seeds are, in no particular order, the Titans, the Giants, the Jets, and Walter and I debated this earlier. I had initially thought I would put Vikings there, but he felt like we needed an animal there, so I think we're going with the Bears. So the Giants,
we're overanalyzing.
Giants, Titans, Jets, and Bears are the 1 seeds.
Well, you love the 2 I would disagree with, but we're going to go with this because I'm not. What was the last one? Bears. your jet concept is really interesting because when I first thought of a jet, I thought they would even make the 16 cut because I was thinking of like an airliner. We were just talking about whether you'd move seats. I was thinking about an airliner. You're thinking about like an F-15.
Yes.
So just if people are wondering like jet, you're thinking F-15, and that's what we're going with. It's got missiles and all that stuff.
Fully loaded.
All right. So that's what we're going with. And then a giant, again, I could see that, but I could also see like your jet taking down a giant. Like what access does the giant? He's just walking around, and I just see this dopey guy, 5, right. And I'm thinking to myself, a bear's taking that guy down, but you're thinking that the giant is much more ferocious than I'm thinking.
Or the giant swats the missiles out of the air and redirects them back at the jet. This is we'll see what it comes up with. All right, so who do you want? So I told you the 4 number 1 seeds. You pick the order now. Who's the top number 1 seed between Giants, Jets, Bears, and Titans?
See, I always the way that I looked at this thing from the beginning was that the animals were going to be the toughest. Now, again, we're bringing Jets and Giants and all this.
By the way, one other thing. We have to, before we're done, each division has to have at least one animal and one human. That's another.
This is going to be so difficult. We're not going to be able to get this done in the next 10 minutes.
We'll get this done. We'll get it done.
We got Steve Rabel at 12:15, so we're going to do the best we can here. I don't know if this is true because I know this is how this debate always works because this has been done before in many times or most times, all times in a bar with drinks. But I would have made the Lions a number 1 because does a lion beat a bear? Isn't the lion the king of the jungle? But would a bear take down a lion? Because the reason I'm saying that is because I always thought of this bracket as the animals were going to kick everybody's butt.
I think it's wide open, man.
So I'm saying that I would say that a bear is the number 1 overall seed. But
you're going
you can tell
bear.
me.
No, bear. Okay, so bear is the 1 seed in the Montana division.
Okay, so let's put. Okay, so I already did this in pen. I got to change this. Okay, Bears, and then what are we doing? Lot division. Who's the one there?
The one to go Jets there.
Sure.
All right, so Jets are the 1 seed in the lot division.
Okay.
And then we'll go. What do we got? Giants and Titans. Let's put Titans in the Rice division.
Okay.
And then Giants number 1 seed in the Young division.
Okay. All right. Now we need 2 seeds.
Okay.
So about 2 seeds.
So 2 seeds. I had Lions, Vikings. All right. I got it.
Hold on. Lions, Vikings. Yeah. Okay. I'm with these. I think these are good.
Lions, Vikings, and then maybe Raiders.
Let's get the Raiders in there. Yeah.
Okay.
That's another one I think of. I think of a Raider as a very top seed. Is a very high seed.
Okay, and then maybe we go. You got Panthers. Jags. I think Panthers are more vicious than Jags.
All right. Good.
So Panthers is a 2 seed.
Okay. So, any particular order we're putting them in?
I think we need a human in the Montana division. So let's put the Vikings into the Montana division as the 2 seed.
Okay, they're the 2 seed. This is the 2, 3. Okay, so the Vikings are in there.
Yeah, are we classifying Jets as human? They're neither human nor animal,
they're an
right?
object.
So we're still open on there, so we could put anything there. You want to put maybe Raiders as the 2 seed in the Jets division?
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That's what we got. Okay.
And then that leaves us with the Lions can go in the Titans division.
Okay.
Now we got Animal and God, I guess, there.
Okay.
And then what do we got left for the other 2 seed? Panthers. So Panthers go in as the Giants division.
Okay.
As the 2 seed.
Okay, Panthers. All right, put the I'm all messed up. I'm gonna have to look at yours later. Okay, 3 seeds. 3 seeds.
All right, 3 seeds. Bengals probably got to be a 3 seed, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Bengals.
Buccaneers a 3 seed.
Okay, yeah, that's just like a Raider. So I mean, they're kind of getting robbed there, but okay, let's put them in there.
Jaguars is a 3 seed.
Yeah.
And do we go? And so then that leaves us the other.
You got to get a bird in there now.
Okay, so we still got the Niners too. So you got the 49ers, the Eagles, the Falcons, and the Seahawks.
I think the 49ers are going to be a lower seed. Are going to be probably a 4. So we barely let them in. We want to make the 49ers a 3 seed.
I feel like they're stronger than any of the birds.
Okay, 3. Let's make them a 3.
All right,
so your 3 seeds are 49ers, Jags, Bengals, and 49ers. Is that right?
Yeah, so let's put the 49ers into the Titans division.
Okay.
Because they kind of really don't necessarily have a human there.
Okay.
And then Jaguars, maybe put them in the let's put them in the lot division.
Okay.
Okay. And then we got who else we got? We got the Buccaneers and the Bengals.
Yep.
Let's put the Buccaneers into the Montana division, because then you got Buccaneers and Vikings in the first round.
I like it.
That'd be pretty good.
That's an old school matchup.
Yeah, that's really an old school matchup. And then Bengals and Panthers in the first round in the young division.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult for that thing to decipher. A Bengal and a Panther. Who actually would win that? That's a Tiger and a Panther.
Okay, so then our last seeds, our 4 seeds, are the Seahawks, Falcons, Eagles, and Patriots.
Yeah, that's it. So Seahawks, Falcons. So we got 3 birds and the Patriots.
Yeah. Okay. So do we want the Bears to play the Patriots, or do we want the Bears to take on one of the birds?
They're beating anybody. There's no doubt. However you want to do. Bears Patriots would be interesting. That's a Super Bowl rematch. Remember when?
Yes, from the refrigerator, William the Refrigerator Perry.
46-10 or something like that.
All right, so Bears Patriots, all right, so maybe Jets against Eagles, or Jets against Seahawks. It's going to be the battle of birds and jets. Are the birds going to fly into the jet engine to disable
Let's do the
plane?
Eagles, just because I think the Eagles are the most ferocious of the birds.
Okay.
And then we're going to have a debate of, like you said, because what could take down a jet is if they just did kind of
they fly into the engines, but that's kind of a kamikaze mission, so I don't know who survives that.
Okay, and then Falcons, Seahawks are the last 2. You can put them wherever you want.
Okay, so we'll do Titans against the Falcons.
Okay. All right, we're all set.
And Seahawks against the Giants.
Okay, so again, for the Super Brawl, your number 1 seeds, Bears, Titans, Giants, Jets, your number 2 seeds, Vikings, what do we do? Vikings, Lions,
Raiders, and Panthers.
Panthers, yeah, that's a good one. 3 seeds, 49ers, Jags. 49ers going to struggle. Buccaneers, Bengals, and then 4 seeds, 3 birds, Seahawks, Falcons, Eagles, and Patriots. So what we'll do is we'll put this bracket out online. All right, we'll put this bracket out online. Walter's done a nice job of putting this bracket together. Mine is all scribbly, so we'll put a nice one out on the bracket. And then tomorrow what we'll do is, we're going to start doing these matchups, explain how this is going to work.
So we're going to have ChatGPT write up the matchups, and you and I are going to read them cold. We're not going to know how it ends, and we're going to do it as if it's I'm going to have them write it as if it's a live 60 to 90 second play-by-play, and we're going to describe the action to you and what happens in this mythical battle, and the winner moves on, and well, technically ChatGPT is only going to render the loser unconscious, because ChatGPT would not write me a scenario in which they actually meet their final demise.
So you told it a fight to the death, and it said I can't do that.
Right.
But then you said render the opponent unconscious, and it said it would do that.
No problem.
Oh, by the way, I totally skipped over the open, didn't I? Let's just play it anyway, just because there's a lot of work involved. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
London Benz presents the Super Brawl. Brawl. The Battle Royale to the death of NFL mascots.
Everybody's off the benches. We got a legitimate fight going on
KNBR, the sports leader.
Oh, that's well done.
That is Dave Fleming, a little Dave Fleming of Brawl there. And again, to correct, not a fight to death, but a fight to unconsciousness.
Well, no, we'll have to just tweak that. It's a fight to the death.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, this is all imaginary make-believe. We're not really killing anybody or anything.
No. Okay. All right. Good. All right. So tomorrow, and we have to, and just to make this clear, we have to, whatever ChatGPT says, we have to abide by that. Like, even if we just go, what are you talking about? Like,
But now's our chance to finally, we're going to analyze the brackets here. And I'm looking at the 49ers as a 3 seed. Do they have a chance against the Lions? Can they get out of the first round against the Lions?
I would, like I said, I would make the argument that a Lion amongst all the NFL teams, that a Lion, because it is king of the jungle, would be the number 1 overall seed. Now, we made it at 2. So that is a tough draw for the 49ers. Now, having said that, a 49er is a pretty bright person, I would imagine. They're mining gold, right? They do have dynamite and pickaxes. So, I mean, if let's say you set up a trap for a lion, it came running at you, and you had the plunger, and it's just as it's coming across it, poof, and you blow the lion to smithereens.
We'll see what ChatGPT comes up with.
Under that scenario, couldn't the 49er win?
The 415 says, I'd like to point out 49ers used to capture bears and have them fight each other for fun.
See? I mean, they are smarter, I'm going to say, than a lion. I mean, they could set up this trap, and, I don't know how how that's going to be seen by the computer, but I could see, like, if it's hand. Now, again, this is why this is so fun, because there's so many different avenues to go down. Now, if we're talking hand-to-hand combat, yeah, it's not going to be good. But if you're saying, each go your own way, and you have, like, an hour, and then I set up a trap for the lion, then I could get the lion. But if it's like, okay, you're in a ring, like in a cage match or something, 49ers not coming out of that one. So it depends.
I can't wait to see this online, and
nice.
maybe we can put up some kind of a poll too to see who people think's going to win or whatever. But we're going to have some fun with this.
We'll put up a poll tomorrow. We'll get the brackets up. We'll have some fun with this.
Yeah, and by the way, this is never a thing that we would not be doing this Super Bowl week, or like during the Major League Baseball playoffs. But this is the perfect week to do this.
Love it. All right, Steve Rebel is going to join us coming up next. He is the voice of the Seahawks. Who are the Seahawks playing in the first round, by the way? Anyway, maybe we'll ask him this as a bonus
Seahawks have
question.
the Giants in the first round.
See, I don't know. That probably wouldn't be good for them. that probably wouldn't end up well, especially, you have a high opinion of the Giants, so that might be a problem. But Steve Rebel is the great voice of the Seahawks. We have 3 quick questions. We're going through all the NFL teams. Today it's the NFC West. And just 3 quick questions to Steve Rebel. What is the big question for them? Seahawks win the Super Bowl if, and who does he think is going to be the MVP? We'll ask Steve Rebel next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brandon Crawford reflects on his season to this point. Check out that story and more. Trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz in Moskowitz LLP. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about it.
ERC, and we don't want to get caught in a trap like you were just talking about. And there's a lot of people getting caught in a trap that they are being told by their CPAs they don't qualify. What is ERC? The government has given away up to $26,000 for every employee you had in 2020 and 21. There's 2 different ways to qualify. One way is a certain drop in gross revenue. But a lot of CPAs that I've talked to stop there. There's another test. Why aren't they doing it? It's just a lot more work, and it's not typical CPA work. CPAs like numbers. This is analysis, like legal analysis. We do it for you. And we have multiple licensed members of our firm agreeing to make sure that you qualify. And if you do, of course, not everybody does, but a lot of people do. A lot of people are told that they didn't qualify because of it, didn't have the drop in gross revenue. Do qualify under this one. If that's you, let's get every dollar that you're legally entitled to before this program closes.
I love Steve Moskowitz. Do not be caught in the trap. As Steve said, ERC, there's ERC, and then there's ERC with my good friends at Moskowitz LLP. Call them right now to find out more at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Geno Smith, 3-year, $105 million deal to stay in Seattle, be their starter, and move forward at a place where he resurrects his career in a way that I would say few people saw coming. As far as the details on this, probably the most important contract note, he gets $52 million over the first calendar year, not first season, first calendar year, still more money than Geno Smith has ever made.
All right, that is Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport, NFL Network. And here's what we're doing. We're going through the NFC West today, and we're going to do all of the teams in just short order, ask a few questions. Your team's big story. You'll win the Super Bowl if and who will be the NFL MVP, and we'll keep a straw poll of that. Your friend Tim Ring from Phoenix joined us last hour. He said Joe Burrow on the MVP, so we'll do all that. But one of our favorite people around, and we love talking to him all season long, when the Seahawks play the 49ers, holy catfish, it is our good friend Steve Rabel, an original Seahawk, and of course, the play-by-play voice of the Seattle Seahawks, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Steve. Good to talk to you. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you doing?
Good. Are you kind of getting amped up, getting ready? Couple weeks?
You know, slowly but surely, it's getting closer. As you get older, you tend to take advantage of the off season as long as possible. So I'm enjoying the time off.
You probably didn't hear us last segment, Steve. We're totally going to digress here, but we are doing a mythical tournament called the Super Brawl, in which if the real life team names were to come to life and battle, like who wins. And we just went through and we put together a bracket. And just so you know, the Seahawks are taking on the Giants in the first round. So would real life Seahawks have any chance against real life Giants?
Well, you're talking Seahawks as in.
You were not expecting this hard-hitting question coming out of the
Osprey,
gate,
right? Yeah.
Goodness. Well, yeah. I guess I give if the bird can poop in the Giants' eye, pull him down. That's the best I can come up with.
That is a great answer.
Love it.
The great Steve Rabel. All right, Steve. What is going into training camp? What is the Seahawks' big story or big stories?
Well, I think a couple of things. I think getting a really good look at the young players. Now, remember, we had a lot of draft choices last year after the deal for Russell. Again, a terrific draft this year. And, you know, you get to see him in minicamp and all that, but you really want to see him against competition. You really want to be able to see him with the shoulder pads and helmets on and really smacking each other around. I think that's the biggest thing. I think we're really pretty good in most positions. Defensive line, we could probably use a little more depth at the nose tackle spot. But all in all, I think Pete Carroll is really encouraged. And from all the things I've been able to read, a lot of people think this is as talented a roster as the Seahawks have had since the Super Bowl year of 2013.
So see how the youth develops. Our second question, Steve, fill in the blank. The Seahawks will win the Super Bowl if?
If everybody stays healthy, always the biggest if. And if Geno does what he did last year and a little something more. I think we'll run the ball well. We'll do all those things. I think we'll play better defense. But if Geno has the kind of year he had last year and maybe a touch more, we'll be there.
Yeah, look, I like this team. Last year, the draft was absolutely great. And then this year, the 2 first-round picks, Witherspoon and Jackson Smith and Jigba, are really good. And then you get the kid out of UCLA to pair with Walker. I think the Seahawks are going to be a huge threat, and this is going to be a lot of fun in the NFC West. All right, Steve, as far as the MVP of the league is concerned, we had Tim Ring on from Arizona. He said Joe Burrow. Who do you think is going to be the NFL MVP this season?
Goodness gracious. I mean, I hadn't even given it a second thought. Hell, I don't even remember who the MVP was last.
I think it was Patrick Mahomes,
It was
right?
Mahomes. Yeah, it was Mahomes.
It's going to be a quarterback, right? I mean, it generally always is.
Yeah, you got to put Mahomes up at the top of the list. Again, I don't see the Chiefs falling down too far in the list. I'll be lazy and go with Mahomes.
Mahomes is the betting favorite. Tim had asked us that. Mahomes is the betting favorite, and then followed closely by Burrow and Josh Allen are your top three, and then it kind of falls off a little bit. Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert running up the top five. So Trevor Lawrence actually is, according to some of the sports books, like seventh. That seems a little high.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Allen with Buffalo. Yeah, now that I think about it, if Buffalo does what they should do, he should be in the mix as well.
But you're going to stick with Mahomes, right? Because we're keeping track.
There you. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Okay, yeah, keep track. And, I'll stay with Mahomes.
You're the best. Steve, we look forward to talking to you throughout the season. Thanks for taking a few minutes. Hopefully we didn't interrupt your off-season too much, but it's always great to hear from you. Thank you so much.
No, I always love left-handed questions right in the middle of the day.
He's going to get you too early. Thanks, Steve.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, that was great.
Yes.
Hey, at least he's got a scenario in which a Seahawk could beat a Giant.
I love that he said that. I mean, it's just, that's what I mean. Is the thing that makes the Super Bowl so difficult, and we used the three birds that we have, we put them all as 4 seeds, is that, look, I want to be patriotic about the eagle and everything like that, but I don't, it's got the talons, okay, that could, he could get you pretty good, but I still don't think he's beating a bear or a lion or, again, it's not by air. I don't know how the Eagles and the Jets are the first round, right?
Yes.
I mean, unless you have 1,000 Eagles and a lot of them are going to do the suicide missions into the engines, I guess they could do that.
But we won't know until ChatGPT spits it out. By the way, the text line is sending us they are using some of their own AI to already create some of these. So,
so are they already telling us who's going to win?
I could see that this is a very productive work day for anybody that's trying to work right now. They're like, let me go down a ChatGPT hole. Let's see what would happen if a Giant fought a Seahawk.
I'm telling you, people at first go, oh my gosh, and then they start thinking about it. It's like an endless trap that all day long you could be down this thing because you start thinking about those scenarios. Like we use the 49ers are playing the Bears in the first round. Who do they have in the first round?
49ers are playing the Lions.
Right. And on the surface you're saying Lions king of the jungle. No chance. But then I'm thinking to myself, is it hand-to-hand combat or do they have some time? Like the judges say you have an hour. Each go to your own corner and you have an hour. Well, then the 49ers are going to go, I'm going to take that dynamite that I have. I'm going to set this trap for this lion. I'm going to sit over here with the plunger and I'm going to wait for that sucker. And he's going to cross this certain thing. He's going to step on it. Poof, I blow him to smithereens. I win.
The 415 would disagree. They say a 49ers are prospector motivated by greed and probably not the sharpest tool in the shed.
There you go. I mean, there's another angle on it. And absolutely correct. Yeah, you're probably right. Like, well, I mean, would he think to himself, what if I could, beat the lion and then I get the mane? How much can I sell that for?
The 49er would probably direct the lion to another 49er so they could have more of the gold.
Yeah, eat that guy.
They turn on each other.
Share. Yeah, that's a good point. Never thought of it. That's what I mean. I'm telling you, this is a rabbit hole that's like, at first you go, that's silly. And then you go, oh, wait a minute.
It's going to be fun.
It's amazing.
The next couple of days are going to be fun reading through those.
All right. Thanks to Steve Rabel. Again, we've talked to Tim Ring about the Cardinals, who said that their big offseason story is when does the draft start? And Steve Rabel says their big story is the young players, which he's right. I mean, last year they hit on basically all their draft picks. And then this year they took Witherspoon, the kid out of Illinois, with the 5th pick, the corner. And they took Jackson Smith-Njigba, who these wide receiver out of Ohio State, who's really good. And they got Charbonneau, the kid out of UCLA, in the 2nd round, another running back to complement Walker out of Michigan State, their first rounder. They're going to be tough. Now, he's right. Their defensive line is maybe the weak point. They got Bobby Wagner back.
They are clearly the one team that you worry about in the 49ers division. I mean, I'm not really that worried about the Rams. Obviously, we're not worried at all about the Cardinals. The thing about the Cardinals that scares me is it's just like, listen, the Cardinals are not going to go 0-17, right? They're going to beat somebody, and you just don't want to be the team that stubs their toe against the Cardinals because you had a bad day.
And then 49ers have done that against the Cardinals. And they'll still have, whether you like him or not, Kyler Murray, who can make some plays and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they're going to be bad. But like you said, they got 2 shots at you. Who knows? Something weird could happen. You could have a couple injuries. It's strange. But I have a feeling. Now, look, they got Jonathan Gannon, who was the defensive coordinator of the Eagles, so it's not like he's going to lay down in his first year. That's not going to be something he's going to want to do. But look, like he said, like Tim said, they have the Texans pick and they have their own pick. And
do they really even want to win?
No, I don't think they do. I think, look, if you're a team that's that bad, you want Caleb Williams, who many people are comping to Patrick Mahomes, and you can see it when he plays. And then, Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, I know this is dorky, but the mock drafts have 1 and 2, and it's Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. How quickly would that turn around that team?
That'd be pretty fun for them to watch.
Not us.
Yeah, not for the 49ers, but it'd be fun to watch as an NFL fan.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll do it again at 1:15 as we'll do the Rams. We'll reset our brackets as well, plus big stories around the home run derby that we have not hit. And we talked to Marcus Thompson a little bit earlier about Summer League ball. So we'll reset some of those stories next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I know I gotta talk with Pop. I'm gonna listen to what he's gotta say. I'm ready to make any sacrifice for the team, give 100%. And I just know we got, as I'm not playing in the World Cup, we got 2 to 3 months, 2 to 3 great months that are coming, and they're gonna change my life. I'm probably gonna disappear from the media for the next months, honestly.
Victor Wembanyama, pretty good idea. I mean, can you imagine being this kid? You're 19, you've done this whirlwind tour, you're in Vegas. Britney Spears is crying about how your security team hit her in the face, even though she hit herself in the face. And oh, by the way, you got to play basketball, and you went 2 for 13 in your first game, and you got scrutinized. And literally, that arena is oohing and aahing at every move that you make, and you're just sitting there going to yourself, like, I didn't see this coming. And he knew, and he has handlers, and he has people, and everything like that. But what it does to me in watching this whole thing, and I'm not saying I don't know whether he's going to be great or good or bad or whatever the case may be. I haven't seen enough of him to form an opinion. But I'm talking about the stuff off the court. People can hate LeBron James all they want, but I mean, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated when he was 16. ESPN was running his high school games. The thing with Jim Gray and I'm taking my talents to South Beach, that whole thing wasn't his greatest moment, probably his worst, but that's probably his biggest misstep of his entire career over 20 years that he's been in the spotlight now. I mean, it just shows you how difficult it is Jeter in New York City and not really making a lot of missteps there, or LeBron James, who right from the minute, he entered the league was like, this guy's the savior. These type of guys, because Victor Wembanyama in front of him has about 20 years in the spotlight, and it has just started with Britney Spears and Summer League, and it's not going to get any easier. And just because you play in San Antonio anymore, because of the way that our media works, you can't hide anywhere anymore. You are under a red-hot spotlight from the minute you leave your apartment or house or whatever. And he's starting to see a little bit of it. So I just, as I'm watching this whole thing, I'm just thinking, guys like LeBron James who do it for 20 years with very few missteps, you may not like the Taco Tuesday bit, you may not like the flopping, you may not like, but in terms of he never got into serious trouble. I don't think there's financial issues for him. I don't think that he ever beat anybody up. I don't think he went really awry of the law, anything like that. I mean, it does make you pretty amazed. And he has done this while navigating this. There wasn't Twitter when he was around, or it wasn't happening very much, and now all of a sudden to where it is now, this has got to be the toughest time to navigate as an athlete, and this guy's just beginning.
Yeah, well, Wembanyama, which is not easy to say, and I said this last week, Bill Land is the TV guy for the San Antonio Spurs, great guy. Good luck with that one, Bill. But
constantly,
and Wemby,
right? You gotta say
Wemby,
it fast. I was gonna say Wemby a lot.
The V-dub. That's how I could use the V-dub. But listen, I hope that he's going to be in the spotlight for 20 years, because then that means that he lives up to all the expectations, right? I mean, we all thought, at least the Portland Trailblazers thought Greg Oden was going to be a spotlight for 20 years, and we know how that played out. And so it's an interesting time, though. And, you bring up LeBron, and I'm thinking to myself, all the things that he has gone through, and he's had some missteps for sure. Took the bad advice with the decision. That was really probably the biggest thing, because I think that put him in a negative light with a lot of people. And, he's very polarizing when it comes to the politics, right? Because the people who, agree with his politics, he's a champion and they love him. The people who disagree with his politics, he's a villain and they think he just needs to be quiet. You're not going to win that battle no matter what, because nobody's ever going to agree with you 100% on politics. But he has put himself out there to do that. So whether you agree with the politics or not, I guess you can at least say, okay, you know what, he's taken the chances and he's done what he feels is right. You don't have to agree with it, but he's done what he feels is right. Will Wemby ever get to that kind of point where he has that kind of a LeBron James type platform? I mean, that's a tall ask for anybody, man. Jordan
never wanted it.
Yeah.
And he's publicly said it. What was it? Republicans wear Nikes too, or whatever that line was. He didn't want any part of it. I mean, he's been criticized for that, but this is a new era of athlete, right? Where it's like, we ask Steph Curry questions, Steve Kirkwood. We ask these guys questions that are non-sports related, and they've got to navigate that, and that's not easy.
And nowadays everything is getting you say something once, everybody's going to hear about it. You get hit with one line drive at an All-Star game, it's never going away.
Is that kid okay, by the way? Do we know that kid? I mean, we saw him with ice and everything, but my God, man. I mean, people were texting that in earlier, like, we were talking about it. It's like, my gosh. I mean, like you said, everything is like, that's viral. Like, and our news cycle is so fast. Like the kid who got hit at the home run derby in the head with the line drive, that'll be about a 24-hour thing. Then something will happen in the All-Star game, and we'll forget all about it.
People will move on.
Right. But the one thing is that you're talking about these athletes. If you do something really bad, it never goes away because there's video of everything. And I equate that even to like Steph Curry now. I mean, Steph Curry is the CEO. He's a CEO's dream. Like, that's the guy now. What mistake has Steph Curry made? I mean, I can't think of one.
Well, and you think about, like Jeter was the guy who, Steph has done it in an amazing level, but Jeter did it in New York. And you never really heard any scandals involving Derek Jeter. And trust me, in New York, people were looking for it.
Yeah, they're digging.
I don't know that people are necessarily looking hard for a way to take down
Medias are
people
totally
here.
different.
Yeah. In New York, and I don't care that Twitter wasn't really a thing. Like, Jeter had people following him all the time.
Yeah, post. I mean, they just used their outlets, and they were constantly. I mean, they were, like you said, they were searching for it. They wanted the picture. They wanted to find the girl, going out of the apartment. They wanted to. I mean, they tried to do that to him.
Yeah. Well, but Wemby, I don't know that he's going to have that kind of, he's not going to have that kind of spotlight on him from the San Antonio media, but he will have that spotlight on him with the social media, and everything he does is going to be analyzed. And we'll see whether or not he can live up to the expectations. I think, I'm not surprised that the Spurs shut him down. I think that probably that was the plan all along. Let's get him out there for a couple of games, and then he's probably either still in Vegas or now going back to San Antonio to get some workouts in. And they feel like that's going to be more productive than having him play in games against a bunch of guys who are trying to play for training camp invites.
Right. And look, he had 27 and 12 on 9 of 14 in his second game. It's like, let's give the kid confidence, and he leaves Vegas, feels good about things. But you couldn't leave on a 2 for 13, 9.8 rebound. What do you have, 5 blocks or something too? But he couldn't leave on that. You want him to have a good game, and then he leaves town and everything's good. So, and that's kind of where it is that these teams, they bring in these, like Scoot Henderson got hurt, but you could tell. I mean, he scored 13 in the first quarter. I didn't realize how big he is. He's good. Like he's fine. Now, Brandon Miller and Charlotte may be like, yeah, we didn't want to have Ball and Scoot Henderson in the backcourt. And I'm not saying that's going to be like Drexler and Jordan with the Blazers. They should have, but I think in positionless basketball, I think you just take the best player and you worry about it later. I think that's what most people were saying. But look, Brandon Miller might be good. It doesn't mean that Summer League ball is going to be an indicator of what you're going to be. We've both seen a ton of it.
Well, okay. So I lived on the other side of the Steph not getting drafted by the Timberwolves coin for a long time, right?
How was that, by the way?
How was it living on that side of the coin?
Just because I'm sure it was constantly being talked about. I mean, you weren't there when that draft happened, but you were there shortly thereafter. You were in Minneapolis in what, 12 or 13?
Yeah, I went there for the start of the 12-13 season.
Okay, so that wasn't that many years past.
Right. It got talked about all the time.
Because Rubio and Flynn were still on the team. Was Flynn still on the team?
No, Flynn was gone.
Okay,
Flynn was gone. And Rubio was still there.
Yeah. But was it constant?
Well,
still talked about?
It was early, not so much after Towns got there and they kind of started to move on. Right. But when they were still struggling and Ricky was still there, it got talked about a lot. And, the stories that I heard was basically, Steph's camp told David Kahn, who was the GM at the time, no, he's not going to come play here. And this goes back to what you're talking about with Charlotte, right? This is what I'm thinking about. It's like, well, so David Kahn passed on Steph, despite the fact that what I heard, everybody in the draft room for the Timberwolves was imploring David Kahn to draft Steph, and he passed. And not necessarily because, well, who knows at the end of the day what his real reason was, but there was clear indications from Steph's camp that he did not want to go play there.
But he didn't want to play here either. He wanted to play for the Knicks, which had the 8th pick.
But the Warriors said, we don't care.
Exactly.
And they took him anyway.
Yeah, that's Nelly's.
And
tell him what to do.
Right. So why David Kahn said, well, he's not going to come play here. You've got his draft rights. Right. You use the pick and you draft the player and you work it out later. And if he wants to hold out, and then you figure it out, but you don't just pass and say, okay. I mean, that's why that guy's not an NBA GM anymore.
Right. And that's now that everybody knows Steph Curry. I mean, he just doesn't seem like that type. Like, I'm just not coming. I'm not coming to your team.
I don't know if it was directly coming from him or if it was coming from his camp.
Right.
But, it was made pretty clear that was not where he wanted to be.
That's interesting because I never thought of it really from that standpoint of like, oh, the Warriors got, they got him and the rest is history and everything else. But like you said, there's another side to it where
it wasn't like believe me, there was an entire army of Timberwolves front office people and scouts that wanted to draft Steph Curry. It was one man that decided to pass.
That's why you don't do that. I mean, honestly, that's why you don't do it because, like, I worked in Dallas for a long time, and the thing that turned the Cowboys around was when Jerry Jones relented and gave power to Steven, one of his sons. His other son, Jerry Jr., is not involved in things. He's like Jerry's drinking buddy, but Steven Jones, it became a collaborative effort. And Jerry became less of a factor in terms because he wanted Manziel, he wanted all these crazy and people and the guys in the front office of the Cowboys were like, no. Look, this is what we're doing. And then all of a sudden the Cowboys started to get good because you had an emotional guy who was the owner of the team who was just thinking, I can market Johnny Manziel or I can do, this guy or this guy. This guy was a star player, this and this. And the actual scouts and, and the people in the front office who knew the NFL started going, dude.
What is the point of hiring scouts if you're not actually going to take their advice on what they tell you?
Yeah. You got, and again, that's where you give credit a lot to the Warriors. And the 49ers are like this. It's like, look, at some point, somebody has to make a decision, but the decision makers do take into account all these different people. They don't just say, look, I ain't listening to you at all. This is where we're going.
Yeah.
That gets you in trouble. I mean, Al Davis started doing that near the end of his career. Well, his entire career. But picking the wrong guys at the end. How fast is that guy? Height, weight, speed. Okay, that's who we're taking. But Al, no.
The vertical passing game, baby.
All right, it's a problem. All right, 1 o'clock hour on the way. We'll give you the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. And then at 1:15, we'll take a look at the Rams. We'll do it the exact same way we did it with Steve Rabel. Did we take the Rams out? Yeah, because we said that we were on a mountain.
It's not on a mountain. It's not in the ocean.
Right. So we took the Dolphins out. So we don't have the Rams. They don't have a matchup. Oh, that's too bad.
You know what? Before we go to break, I'll just tell you what I'm loving about doing this show with you and last week too. I could not have predicted that I would bring up David Kahn drafting Steph Curry on the show today.
No, I forgot about, not forgot, but I'd never really heard that side of the things because I would imagine, because I've been in markets where there's just been a major blunder and it's just all you talk about. Somehow every once in a while, no matter how long it's been, it just comes back to it and you fall into the trap of talking about it, right?
Yep.
It's almost like Barry's, PEDs or something like that. You don't want to talk about it. It's been talked about a million times, but all of a sudden here you are and you stumble into it one day and you talk about it for a minute or two.
And hearing the other side is, sometimes interesting.
Yeah. So because man, anyway, it's kind of like going down the rabbit hole of these team names fighting each other. It's like and I'm not really a big fan of this, but like, what if? The Warriors probably would be the Warriors of old. I mean, this, Chase Center is all due respect to Clay and to Dre and all these different things. It's the house that Steph built because there is nothing else without Steph, period.
Well, who was it? I was listening to Murph and Mac on the way in, and I think maybe it was Paulie that was saying it. You think about the 80s Celtics, right? They had other Hall of Famers besides Bird, but you think about Bird when 10, 15 years from now, when you're looking back at the dynastic Warriors era, you're going to think of Steph.
Yeah, no question. I mean, it's just, and to think, like you said, and look, in sports, you just got to get lucky sometimes. It just happens. And I always look at drafts and I think it's not who you didn't take. It's, you got to look at the exact position that you took. And so like there was 2 point guards right ahead of him. That was just the bottom line is that they were looking clearly for that position and they decided, and look, in retrospect, it's really easy, but we all know, we watched the NCAA tournament. That wasn't a no-brainer pick. Now, Nelly, when you talk to Nelly about it, which we have numerous times, he makes it sound like it. He said that, after Blake Griffin, he was our guy, but the reality of it is that here's this skinny kid who wasn't good enough to go to Duke and went to Davidson, and he wasn't an automatic slam dunk to do what he's done in the league, no question.
A Rubio and Curry backcourt would have been pretty fun to watch. That's all I'm going to say.
It would have been decent. Yeah, it would have been decent. All right, foreplay coming up at the top of the hour. Then we hit some Rams at 1:15 as we continue to go through the key questions of NFL camps, which are coming up 18th for rookies, 25th for the veterans for the 49ers. We'll keep it all up next only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Krukow. He expects the Giants to make a move for a middle infielder. Check out that story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Your old friend John Lend here from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. And it was a rough winter for many of us. Heavy rains, dangerous driving conditions, and unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. Now, the bad weather wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. We also saw people affected by mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. The Dolan Law Firm's Employment Practices Group also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, sexual harassment cases. But now that the bad weather is behind us, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm want to remind everyone to please be aware that good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, and children playing. So let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And for you employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over, get this, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. They're headquartered right here in the Bay Area. They live here, they work here, and they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, 1 o'clock hour on the way. We heard Mike Dunleavy. He spoke from Summer League yesterday. Steph Curry at Summer League about the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade. Little Deebo Samuel was not happy about being asked about something he said about the Eagles on a national show, and Barry Bonds, and I have not heard this cut, sharing his feelings about not being in the Hall of Fame. This is a new podcast that came out. I don't know if it's anything different than what Barry's often said.
I haven't heard that yet either, but that has my attention.
So we'll play that. By the way, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, a number of people have said this, we are trying to fix the Western scene behind Dave. It's a screensaver, and Walter came in here and was trying to mess with it because it used to just have the KNBR logo. So it's not something that, it's not like an ode to Clint Eastwood or anything like that. It's just, I don't know. It's just the screensaver, and it's like horses and I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't even really realize that it was actually a TV. I thought somebody came in and hung up this picture. I'm like, this is random.
It's a screensaver. And I don't know why. We were he was messing with it before. So anyway, we'll figure it out. It is a rather weird backdrop for the show, but it is what it is.
Yeah, not a fan, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't hang it in my house, but I'm just trying to answer the question that a lot of people have. So anyway, foreplay top of the hour. And then 1:15, Greg Beecham is going to join us from the AP, and we will continue our series of going not to training camps, but just asking three very, very simple questions in advance of camps. So the Rams are up, and to me, they're an intriguing team in the division because, a couple years ago they win the Super Bowl, then they have to tear their team apart. They went for it, give them tons of credit. They went pedal to the metal, but then Jalen Ramsey's gone, and Aaron Donald's talking retirement, but then he's coming back, and Matthew Stafford's got a barking elbow, and so if they're healthy, I still think they're formidable. I don't think they're a Super Bowl winning team, but they're probably an 8 or a 9 win team, and they could cause problems. But if they're not, then there's a lot of people who are saying that Sean McVay really could leave and Aaron Donald could get traded or really retire, and then things are a total mess.
Matthew Stafford, in my mind, the year they won the Super Bowl, he had a career year. I didn't think that was like the norm. I thought that was overachieving, best case scenario, Matthew Stafford. Last year, he came back to reality a little bit. And, now he's another year older. I don't think we're going to see that same Matthew Stafford again, although, as long as you got Cooper Kupp to throw the football to.
Right. But what's amazing about this is, like you said, Beckham is gone. He's been gone. He had the ACL injury in the Super Bowl. Allen Robinson was a complete bomb there. He's gone. The big problem for them last year, their offensive line. Their offensive line was an absolute mess, and they couldn't get their running game going at all. And then Stafford wasn't really healthy. We found out at the end of the year by J.B. Long, their voice, and nobody really wanted to talk about it. But, yeah, he wasn't functioning in a healthy manner. And then defensively, you lose Jalen Ramsey. Bobby Wagner re-signed with Seattle, and people may call him old. He had a good year with the Rams last year. Leonard Floyd is gone. So, a lot of those names that were a pain in the butt for the 49ers as they got close to the Super Bowl that year, but then ultimately lost at SoFi, those guys are gone. So, like you said, Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp would have to be awesome. The offensive line would have to be much better. As good as Aaron Donald is, they don't have the talent that they had when they went to the Super Bowl. Remember, they went out and got Von Miller. He's been gone for a couple years now, so that's not the same team.
Not even close. But I agree with you. I think they're going to win games, but they're not going to be as bad as the Cardinals. They're not going to be as good as the Seahawks, or definitely not as good as the 49ers, assuming everybody's healthy. By the way, we need to, when we get these guests on, we need to tell them that their answer cannot be to the blank will win the Super Bowl if blank. It cannot be if we stay healthy. Maybe
that's what Steve
maybe
Rabel
we
said.
just say, maybe assuming everyone stays healthy, the Rams. So we'll ask Greg, assuming everyone stays healthy, the Rams will win the Super Bowl because otherwise everybody's just going to say if we stay healthy.
I don't even think that. Matthew Stafford would actually have to play better than he did 2 years ago. Aaron Donald would have to get like 25 sacks and be the defensive player of the year, which he's done before, not the 25 sacks, but he's been far and away the defensive player of the year. But the problem with them is that so many players, because they mortgaged their future, and I'm all for it. Like, the 49ers, they're in win now mode. They went out and got Javon Hargrave. I mean, they don't care. Like, they're going out and getting everybody. The Warriors do not care. They win a championship with CP3, and Jordan Poole can score 30 a game for 3 years. It doesn't matter. Like, whatever. We got another ring. So that's what the Rams did. And the other side of that is exactly what they're going to have to deal with now. And, super smart guy, Sean McVay, can be as smart as he wants. I can't see a scenario. Like with the Cardinals, your buddy came on and said, if every other team decides to join a Saudi Arabian right. NFL league, all 31 are gone. I'm not saying the Rams are at that level, but I don't see a realistic scenario in which the Rams could do it.
Although the one thing is that I'm always curious about, right? The one thing about the NFL you can bank on every year, there's always going to be a team that you thought was going to be garbage, and they end up being really good. And then there's always the flip side of it, too. There's always one team that you thought was going to be really good, and they end up being garbage. Usually that's because somebody gets hurt. But you're always like, which team's going to be the team? Which team is going to be, everybody thinks going to win 4 games, and they end up winning 9 and make a run,
Yeah. I mean, I guess they could just because McVay, I don't think he's as good as Shanahan, but I do think he's a really good coach. They'd have to just have so many things go right. And here's the flip side, too, of going all in, is then you have a bunch of young players on your team. And in their case, they lost a bunch of picks as well, going out and getting the Ramseys and the Staffords and all sorts of stuff and Von Millers. So they didn't have a first-round pick this year. So they're going to have a bunch of young guys who weren't premium picks be really, really good for them. And that's hard to do.
It's really hard to do. And as someone who lives in Northern California and is a Niners fan, I'm fine with it.
Exactly. That would be nice. If the Cardinals stunk, who have kind of been a pain in the butt, and the Rams were similar to what they were last year, that would be nice. Because like you said, I don't think Seattle's going to win the division, but I do think they're going to be a pain in the butt.
Right. The only thing I want out of the Rams is I want them to be good enough to beat the Seahawks twice.
And then Seahawks, that's the weirdness of this division is the Rams have given the Seahawks trouble over the years. Now, will they this year? That's different. So, all right, it is Pop and Lund. Dave Benz is in here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's get your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's start with number 1, Mike Dunleavy Jr., the general manager of the Warriors. I'm still getting used to that. I always think to myself, Bob Myers no, he's not. It's Mike Dunleavy. He was at Summer League yesterday in Vegas, did an interview session, and he broke down why the Warriors traded Poole essentially for CP3.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously looking to improve our team, and felt like adding Chris gives us a chance to get better. It addresses some things for us overall as a team. It also gives us some financial flexibility moving forward. Most of all, with Jordan, can't thank him enough for his contributions. We wouldn't have a banner if it weren't for him, and he gave us everything he had for 4 years. So really appreciate what Jordan gave us. Told him, always be a Warrior, always welcome back, and just one of those things. Felt like there's a little bit of a logjam in the backcourt, and then you get to the payroll stuff. So had to make a tough decision, but had the opportunity to get a guy like Chris Paul. Really was the difference for us to make that move.
What do you think of that answer?
I think, what's he going to say?
Exactly.
That's what I think. What are you going to say?
He got punched in the face by Draymond Green. We couldn't get past it. And oh, by the way, after this year, we're going to save about $100 million. Oh, and Chris Paul's not bad either. I mean, if you want to put it in order, it's finances, chemistry, and oh, yeah, Chris Paul.
And 1 and 2 are debatable. Which one is more important?
Right. I mean, but like you said, that's what I always laugh, especially nowadays. Guys can't be telling the truth. I mean, and there's a term called lying season. All seasons are lying seasons. I'm not saying he's lying there. It's just he's kind of skirting or he's kind of dancing around, the elephant in the room.
Here, look at this pretty object over here. Don't look at those things. Look at this one. I've got this object here in my hands. You can see it.
Draymond punched the guy in the face, and we couldn't get past it. He had to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're
saving hundreds of millions of dollars.
That's what we were talking about with Marcus. It's like I traveled on the road with NBA teams. Like, if you have chemistry issues, that's where it's really going to show up. Where did the Warriors struggle last year? They struggled on the road.
Yep.
So, I don't think it's a giant leap to connect those dots. Maybe they're not as connected as you think. I mean, I think that they largely probably got past some of it, but there was definitely things were not. It was not a kumbaya type moment.
And you can tell post of it because even if there's a little bit of a rift, guys will talk about it. Jordan Poole just refuses to even acknowledge questions about Draymond Green, which at the Summer League he was there in the day before. And then Draymond Green, who has not met a topic yet that he wouldn't run to his podcast and microphone and talk about, has not addressed this issue on his podcast. He's addressed every other issue in very short order on his podcast, except for this one.
And he's smart. Just, you know what? He's showing some maturity, being an NBA vet.
Here's Steph Curry. He was at Summer League, and he was asked about the CP3 move and Jordan Poole going away.
I know it's a lot of mixed feelings, right? Like, that's how the business of basketball goes, and there's a lot of tough decisions. And everybody probably has a story of a teammate that they love that, had to move on to a different situation. But I'm excited for him to kind of blossom in a setting of his own, stepping up as a leader and figuring out how to elevate his game. That's the journey we've all been on, and I'm excited for him to get a fresh start.
He's the master. He's just the master. That was an amazing answer.
He knew the question was coming. He had plenty of time to think it over, but he handled it seamlessly, and I think they're going to be fine. It's going to be interesting to watch. That's for sure. But they're going to be fine.
When's the Last Dance Warriors edition come out? That's all I want to know, because I just want to know that I want to see Jordan Poole as Scottie Pippen being pissed, and I want to see what Steph really thinks, and I want to know what was said. And I want to know the aftermath, like after the punch and the camera stopped, what happened then. I can't wait. When is that, like 20 years from now?
It's interesting, though, right? Like, are there cameras following them around to do something like that this coming season?
Good question. And because we're coming up on it.
Right.
And back then, to get that kind of footage is amazing. I wonder how much footage, because hasn't Steph said this before, like on his phone he has enough footage to do a Last Dance, and how much they would be willing to share of that. Because if there was one thing that was missing, and you just didn't have this kind of technology back then, was I'd love to get some insight, behind the scenes stuff.
Somebody will buy that stuff from, or you know what? I mean, maybe Steph is the one who puts the movie out. And
that's a good point. Yeah. All these guys have their own production companies now. So maybe that's the case.
By the way, we use total aside, but we use, obviously everybody calls him Steph, and I'm sure he's used to it. But so Brian Anderson, who did the voice for NBA 2K, he called him Steph in a lot of the way when he did the 2K last year or the year before, and they called him back in because they found out Steph prefers Stephen. So I don't know if that might be common knowledge, but he definitely. But he wanted it to be Stephen in 2K. So if you listen in 2K, Brian Anderson, he'll always say Stephen, not Steph. That's a total random fact.
But I just like even in interviews. Well, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just simply saying that a lot of people call Steph Steph.
Everybody calls him
right to his face.
Right. It's one of those things where I'm sure he's fine with it. He's not offended by it.
But if you're going to do it in a sense like that, he wants
in a sense like that where it's going to be around forever. He prefers it to be Stephen.
Interesting. Yeah, I can see that. Look, the one thing is you say this all the time. That's why, like, anytime we have a guest on or anything like that, it's like, how do you if it's a tough pronunciation or something? Because I never want to get anybody's name wrong. Because that's a number one thing. Well, it's documented. It's the number one thing that pisses people off. Like, just get my name right. Like, the very least you can do is get my name right.
Then you have the random people. I know Ronnie Turioff played for the Warriors for a while. He played for the Timberwolves for a while. And I asked him, I'm like, is it Ronnie or is it Ronnie? He's like, I don't care. That's the worst. I'm like, no, that's not the answer.
Yeah, because if you don't care, but your parents do, and they're watching the game, they're going to get pissed.
Right. Give me an answer.
Yeah,
tell me which one to go with. Don't tell me to pick.
Yeah. That's not good. Yeah. I wonder if you never got anything from his parents or anything like. That's not
no, never saw his parents.
That's what you do. You ask his parents.
Yeah, exactly. What do you want to hear?
Yeah, because that's all that matters. All right, finally, this is a weird one. So this is on a national radio interview, and I get this, and we'll talk about Debo in a second after this, but he was basically doing a car wash, which is essentially he's promoting a product, and he's going on probably 10 radio shows, boom, 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 boom. They're supposed to be 8 minutes in length. You got to get the promotion in. You talk a little bit of football. Oh, by the way, your Old Spice. Yeah, tell us about that. And he does a minute. So the Super Bowl does it, but they do that. Lots of products will do this. And so he's on a national radio show, Debo, and he's getting irritated about this guy. And he asked him a question about Philadelphia. And obviously, Debo said after the Philadelphia game that, hey, if Brock Purdy had been healthy, this would have been different. Feels like they had a game plan, could have beat him. So this guy on a national level asked Debo about it, and he'd already gotten the plug in, and he decided he didn't want to talk anymore. This is what it sounded like.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. That's like we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is, and we'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Debo on right now.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions. Are you serious? We got hung up on because all we did was ask him about the quarterback situation and then Philadelphia, and we got hung up on by Debo Samuel? That's a joke. An absolute joke. That's absurd. So I've done this long enough. That was just get the promotional plug out of the way. Then you don't want to answer any questions, and you hand the phone off to the public relations person.
We've both done these interviews, mostly at the Super Bowl.
I've never had one end like that, though.
I've had one end like that, but it was probably my own fault, and I was really, really young, and I pushed a guy on something, and he hung up, and I understood it, but I was probably 22 or 23 at the time. First of all, during the interview, when you can tell a guy starts short answer you, he doesn't want to talk about that subject.
Right.
And so given where we are as a media, it's a guy probably just trying to get promotion. I looked up his social media, doesn't have a ton of followers on it, and then he has retweeted, like anybody who has talked about it, he's retweeted it a ton of times. Now, having said that, I'm not excusing Debo because we had him on in the Super Bowl, Greg and I, and these guys can get tired from doing this over and over and over and over and over again, and we're probably Debo's, 10th interview of the day. It was like 1 o'clock. But normally when you have hometown radio, like we had Kaepernick on 1 year from the Super Bowl, we had Alden Smith after all his problems. They were all really great about it because they looked and they said, oh, it's San Francisco. I'm talking to my San Francisco fans. And we had Debo on. He was tired. I could tell he was tired. He didn't really want to talk. He was looking down at the floor, even though he knew Greg. It just wasn't a great interview. So knowing Debo like I know him, I would know that if he was starting to short answer me like that, if I want the interview to go a certain way, I could have gone away from that line of questioning. I mean, you could tell listening to it, he was short answering me. He didn't want to talk about it. So if you wanted to get a good interview, you could have gone in a totally different direction.
Totally.
But he wanted the interview that he got. He probably didn't mind that they hung up on him because now he's trying to make a huge deal of it. And that's where our media is nowadays. He'd rather do a bad interview where he got hung up on and then make a big deal of it than actually try to save the interview and do a good interview that you and I have been doing this long enough, which what we would have probably tried to do.
Although I would say, listen, I agree. I think he did not handle that. He probably, if he had ulterior motives and that's what he wanted, then he got what he wanted. I doubt he anticipated that Debo would have hung up. But, Debo probably could have handled it by being like, man, you got any other questions? I'm not going down. I'm done talking about that. Give him a heads up that you're going to end it. But whatever. I mean, I think they both probably wore it a little bit. But this guy's trying to play it out like Debo is, some kind of jerk. And it's like he was not skilled at his craft and asking those questions and reading the tea leaves for sure.
I just wonder if I just think that, again, given our media, that he was okay with it, that he was okay pressing him and continuing to do that. And that's okay. But that's the reaction you're going to get.
Well, now he's playing the victim card, right? Oh, look at me.
Yeah, and
it's like, come on, dude.
Yeah, you saw where this was going. It was pretty simple. Now, having said that, Debo's not an easy interview. He's just not. And I talked to him at the Super Bowl away from the microphones, and he was actually really cool. And I've seen him in good times. We've had him in from training camp. You just have to. He's one of those guys you have to catch at the right time. If you catch him at the right time, and you're talking about the right things, he's going to be good. But you know this. You've done this a long time. You catch the wrong athlete at the wrong time. And then you can see it, and you either want to save the interview and go in a different direction and use your brain and go, okay, let's try to take it in this direction, see if that'll work. what my thought process is, knowing certain guys like this, that they took it in that direction and they were totally fine with it.
Yeah, well,
and wanted it to blow up like that.
You also don't know. I didn't hear the entire interview, so I mean, you know as well as I do. The first thing you do is if you know that there's something you want to get into that might be a little bit, dicey or ruffle some feathers. You want to kind of warm things up first.
Your opener.
Yeah, it's not your opener. I can remember this is a story I'll tell at some point, but I'm not going to go deep into it because it's a long story. But I interviewed Richard Williams one time very early in Venus and Serena's career, and there was some controversy involving Serena withdrawing from Wimbledon. I saved that for the end of the interview. We talked about everything else for 20 minutes, and then I brought it up, and then he was fine, and he talked about it openly. But it's like you don't come out of the gates with that.
No, exactly right. If you know that there's something, because again, it sets the tone for the interview, then they get defensive and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there is a skill to this, even though it kind of sounds like we're, what you're trying
I'm totally just winging everything.
Right. And what you're trying to do in an interview is you want it to sound like you're just shooting the breeze and you hang out and your friends and all that kind of stuff. But there are tactics to certain ways you want to do things, and just knowing, and again, I don't know this guy, and I'm not taking Debo off the hook on it. He could have handled it a lot better. I'm just simply saying that some people want to take it down that way because they know in the back of their mind this is going to blow me up.
I'd like to know what the next stop in the car wash was and hear how that interview sounded.
That wouldn't have been good. Maybe it was the last one. He was probably like, I'm done. Yeah. He probably did walk off. All right, let's talk to Greg Beecham coming up next. Our series where pre-camp we ask 3 very simple questions of the NFL teams. Greg covers the Rams. We'll get into it. 3 very simple questions about the Rams. Then we got the Boost Pistol. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Franny. My good friend and yours, Kevin Franzen, joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Said he expects the Giants to catch the D-backs this season. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
3 receivers left. Cup, the inside guy, number 3. Stafford looks, throws for Cup, back of the end zone, touchdown. Wide open. He got matched up with Oren Burks there. A covered 3 defense. The linebacker's got to pick up number 3 on the over route, and he was just wide open for a touchdown.
Let's pop on the call. Rams, 49ers, and the Rams feeling the results. Of course, they win the Super Bowl. They go all in, but Jalen Ramsey's gone, and Stafford was hurt, and Bobby Wagner goes back to the Seahawks. So a lot of differences with the Rams. How will it be this year? Greg Beacham covers the Rams for the AP. Joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line, as we have the questions for the Rams as we're doing all through the NFL ahead of training camp. Greg joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Greg.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for a few minutes. So let's just start at the top. The big story going into camp for the Rams is what?
Who's going to play on defense at the other 10 positions that aren't Aaron Donald? That's the main story they got to cover. The way they've cut down their roster, the way they've taken pain that they had to take and pain that they chose to take has made a situation where I can't remember covering a team where you have no idea who's going to be a starter on defense besides Aaron Donald and a couple other guys. It's really remarkable. They got a lot of guys to try out. They got a lot of young guys to try, and they have not signed a lot of veterans. So they're going to patch this together in those 4 games. Raheem Morris has the work of his life cut out for him this year.
Do you have a name that might, jump onto people's headlines coming out of that group?
I guess the biggest question of all the questions is who's gonna play cornerback, and they have a couple of guys who played decently last year who are rookie and a second-year guy. The guy that I still have not given up on in terms of a guy who can contribute to this team is Robert Rochelle. He's a third-year mid-round draft pick cornerback who is bigger than your average cornerback, has great athleticism. We see him in practice, and he looks really good. This is the best opportunity he'll ever have with the Rams to win some playing time and to establish himself as a true NFL player. Whether he'll do it, I don't know. He hasn't been able to do it for the first 2 years, so I'm very curious to see what he'll do. But we have questions at every position, basically, except for, right up front where number 99 lines up.
Absolutely. Greg Beacham joining us, previewing the Rams ahead of training camp. Matthew Stafford's health, where's he at?
He appears to be a lot better than he was last year from start to finish. I mean, playing that long Super Bowl season took it out of him, obviously. He was in pain, obviously. And he played through it, obviously, because that's what NFL players do. But he seems to be well-rested and in good position to execute what he needs to do. How long he stays that way is a really good question, because that offensive line that got him hurt last year because he got sacked so much in the first 9 games of the year, or first 9 games he played anyway. They didn't really add a lot to it beyond the second-round draft pick, and they're expecting guys who were injured or who underperformed last year to either not be injured or to perform better. And it seems like an enormous risk in a lot of ways, but they're very confident in the guys they have. And, at this point in the camp, there's not really a lot of veteran additions you could make that would make a huge difference to a team that had a really bad offensive line last year. So Stafford seems confident. McVay seems confident. We'll see how it actually plays out.
With Greg Beacham covers the Rams for the AP, and we are going around the NFL and getting a quick hitter on every NFL team at a training camp. And Greg, let's move on to our second question involving the Rams, and we're going to make it easy for you. We're going to say, assuming everyone stays healthy, because everybody's going to just default to, well, we got to stay healthy. Assuming everyone stays healthy, finish this sentence. The Rams will win the Super Bowl if...
That's a good answer right there.
I'm not as down on the Rams as some people are, just because they still have an excellent quarterback, they still have one of the best receivers in the league, and they still have some of the best coaches in the league. But having said that, boy, did they take a lot of hits in the offseason, on purpose and on accident and just everything. And the way they could win the Super Bowl is if Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp reclaim their status as an incredible duo. Van Jefferson takes a step up as a playmaker. Tyler Higbee, their tight end, takes a step up as a playmaker. Cam Akers, the running back, realizes he's in a contract year and goes wild, which will depend a lot on the offensive line. If that offensive line is as good as they think it is, and if they can get in games where they can outscore a bunch of guys 54-51, that they have a chance to be a contender, a playoff team, and to win the Super Bowl. That's a huge risk on every aspect of what I just said, but that's the possibility to me, is that they put together an offense that really performs and really scores a lot of points.
It's a good answer. That's a really good answer. All right, and finally, we're taking a straw poll. We've been to Arizona. Tim Ring said Joe Burrow. Steve Rabel from the Seahawks said Patrick Mahomes. MVP, very early, we understand, but MVP, who do you think?
Boy, everybody can say a quarterback, and the obvious answers are for a quarterback. If you're not thinking a quarterback, I think in terms of like playmakers, just to be a little bit contrarian,
sure.
Why not Deebo Samuel? Why not a guy who's one of the most gifted guys in the league, who is coming into a situation where the Niners have everything in front of them in terms of play for, in terms of the Super Bowl. He's at the height of his powers. He's not going to get any younger than this. He's not going to get any more incredible than this. Why not have the season that we've hardly ever seen in terms of catching the ball and running the ball and put himself in the MVP conversation? He's got the talent for it.
That's a good call. Plus, you're making a bunch of friends in the Bay Area. And Debo said, "Look, maybe I wasn't in the best of shape," and he's lots of videos out there that he's getting in shape. So that's not bad. That's not a bad choice.
I'm a Bay Area guy, so I'm trying to help out.
That's perfect.
Debo, depending on which sports book you want to go to, Debo is plus 15,000 or the range is plus 12,500 to plus 20,000.
I love it.
So you're saying I should get in now?
Yes.
Yeah, get in now.
Quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Greg, you're the best, man. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you throughout the season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You got it, man. All right.
I like the Debo pick.
And he's a Bay Area guy, so he's going Debo. He said, "I'm going to go contrarian," because it is. This award, unfortunately, has become the best quarterback in the league on the best team award, and then the rest of them are like, okay, like Debo could win Offensive Player of the Year, right? I mean, that's what they do. They're like, okay, then this guy's Offensive Player of the Year, that quarterback's the MVP, but you get in now. Those are huge numbers.
How about Christian McCaffrey if you're going to go Devo?
I mean, he could. Because he could, you get the all-purpose stuff going.
Right. So
I see that.
Yeah, it's. I had to go way down the list to find Debo, by the way.
I can't believe you did. I mean, those are huge numbers.
Those are huge numbers.
Because seriously, how many of the top guys are quarterbacks? Like the first 10 on odds are probably all quarterbacks, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So what is that? Plus 20,000. So you bet 100 to win. Would you win? You wouldn't win 20,000 off of 100, right?
He's plus 20,000.
Plus 20,000.
Yeah, I mean that works. Like plus 2,000 is 100 to win 2,000.
Okay.
So 20,000.
I'd put $100 on that.
Yeah.
If I could get that. I don't know if you can actually get those numbers. I'm just seeing this online, but
probably could.
Anyway.
Wonder what Vegas says.
By the way, I did not win Powerball last night. Nor did anybody for that matter.
No, it's at 766 or something now.
I'll go make my next donation on my way home again.
Ridiculous. Believe me, I know you didn't win because you showed up today.
Right, exactly.
You wouldn't have been here today. Like, where's Dave? Clearly he won Powerball.
Called in sick at the last minute.
That's exactly right. All right, your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol Plus. We got some remnants before we get out of here. Then Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I have a question before you get into the caboose pistol today.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I know this has been a staple for a long time, and it's one of my favorite parts of the show as a listener. I love that. I love what you guys come up with. But I've been curious. The origins of the name for caboose pistol.
Okay, do we have it? Can we look that up from WGN? It's a perfect time to play it because every once in a while I'll get, at least 2-3 times a month, I'll get someone saying, where did you get this? And so Greg and I we were at another station. We started doing this kind of a version, like basically this final segment or whatever in maybe 2011 or 12. And I think we called it, God, I don't even remember what we called it. Final, I don't even remember. It was dumb. It was just something,
Wasn't the caboose pistol.
No. And then what happened was, and Daniel grabbed this, is that we were watching, of all places, WGN News, which is, it is kind of a, respected news organization. WGN used to have the Cubs and all that kind of stuff. So we're watching this and we're like, you've got to be kidding me. They did this news story. Well, let's just play it for you. And one of the anchors called it the caboose pistol and all this kind of stuff. So we said, we got to call this thing the caboose pistol. So this is the origins of the name caboose pistol.
They made a bizarre discovery when searching a woman in their custody. Police found the woman lingering in a parking lot overnight Monday. A drug-sniffing dog let officers know she needed to be searched. They took her back to the police station where she was booked. That's when a female officer noticed the handle of a revolver sticking out from inside the woman.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded. And as she turned her around, she saw more plastic baggies, larger plastic baggies, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
What?
Authorities say the woman has a long criminal record. She now faces drug possession charges and charges for trying to smuggle a gun into jail.
I love the squeal.
The old caboose pistol. Everybody has one.
Oh, that's so great.
Hey, don't knock it till you've tried it.
Okay, now it all makes sense.
But she said, did you say caboose pistol? They bring it back to the anchors after the story, and the one guy's like, did we get the line in there where the one guy says, I've met some women who could fit a machine gun in there. That's what the guy says. He's on a morning show on WGN, and he says, I've met some women who could fit a machine gun in there.
Okay, I may have talked over that part.
But,
I never.
So that's.
I always heard the little snippets of that drop, and I never knew where that came from. Now it all makes sense.
WGN News, probably around 2012 or something like that. And it was a woman who tried to smuggle a small gun into prison. And by the way, loaded gun into her personal purse. And then the funniest part though is when they get back to the studio and the one woman, like you said, is squealing, and then the other guy, the weather guy, comes in, and then they start doing the gun sounds, and then the one guy says that I knew women who could fit a machine gun in there. It's like, oh my God.
This sounds like it would be a script from an Anchorman spinoff.
I would just love to know. Obviously they went with it and it's become funny and viral and everything else, but like, is the news director like, yeah, more of that, more of that?
Yes. Well, hey, if it's getting you ratings,
right? That's what I mean.
The sales department's liking it.
It's not like your TMZ. WGN is respected for those who don't know. It's not. I don't know if it's the super channel anymore, but at the early days of cable, it was like the Braves were on TBS, the Cubs were on WGN.
That was it.
And after the game tonight, WGN News at 9. I was like, okay. I think Tom Skilling was the weather guy. Like, everybody knew that WGN News. Anyway. So that's where it came from.
And we're coming full circle, by the way, because we had Tim Ring on at 11:15. You know where he got his start?
WGN.
He's from Chicago, worked at WGN.
And that's a huge news radio station, too. Cubs are on WGN. They're well respected. So that's why we liked it. Anyway, we've had a number of those through the years, but that was the one that stuck. And
that's awesome.
And knowing, Greg, so like every time we have a funny story, he's like, let's call it that. And it's like, no, caboose pistol's good. He's like, no, let's change it. Let's call it that. It's unbelievable. Maybe tomorrow Maybe tomorrow, because I think the best of all time, but we were never going to call this segment Danny My Anus. But have you ever heard what kind of fighter? I think he wasn't a wrestler. He was like a cage fighter. And the announcer, the guy's name was Danny My Anus. That was his name. And so the announcer, the whole time, he's English. These two guys are like, my anus is on the ground. My anus, it's the funniest. It's funnier than that. And Greg was like, let's call the last segment Danny My Anus. And it's like, no, we're not going to call the last segment Danny My Anus. We're not going to do that. But that's probably the funniest story we ever. Danny My Anus is probably. I mean, just from a sound standpoint, we'll play that tomorrow. But from a sound standpoint, and you're a play-by-play guy, so I mean, I don't know what you would do in this kind of a situation. That's the guy's name. It wasn't like he wasn't making it up, and it was unbelievable.
There was something like that. I remember recently. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was a overseas like international NBA game, like not NBA, but international basketball pro game, and the guy had a really bizarre name, and the play-by-play guy had to keep saying that's his name.
Right. Well, and we had the guy on. We had the announcer on. And the thing that I was amazed about was he didn't laugh once. Like him and they were fully aware of what was going on. Him and the analyst, and my anus is bloody. Because I mean they're fighting, and so it was just. I mean, it just every single thing he said was hilarious. And we asked him like, how did you not just you and your partners not break out laughing? He's like, it was very difficult because I mean it's just you listen to it, you're dying laughing. Anyway,
classic.
A couple of things that were on the agenda today. This is the one thing you don't want to hear. 15-foot python goes missing in Chatsworth, California. Owner of small pets warned from KTLA in LA. Could you imagine somebody's knocking at your door? Yeah, a 15-foot python is in the neighborhood. Might want to hide those pets. It's like, wow, okay, thanks. Like I had a roommate. The only reason I bring this up is I had a roommate in college, and 3-bedroom apartment. 3 of us lived there. And he had a big snake, and he had it in this enclosement. And he was like, don't worry, it'll never get out, never get out, never get out. Thing gets out. And I was like, I told you, if that thing ever gets out, like, we got to get rid of the thing. And for like a half a day, I didn't even come home. I'm like, I'm out of here. Like a half a day, he could not find this thing. Now, it wasn't a 15-foot python, but it was a pretty big snake. And I'm 100% anti-snake. And I can tell by the look on your face that you are too.
I'm not a snake guy, no.
And I was just like, I just told him, he woke me up in the morning, knocked on my door, goes, I know you're going to be pissed, but snake's missing. I'll get him. Don't worry. He's not poisonous. And I'm like, I literally didn't shower, didn't do anything, grabbed my backpack.
I'm out of here.
Maybe throw on a little deodorant. And I said, you call me when you find him, because I have no way am I hanging out. Like, not hanging out.
I'd be out. Yeah. I'm out. Let me know when you find the snake.
I'll be pissed later, but I'm leaving now because no chance.
How does the snake get out?
I don't know. And they have, the enclosement, he showed it can't get out, it's this and that. And it was maybe months later even. Like he was just I got out.
What stage of your life was this?
College.
Oh, so was there some extracurriculars involved?
Probably.
They probably took it out and said, oh,
yeah. They probably got high.
And then they're like, oh, wait, where'd the snake go?
Right. That's what I think happened. But he just probably didn't wake me up in the middle of the night because he knew. But, it just woke me up in the morning and I was like, dude, it literally rousted me out of bed. And I just said, I did. I grabbed my backpack, maybe put a little deodorant on. I can't remember. Probably not. And just walked out of the apartment and said, call me when you find him.
Yeah, I'm out.
Because I don't want to find him.
I don't want to, yeah. I'm good. I don't need to find the snake.
Not a snake fan. Not at all. And I don't care how big. It was big. It wasn't poisonous. I can't remember what it was, but I was just like, no chance. Don't want anything to do with it. We talked a little bit earlier about the Sphere, the MSG Sphere in Las Vegas. The most talked about venue in sports right now. It says it isn't even open yet, wasn't designed for sports. The $2.3 billion MSG Sphere is now a viral sensation. And it does, by the way, it says it's prepared to host some of the most lucrative events in Vegas. So when I first saw it, because it was the big basketball, then they did an eye and all that kind of stuff, I didn't realize that, like you said, it's a venue that you actually are going to go into for concerts.
The LEDs that are on the outside are also on the inside. So it's going to be like 360 LED all around you. And I watched actually U2, Bono and The Edge. They did a walkthrough a couple months ago and with some guy who hosts some music podcast on Apple. And I watched the entire thing. And Bono had like a great point. He's like, listen, he's like, all the concerts that you go to nowadays, they're all in sports venues. They're all in buildings that were constructed for sports. It's soccer stadiums, football stadiums, basketball arenas, and the bands have gotten very good at being able to make their acoustics sound good in those venues. But none of them were designed specifically for, hey, we're going to have music here. The Sphere is the first thing of its kind that has been built specifically with that in mind. And supposedly the acoustics in every seat are amazing. The visuals in every seat are amazing. That said, I still got floor seats. But if I'm going to go, I'm going right.
Well, right. But is it the one thing, because I did read about it, because I don't know if you did this, but when I was young, the coolest thing was like, you'd smoke some weed and you'd go like a planetarium or something, and then they play like Led Zeppelin or something. So is it going to be like that, where there's just like all this?
I think it's going to be like that on steroids.
Right. That's what I'm saying, is like it's going to have all this video all around you. So in other words, because if you don't, now you got floor seats, but if you don't get floors, like we were at SoFi and we went and saw Billy Joel, and we thought, we're gonna shoot the moon on this because we want to get close to the stage. And part of it is, you want to see Billy Joel, but the other part of it is you want to see all the visual effects and everything. So if you're in that sphere and the visual effects are like a planetarium and they're all around you, how cool is that?
Well, and I almost wonder, and I'll find out when I go, right? Am I going to go to the show and realize, maybe I want to come back and see them again, but I don't want to be on the floor because I want to be in a different location to be able to get the full visuals. Until I'm in there, I'm not going to know, but it's I can't wait to find out.
But I hope that's what they do, only because, look, it's going to be expensive to get in that sphere. You know what it's, it's pretty pricey. You don't have to tell me exact, but it's got to be.
Actually, I was actually surprised that the tickets were not as expensive as I would have thought, believe it or not. But you think about it, I think it holds like 18,000, and
that's amazing.
And they're doing basically a mini residency, so they're doing a lot of shows. And if you're getting 18,000 still at a couple $100 a ticket, which is by today's day and age not too bad.
Right.
You're doing okay.
Yeah. No, I think it's the coolest thing, and the only thing I think is a negative to it is it draws your eye so much so that you're driving down the road and you look at it, like the basketball was one thing. That certainly I saw the pictures and the videos of the basketball, but then I saw the eye. Like they made it into like an eye. It was like
I saw it as a globe. I saw it as fireworks.
Yeah.
It was cool.
It looks cool. Anyway, I knew that you had those tickets. That's very cool. Like you said, Powerball now is at $725 million, 7th largest jackpot ever. 7th largest now. So there's that. Would you like to buy an Ocean Gates submersible? It's for sale. No, probably not.
I'm negative on that. I'm good.
They're actually trying to sell one.
I don't think I would have bought one before the implosion.
They suspended operations, which I don't know what they're suspending. That no one's ever going to go on one of those ever again. And then one of these actually popped up, and the guy who is trying to sell it, it says Ocean Gate on the side and everything, is saying, look, this is a submersible, and it's exactly like the one that obviously exploded and they all perished. But he thinks that somebody would buy it as like a super rich person would just buy it to have. Hey, look what I have in my collection. I don't even think anybody's, but why would they do that? Oh, you remember that thing that imploded? Yeah, I got one of those. Great. Good for you. Put it in your pool.
I mean, I don't think that I would. I'm not a buyer for that.
No. The owner says he thinks it unlikely he'll ever be able to sell it. Unlikely he'll ever be able to sell it. Well, of course. I don't even know why. I mean, who would even buy that? Like, it's not even like a joke. Like, they died in it. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's a great piece. I'm moving on.
Right. I would say probably he's not even going to be able to give it away. Scrap it for parts.
Yeah.
Those video game controllers go for a big number nowadays. I think they've got one on board.
I'm not trying to joke about it, but if my life is in the balance here and you pop out a video game controller, I'm not going on that. I'm not going on it.
Would you, as a member of the media, had you been prior to the implosion?
Yeah.
Had you been invited to go and to would you have taken up that offer?
It just seems like, I mean, obviously I didn't see it live and in person, but it certainly seemed very janky to me. I mean, based on the video, and look, we all know what happened, so this is easy to say, but I mean, it had a video game controller, a Logitech video game controller. From Best Buy, the whole thing looked.
Yeah, and I never got the desire. Why do I need to go to the 13,000 feet down to see a sunken ship from 100 years ago? Yeah. I mean, I get that it
Right.
There's obviously it's I don't know, infamous would be the right word.
Right.
But why do I need to do that?
No, I didn't get it. And it just seemed very, like I said, if it was very safe, yeah. But it's like, and just the interviews that they did with the guy that was running the ship, I forgot his name off the top of my head. I used to know it because I was enthralled with that whole thing when it was going on. But he just seemed kind of like very flighty about the whole thing. Like, oh, well, yeah, works, it works. It doesn't. Like, it was like, what? All those people were saying, like, we tried to get him to be safer. We tried,
and now he's trying to sell it. Is this? He's also the guy trying to sell it? Okay, well,
but who worked for OceanGate, and is like, yeah, I got another one of these. Anybody interested? No, we're not interested. Get rid of that thing. Are you kidding me? All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. We have some remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour. And do remember, we'll tell you how you can get involved tomorrow as we will start doing the Super Brawl. The Super Brawl tomorrow.
Bring it, baby.
We'll tell you about it. Only here on the Sports Heater.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brandon Crawford reflects on his season to this point. Check out that story and more. Trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
People have to understand something is that the fact of is that I was vindicated. I went to the court. I was in federal court, and I won my case 100%. Where is the vindication of me in my own sport? That's what bothers me.
There's Barry. That's the latest. I mean, he's been asked and answered that question a bunch of times, but at first it was kind of like, it doesn't bother me, doesn't bother me, doesn't bother me, and then now it's starting to be like, hey.
Put them all in the hall. I mean,
simple.
Major League Baseball benefited off of the era, and I don't want to get into the
guy who was the commissioner of the league is in the Hall of Fame.
Right. I mean, put them all in the hall. That's what I say.
Yeah, I agree.
And you can, if you want to put you want to do like a suspected steroid user, asterisk or create a hall, whatever, fine, but put them all in the hall. I mean, it's the bottom line is Barry was the guy who he was a Hall of Famer, before his body changed dramatically. He was a Hall of Famer. So he should be in the hall.
I agree. I've always said that, look, it wouldn't be my job, and I'm not a voter, but it would not be my job to judge, to be jury, to look, you were a baseball player, this is what you did. That's how I would see it. I understand because I've spoken with people who disagree, but the stance has softened over the years, and now that they're getting some of these younger people to be in the vote, they are tending to vote that way, but now it's a totally different ballgame for Barry. He can't get in a traditional way.
The Hall of Fame is a museum, which is supposed to reflect baseball's history, but yet you don't have the all-time hit king, the all-time home run king, and the guy who won the most Cy Youngs in the history of the game in the Hall of Fame. Like, that makes tons of sense.
Yeah, that's an issue. But there's the latest on Barry from that. We haven't talked a ton about the All-Star game. When I was growing up, I made this appointment watching. I always did. I still think it's the best All-Star game, and it's difficult. All-Star games are very difficult. Guys are hurt. Guys don't want to play. Guys don't want to give effort, whatever the case may be. I'll watch this in the fashion that you talked about this earlier about the Home Run Derby. I'll watch it, but I'm not going to watch it like I'm watching a murder mystery movie and I've got to see every second of it or I don't understand the plot. I don't watch it like that anymore. And nothing against it. It's just, it is what it is.
Well, and listen, it's less interesting to me the fact that, the Giants' two players that are going are pitchers. And, are we going to see Cobb in the game at all? If Duvall gets in, then it gets real interesting because he's probably coming in, hopefully, to try and close out the game.
I could definitely see him in.
But it'd be more interesting if, you had the starting center fielder and you were going to see it. But I'll definitely have it on.
Yeah.
Over under 7.5.
Oh, man, that's hard. I'm going to go under.
See, I'm kind of thinking over.
Are you?
But
then you should go over because whatever I say goes the other way.
Okay.
People could buy a house betting opposite of me. So, yeah, do that. That's what I would do.
Okay.
I would go over.
I'm not betting a house.
But people could.
Yeah.
I mean, just because I'm always wrong. So, yeah, if I say under, it's going to go over. Because I always think to myself, I mean, there's such great pitching.
Well, but there's also such great hitting. It's the All-Star game.
Yeah, you could see it.
And you never know if, Javi Lopez is going to show up and tell somebody what the pitch is going to be.
That's amazing.
That was a great story.
So that's what's coming up tonight. And then tomorrow we will start
Super Brawl 1.
Yeah. And so what we've done is if you haven't been listening to the show, we've got the actual team names fighting. We got it down to 16. We actually put together brackets. And so what we'll do tomorrow is you're going to put this to the computer, right? On who would win?
This will be my homework tonight. I'm torn, right? Because on one hand, I want us to read it cold and be surprised. But on the other hand, I also like ChatGPT can be a little repetitive. So I feel like it's going to need a little bit of editing.
Right.
So maybe I'll copy edit it, but I'm not going to give it away. You'll be cold. So you won't know who's going to win. I won't show the cards.
Okay.
I'll read it cold as if I'm surprised.
Yeah.
But we will. We'll go through the 8 matchups tomorrow.
Yeah, and we got 16 total, so we'll go through 8 tomorrow, and then we'll do 8 on Thursday.
7 on Thursday. We'll have the final 4, and then the semis and the championship.
Yeah, correct. And so we'll do that tomorrow, and then what we'll do online is ahead of the matchup. So each matchup, like maybe a half hour before, or whatever. we'll put them on, and people can vote for them just on who you think would win, because I'm curious about that. A lion takes on a bear, et cetera, et cetera. Eagle's going to take on that jet. Will it just dive bomb into the engines? All that kind of stuff. So we'll do all that, what people think will happen, and then we will reveal to you through, like you said, through the computer, the play-by-play of it, how it happened, and what it thinks. Are you going to edit it to the point where if it's just something that's just outrageous, like that could never happen? You're just gonna play
the more
whatever it
outrageous,
says.
the better. I just don't want it to be repetitive.
Okay.
Well,
just because when it did the power rankings, didn't it put like the Browns near the top?
Power
or something
rankings
like
were
that?
terrible. Yeah,
like Browns was our first out. Like that's Paul Burns. Like he's not beating anybody.
100%.
So we took him out.
But it'll be fun. We'll see what it kicks out.
And it'll be because it'll be hard for it too, because as we talked about before, like the 49ers first round matchup is
the Lions. Yeah.
And on paper you're thinking of 49ers not beating the Lion, but then we had a heated debate going on the chat line of like, well, maybe they've got dynamite and pick taxes, maybe could set up a thing, but then other people were saying that the 49ers were greedy back in the day, so they wouldn't set that up. They would just be
And all these names are plural, so I'm going to make it 11 on 11. I'm going to tell ChatGPT it's 11 on 11, just like real football. So it's 11 49ers against the 11 Lions.
I just would think that they could set a trap for the Lions, but maybe they couldn't. Maybe they couldn't.
We'll find out.
That maybe changes my opinion. 11 Lions, I'm probably going to. Anyway, we'll see tomorrow. It's not my opinion that matters.
11 Lions are a lot.
Thanks, as always, to Walter and Danny. A tremendous job by all. We had those 15 passes. We had the great guests on that. Make sure if you missed anything, and we had Marcus Thompson, who just got back from Summer League and gave us a lot of great stuff as well. So make sure that you just go to KNBR.com. You can hear any of those. Meanwhile, see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
great to have you, as always. Meanwhile, here is Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The number one storyline with Cardinals training camp would be?
How many days until the 2024 NFL draft?
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes.
Let's get it on.
Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. It's got to come swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to be joined by Grant Brisbee of The Athletic. My buddy Jim Peterson, who worked with the former host, Dave Benz, in the preceding show. They worked together for many years as play-by-play in color for the T-Wolves. So we'll get Jim's thoughts on free agency. And yeah, we can do Benz too. Go, yo, what's up with that Benz dude?
What's his deal, man?
What's his deal? Then Rob Nen. Always fun to talk to Rob Nen.
Oh, yeah. Former All-Star closer.
4:30, yes. So we'll get into that. Get the All-Star game coming up 5 o'clock. And so there you go. There you go. It's all set up for you.
We didn't mention it yesterday. Overlooked, maybe. I'd heard it on, I guess it was Saturday or Sunday. Alex Cobb going to the All-Star game, too.
Oh, is he?
He is. Yeah, he got announced his first time making an All-Star appearance. And I was looking at it the last day he pitched. He hasn't pitched since the 5th. There's a good shot he's going to get into the game tonight. So we may see Alex Cobb and Camilo Doval today, which would be pretty cool. I'd imagine because he's on enough rest and it wouldn't be a heavy workload, he'd be throwing today anyway. Like on an in-between day, you'd have to get some work in before he makes his next start. And I don't know how they'll set up the rotation, but in theory, he's not going to throw in a game again until at least Saturday, right? Or maybe Friday, if you want to open the second half with him, or maybe it's Webby again on Friday. He'd be on full rest, but first time making an all-star appearance, hasn't been in the game before. Pretty cool then. Likely he'll get into the game for the American League, or for the National League. They asked him what he was most looking forward to. He said, I'd really like to face Ohtani. Said he was my former teammate, and he goes, plus he beats everybody, so just let him do what he does. And it's kind of like he wants to be like a notch on that belt. Yeah. Let it happen in an all-star game, and I'll feel good about it.
Pipe one to him.
Right, dude, yeah.
Be good to go. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't I mean, if he pitches, that'd be cool. I know a lot of people still discuss whether every team should be represented. I don't even care.
I love it.
To be honest with you. The only time I said teams shouldn't be represented is when they decided to do the stupid, this decides home field. Because that means something, home field in the World Series.
Yeah, because then I should get, if I think my team has a shot at going to the playoffs or we're running away.
I want the best players.
For the 0-1 Mariners, you're like, I want every one of my guys starting that game.
I don't want somebody that's from a team that's 18 out. Why do they care who's in the World Series? Who gets home field? Like they're going to be out of it for 2 months sitting watching. They don't care who's home field. So that bothered me a little bit, because you actually have something of worth that's being decided in this game, yet you're not putting the best players in this game for a chance to decide home field advantage. So that never sat right with me. It just didn't. If you're going to make it was stupid that they did that to begin with, because it's shocking Selig overreacted to a tie in Milwaukee.
It's all because that thing was all designed. It was set up. It was in his backyard. Selig had already been marred because of what was going on with Balco and the steroid era, because he had come in and basically tried to drop the hammer. Everybody, you would forget he was an owner back then? Like he was a part of this whole thing that went down. He's an owner that then became commissioner. So then Milwaukee gets the new stadium. They get pretty quickly an all-star game. They make the All-Star Game MVP award. I believe that was the year they named it after Ted Williams. Ted Williams had passed. And I think they named it the Ted Williams Award that year, which I like that they named the World Series MVP the Willie Mays MVP Award now, that he gets to see it happen. I don't like when we always do this posthumously. Honor the guy while he's here. I think it's cool that Willie's getting to see and be there to honor. The Willie Mack Award, we have way more than we don't, where Willie's standing there, sitting there on the field with the Willie Mack Award winner. But neither here nor there. It was a bad look for Selig and a bad look for baseball that it ended in a tie. There was no way to fix that in the moment, I don't think. Did you have a result? I mean, you were doing shows then.
I didn't even care.
It's an exhibition.
It was 7-7. I've always said I just want to see the best pitchers against the best hitters. I don't even care what the score is.
And back then they tried to get everybody in.
Yeah, the score is meaningless to me. And then they end in a tie, and that's an abomination. Let's give home field to the World Series home field. It's like, what? You just went from like 0 to 100. Like, you could add a couple players, add like an emergency pitcher that you could use in extra innings. Now they don't got to really worry about it too much because they got the guy in second. But
they don't use everybody anymore either. Like not everybody gets into the game. Like, remember Buster? I think the last 2 All-Star games he made, he didn't even play.
Yeah,
and he was a catcher. But most guys try to get. If you're a position player, they usually try to get you in at bat if that's what you want, if that's something you need. And if you're a pitcher, if you're a starter and you're on full rest and you want to go, usually they'll get you in.
Yeah. Well, people forget back in the days where Willie Mays played All-Star games.
Starters would go like 3.
But get 4 bats. It's like, I'm playing. Hey, hell, I got voted in. I'm playing. Oh, you want to play? You're going to play the whole game. So what they did is take an exhibition and make it worth something, like significantly something, in that you get home field, your league gets home field in the World Series. They just went way beyond rational to try to make the game worth something, make it more than an exhibition, and it's never going to be more than an exhibition. It just isn't. I mean, you're not going to go out there and get hurt. I always say, guys, try, but you're not going Pete Rose into home plate in an All-Star game. You're not trying to break up double plays in an All-Star game. You're not diving into the fence to try to save the game in an All-Star game, nor should you. But they can play hard, and I've always said the essence of baseball is 60 feet, 6 inches. It's the batter-pitcher confrontation. That's it. We still get that.
You can't change that in an
guys
all-star
don't want to
game.
get embarrassed. I mean, occasionally you'll get funny stuff like Kruk goes up there and Larry Walker, get the Kruk bailing out and then Larry Walker switching the helmet around and batting to the right side. I mean, we've seen some goofy stuff like that.
What's like the selfie with Joe West? Was that the Yachty?
I don't know. I don't remember that.
That was like a couple of years ago. Somebody came out, Joe West was calling it, and they took a phone out of there. And I was like, what are we doing? I was like, Pete Rose would be so pissed right now. Sees Yachty Molina, a Hall of Fame catcher out there taking a picture with an umpire.
Oh, man.
Couldn't believe it.
But they're still trying. I mean, they're trying. They're not going to look, it's not the NBA All-Star game where guys just don't try for about 3 quarters. It's like whatever. I mean, it's worse than a pickup game.
You couldn't fake baseball.
It's not the NFL. Where it was so bad they just got rid of it because guys didn't want to tackle. And why would you? You just went through a long season. You're relatively healthy. You go play in a Pro Bowl and get hurt. No, that's why guys bailed out. It's like, why would I want to do that? They're non-guaranteed contracts in this sport, and I'm going to get hurt during an exhibition? No, thank you. Hockey, same thing. They went to 3-on-3, which is okay. I mean, it's kind of fun to watch the team format, stuff like that, but it's not real hockey. So we get all this. They are all exhibitions. All. Not kind of. Exhibitions, period. That's just what they are. But baseball can mostly resemble what baseball is because there's no inherent danger in the batter-pitcher confrontation. I mean, of course, unless you get hit, but it's still, you have pride. You want to get a hit. You don't want a guy to strike you out. And the pitcher has pride. He doesn't want to get roughed up while he's out there. So that's what it is. So you still get that. You're not going to get guys going all out, and that's to be expected. It's an exhibition, but again, it more closely resembles the actual game than any other sport can offer. Now, basketball could offer it. They just don't. They're too cool to offer it. They don't want to play defense. Go back and watch 1990s All-Star games with or the late 80s with Jordan and Barkley and Bird and Magic and all those guys. They tried. I mean, they scored, but their games were like 132, 128. So they scored, but they actually tried. I mean, those guys were rebounding. They were blocking out. They were playing a little bit of defense.
Okay, so when it was leading up to those All-Star, are there guys you played with in years they made All-Star teams?
Yeah, Smully.
Like Mully. Did Shaq make the All-Star team the year you played with him?
I'm sure he did.
He must have. I think he did that first year or second year. He had to.
Team. Yeah.
So I'm wondering, mentality or thought or conversation, can you remember any of that building up to it? Because you do hear guys like Pete Rose and Willie, like the old school guys in baseball will say, there was like a conversation in the clubhouse before the game, like, we don't want to lose to this league. But also, there was no interleague play. There was no cross-pollination. Yes. You only saw these teams in the World Series or in an exhibitions in spring training.
Yeah, I don't know if it was that important, but it was important.
It was still later on.
They're playing a game. They don't want to lose. Yeah. They went out there and played. I mean, you think Jordan would want to be involved in these type of All-Star games that are played now? Hell no. I mean, those guys actually, again, go back and look at the scores, and they're high scoring, but it's not 181 to 175 where it's just a joke for 3 quarters, and guys just do not care, and they actually get out of the way. They spend more energy getting out of the way on defense than they do actually getting in the way. So that's where it became just pathetic. And again, it has to come down to the players. You can't legislate this stuff. You can't say, okay, we're going to make it worth this. We're going to do this.
Right.
Can you imagine the NBA All-Star game being home court advantage in the NBA Finals?
It's outrageous that they did it in baseball. It was actually pretty bad how they did it before. Do you remember how they used to do it? They just rotated every other year.
Yes, yeah, that was bad.
And it was like, even then we used to ask, why are we not playing with best record?
Yeah.
Give the team that had the best record in the regular season home field advantage. Yes. They've earned it. You've played for something. Otherwise, going totally random just because it's...
Yeah.
We also used to have 2 different leagues,
yes,
and there was different agreements between those leagues because you weren't playing a different any sort of balance schedule.
Yes, none.
Right, so you couldn't have gone, I guess, just best record.
It made sense back then because you're
different
right.
rules, different leagues,
and you got to rotate it. But after
2000,
as soon as they instituted interleague play, it still wasn't going to be a completely balanced schedule like it is now. I mean, it's about as balanced as you could possibly get now. Some leagues are going to be harder than other. Some divisions are going to be harder than others. That's rotating year by year. You're just going to have to live with that. But now it makes more sense than it did when it was just AL, NL. But this is what it should be. Guys that actually try. They're not giving 100%, but they're trying. It's an exhibition. And it resembles closely a regular Major League Baseball game.
Yeah.
The other ones are garbage. This is the only one that I really care to watch because again, it's fun to watch Ohtani face Zach Gallen the way he just did.
Yeah.
He
just faced him like last week. It just happened. It's not rare anymore.
Yeah, that's the one thing you don't see. And people always talk about that in the World Series. Oh, these teams have played each other, so it's not it's not quite as cool. But it's the World Series, man. I don't care who's playing. Like, did I ever say, you know what, I'm not going to watch Celtics-Lakers in the finals. They played twice in the regular season. No, of course.
You're going to watch it.
Of course you're going to watch it. It's a damn World Series. You're going to watch it. But, yeah, do you lose a little something? Sure you do. Because everybody faces each other nowadays.
Well, but you can get lucky with a starting pitcher or a reliever.
Possibly.
You can because just because you played him for 3 games doesn't mean you're going to see him. Giants didn't see Gallen when the D-backs just came. You know, they missed him. And so if they see him late in the year or if they don't see him until a playoff matchup happens, you say, wow, they didn't play 19 times this year. In-division stuff now becomes a little bit trickier, but also you might miss some guys. So Ohtani and Cobb may not face each other at all anyway when the Angels play the Giants in what is it, early next month, I think.
Is that what it is?
I think it's like first week of August or something. They go down to Anaheim. So some of that is still there, but we got to see Logan Webb take on Aaron Judge first inning of the season. You know what I mean? And Aaron Judge ended up taking him deep in that game. But anyway, we'll get more into the All-Star game and what you want to see tonight. We had the Derby last night. Vlad becomes the he and his dad, I was going to say Vlad and Vlad become the first two Vlads to ever win the Home Run Derby. We'll go with that note. How's that? On the other side, we got to get into what's going on with Deebo Samuel today. And the reason it's relevant is it pertains to a soundbite that we play frequently following the loss of the 49ers to the Eagles in the NFC Championship. Deebo was on CBS Sports Radio today, didn't want to talk about it, and then hung up on the host. We got that audio for you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. and his father he joined his father last night and becoming the only father-son duo to win baseball's home run derby. Vlad Guerrero Sr. actually won it in 07 here in San Francisco. Check out more on that story trending, the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, I feel like if Brock was in and our quarterback and how our offense moves, I mean, I don't think it would have been close, if that makes sense.
So what were the final, when you say it wouldn't have been close, like you think you could have beat him by double digits?
Yeah, like we beat everybody else.
Yeah. My God. Now, some people might think that, that sounds like sour grapes.
For it's not sour. It's not sour grapes at all.
It's confidence.
It's just. This is what I see every day.
Reality.
Come on, man. I mean, I'm not salty at all. I just speak facts,
My God.
What was that, Tim? That was a couple of months ago, right? Following the NFC Championship loss of the 49ers. What's so funny is I'm fairly certain the only reason we played that soundbite was because of the reaction.
Yes.
My God.
Yes.
Was it because
my God.
It's like I think a lot of 49er fans felt what Debo was saying, and I think a lot of 49er fans are salty. I'm a little salty because you didn't feel like you got your shot. And that's okay to feel that way. I think that's a normal way to feel. I think a lot of the Niners feel that way. I'm sure Kyle feels that way. If you were healthy and got your shot, hell, the Cavs feel that way maybe about the first final loss against the Warriors. If they were healthy, they may have felt like they had a better shot.
Most teams that lose do.
Yeah, and you go, well, if. Well, you weren't, and it wasn't. If ifs and buts were candies and nuts,
yes.
we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Sounded like, the funny thing was, it sounded like somebody told Shine a meteor is going to hit Earth. My God. Like, that's the reaction you would get.
I think right before that,
coming right at us. My God.
He goes,
like,
my God.
That's a movie reaction to the imminent doom of civilization.
Like we beat everybody else.
Yeah. My God.
It's the, my God.
Like
he registered.
Shifted gears. It was like, just like your regular, and then it registered. My God.
Just an unwarranted reaction.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, he just shifted real quick.
That would beat everybody else.
Yeah. My God.
Yeah. My God. So funny.
Imagine my shock this morning when I see Debo Samuel's doing a national radio hit. And I guess he was promoting something or pushing something. And he was only on for a few minutes. He's on with Zach Gelb of CBS Radio. And the headline said that Debo got heated and hung up on the interview. And I was like, man, what would have been asked for him to hang up? Sure enough, they were talking about that soundbite. Here's what happened today on the Zach Gelb Show on CBS Radio with Debo.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. That's like we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is, and we'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Debo on right now.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions. Are you serious? We got hung up on because all we did was ask him about the quarterback situation and then Philadelphia, and we got hung up on by Debo Samuel? That's a joke. An absolute joke. That's absurd. So I've done this long enough. That was just get the promotional plug out of the way. Then you don't want to answer any questions, and you hand the phone off to the public relations person.
My God.
Yeah. I think that interview deserved more of the my God than the initial statement in which he was being asked about. I don't know.
Bro, you said it. You said those things.
You got to answer questions about things you said.
And it wasn't that long ago. And it could have been a very simple answer. Why did you say it? I just felt like we were a better team, and I felt like the way we played with Brock Purdy and the way our offense was clicking, we were averaging, 31 points a game.
We were unstoppable.
I felt like our defense was going to do their part. We were going to score points, and look, that's why I felt that way.
What happens December 3rd? We're excited to get our shot. We're looking forward to that. That's all you got to say. No, I don't know. Wait and see.
Yeah, we feel confident going into every game, but that's a long ways away. We still got to play a lot of games to get there. But, yeah, I mean, you're going to ask me what's going to happen. I'm going to say we're going to win because that's how I feel going into every game. I mean, it was very obvious from the beginning. Now, I don't know if that was the beginning. It must not have been the beginning because he must have got his plugs in. And then
they said he talked for about 6 or 7 minutes, I think, total.
6 or 7 minutes?
I think that was what the article was that I read. That's the only clip I've seen of it. The article I read about it and then went and sought out the clip. It said he talked for 6 or 7 or 7 or 8. But he wasn't. I mean, he was on for a few minutes. If he got the plug out of the way early, so that was a chunk of it. I don't know what he was talking to him about before or if there was anything antagonistic or I can't imagine based on the tone in which he was asking these questions. And again, these are pretty softball questions. He was asking about his stuff. He's giving you a chance. And the thing about Debo, my perception is that people on the outside and in the NFL really like Debo. He looks like he plays with a lot of joy. He's constantly smiling. He plays hard-nosed. He's a unique type of player in the NFL. I think people are really impressed by him and impressed by his rise. He doesn't do a lot of media. You don't see a lot of negative stuff about him outside of football. This seems to me like it's hurting himself for no reason. I don't know why you take this attitude. He doesn't do a lot of media here. I mean, we've never talked to him.
No. Here's what I would say. If I was the host and that happened to me, and after the hang-up, I would make it a point to tell all my listeners not to buy the product that he was pumping.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Because that'll change how he goes about that.
Because, look, if you're going to come on for the sole purpose of pumping something, that means you're getting paid to do so. Your obligation is to do the interview. They're giving you the airwaves to tout whatever you're touting. I have no idea what he's touting. So you answer the questions. You're getting this. And you're giving this. You tout your stuff and then you bail. And that PR lady, I hope after they hung up, she said, look, you can't do that. You can't do that. Makes you look bad, makes us look bad. It can't go down that way. You agreed to do this. Either you want to do it or you don't want to do it. If you don't want to do it, then give the money back. Yeah. You don't got to do any more interviews.
All right, we're good to go.
You're done. That lady does not sound like she was going to confront Debo and say you gotta buck up a little bit.
She wouldn't confront Zach Gelb. I don't think she was going to confront Debo.
Yeah, that's just garbage.
All right, we're good to go.
We're good to go. He's going to go to camp now. It's totally unprofessional. You're there for a reason. It's not like they called you on your cell phone and asked you to come on. It's not like they just went through PR and asked them if you could come on. Look, you can't just come on, expect you're going to pump your product, and then have them blow you for like 10 minutes. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. Those weren't even tough questions. But even if they are, there's a price to be paid. I mean, you want to go on and you're getting paid money to pump something, then you got to suck it up and deal with those questions and try to be a professional. Just like you're a professional when you're on the field, you got to be a professional in that moment. I mean, you made the company look bad. You made whatever that product is. Find out what that product is.
Yeah, we can get our.
I want to find out what I'm not buying.
Let's get the KNBR research team on that. Yeah, if we can get. I
want to find out what I'm not buying in the near future because whatever that product is, I will not be purchasing it. I just won't. I'll go out of my way not to purchase it. Unless it's water and I'm dying of thirst in the desert, then yeah, maybe I'll grab a liter. But
of Debo water?
Yeah, Debo water.
H2 Debo? Yeah.
It's not as good as Trump water, though.
That's melted ice.
It's the most luxurious water.
It's changed form twice.
In the histories of waters.
Water to ice, then back to water.
You're greater than Vince Lombardi.
Going back to Jesus Christ. It's that good.
I don't know what Debo
was. As his sweat was dripped into a glass. And that's how good my water.
I don't know what Debo's future is or holds.
Trump water? Jesus water. Who knows? It could be either or.
One and the same.
Yes.
One and the same. By the way, apparently Zach Gelb gets people to hang up on him all the time. I just read another article. I was trying to find the product. It says nobody gets more big name hosts to hang up on him than Zach Gelb. It says Debo's just the latest. And then it says in parentheses that stat is not properly vetted. But apparently it does happen a lot. But if it does, it wasn't. Again, if there was something that happened before, maybe. But he got his product thing out, and that's what he said. I've been doing this long enough, and I'm buying it because I know who Gelb is. I know what the show is. And I know that that's how this radio stuff works. When they're plugging this stuff at it's when you get all the big names at Super Bowl and at Army Navy, at the college championship.
There you go.
Bye.
There you go. Did she give him a face? Bye.
Bye.
There you go.
Bye.
It's like some 22-year-old intern. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We're good, guys.
She's like, oh, man.
We're good,
I didn't
guys.
sign up for this.
Good stuff there.
All right, we're good to go.
We're good to
She
go.
means like go, like we're done with this interview.
What do you mean we're good to go? Who's good to go?
Is where
Are
we're
you
good to go.
Well, I'm not good to go. What are you good to go?
Debo.
What are you going to say to Philly fans? Click. That's what I'm going to say to Philly. That's what I'm going to say to Philly fans. Click.
That's it.
What is that?
Tie?
Tie?
I'm going to get the tie in there.
Be a pro.
We got Grant Brisbee coming on in about 20 minutes at 2:50. Talk a little bit about the All-Star game and about this Giants All-Star break. Alex Cobb and Camilo Duvall, both All-Stars. We'll get into that in just a bit. The home run derby goes down last night. You had a good idea, Tom, about a point system that could change the home run derby. They've revamped it like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
I will say this. By the time you get to the end, I think it's kind of worn out. The first round is a lot of fun. It's kind of like
the first round.
First round of the March Madness tournament and the first round of the home run derby.
Yeah.
Those two of the
Slowly
best first
goes
rounds.
downhill after that.
You kind of like it's a slow burn to the end.
Yeah.
The guys are exhausted. It's not as exciting because you're not hitting as many home runs to try to top somebody and get the highest score so they can't catch you. I like your system, and I think there's a way that we can tweak it. We'll talk a bit about that, about Vladdy's performance yesterday, and about some of the Giants All-Star stuff before Grant Brisbee joins us at 2:50. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Ty?
All right, we're good to go.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Bay Bridge Series. Giants, A's, Tuesday, July 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Popped it up. Gotta have one.
I don't think he did it.
He did not do it.
Oh, my.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. will hang on and win the 2023 T-Mobile Home Run Derby.
I think they went a little too quick, and it took away from Rosarena's consistency.
Randy Arozarena comes up just short. Congratulations to Vlad. He and his dad, both home run derby champions.
Pretty cool. Vlad Guerrero Sr. did it here at Oracle Park. I want to say he beat Matt Holliday. Would have been who Vlad Sr. beat. I can't remember. I just remember they were both rocketing balls like out like over the mini Oracle Park that's out there, up beyond the bleachers in left field.
One of the great nicknames of all time.
What's that?
Vlad the Impaler.
Vlad the Impaler, dude. Pretty good name.
Not that was the original. The original actually did impale people.
He was impaling people. But he did
impale people.
But he didn't win a derby.
He did not win a derby. Well,
neither did his kid.
He probably won a blood derby. Over and over and over again.
Call that a blood drive.
Yeah, that's rough. Did you ever see any of those pictures? Now, they're not actual pictures. They're renderings.
They're like the renderings
I think
of
the
Vlad
A's people did them. I think the A's people did the Vlad the Impaler renderings.
The same people did that, did the Portland rendering and the Howard Terminal rendering.
I mean, it was like fields of people just hoisted on these spears.
It's putting up real numbers.
Oh, man. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the numbers were, but it was a lot of people.
It's like the George Sisler of serial killers. Yeah.
Just people like this. It's on their spears, just like Vlad out there and impaling population after population.
I mean, and this was a long time. He didn't have he wasn't using
Vlad's way back.
Yeah.
Vlad's old school.
Yeah, Vlad was old school.
He's old school.
Using his hands.
Yeah, exactly.
He'd get in there and do it himself.
Yeah. Vlad had no problem with hazing.
And don't come at us on the text line, right? This is not a too soon situation. If we don't even have photos, you know what I mean? Did it really happen? Look what I did there. See, bringing Vlad the Impaler, the murderer, back to the hitter, back to his kid who wins the home run derby yesterday. Beat a Rosarena. Went to the end.
I would have been. I would have been. Right. I would have been mad if I would have bet that. And I didn't even watch the finals. How many did he hit? Because I know Vlad had 26, maybe.
Yeah. What did he have? 24 or
did
20?
He? Oh man,
did he have 24? I didn't see the final round actually.
I
watched the early round.
It was 11-1.
Yeah, he was 11-1.
In my shop, I was like, "Oh man!" Because I saw him win the first two rounds, I was like, "Oh, if this guy wins, man, I'm gonna be bummed." And he didn't, so I was kind of pumped actually that he didn't win. Yeah. And then lose by 2. Oh, and I love them breaking it down too. I thought he had taken out of his rhythm there in the home. It's like that's a great thing about being an announcer for that. You're like, what the hell am I gonna say? These guys are just swinging and trying to hit jack.
He had 23 total. So
23, so he lost by 3?
Yeah, 21 he hit in regulation, then the 30 seconds of bonus time. Rosarena must have
only hit 2
more in the bonus. But that's what you heard him saying there.
That would have been a rough loss.
And I was wondering about that because I was watching that in the early rounds. Like, they're going quick. And it used to be the ball had to land before you could go again. Because I remember the one when Giancarlo Stanton was hitting those just rocket. He was like destroying the Western Metal Supply Company building. It's like rocking the foundation of it in San Diego. He was getting more pitches off because he was hitting balls so hard, and they were like laser line drives. They weren't the big towering moon shots. I remember Bryce Harper was doing that. He was like rushing to get his dad throwing. They were like, wait, we've got to check to see if the ball landed before. I was like, this is a technicality here, and now they're just ripping and going.
Oh,
like,
there's
guys
two
are
balls
just
in
like,
the air at the same time.
It's just like it's just lock and load. And by the way, we were joking about it yesterday. Did you see the kid who got hit by the Vlad?
No.
Oh my God, like a.
Impaled?
Like in the face. Like a kid standing out there.
I'm like, Vlad the Impaler.
Should be having kids out there. I've thought that forever. But these guys are hitting balls harder. And now we're like juicing the balls. They're leaving the bat at extraordinary speed. So
I actually want more kids.
Fill it up.
Yeah, well, yeah, because then that actually makes it more fun. Can you imagine if you could bet on the kid to get domed?
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. You could do it by race.
Tom.
You can do it by gender.
Age.
Yeah, you can do it by age. Oh, you mean you like put
shoe size?
Like put all the white kids in like a blue T-shirt, and like each race has their different colored shirt, and then you have a number a corresponding number for your age, right? And then
you
and then
points
your
for
height.
the number of kid you had.
Exactly. And you got to put it all together. You could even have like a parlay. You could I'm going to take the black 9-year-old. I think he's going to get domed.
It's Tom.
Dude, I hit it. It's incredible. Got him. Give me the white 12-year-old. Give me that dude. I mean,
I don't know where we're going with this.
Can you imagine?
Just getting destroyed by baseballs out there, and Tom's like fist pumping because he parlayed two of them together.
You're up at the casino. You're at the front line. Yeah, I'll take the
4-year-olds pay great.
I'll take a Latino 11 and box it, please.
I'll take an exacta.
I want it both ways.
How do you get a Quinella in there? Can we get one of those?
More kids out there.
That was terrible. By the time you get to the end, by the way, you win $1 million for winning the home run derby. Pretty sweet prize.
Yeah.
I mean, get people on Survivor now playing 26 days to get $1 million. Vlad one night, he had 25 homers, and he's out of there with $1 million. Of course,
the guys and girls on Survivor can't hit the ball 500 feet.
No, they can't. But can Vlad hold a ball on a plate for 6 hours without having it roll off?
That we don't know.
We haven't seen.
See it.
Can he outwit, outlast, and outplay everybody else?
We don't know. We know Jeff Kent could.
He could not. Yes. So you were saying yesterday to change the home run derby up a little bit. You said it'd be cool if you got points for like a pull side home run. You got 1. Yep. You got 2 for like a center field home run, a straightaway, and then you get 3 or something for an opposite field. I'm thinking I like the tally numbers early on. What if because people were saying, what if we did different events? What if we did skills things? Then we're going to get too creative and too stupid. The best thing about the home run derby is that home runs are being hit. It's the chicks dig the long ball thing. We all love it. It's still a spectacle for that first round. But what would be cool, to your point, is doing a technical aspect of that beyond the first round because they're too exhausted to just keep hitting and hitting and hitting. And isn't that, did we get the best final because Arozarena's trying to swing at 3 balls inside of 12 seconds or something as fast as he can? That's not the best. So what if we did first round was total home runs?
Yeah.
Second round, you only get points for opposite field home runs.
Okay.
And you do a point scoring. So you still do total homers, but it's opposite field. You still do the clock and all that. You still get your rest time and all that. And then the third round, it's a scoring system head-to-head. It's your 1, 2, 3-point system. So it's different ways to get to that round. You've now used each form of scoring, and then you'll have a guy be like, dude, I'm down 4, and I only have 2. And what if you got a certain number of balls for the last round?
What if you do this for the last round? And by the way, Alonso did hit a couple Oppo shots yesterday.
Yeah, nobody does.
I did see that.
By the way, Adley Rutschman, switch hitting home runs.
Yeah, I know.
Come on. That's pretty sweet, dude.
That was really sweet.
You don't see that. That's really cool.
Well, the reason you don't see opposite field home runs is nobody pitches on the outside part of the plate.
Nope.
Because why would you? You're not going to. But
hard in, soft away.
Here's what would be good for the finals. Whether it be 5 or 10, do a soccer-style shootout at the end where one guy goes and the next guy goes.
Ooh,
then
that would be good for the final.
Next guy goes.
Yeah.
So they're like pressure.
So maybe points in the second round.
If he doesn't hit, something like that.
Maybe we go total in the first round of home runs. So we just do it like we did. So you get like a Julio Rodriguez hit 40 or something. You know what I mean? So you still get a cool big home run performance. Then the second round, you do point system where you go left, right, center, opposite pole, center field. And then however many points you score, because that would be cool to watch a guy manage the points too.
Yeah.
To see if and we could just put lines out there. You just put all you need is 2 markers in center field.
That's it.
To say left and center and what's a center field home run. And that one maybe, and you're still getting extra time for distance and all that stuff. You can add that on. Then you go to the last one and you say, I don't know, what if it was best of 10?
Yeah.
You get 10 pitches each, but it's not like the old school 10 outs. It's you hit, and then if you hit a home run, then I hit. It's like a shootout. You just go back and forth, 1-1. That would be pretty cool.
Because you could get eliminated at any point after 5, I guess.
How long before they tell us you get to choose a bonus ball whenever you want it? It's worth 2.
How about choose a bonus ball whenever you want?
Yeah. In the last round?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're down
or maybe
2.
you get 2 bonus balls.
And then can you imagine you're tied and then you just got a 1-off? And then you literally can end it with a walk-off home run.
Yeah.
Because it sucks when it ends like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You want it to end on a home run would be the best.
Well, they do that in the 3-point shoot now with the in the NBA in the All-Star game, All-Star weekend, where they have, it used to just be you got the bonus ball at the very end of every rack. Now they have one rack full of bonus balls. Like you get to pick your favorite spot and you get all the bonus balls.
Can you still go
there.
one a rack? Could you do that if you want? I don't know where you would, but
no. They
I know what you're saying.
They get one a rack and they get a full
you still
rack
get the one a rack
full of bonus balls. Yeah, so that added, because it never used to be that way, but that adds an extra element to it that some guy could actually outshoot you, But if you make 5 for 5 in the bonus rack, you just got 10 points.
Right.
So now you're way ahead of the game. That's what we're looking at, not just straight score, but a way to win where maybe you didn't even have the best score. So, yeah, I agree.
That's what I think is after the seeding.
I like the first round,
Right.
let them go out there and let it rip. Because everybody's kind of into it at that point, and after that, it's like, done.
But Julio's a low seed, so he's got to swing as many as he can, right, so that he can get a high number so he doesn't get passed. Right? Isn't that what has to happen? So he hits 41, then he's trying not to get passed.
Yep.
So then if you're the second guy and the first guy hits 11, like Mookie, then you're like, well, I only have to hit 12. I don't even have to exert any energy. So once we get to the second round, that's where I think we should change it up from the total.
Well,
we should do like the
I wouldn't
points,
even
like
do
you're
brackets.
saying.
I just let 8 guys swing, top 4 go. Because that's what they do.
That's what they used to, yeah.
Yeah, because I think that's where they used to do it, I want to say,
They've done a
for the
bunch of
3-point shoot. Now they have brackets
Right.
as well. Because, you like that head-to-head competition.
It's kind of fun.
And I get that. But I think the first round, you want to reward the 4 best. And you don't have guys hitting like 12 home runs and calling it a day. Like, okay, we're done.
Yeah.
Let's move on and get something else. So, yeah, first 4, highest total, move on. Then you go to the scoring system. Where you get like 20 balls and opposite field home runs or timer, whatever, however you want to do it.
If you did numbers so that you knew, okay, I got 3 balls left and I'm down 6.
I got to hit 2
I
opposite
hit 2.
fielders at least.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Or you're gearing it up and you see the skill set of guys.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
By the way, guys who hit opposite field home runs, Shohei. We should look at how many he's got because he hits some opposite that are tanks.
He hits some just
Bonds used to
bombs.
too. Because they knew that Bonds could turn on the inside. Sometimes they try to go away. There's a lot that Bonds just like poked out. I think 600. Yeah. He hit opposite field off of Kip Wells. We'll confirm that with Grant Brisbee, who's going to join us on the other side. Camilo Doval and Alex Cobb, both going to make their all-star appearances tonight. Hope we get to see both of them in the game. We'll talk about that with Grant Brisbee of The Athletic, who joins us next. By the way, Tim says the championship round, you should have to hit a big blow-up of Rob Manfred. It's like throw a Manfred head out there in center field. That's your bonus point there, your bonus ball. Grant Brisbee next on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow told Mike, he told Murph and Mac that he expects at least one infielder to be traded to the Giants before the deadline. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Always fun when we can catch up with Grant Brisbee of The Athletic. You can hear him on the Bags and Brisbee podcast with our weekly guest, Andrew Baggerly, and also the Roundtable podcast. It's an all MLB podcast. Just dropped a new episode today. And Grant Brisbee joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Grant? How are you, man?
I'm doing very well. How you doing?
I'm doing well, dude. How'd you enjoy the the home run derby last night? Are you a derby guy?
You know what? I think the Derby's better than it used to be. I mean, you saw what was going around Twitter where it's like in 1990 you had the winning team have 4 home runs, and like Jose Canseco didn't hit a home run in the home run derby. Obviously, it's better now. I just get tired by the ends. Like Julio Rodriguez at the beginning, totally awesome. Just in awe of the spectacle. And then by the end, when it's the final round, yeah, they're hitting more home runs, and it's almost like it's too much. But again, that's nitpicking. I think it's fun. It's a fun event.
Yeah, we just had somebody check in on our text line. It says the Derby is crazy now. He says when Vlad Sr. won, it was Vlad against Alex Rios, and the final score was 3-2. It's like a pitcher's duel in the home run derby. So we were pitching some ideas of ways to go different. Tom had a good idea where he said yesterday we were talking to Robert Flores, and he said, what if we did like 2 points or you get a point for a pull side home run, 2 to center field, and then 3 for opposite field. And then today he said, and we're thinking maybe you do it different each round. So the first round you do it as they do it now. So you still get the big Julio Rodriguez performance with 40. Then you do a point scoring system in the second round, so we get a craft to it. You get a certain number of balls, like 20 pitches, and then you can see guys strategize with how to hit home runs. Then in the last round, Tom was saying we should go 10-10 and do it head-to-head like, what'd you say, like World Cup? Shootout style. So you get a pitch, then I get a pitch. We go back and forth. What do you think of that?
I love it. I was thinking, I was in the rudimentary stages of thinking about that exact same thing last night. Like, what if there's a way to get Oppo homers? The problem is that it's much more fun to watch Julio Rodriguez yak one 440 feet to his pull side as opposed to poking one out to the right side. But as a baseball nerd, heck yeah. I want to see these guys try and poke one to the other side.
Thing is, you get all of it, though, right? You're going to get it in first. You're going to get your 40 home runs in the first round. And then after that, I'd like to, like Alonso hit a couple Oppo shots by accident, of course, because why would you pitch somebody on the outer half of the plate in a home run derby?
Pitch me away, please, off the plate. Yeah.
Unless you've owed them money for quite some time, or like, screw this guy, I'm going to throw in the outer half. You wouldn't do that. But yeah, I would like to, because it just changes it up a little bit, and I think these guys can do that. Like 450, 470, I mean, it's obviously super impressive, but 470, like, after about the third time, you're like, all right, cool. I mean, I know he can hit a long way. I've seen it, and now I want to, I just would like to see something different, and I think that would give some variety to the home run derby.
Yeah, it's like a really solid piece of pizza, like a whole pie, right? And you're eating it like, this pizza's so good. And by the 8th piece, you're like, okay, I'm slowly killing myself. So there's too much of a good thing, in other words.
Like I say, I like ice cream in a bowl. I don't want the whole gallon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also just doesn't want the sprinkles like the 2022 Giants. He wants some ice cream with sprinkles like the 2023 Giants. We're talking to Grant Brisbee on the UMA guest line. Camilo Duvall and Alex Cobb both making their first All-Star appearances. Pretty cool for Alex Cobb, and I was thinking we could see him tonight. I think for a guy who's in his 12th or his 13th year in the big leagues and has never made an appearance before, he's on full rest. You think we'll see him tonight?
I think so. And it is cool. Like, look, I'm a little jaded, and it's, I'm not fired up that this guy's not in or this guy got snubbed.
Yeah.
When you're talking about a 35-year-old guy in his 12th season who's generally had a really good career, this is cool as heck. Hey, have some fun. Go out there. And you could tell, in the video that the Giants shared, you could tell that he was a little bit tickled and that he's been waiting a long time for this, and it's exciting for him and his family and getting to be on the field and palling around there. It's cool as heck. So if you're going to complain about snubs for the sake of, this guy's WAR is a 2.3 and this guy's WAR is 2.1, like, no, that's not what it's about. But you can look at a guy like Alex Cobb and go, yeah, he's been deserving for a little bit. He's definitely deserving now, and it's cool as heck.
Second half, what do you think the Giants need? Copes and I have been saying forever, like one more starter, and like a good starter, not a fourth or fifth starter. Like if you're going to get a starter that can make make a difference. I don't know how much they'd be willing to give up. I have no idea about that. But that, to me, because the bullpen, love where the bullpen's at right now. The hitting, when healthy, like one more outfielder maybe, but I think they're fine as far as scoring runs and hitting. But pitching, I still think down the stretch they're going to need one more starter. How do you see it, Graham?
I think that's exactly right. I think there's room for an infielder. We can talk about that. But when it comes to a starter, you don't just want a guy who is in that same bucket as DeSclafani and Alex Wood and Keaton Winn, and you've got those guys. And so there is a whole cadre of guys who are at that level, and teams are going to want them. Don't get me wrong; they're fine for other teams. The Reds would love to have someone like Alex Wood. The Reds would love to have some of these guys because they're having trouble getting any quality innings. The Giants need a guy who can maybe pitch Game 3, Game 2 of a National League Division Series, and so you'll have someone like Lucas Giolito, maybe Mitch Keller. And if it's not that sort of guy, what are you giving prospects up for? It's either a difference maker, someone you can put in Game 3, or just pass and go with the 10 or so guys who can give you starts on hand, which has worked pretty well so far.
I think it's a fool's errand to try to figure out which prospects could go, like in a deal like that, because you never know what teams are looking for and how they value whoever it is they're looking at. It's why the Tigers seem like they could be a fit with a guy like Scott Harris at the helm, who's knows the organization, has a guy in Eduardo Rodriguez, who knows. But he started much hotter than he's pitched of late. I'm wondering if you can tap, because I know you wrote a piece, was it last week I saw a piece about Joey Bart, don't trade him just to trade him. And I'm not in the trade Joey Bart boat either, because after Blake Sable, there's not a whole lot coming down the pipe. And if something terrible happens, you want to make sure you've got an insurance policy. Is there anybody else you think could be on the move? Is Elliot Ramos a guy? Somebody else on the 40-man? Anybody in the upper minors? What would be your thought on pieces they could dangle?
Yeah, it's a good point where someone on the 40-man is always likelier to be traded because the Giants have so many prospects that they're going to need to protect from the Rule 5 draft after this year. So you're going to want to maybe look at guys on the 40-man roster. Listen, Keaton Winn, I like him a lot, but that's a guy who could tick a lot of boxes for a lot of teams. Someone you can plug into the rotation right now and give your fans something, say, hey, this is what we got. He's pretty darn good. He might be in the rotation for a while. I think that's a realistic possibility. Elliot Ramos, he's on fire in the minor leagues, but his value is so far down, it's much more valuable for the Giants to figure out if he's turned actually something around working with Damon Minor in Sacramento. Apart from that, I wouldn't say that there were too many untouchables. I wouldn't think that they would give up Luis Matos that quickly. I think Kyle Harrison is fairly safe unless you're talking about a Shohei Ohtani deal. So you're talking about Marco Luciano. You would want to keep him, but maybe that would be the thing that gets a deal done in a Lucas Giolito, in a Mitch Keller kind of trade. So I don't think that anyone's off the table. The Giants have a deep system with a lot of parts that should be interesting to other teams. So it's just a matter of finding the right fit. I just don't think there's a ton of players the Giants desperately need who they would give those kinds of prospects up for.
And is there any reason to believe that they won't be in this thing the whole way? I mean, the Padres just, for whatever reason, there's something wrong with them this year. The Dodgers and their pitching, eventually they'll get it back. I mean, they're going to be in the mix as well. And then the Diamondbacks haven't been there before, so we don't know how they're going to handle the second half of the season, being the team that everyone's shooting for. I see this team being at least a 3, maybe 4 if San Diego gets their act together, but I'm not sure about that. Race the whole way. I don't know that I see one of those teams completely pulling away. Of course, having said that, it'll happen.
One thing you can look at is that the Giants, it's not like everything has gone their way this season. They've had injuries. They've had Logan Webb pitching pretty well, but giving up a home run at the wrong time in his first, 6 or 7 starts. You've had guys go down to injury. You've got Mitch Haniger gone for the year, and they're still here. They've had these things. They've weathered them, and they've weathered them through their depth, their overall, they've got the 26-man roster. They generally don't have players on that 26-man roster who don't belong there. And when one of them goes down, guess what? There's another guy on the 26-man roster who probably belongs there on some team. So that's their strength, and they've shown that they can exhibit that strength even in the face of adversity. So, listen, I don't think they're going to win 100 games. I don't think they're going to win 107 games. But they've already weathered a few storms already. I think this team is legit enough to contend all the way through September.
Talking to Grant Brisbee on the UMA guest line. I want to talk more about the infielders potentially they could go after. He had a hilarious line, Tom, in an article the other day about Casey Schmidt. I think he said something about since his first week in the bigs, he's got a slash line similar to Jake Peavy's career. And then you link to Jake Peavy's line, which I thought was hysterical. Where you can go check out Peavy's batting stats. He said he's almost certainly a better player, I think is what you went on to say. But I'm wondering where they go, because we had Farhan on last week and he didn't seem terribly confident in knowing when Tyro would be back. We asked what the status was and how he was doing. He said, you just don't know. Everybody's kind of different. And then he alluded to the fact that they would be looking at infield help. Tim Anderson is one that people have talked about. He's been one of the worst offensive players in baseball this year. Are there other infielders out there? As to your point, there's just not a ton that they need, but they do need, I think, something more stable up the middle.
Yeah, it's almost like a trade deadline paradox where you look at the teams with the worst record that want to be getting prospects back for veterans, and then you look at their rosters like, all right, Royals, what do you got? And then you look through and it's like, I guess not much.
The bad teams are bad, yeah. That's weird.
You repeat it that's why you're losing so many. The A's aren't about to lose 120 games because they're just stocked with good players. So once you start doing that, you have to hope that another team falls out. I know that a lot of teams are looking for the Angels. I'm sorry, Tom, but you're looking for the Angels to fall away to pick at Shohei Ohtani. But the Giants would have interest in Brandon Drury. You know what I mean? That would be the kind of guy that you would be interested in for the Giants. So you're looking for teams to not contend. For the record, I hope the Angels win 20 games in a row and that Shohei Ohtani gets to go to the postseason. So I don't want to see him traded. I'm sick of people trying to be vultures on the bones of the Angels because I just want that guy to be happy. I want Angels fans to be happy.
Good luck. It's not going to happen.
I've had it out for him since 02, so I'm good if they're.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I thought the worst was going to be they'd keep him and only get a draft pick for him. What they're going to do is keep trading to try and get to the playoffs. So they're going to lose prospects and then he'll go and they'll get a draft. It's going to be a disaster. At least I set the bar really low, so it only goes up from there. Where do you have to have a guarantee or him willing to accept an extension out of the chute? I don't think he's going to, but how much? I know how good he is. I watch him play just about every day. Can you give up too much for a rental, even though it's Shohei and he may give you a chance to win a World Series? How do you balance that, and how much do you gain as an organization, do you think, having him in the fold and getting to see the organization and how you guys operate and maybe that extra week or so negotiation for an extension at the end of the how much does that play into it? How much do you think that benefits teams, and how much you willing to give up? Geez, I just asked you about 4 questions in one.
We'll take them all in order, Grant. Yeah.
Point A. So honestly, I've been banging this drum for the last 2 years even. There is so much value in that exclusive negotiating window. So if you are I would be willing to trade Marco Luciano for Shohei Ohtani, with Shohei Ohtani staying on the Angels, just for the negotiating rights for the next 2 months, just to talk to him and be like, hey, what's up? How you doing? Here's how we do things. Let me give you our PowerPoint presentation spread out over a couple of months as opposed to the third of 12-hour meetings that he's going to have with every team. So I think that has tremendous value. Tremendous value. You saw it with Mookie Betts as a rental. Well, is Mookie Betts off the Dodgers? No, he's not off the Dodgers. The Dodgers gave up Alex Vertigo, and now look, Mookie Betts is still with them. He's still an all-star. He's still an amazing player. So I do really, really think that there's value there because you do get to say, okay, it's not a pitch. He's seen it. He's seen how he might work with Andrew Bailey. He's seen how he might work in San Francisco. He's seen how the fans are, how the ballpark plays for his specific talents. Crazy important. So I don't think that he's just a rental. I think I don't think that applies. He is a rental, but at the same time, you want an extra 2 months to make your pitch.
Would you, because I don't know how teams are going to go about it. And look, I think that it's malpractice if the Angels don't even explore these opportunities. You have to. You got lucky. He just walked into your life. And it's like, well, if we can't keep him because our player development sucks, amongst other things, we have to get something for him. I get the whole, but what about the revenue you're going to draw? And what about the attention? He could be going for the American League home run record, and you're trading away one of the greatest players of all time. And I get all that, but it's about winning. It's about putting a winning product on the field. They've had him. They haven't been able to do it. It might be time for something different. And I'm also not sure that it's wise to have 3 players sucking up $120 million if you're not willing to spend like some of the big market teams. So how do you look at it just for a second? I know we're talking Giants, but from an Angels fan standpoint, I mean, you know how they operate. Would it even be wise to sign him if they could for let's say $55 million, have Trout making $37 and Rendon making $38? I mean, that's $130 million you're talking about for 3 players. I mean, is that even a wise business model?
Well, Arte's just going to have to move to a studio apartment then, isn't he?
Yeah, that'll happen.
Afford it.
That'll happen. I know he can, but will he?
I think he should. Honestly, I am all in. When you're gifted this kind of generational, not even a historical gift, you have to just ride it for as long as possible. And if you give up on it early, just fold the freaking franchise. I mean, you're talking, it's like the Padres with Dave Winfield. You couldn't keep Dave Winfield. Guess what? You're doomed to be the Padres forever and ever. It's sort of like that, where I think you have to stick with Ohtani for as long. Like, look, if they lose 10 in a row, come out of the break or something like that, okay, you've seen the writing on the wall. You failed more epically than anyone ever has. Fine, whatever. I just think if you're 4 games out, 3 games out, you just want a chance to give your fans a proof of concept that says Angels baseball, hey, it's a good timeout. It's fun. It's a great time. Remember this. Listen, this is a once in a lifetime thing, baby. Appreciate it. And you don't give that up until you are forced to.
Yeah, I think that was a Warriors slogan when they were ripping off 22 wins a year.
Yeah, his had
it's
hay
a
in the
good
beginning.
timeout.
I like
For the other
hay.
team, it's a great timeout.
Hey, it's a good timeout, baby. Angels baseball.
I've always said that Shohei Ohtani is like the Ike Diogu of baseball.
Very similar. Very similar.
I see the similarities. Couple minutes more with Grant Brisbee here of The Athletic. Camilo Doval, dude, you think he's going to chase down Rod Beck in the second half for all-time Giants saves in a season?
He could. I mean, he's got the talent. He's got I think the opportunity. And what I mean by that is a team that's not necessarily going to blow out every team they come across. So it's definitely possible. It is definitely possible for him to chase that record. I do worry about his workload. I think that Gabe Kapler's done a tremendous job with the bullpen at large. He's not overworking. Even the guys he used to lean on in the past, like Tyler Rogers, it's just the long relief that the Giants have access to has really helped everyone in that bullpen stay fresh, except for Camilo Doval, because there's just no way to replace him with a long reliever. You just have to throw him into those one-run games and those close situations and say, give me 101, and he'll do it. But he's the one guy that I'm just a little nervous about, to the point where I would even wonder if they could throw in in a 3-run lead, if they could throw in Taylor Rogers or even Tyler Rogers and say, okay, we've got a 3-run lead until it gets super furry. Just get this save and let's give Doval's arm a little bit of rest.
Is it? I know a lot of people think it's too early to compare Bailey to Posey, and from a statistical standpoint, I would agree with that. We still got to see, at least this year and maybe next year to see what he's going to be offensively. But I think defensively, the comparisons are already apt. You look at the maturity and the way he handles the staff and the way the staff trusts him. I mean, that talk about proof of concept. That's already there. That's not going above and beyond or looking at something that's not there. I mean, isn't that comparison already apt? I mean, forget about the bat and all those stuff, but they already have it. He already has the pitcher's trust, and he's been up here like a month and a half. That's very Posey-like, being that mature and gaining that trust.
I think that's very fair. I think it's fair to look at how he's handling the staff and how he's come across defensively and how he's gained the trust so quickly. The parallels, you have to be able to look at those and go, okay, yeah, that does kind of remind me of a guy. And that guy was pretty special. As far as the bat, I don't think he's going to hit 300, at least for a little while. You know, he's not going to be just killing the ball all the time, but defensively, sure. Yeah, no, he's phenomenal. He's got an accuracy that I wasn't necessarily expecting. You always think of a good catch in the minor league, someone that's winning the minor league equivalent of the Gold Gloves, to have a strong arm, but it's accurate, and he's able to just throw from whatever angle, like he's Patrick Mahomes or something. He's an excellent catcher. And so, I think it's more than fair. Because, listen, Posey was a Gold Glove catcher, but he had one Gold Glove. He wasn't like the standard setter at catcher defensively. You think of Pudge Rodriguez, you think of Yadier Molina. Posey was good. He's in that tier really close to the top, but he wasn't a Hall of Famer just for his defense alone. So I don't think the bar is that high it's really, really high for catcher defense and Posey, but it's not so high that we can't be talking about it right now after a month or two of evidence.
Just something I wanted to throw out at you since you know how much you follow baseball. Camilo Duvall is one of a handful of pitchers that rockets the ball up there 100+ multiple times a game, and I think I saw 103. I remember Zumaya threw 103 when that was like, oh my God.
Aroldis Chapman threw 103. And then he got a tattoo of it, and then I think he threw 105 2 years later. I was like, I was like, a new tattoo, brother.
Erase that one. What do you think the human arm is capable of? Like, will 15 years from now, 20 years from now, will we see like 107? There's got to be a limit, doesn't there? I mean, I understand these things kind of evolve a little bit, but do you think we're getting to that point where we just see more players throwing high 90s and 100 where that won't even hardly be much of a thing anymore? Or do you think we'll get other guys that extend it out and all of a sudden we're going to a guy coming in and he's throwing, 105 mile an hour sinkers and 106 mile an hour four-seamers?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're close to the upper limit of what the human body can achieve, at least with repetition. Maybe you'll get some guy who can throw 106 as an outlier, just like Aroldis Chapman. He's not pumping 105 regularly. He touched it. So I think it's the upper limit of the human body. There's only so much that ligaments and bones and muscles can do when you're applying the physics and the constraints of a normal human body. So I do think what you will see is you'll see the volume of triple-digit pitchers go way up and keep going up. I don't think that's going away anytime soon. And that makes it hard because there's a limit to how quickly the human body can recognize triple-digit fastballs. And so you might see offense take a little bit of a hit, and Rob Manfred need to figure something out, and he's going to do the right thing. So I think that the offense is going to struggle because the pitchers, there's going to be tons of 100-mile-per-hour guys, just guys coming into the fourth inning and being like, oh, I hope this works, and throwing 101. I think that's not going to end, but as far as the upper limits, probably not going to end.
I think what he's going to do is end up letting him use Fred Flintstone bats. They're shorter, but they're girthier. Yeah, exactly. You can get up there.
They got rid of baseball hats. You'll be wearing the Buffalo. What's the
Fred McGriff one?
There you go.
Yeah.
You're saying that he's going to let players go up there holding like a pterodactyl or something?
Right. You think your job's bad?
And if you get a double here, that decides home field advantage in the World Series.
Yeah, that's right, dude. You get a double with an actual animal like a pterodactyl, then you get home field.
Gets home field.
You get home field. All right, we're looking for a good outing for Camilo tonight. A good outing for Alex Cobb. Stay away from the Atlee Hammaker All-Star Game performance, and we should be good. Grant, thanks for stopping by, man. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll catch you later.
You got it. Thanks so much for having me on.
Thanks,
Great stuff. Grant Brisbee of The Athletic, the Bags and Brisbee podcast, and the Roundtable podcast. Got an all-new baseball episode out today. We'll get into a little bit of how the Giants have fared recently in All-Star games. The last Giant to record a save in an All-Star game, and I think there's a chance that if the National League are leading today, you could see Camilo Duvall in the ninth. I mean, he may be the best closer for Rob Thompson to use. So we'll tell you what the lineups are. We'll let you know what recent Giants history has looked like. No Giant with a save since Brian Wilson in 2011. And it won't happen tonight, but just as a note, no Giant hitter has had a hit in the All-Star game since 2012 when Melky won the MVP. How about that? It's been over 10 years. We got your lineups in the All-Star game coming next, and then some Warrior news to talk about. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's Sports Leader.
Brandon Crawford sat down with KNBR's Danny Emmerman to discuss his role as mentor after finishing off the first half of his 13th year with the Giants. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
KNBR hits. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
But even still, I mean, what does it mean to you to come up here and be able to make the team?
No, it means a lot. I mean, I'm 35 years old. It's my 13th season in the big leagues. Came close a few times, but never made it. So to get picked and have that opportunity to, say you're an all-star and play amongst the best players in the league, it's special. It's something I'll look back on and it just kind of puts everything into perspective, all the ups and downs that you went throughout your career, and kind of puts it all into a nice, ties it all into a nice bow and lets you celebrate the whole career.
How's Alex Cobb, Giants starting pitcher, all-star starting pitcher? When you sign a guy in free agency and he ends up an all-star, I mean, that's the dream. It's happened now for the Giants 3 times.
Gausman and Rodon,
and now Alex Cobb. 3 free agent pitchers, and really this has been the bread and butter of what Farhan and his baseball operations team have been able to do in identifying free agent talent. It's getting good value on quality starting pitchers, and more often than not, frontline starters. I mean, find a team in baseball that's found 3 different guys. I mean, Rodon was highly sought after anyway. Like, he was a good pitcher, but he'd been injured for most of his career, and last year's the only season where he's been healthy. I think he's had 2 years now where he's been healthy. And last year he was banged up even a little bit, and they shut him down early. Didn't trade. I don't know if you shut him down early. Just trade his ass at the deadline. But Yankees are not.
I'd Rodon pitch. He pitched like before the break, didn't he?
I think he did. I think he just came back. Did. I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, who was this? He took a loss?
Yeah. Alek Manoah came back up too. I saw it. He faced the.
Who was this stupid team to let Cobb go?
The LA Angels of Anaheim.
They don't need pitching. I told you when they let him. I'm like, what?
Rodon went 5 1/3, 4 hits, and 2 earned.
Okay.
2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and give up a solo, or give up a home run as well. So
got it.
He only threw. He didn't throw a bunch of pitches, but pitched okay, I guess. So he's made his debut for the Yankees, but this has been great for the Giants. This ability to identify, even getting something out of a guy like Drew Pomeranz.
Yeah.
They brought him in, and the first year, I don't want to call it a wash, but Farhan wasn't. He wasn't doing things the way he would do things. He was doing things with 1 foot in and 1 foot in the Bochy bucket, which is why he goes and gets a guy like Kevin Pillar and added pieces like that. But this is cool for Alex Cobb. And what Grant Brisbee was just saying to us is, I generally don't really mind or care. If you're a team that's not good and you get one guy in, like, I'm sure A's fans want to see, is it Rooker? I think Brent Rooker is the guy who's in there. Yeah, why not? You want to see your guy getting at bat and see him get a knock. That'd be cool. It's your one little glimmer of all-star fandom for this year. But for the Giants, it's like you got bigger hopes this year. It's just cool for a guy who's been around for 13 years, 12 years now in the bigs to finally get a nod and for him to be rested enough to get to throw. That may have been why he was chosen too, but he's got a 2.91 ERA. It's been awesome. It's been a great signing for them.
No, he's been great. Absolutely. This is really the only year, they've needed pitching. I mean, Wood's been okay, but they weren't able to go out. Wood was here, DeSclafani was here, but they weren't able to go out and identify somebody because Manaea and Stripling have just been, I mean,
they're
not. It's not like, okay, they got them and they've been really. They haven't.
If you brought them up, they would have been sent down numerous times already.
Yeah,
you would have optioned them if you didn't sign them.
Yeah, you didn't sign them to come in the second inning every game.
No,
that
and then to leave in the
4th. Yeah, exactly. That's not a great recipe.
Respect, right?
Not a great recipe. But again, that's something they have done. They've done very well, and this is another example of that. So no, I think it's really, really cool that he's able to go to the All-Star game. You can tell his gratitude when he's talking about it. So yeah, I hope he gets to pitch tonight and hope he does well. That'd be sweet.
The one thing he said he wanted to do, they asked him, is there anything you're looking forward to, anybody you want to face? And he said, I'd like to face my former teammate, Shohei Ohtani, which I thought was pretty cool. I was thinking about it, because you brought this up earlier, about how there's not as many unique things in the All-Star game now. And even with interleague play, there still was, because you would see, some teams every 3 years or whatever. But now you're seeing every team all year. Now, again, not everybody's facing everybody. Ohtani may not face the Giants, at least as a pitcher when they see him. God, I hope he doesn't as a pitcher when they see him. We got to see him as a hitter. That's more than enough. It's more than enough Ohtani when you're in a 3-game series. 12 at-bats or 14 at-bats is more than enough. But I think the one thing I'd really want to see tonight, I want to see Duvall face Ohtani. That would be cool. If Duvall's going to be in there, I think I want to see him face Ohtani. But he might be out of the game by the time Duvall's in the game. If Duvall's in there late, I don't think we'll see him. Now, Ohtani's going to be in there batting. He's a DH.
Second.
He's going to bat second tonight. Semion's going to hit leadoff.
Yep.
For the American League.
Is this like Rangers versus Braves?
It's basically what it is.
Rangers, Braves. How many Braves are starting?
I'll get you the starting lineups right now. For the National League, Acuna leads off. There's one Brave. Freeman, former Brave, hits second at first base. Mookie Betts hits third. It's Dodgers and Braves is who it is.
Is that what it is, Dodgers and Braves?
That's what it is. Because then J.D. Martinez is your DH. Who's he play for again? Oh, yeah, the Dodgers. They signed him this offseason. So your first 4 hitters are Dodgers and Braves. Then you go Nolan Arenado. For another former NL West guy, hitting 5th at third base. Luis Arias at 6th at second.
Okay.
Sean Murphy is doing the catching. There's another Brave. Corbin Carroll starting in left field. He is 8th. And then Orlando Arcia. He's a Brewer, isn't he? Or is he a Brave too?
He's a Brave.
He's a Brave too.
He's a Brave.
Arcia's a Brave too. Okay, then the American League. Marcus Semien leads off as a Ranger.
Ranger. We got a ding?
Thank you. Shohei Ohtani, Angel.
No Ranger.
Arozarena starting hitting third.
No Ranger.
Field. No. Corey Seager.
Ranger.
Yandy Diaz is at first base.
No Ranger.
Adolis Garcia.
Ranger.
Austin Hayes is in center.
No Ranger.
Of the Orioles. Josh Young at third base.
Ranger.
And the catcher, Jonah Heim.
Ranger.
Oh, no. So Rangers, what do we have, 5 Rangers starting? Semien, Seager, Garcia, Young, and Heim.
Yep.
5. And of the Braves, you're going what? Acuna.
Was there 3 of them?
Is it just 3 of them? It's Acuna, Murphy, and Arcia. So 3.
Okay.
That's incredible. 5 starters. And they've got they have some pitchers in too at all. No Ranger pitchers are in, are they?
They shouldn't be.
No.
I mean, Evaldi's been okay, but I don't know. And they don't have anybody.
Evaldi might have made it, actually.
Evaldi might have made it. I mean, he's been pretty good. As far as the Braves, yeah, I mean, Strider could easily make it. I don't know when he pitched last, so I don't know what the Braves have in. I'm trying to think. I know Fried's out, Wright's out. Morton's been pretty good. Evaldi did make it.
Yeah,
okay,
he
yeah, he's been pretty good. Yeah, that didn't surprise me.
And it's tough with pitchers because a lot of times you want to take guys that can throw a lot of times. So a lot of times guys will get named and then somebody else will go because you want an arm to throw.
Did Strider make it, or he might not even been paid? Because
Spencer Strider.
He did make it. Okay, yeah, because I don't know who pitched. Albies and Brian.
Yeah, so the Braves have a bunch on the bench. Yeah.
They're well represented.
Ozzie Albies.
They're well represented.
Yeah.
Elder, yeah.
The Braves have Matt Olson, Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley, all off the bench as well. So they got 6 total offensive all-stars. And then what? Spencer Strider is a starter, as a starting pitcher. Also Bryce Elder. So they have 7 total all-stars. Is that it? Wild.
Sounds about right.
No, 8 total all-stars for the Braves. 6 offensive, 3 starting, 3 bench, and then you get 2 starting pitchers as well. Strider and Elder. Starting pitchers are Garrett Cole against Zach Gallen. It's a good matchup there.
Yep.
I like that. Now guys usually just go 1, maybe 2 innings. I was looking at the last Giant to make a start, Johnny Cueto, in 2016. Inning in 2/3, he got knocked around, man. He had a bunch of runs and then wasn't really the same.
They used to go 3.
Yeah, they used to be.
Starters used to go 3 innings, and now it's like maybe 2. But usually it's just 1.
Yeah.
Get you 1, get you out of there, and we're good to go. But I remember, Clemens and Stewart and all those guys, they go 3 innings.
What did Ohtani go?
Valenzuela, 3 innings.
What did Ohtani go when was last year the year he started and led off?
I think so. I
think it was.
I can't remember.
I think that was the year he started and led off. Yeah, I want to say he might have just gone 1. It's rare when they send you out now for a second, but sometimes they do it with the starters. They'll let you at least start the second, and then they'll break it up so they can get a couple of guys in. Somebody comes in out of the pen or something. But it's just funky the way bullpens are used now, how guys can make the All-Star team, and starters' numbers are just so different. But Shohei Ohtani saw a fun note about him today, and we'll tell you more about him and talk more about him later because he met with the media yesterday and gave some fairly telling comments, Tom, about what's important to him. I think we all know winning's important, but after he got a taste in the WBC, I think that is number 1 priority. Shohei Ohtani is the first hitter in American League history with 30 homers, 10 steals, and a batting average over 300 at the All-Star break.
He's pretty good.
That's wild.
He's pretty good.
That's wild. Over 300 with a 300 average, 10 steals, and 30 homers. He's the only guy. Becomes the 5th pitcher in AL history with 100-plus innings pitched, 100-plus strikeouts, and fewer than 70 hits allowed at the All-Star break. First time that's happened since last year when Shane McClanahan did it. We'll dip into.
By the way, I just looked up, just random, 88 All-Star game.
Okay.
Dwight Gooden, 3 innings.
Yeah, of course.
And Frank, Sweet Music Viola, he went 2.
Shout out the Twins.
Clemens got 1. Then Gubazaw came in and got 2. He got 2
in
innings.
relief.
He got 2 innings. He got 2 innings too.
I didn't get Grease for 1, Skip.
Yeah, your 8th inning guys in that game was Plesac and Hershiser, and then Todd Worrell.
Nice. Timmy's brother.
Yep, and then Dennis Eckersley closed for the American League.
Last year was not the year. 2 years ago was the Ohtani one, I guess. Last year was Kershaw against McClanahan, and they both went 1.
Yeah,
one full inning. The National League is looking to get a win this year after losing 3-2 in last year's game. And yeah, just about everybody pitched. Kershaw, Alcantara, Musgrove, Gonsolin, Castillo. They used like 10, 12 pitchers apiece. Betts had an RBI in the game. Goldschmidt had a home run. Giancarlo Stanton hit a homer, and Byron Buxton homered. So 3 homers and an RBI single. We'll come back to the All-Star game a little bit later because we're going to catch up with Rob Nen. Rob Nen, former Giants closer, going to join us at 4:30. Former teammate of yours, Jim Peterson, going to join us at 3:50 to talk about some NBA stuff. But Rob Nen, by the way, was in that 0-2 All-Star game that was called a tie. He pitched in that game. So we'll talk about that with him at 4:30. And we'll talk about this next topic, Damian Lillard. This trade thing is getting funky. Joe Cronin met with the media. We've got audio from him where people are like, so what happened with the whole building around Dame? Like, why are you now going to honor the trade? And then he goes, it may be months before we are able to pull a Damian Lillard trade off. Adrian Wojnarowski has teams that even have the means to get into this deal with both the pieces for a trade.
Where are you going to go?
Exactly, as well as the finances. Can Miami even pull it off? We'll talk about that next. And what's the worst-case scenario for the Warriors if Dame Lillard is, in fact, traded? That's all coming. And then Jim Peterson at 3:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Miami is the team, certainly, I think that is most motivated to trade for Damian Lillard, that is most willing, perhaps, to take on the $60 million average in his last 2 years at 35 and 36. There are other teams like, the Los Angeles Clippers who would love to be a part of this process, but, don't necessarily have the kind of assets, to really get involved. Portland doesn't love what Miami has, but it may be the best that they can get. And now it's going to be a process over perhaps this month, August, maybe into September, for Portland to try to extract as much as they can from Miami.
Adrian Wojnarowski on the teams that could have the means there to trade for Damian Lillard. Should let you know, by the way, Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. He's still saying Miami has interest, and Miami wants to pull this deal off. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, Tim's happy about that.
Yeah, of course they do.
Yeah. Tim's like, nice. You handled the business that I care about. Of course Miami wants him. And really, the reason a deal hasn't been struck is because there's probably not enough Miami has that Portland wants and that would warrant a deal like this. So Joe Cronin, their GM, sat down with the media and had a pretty wide-ranging press conference today where they asked about, remember he had that meeting on that Thursday afternoon and they basically said, yeah, we came out of it good, we're committed. I kind of thought they would come out of it saying we've agreed to part ways.
Yeah.
That was the conversation that was leading to them saying this thing's over. They come out of it and say we're good, we're committed to building around Dame. I'm always like, they always say we're committed to this, and it never happens. So they asked him straight up, what happened to that? You guys had that meeting, and within 4 days, he had formally requested or demanded a trade. What happened to building around Dame?
Building around Dame has always been the goal, all the way even through the draft. It was the difficult things that we ran into were finding the right deals. So, in the previous 2 years, we drafted at 7, we drafted at 3. In the meantime, we were scouring the market looking for more win now players. And what kept happening was those players just weren't available. So each time we just tried to weigh that, in Shaden's draft, pick 7, what does that look like versus what's available in the market? And the answer was obvious, Shaden's better. And same thing happened this time. What does pick 3 look like versus the return in the market? And it wasn't close.
I mean, he's talking logically, but also you're dealing with a person who, I think the point is the conversation around the meeting that they had was that it seemed positive.
Yeah.
After what seemed really negative going into it, right? And then shortly thereafter, he demands it. So was it as simple, you think, as we got to get Draymond or I'm out? Because really, I mean, it happened pretty shortly thereafter. Draymond signed on the Friday, and we had a short show. I think we were off at 3 or something. You were gone because we had the Giants were on the East Coast. And so we just had the quick news that free agency started, Draymond had agreed, and then on Saturday, he demanded the trade. Has he put himself in a tough spot? Like, nobody's going to say you shouldn't have taken $60 million or whatever the extension was. You got to take the extension, of course, and then figure out the rest later. But if that's the most important thing to him, and when he took that deal, I kind of thought, well, maybe he's just going to take the money and this will be it. But now he really wants to win still, which I don't blame him, but his contract is kind of a problem with all that, especially in Portland. I mean, I don't know what they weren't able to do because of that, but I don't know. Is part of this on him?
Well, look, it's been going on for a long time now. And this isn't recent. No. It's been a while. They thought they had a winner with him and McCollum, and it just wasn't going to be. They thought they were closer than maybe they were. I think they had a good year, like in the bubble. The bubble fooled some people. There's no doubt about that.
Did they go to a conference final against the Warriors?
I think they did.
Yeah,
and they got smoked.
I think not even.
So, I mean, you weren't going to beat the Warriors. You just, because your strength was their strength, and their strength was better than your strength, and it just wasn't going to happen. So, I don't even know. Like, to me, as much as I respect Draymond going to Portland wasn't going to win them a championship. No. They weren't going to be a championship team. It just wasn't going to happen. So, they just didn't do a great job of putting people around him. The McCollum trade should have been made earlier. You just look at the roster composition and you just look at it and go, I don't know exactly where they're going. Like, Terry Stott's a really good coach. I thought he did a really good job and probably got them about as far as they're going to go. And if you're Lillard, you take that contract extension, but then you have to understand
things are going to be different.
It's going to be tougher to move you. It's going to be tougher. And I just don't like when players sign and then say, get me out to that team. That's all. That's the only place I want to go. And
now you get to decide how much money you make, and you decide, then be a free agent.
Yeah,
and take less money. If you want that
contract.
If you want that right, then enter free agency and don't take that extra year in the next contract.
Don't sign it. Move on.
But that's their loophole, is that they know they can get more money. That's the rule. It protects the player. The team. It's a rule designed to protect the team and the draft pick and allow that player to stay with the team.
Yeah.
So that you can give him more money than anybody else can and the extra year.
Yep.
But if he decides, I want out, I really don't want to be here, fine. Then you can go be a free agent. You just got to take less money to do it. Nobody does that. Everybody takes the extension.
No, absolutely.
And then demands the trade.
Yeah. And look, you can do it if you want to, but just understand when you get traded, they're going to do what's best for them.
Right.
I mean, you can't have it both ways.
But it seems like they do.
I know.
Seems like more often
well, look,
they
Anthony
do.
Davis got to go to exactly where he wanted to go to.
LeBron has done that. Yeah.
But the Pelicans got quite a bit in return.
Sure.
Right? They got Ball, they got Ingram, they
right.
got a slew of
It was a bunch of first-rounders from the Lakers over the previous 3 or 4 years.
So, I mean, they made out okay. It wasn't like they gave Anthony Davis away. I mean, they got value in return, and I think that's what Portland wants. They want value in return. Now, I think what's holding this up is what the T-Wolves gave up to get Gobert. Because I think a lot of people are looking at it and saying, well, if you get that for Gobert, we're going to get at least that, if not more, for Durant.
And they're like, this ain't the NFL.
Beal,
Relax.
for Lillard. They're like, sorry. Yeah. So you set you kind of set the baseline for a trade like that, and you say if Gobert's worth this and our guy's worth more than that, we want more than that. Now, it probably would work with Miami if they had something they had a player they wanted. Like Tyler Hero is the most obvious player, but they don't need another guard. I don't think they want another guard. They want front court help. And that's something that the Heat can't come out with. They can't come out with front court help.
They've got one guy. They've got Bam, and they need him.
Yeah, so if you're the Blazers, you tell Miami, find a third team. Find somebody else. Get somebody else involved. Because, again, you want to do right by Lillard, but you don't owe him that. You'd like to. It'd be great if you could do right by him, and then you replenish your forces. Good, it's a win-win. That's what you want out of here. You want a win-win. If it happens to be a win and a slight loss, sorry. That loss is going to be for Lillard, not for us. I'm not coming out. We've already suffered enough. We've already gone through this enough. We're not going to go through it more because we made a deal just to take care of a player who, by the way, will not be playing for us anymore.
Yeah.
They're going to be playing somewhere else. Understand you want the relationship to continue on. He's always going to be a Blazer. I'm sure you want to do, whether a statue or a jersey retirement, all that.
Spears was saying all that the other day, and I go, who's to say that any of these people will be around when that time comes?
Oh, they probably won't.
And who's to say that his beef is with the owner or with it does? I mean, again, I'm with the organization doing right by the organization.
Yes, you have to.
And if that includes doing right by Dame, if you can do right by Dame too,
yeah,
cool.
You have to.
Cool, by all means.
I mean, there's other things you got to deal with. There's dealing with the agent. I've talked about the 4 other players. And look, ultimately, when it comes down to it, if he has other clients and you offer him a lot of money, they're going to go there.
Yep.
They're not going to turn it down just because you didn't send Damian Lillard where he wanted to go. So, but you have to. You have to do what's best for your organization. You can't just say, "Oh, sorry, look, we gave you all that money, and now we'll send you exactly where you want to go," to our detriment. It just makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. So, yeah, you got to do right by the organization. Period.
We'll talk more about this with Jim Peterson, your teammate, longtime friend, and longtime broadcaster in Minnesota for the Timberwolves. Where does Damian Lillard go? What else happens in free agency? Warriors have added Dario Saric. Where do they stack up in the West? Little NBA offseason talk with Jim Peterson joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader. Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Mack and gave his thoughts on the evolution of MLB's All-Star Game throughout the years. Check out that podcast. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line with me. Steve, happy Tuesday to you. I know everybody's got questions. You've always got the answers specifically today about the ERC.
ERC.
employee retention credit. This is where the federal government is giving away. That's right, giving away. It's not a loan. They just give employers up to $26,000 for every employee they had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. There's two ways to qualify. One's a certain drop in gross revenue. But it's been my experience that most CPAs stop there. And if you didn't have the drop in gross revenue, that's it. No ERC for you. They haven't told the clients about an alternative method, which is just as good, but it's a lot more work for the professional. And remember, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney. Most CPAs I know like numbers and nothing else. The second way is legal analysis. It's a facts and circumstances test. They don't like doing that. We go over your facts and circumstances with you. Multiple licensed professionals in our office go over this to make sure you qualify. And if you do, and a lot of people that qualify this way didn't qualify under the drop in gross revenue, and you can get every dollar as much as the other program. Bottom line is, don't leave all that money on the table and let the program close. Go ahead and take advantage of the law as it applies to you.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve take care of it for you. Give him a call. Couldn't hurt to ask. Call Steve Moskowitz, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
All right, going to switch gears for a sec, talk a little hoops. Always fun to talk to my good friend and color analyst for the Minnesota Timberwolves, Pete. I was going to say, Petey, what's up? As I let people know, Jim Peterson is the man's name. What's up, Petey?
What's going on?
How's your summer going?
I got tennis elbow. You ever had tennis elbow?
No.
Usually you don't get it from playing tennis, though.
No, I got it from playing golf. Exactly right.
Really?
So, my whole summer, So my whole summer, the social calendar is centered around golf. It's it's kind of what I do. I have a great club here that I belong to, and I've been on the DL for the last 2 weeks. I've not been able to swing a club, so yeah, it's kind of a drag. It's not good to not have a job or a pastime,
That's not good. That is not good. I thought when you said you didn't do it, but I thought when you said you didn't do it playing tennis, I thought you were going to say you were watching too many of those movies. I'm glad to hear it's golf. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it's golf. Yeah, that's what we're calling it nowadays.
How'd you get dancers hip? Yeah.
Oh man. So what? So let's start off with Lillard, because we've been talking a fair amount about him. In that, I don't know about you. I assume you're going to echo my sentiments because we're about the same age and played in the same era. But it's just getting tiresome. The players, and I love Damian Lillard. There's no easier guy to root for in the league, but I'm just getting tired of players signing the monster contracts, the extensions, and then at some point saying, trade me. And not only trade me, I only want to go to this team. It's like, I'm sorry. I mean, what do we owe you? We owed you, and we gave you, and we're giving you more because you signed the contract. We don't owe you a certain team that you want to go to. How do you feel about that? Because the Blazers got to do what's right for them, and I'd love to see him go to Miami. Doesn't mean he's going to go to Miami, but I'm just tired. I think the player empowerment thing has gone off the rails just a tad bit.
What to me, I think that what's been forgotten through all this is the fans. Because the fans are what matters, and so the franchise, the Portland Trailblazers, they own their fans. They don't. I mean, Damian Lillard's been a loyal employee, but they paid him. He's been paid to do a job.
Yep.
And so if you're that Blazers fan base, it's kind of the same thing like when Minnesota traded Kevin Garnett. I just don't know that McHale got the best deal for Garnett when they traded him to Boston. I mean, I liked Al Jefferson, but he's not Kevin Garnett, and we got a bunch of spare parts, and it was kind of, if you're a Minnesota Timberwolves fan, you were bummed out with the deal that you got. I mean, it was so I just kind of feel for the Portland Trailblazers fan base, because if you don't think Tyler Hero is enough, and then you're going to get Caleb Martin and some draft picks or whatever, I like Tyler Hero, but you're trading arguably one of the three or four best point guards in the league. I mean, Damian Lillard, where is he? I mean, is it Steph Dame? I mean, where would you rank him now?
I don't know, but if you said that and I didn't check, I would say that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
So, I mean, the Rudy Gobert thing, I feel like the Rudy Gobert trade has kind of changed how trades are done now. I think that you kind of when it was first done, it really kind of stymied the Kevin Durant trade. It studied a lot of movement, because I just think that what Utah was able to get from Minnesota in the Gobert trade was so absurd that I think that it kind of just made people kind of sit up and take notice a little bit. That's I don't know. It kind of changed the dynamic. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
I just don't know that. I just don't think that you're going to get this. I think people are thinking that they're going to get Rudy Gobert kind of return on investment, and I just don't think you're going to get that now. I don't think teams are going to give up that much stuff to get a player anymore. So I don't know. I'm with you, Tommy. I think that I think that the fans are really what's, to me, the most important thing. And so if you're sitting there in Portland and you're trying to trade Damian Lillard, you've got to get a really good return on your investment there.
No doubt. And I agree with you that they try to use the Gobert trade. That's what they're trying to do because you set the bar and everybody's like, well, if you're going to get that for Gobert, then we want to get this because he's better than Gobert. He does this. I mean, you try to compare the players in the trades, but, it's very similar to when Deshaun Watson signed that contract with the Browns, and it was a huge guaranteed money. And I think other teams eventually just said, just because they're stupid doesn't mean we're going to be stupid. I mean, we're not going to do that. That is not the new bar as far as we're concerned. And I think that's where teams have to say, look, that was ridiculous what they gave up. We're just not going to do that. That's not the new bar. And I think you're right. That held up a lot of things because people are trying to use that as the bar. Like, hey, if we're going to get this, we need to get this for this guy. So I don't know. It's just anyway. Let's move on.
Well said.
Yeah, thank you. What'd you think? Sometimes you just got to go. Chris Paul coming to the Warriors. How much better does that make them next year?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
I'm trying to even analyze that deal. It's because he plays so different how Golden State wants to play. I mean, the thing that he can do is make shots. He can definitely, initiate offense, and he can manipulate defenders, and he can, make others better. But he plays such a different style of basketball, and he's another alpha that is kind of, I don't know, he's kind of upset the apple cart in certain places. I think he's a great guy. I love Chris Paul. Chris Paul's one of my all-time favorite players, but I just don't know how the fit's going to be interesting. But if anybody can fit him into that ecosystem, it's going to be Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
So they're going to make it work. I just think a great player like Chris Paul can play alongside those guys. You can play small and he's not the most durable player at this juncture. He's a year older now, so but it's kind of it's almost like the reverse situation, like with Gobert and Towns, Like, how do you play both of them together? Can you play Steph and Chris Paul together? That's going to be a challenge. I think it's easier to play guards together than it is two bigs together, though. So from that standpoint, I think it's going to be a little bit easier. But I don't know. I just don't think you can have too many winners on your team, Tommy. And so I think that when the deal happened, you get Chris Paul on your team. I think that's going to really help make that team still a really viable winning basketball team.
Talking to Jim Peterson on the UMA guest line. Anthony Edwards signed that Supermax extension. You just mentioned Karl Anthony Towns. What's his future? Is he in the long-term plans, or should we expect those trade talks to heat up?
At the end of the season, I think that the odds were what's the plan? Is it trade Gobert, trade Towns, trade both, or run it back? I think that's what you're kind of looking at. The one thing I know for sure is this: you might be able to play with them this year together, but something's got to happen. Got to happen next year, just because I don't think we're built. I mean, Golden State. I mean, you're 4 championships, and building a new arena and the revenue streams that you have coming in that market. I mean, you can afford to go into that second apron and be a repeat offender at luxury tax, and that the Warriors have done that. And they pay, what did they pay, $170 million in luxury tax, Tommy?
It was steep.
Is that what they?
It was a lot.
I think it was like $170 million. So I just don't think that Minnesota's built for that. But I mean, if you look at what Minnesota's going to have in the books, not this year. This year, the Timberwolves are going to be okay because Anthony Edwards' deal doesn't kick in this year, but it's going to kick in the year after that, and so will Jaden McDaniels too, because he's up for an extension this year too. Jaden McDaniels will sign an extension this summer, and so Ant just got the max. Jaden McDaniels is going to sign. He's going to make at least $20 million a year, and so you're going to add that on top of what Towns and Gobert already make, because Towns next year, his Supermax kicks in. So Towns is going to make $36 million this year. Gobert makes $41 million this year. Mike Conley's in the books for $24 million. But next year, Gobert's going to make $43.8. Towns is going to make $49. I mean, that's over $90 million in center right there. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you still have to get a point guard because Conley comes out the books, and so you try to re-sign him for some kind of number. Edwards' max contract's going to kick in, and so Well, Jaden McDaniels and Naz Reid just signed a 3-year, $42 million deal. He's going to be on the books for $14 million. So I say that to say, yes, is Towns in the future? Yes, we're going to run it back with Gobert and Towns and Edwards and Connolly and Kyle Anderson, and we're going to have a good basketball team. But the year after that, that's the question.
Do you know off the top of your head what the cap is? What's like the salary cap? The salary cap is like 136. 136.
So
you could theoretically, I mean, let's say it goes up a couple million over the next few years. When Tatum's up again, they theoretically could have two guys on their team that take up almost the entire salary cap. I mean, two guys making almost $60 million each per year. Like, it's insane. It's not just the numbers are insane. It's the percentage of the salary cap that these guys take up. It is insane. I mean, they make it almost impossible, and maybe that's what they try to do. They try to make it impossible to get together all these super teams together. But I'd like to go back and look what Magic, Kareem, and not look. If we look at just what like Bird, guys like that, Jordan early on, what he made, you'd go, God, he'd be making $1,000 million today. But it's not so much what they make, because it's always going to go up. It's just what percentage of the cap you made. I can't imagine back then guys were making 50% of the cap. I mean, that just seems insane that you could have two guys on one team that could make almost your entire cap. I mean, it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I think the cap is 136.
It is. You're right. You're right.
I think the first apron is 162, and I think the second apron is 172 or 182. I forget.
It's one higher.
Which one it is.
The first apron is 172. The second apron is 180, 2.79.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so it's 172.
Almost 183.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so just think about that. So like, it doesn't matter. Like, you know, you're trying to save owners from themselves, and like these GMs and, like, you know, players come up in deals, and these agents ask for money, and you give it to them, and because you want to keep them, you want to retain the player, or you want to get that player on your team that you're willing to like pay for. But then that sets the bar even higher, and now it's an arms race, and you're paying. I mean, you could see an $80 or $90 million player in with the TV revenue when that deal kicked in. Hey, when the new TV deal kicks in, Tommy, you're going to literally see $70, $80 million contracts a year. So,
I mean, we're getting into messy money now.
That's like a third pitcher in your rotation.
That's like a mess.
That's like a 3-year deal for a.
They still got a ways to go to get to Messi.
Well, that's what Silver was.
$600 million.
Most of the NBA.
$600
or MLS.
150 a year.
Carl Anthony Towns in the last year of his contract that he signed. This is like kind of standard operating procedure for a lot of these guys that have signed these super maxes. But I mean, in 27-28, Towns is going to make $61 million. and so I think when you get to 27-28, I mean, that could seem like a deal. When you get to 27-28, I mean, just think about that.
I am. It makes me laugh to think that's a deal. Maybe they had to do something different to where like each level you make, like all pro, that's its own supermax. Like first team's a supermax, second team's a supermax, third team's a different max.
I'm sure the union will like that.
You can only make so much in each. I know they're not going to like it, but God, I mean, you could sign a supermax, squeak it into a third team. That doesn't mean you're not good. Yeah. But my gosh, you're getting paid like one of the best players in the game in your top 15. That's great. Anyway, it's just, I mean, let me get off the money just for a second, because I wanted to ask you about a team that you're pretty familiar with. You see them, you only see them a couple times a year. I was thinking Milwaukee because you're close to Milwaukee, but you're out here. Whatever the hell, what's going on? Anyway, did you think, like, I think there's so much overreaction to the Bucks. Like, oh, they're getting old. They need to retool. They lost to Miami in the first round. It's like everybody conveniently.
Fired their coach.
Yeah, exactly. Fired their coach. It's like everybody conveniently forgets that Giannis was hurt in that series. And that Giannis, they lost 2 of the 3 games he didn't play. The first game he played 11 minutes, they lost. They won the second game, lost the third game. And yes, they did blow a 16-point lead with Giannis, but I still look at that team and think, Middleton's not what he once was. Holiday is an unbelievable stud. Portis is good. Brook Lopez probably coming off his best defensive year that he's had. in the league. I still look at that team and think that is a championship team. How do you look at them? Because a lot of people, I think, are sour on them, think they're getting older now, they're too old, maybe they needed to get younger. I just think they need to stay healthy, and it was fluky last year that Giannis got hurt.
I think it's going to. Yeah, I think you're exactly right on the Giannis thing. I mean, he averaged 31 a game last year. It could have been MVP. I mean, he was right up there with Jokic in terms of MVP voting. It's going to be very interesting to see how Adrian Griffin does. I mean, don't you think? I mean, he's never been a head coach before. Like, there's going to be a learning curve. I don't care what you say. I don't care how long you've been an assistant. I don't care if you've been the head coach at Summer League. There's just something that when you get that whiteboard and you're the decision maker now, you've got to be able to anticipate. And also, by the way, you've got to be able to like talk to these dudes and stand in front of a group of men every day, and you can't lose them. You know what I mean? That's really hard to do, Tom. Like if you've never done it before, so like it is pretty amazing though. If you go back and look at all the championship teams that have won championships and how many first-year coaches have done it, like Steve Kerr was one of those first-year coaches. Yep. And, if you don't win a championship, it's some crazy number. There's only a handful of coaches that have won a championship outside of their first 4 years in the NBA. Like if you don't do it in your first 3 or 4 years, you don't do it for the most part. And it's amazing how go back and look and see how many first year coaches. I mean Nick Nurse did it. He took over for Dwayne Casey. He wins a championship in his first year. Steve Kerr did it. Pop won. I think was it his second year. Pop won his championships, and then it was Katie bar the door. So Adrian Griffin is inheriting a team that is ready to win a championship. And if he wins one, I will not be surprised. I mean, being a first-year coach and doing it, because a lot of guys have done it. So that's going to be the big question for me. And then you're right, relative health. I mean, how old is Drew Holiday right now? I mean, Drew Holiday is
what's he, probably 32 maybe?
He's 33. Okay. He's 33. So I mean, he's still one of the best defensive guards in the league, but he's 33 years old. Brooke Lopez. I mean, he's long on the tooth right now. So yes, they're still in their window, but it's closing, and I'm going to be fascinated to see how Adrian Griffin does.
I think you should focus on winning a mid-season tournament before you focus on winning a championship. Let's go one step at a time.
Go ahead.
I anticipate that being cool because.
Oh, come on!
Let me tell you, Tommy. Let me tell you something.
Okay, go ahead. Try to convince me. I was
very skeptical. I was very skeptical about the play-in tournament. I was very skeptical about how that would work out. And you sit there and work your whole season to be a 7-8 seed, and all of a sudden you got to now fight for your life in a play-in game in a one game, 2 game situation. And as a team that in the first year of the play-in, we beat the Clippers, and you remember that crazy, the hype that was centered around how we celebrated. We just won the championship, it was pretty crazy. But for a team that hadn't made the playoffs in 14 years, well, actually Tibbs made it, but not having a lot of playoff success, that felt like a huge victory for us, and the play-in was cool. And then this past year, we lost to the Lakers in Game 1, and we went back and beat OKC in Game 2 and made the playoffs, and it just makes the games at the end of the season way more meaningful. Like, you have to admit, Tom, you stay way more focused as a 9, 10, 11, 12 team than you ever have in years past. Don't you agree?
I will admit nothing when it comes to the play-in tournament. First off, go find some stats from those games.
I was like,
they don't exist. The games do not exist. They don't count for regular season. They don't count for postseason. I'm still look. I've said the games are good, and I watch them. But if you can't get into the playoffs after 82 games, you don't deserve a second shot. It's like there should be no mulligans at the end of the year. Like, hey, we'll give you a shot, because everybody that makes the same point you made, that hey, it's yeah, there are more teams and the games are more meaningful. Well, hell, let's just go 11-12, and while we're at it, let's just do playoffs for everybody at the end of the year, and then get juice boxes and orange slices, and we can just like do away with the regular season that no one cares about anyway. So no, I will not. I will not.
You know what I'm confident in, though.
Yes.
You know what I'm confident in with Adam Silver is that if it doesn't work, if it falls flat, he'll get rid of it.
I hope so, because you know what is a better idea than the midseason tournament? Jerseys with sleeves. That's still a better idea than the midseason tournament, and that idea sucked.
That was a bad idea. Yeah, that was bad.
But at least they did get rid of that.
That was bad.
I think the whole premise, Petey, is flawed, because they wanted to go with the European soccer model of having a championship and then cups and then 2 or 3 different cups. It's wrong for a number of different reasons. One, they don't have playoffs over there. They play a regular season, and whoever wins a championship wins a championship. So the cups make it different because it's different from a league championship, which you don't have playoffs for. That's number one. Number two, the Premier League doesn't have a cup just for Premier League participants. They have a cup that covers all of England. So if you're Division 7, 6, 5, 2, 1, you all get to participate. Some teams get by, some teams don't. Then they have another different cup. Then they have a Champions League, which goes all over the European continent.
They're playing different teams in different countries and different leagues all over.
So it'd be like having a playoff in the Premier League and then having a cup for just Premier League participants. We already have a trophy. It's called the championship at the end of the year. Now, if we were going to invite, let's say, the G League or
the Spanish League or the
Mexico,
Euro League,
if Canada,
NBA Africa,
right?
If you're going to do that, then it makes sense to invite everybody.
Cup, then, right?
But you're trying to create something because you know your regular season lacks any sort of spice to it. Like, no one even cares about the NBA regular season until we get to Christmas time, and then they kind of hit the snooze button again until after the Super Bowl. So he's trying to create a little bit of juice. I will give him credit for doing that, but I just think I don't know what else he could have done, but to call it a European soccer model is it's false. It's not even close to what model they have, and I just think it's dumb to have a trophy for participants that you already have a trophy for. It's called the Larry O'Brien Trophy. We don't need another one.
Tommy, they're trying to appeal to the younger audiences who are looking for more things to pay attention to and have sort of a shiny new thing, And just like they're trying to change baseball and make baseball more palatable for the younger viewers. I mean, the pitch clock has done a good. I like the pitch clock.
So do I.
What do you think about it?
I do.
So
I love it.
So there are certain things. I mean, the pitch clock has definitely improved baseball. I've been to a number of Twins games, and the pitch clock has helped me stay engaged. Because even me at 61, baseball's always kind of bored me because it takes so long, and the pitchers are sitting there rubbing the baseball down. The batters are stepping out of the box, and there's like this whole song and dance going on. That's all gone now, and it's made the game so much better. And so I think all of these efficiencies to sort of appeal to the younger audiences who have so many things they can focus on. Like you've got to try to get butts in the seats, and you got to make things interesting. And I think that this is a situation of trying to do something like that. Although I got to say, I would be very interested. I don't know what you feel about NBA Africa is a big deal. It's getting bigger, and all these players that are coming now from that continent into the NBA, and there's so much more talent over there, and they're really cultivating it. I think it would be interesting to see a league kind of develop there, and then all of a sudden you're playing maybe some games during the season against those other continents. You could go to Asia, you could go, India's blowing up, China's blowing up, as you know. I mean, all those countries, and then of course Europe as well. I think that there could be something down the road in that vein, don't you think?
No, I totally agree. I totally agree.
Yeah.
And look, sometimes you just got to tell kids, suck it, and just we're not caving into you.
Some things suck. Just get over it.
I know we got to run, but real quick, let me ask you this. Tim, our producer, is looking at the clock, going, "What are we doing? Just push buttons, okay?" Do you I know, because when you're doing the broadcast, you introduce, you've done it for a long time now, introduce like kind of analytics and the new way of thinking about basketball and all that, which I appreciate. And I like more information. I like more numbers. But I've made the argument for a while now that specifically baseball and basketball, like analytics has ruined the entertainment of the sport. Not so much that you can understand it, although I think analytics gives more people a voice in thinking they know what the hell they're talking about when they don't.
Because it's
They're
just
like,
raw stats.
why don't they just play this lineup together all the time? They'd never lose. It's like, shut up. Just you go back to crunching your numbers. But do you think that baseball with the three true outcomes and basketball with every game kind of looking similar, get to the paint, get to the free throw line, shoot a bunch of threes, has taken away from the variety of the sport? In baseball, you don't get bunts, you don't get hit and runs, you don't get a lot of things you used to get. Guys can't handle the bat the way they used to. And in basketball, everybody says everybody's more skilled. I always say, I don't think they're more skilled. It's just what they do best. They do way better than anybody used to. Shooting and ball handling, they do better than we used to do. But as far as variety of the game, sky hook, finger roll, mid-range jump shot, all those sort of things, I think analytics is kind of killing the games a little bit. I still like them, but I like them the way they used to be. And I know that's an old man thing to say, but I think baseball and basketball look very similar no matter what game you watch nowadays.
I think it's what advanced analytics you're using. Like when you talk about me using them, I'm trying to explain the game and make statistics sort of come alive because one of the main ones is like effective field goal percentage.
Yes.
For Utah,
I agree with that.
Warriors,
Yeah, yes.
if you don't understand, that's a simple advanced analytics number that you have to wrap your mind around because that makes it's math. It's literally like if you can't keep up with the Golden State Warriors in 3-point shooting, you're going to lose.
Yes.
And so effective field goal percentage is important. And points per game don't mean anything anymore. So that's why you have to go into points per 100 possessions because teams play I'm not going to say teams play so much faster this time. We played fast.
Yes, we did.
We played
faster than they do today.
Yeah. And Nelly was so far ahead of his time. Nelly was a freaking genius, man. Yep. We say that all the time about him, like what he meant to the game. Like I just don't think he gets enough credit. He's in the Hall of Fame as he should be, but he doesn't get enough credit. And Chris Mullin, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, him letting Manu bullshit threes. He should have let you shoot more threes. You should have shot.
Damn right.
You should have shot 100 plus threes a season. You should have been able to shoot that many.
Yes, I should.
I was looking into the camera that we're streaming on and nodding yes.
I would have loved to have seen that. But anyway, so I do know what you mean, because I played with Akeem Olajuwon and Ralph Sampson. And by the way, I was just thinking about this as I was getting ready to come on the show. Is that I was gonna call Ralph Sampson. I've been meaning to call Ralph Sampson at 7'4", who I played with Ralph. When he first started with the Rocks before he got injured and before he came to the Warriors and was injured and was not the same guy. I looked at Victor Wembanyama and I look at Ralph Sampson at 7'4". Ralph is way better of an athlete. Like it's not even close. If Ralph Sampson grew up in the ecosystem today of playing with bigs handling the basketball and shooting threes, he'd be way better than Victor Wembanyama. Don't you think, Tom? Three-time college player of the year.
I know we got to run, but I even said Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I go, those guys didn't do that because no one ever thought to have them do it. But I think they were more athletic than him. They just weren't 7'4". So it's funny because
I miss the low post bigs. To answer your question, I miss the low post bigs. I miss the diversity of the game. I miss all the mid range stuff that. Mitch Richmond was so good in the mid-range, man. How good was Mitch? He was so good.
It was incredible. Timmy posted up, Mitch. All that stuff. Family doing good?
Everybody's doing good, man. Sanjay's with the Atlanta Hawks now. He moved from Utah to Atlanta, so he's with Quinn Snyder back in Atlanta. So he's happy to be there. So we're doing great. Yeah.
Nice. If he ever needs, if his car is ever running low on oil, he can squeeze some out of Quinn's hair. And we'll be good to go. On that note, we'll let you go, Pete.
It's dripping all the time, dude.
Tell the family I said hi, Petey.
Okay.
All right, take it easy.
Great stuff with Jim Peterson. Have you missed any of that?
Tell me he doesn't have greasy hair.
Oh, he does. He's like dripping. He's like dripping wet.
Quinn Snyder.
He's a maniac
cool guy, but my God.
I don't know if I could chill with him. What's he like on vacation? Does he take a vacation? Quinn Snyder. I don't think so. He's maniacal, that guy. We're going to get back into some baseball. Rob Nen Former Giants All-Star closer going to join us at 4:30. Game gets going at 5 o'clock. Actually, odds for this game have shifted towards the National League. I'll tell you about that next. Then Rob Nen going to join us at 4:30, only here on the Sports Leader. Vlad Guerrero Jr. joined his father last night and becoming the only father-son duo to win baseball's home run derby. Vlad Guerrero Sr. actually won it in 07 here in San Francisco. Check out more on that story trending, the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. He is the managing attorney. Look, if you have tax issues, any kind of tax issues at all, just got behind on your taxes, sometimes life gets in the way, sometimes you have a family emergency, and you just got to take care of that now. You'll deal with your taxes when you deal with your taxes. Thing is, now you've forgotten about them, and they've gotten maybe a little out of hand. Maybe it's before they've gotten out of hand. Give Alex Kugelman a call. Schedule a consultation. He'll give you the blueprint. You'll see the light at the end of the tunnel, and you won't have to worry about what's coming in the mail, who's calling, who's on the other end of the line, someone knocking at the door. You don't have to worry about that. You don't want to live with stress. Living with stress stinks, and you don't want to have to do that. So if you'd like to get rid of that stress, drop that bag of stress, give Alex Kugelman a call. I talked to him this year. I didn't have tax issues. Just had regular taxes due. Felt over prepared, and he's really easy to talk to too. Very personable, down to earth. He'll let you know what's going on and how to get through this. So that's your first order of business: scheduling a consultation with Alex. Any tax issues, give him a buzz. Get that consultation, and you'll be good to go. So, sftaxteam.com is where you want to go. Or you can just Google Kugelman, Kugelman. That's Kugelman. Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, the show's on. We're back. Show's on, which means I'm telling you, Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. All-Star game is starting in about a half hour. We're going to catch up with former Giants All-Star Rob Nen. He's stopping by. He did pitch, by the way, in that tie game back in 2002. We'll talk to former Giant closer Rob Nen about that. The National League opened as underdogs in this one. They're now moved into favorites in this one. Zach Gallen starting for the National League, and you're getting Garrett Cole for the American League. National League lost last year 3-2. The money has been moving all around, but the line is set straight on 7.5 as the over-under. It's been low scoring. I'm leaning on pitching. I think that's kind of where I'm going.
I might go over just because plus money.
Why not?
But I would generally go under just because it's an all-star game. And West Coast all-star game, I don't know what the sun configuration is in Safeco, but
bad
usually
shadows in Safeco.
Yeah, usually West Coast, you get bad shadows early in the game.
Franny texted me yesterday and said they're lucky the roof was closed for the Derby because it's one of the worst shadow fields in the bigs.
Is it?
Unless it is when the roof is open because they got all the like rails and bars and stuff up there.
Okay, got it.
So.
Yeah, I'm more often than not an under guy in all-star games. I just figure the pitching, they're going to come in for an inning, and you're going to see a bunch of different pitchers with super, super nasty stuff. But I couldn't pass up the plus money. I know I'm not on the smart side.
Unless you win.
I know I'm on the dumb side now. Hopefully at some point. I would have actually paid a little bit of juice because it was at 7 for a little bit. Then you get to 3-3, then you can't lose. Then you're like, okay, we're good.
Oh, it dropped to 7?
It's like, no, not now.
Oh.
It's a 7.5.
It was 7. It dropped to
7.5 under minus 130. It's like betting a total in a playoff hockey game, a 5 under, and it's 2-2. And you're just like,
you're done.
I can't win.
Well,
stupid.
I can't win.
Then you're rooting for a push.
You're like, there's nothing worse than rooting for a push.
Please go overtime. That's all you're hoping for.
Let's root for a push. Now, there's nothing better than betting an over, let's say 6.5, and it's 3-3 going into OT. Then you're like, oh, I get to watch OT. I don't even care what happens. I win. I can just watch the hockey game. I hope it goes 5 overtimes because I don't really care who scores at this point. I will say that is my favorite sport to bet. I'm not good at it, but my favorite sport to bet is playoff hockey. It's just so much fun. It's so much tension. You get to overtime, you have like a plus 170 dog. You're like, oh, come on.
I'm in the mix.
Come on. Give me this.
I'm in the mix.
Give me this. Just give me we saved it. Okay, here we go. And it goes on for like 4 overtimes, and you never know when it's going to end. So
baseball unders are dangerous now with the overtime, with the extra inning rule, because teams will go extras and score like 6 runs because they're starting with a guy on. It's weird how much you can pour on just because a guy's on second.
It used to be hard to score 2 runs in extras.
Now, you have to have a 2-run homer.
Easy.
Now it's like you get 2. You might need 2 to catch up.
Now one team will score 2, the other score 3. You're like, oh, suck it.
We'll talk to a former Giant All-Star closer, one of my all-time favorite Giants, a guy who gave his right arm for the 2002 pennant. Rob Nen's going to join us on the other side. How would he like pitching with a guy on second in extra innings? Probably not all that much. Rob Nen joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now